One alone. They were powerful, yet they struggled to find their purpose. Humans called them gods. They achieved the heavens, yet they fell to the darkest places. There, they found their true nature. They didn't exist to create and destroy. Their gifts foretold a far more cruel fate. They were the enemies of the gods. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. I march forward, carefully placing one foot after the other on the ice. This winter was unexpectedly cold, and so the huge lake froze for the first time in years. The lights of the city and various villages around the lake are dimmed by the heavy fog. Slowly, the fog is crystallizing into beautiful ice shards all over the lake, preparing a marvelous scene once dawn comes. But right now it's still dark. The sound of my feet crushing the ice is the only noise out here. I hate the weather since it makes me depressed. Unfortunately, it's a regular occurrence in this valley at pretty much all times of the year except for summer. The mountains around the lake are a natural protection which also hinder the fog from lifting. So that means that we get foggy weather for half the time. Or at least high fog if it isn't actually settling to the ground. At least the weather makes it unlikely that anyone can see what I am doing out here in the middle of the night. Wheezing, I pull my large bundle a little further. The light of the city is my only navigation point, but I am quite sure that I am on the right track. My goal is a hole which is kept ice-free by fishers. I have certain reasons to visit it from time to time. There is a possibility to get rid of my trash at another location, but that place belongs to divers. And they also tend to pursue their hobby at unsaintly hours, so this place is my best option if I don't want to get interrupted. Of course I could make a new hole right here and now, but covering it up afterwards would be problematic. So I endure the chore of pulling my bundle across the ice. It's bound with thick rope which I have wrapped around my waist to ease the effort of pulling the weight. At first I thought that pulling the thing across the ice would be easy, but the damned ice shards make it harder than it was supposed to be. Several minutes and a lot of crunching later, I finally arrive at my destination. The hole is about 1 meter in diameter and already has a thin crust of ice. That probably means that the fishers went home early today. Grunting, I use my boot to crush the ice and silently give my thanks to the invention of Gore-Tex. Getting wet now would be the final highlight of a shitty day. Once my work is complete, I settle down and chuckle at the thought of being discovered now. A man in black attire and a black overcoat, with a strange, white bundle which he apparently brought by foot all the way out here from the shore. I reach into my pocket and retrieve the cigarettes. Normally I don't smoke. Actually I never smoke. But some days are simply so shitty that I need cannabis to relax a little. Otherwise I might kill someone and I want to avoid that. The guy who provides me with the stuff assured me that the cigarettes are 100% natural. Even the paper wrapping is made from tea leaves. After a minute of calming my mind, I pull out the firecrackers and light the first one with the cigarette. And off into the hole it goes. The water bubbles a little until the firecracker explodes underwater with an almost imperceptible thud. Totally unimpressive, but it accomplishes the task. Sometimes I really don't understand humans. To outlaw something so essential to life as firecrackers. I understand weapons and drugs. There are some really dumb individuals out there. The less possibilities they have to get their hands on harmful stuff the better. But firecrackers? What will they do next? Tell us to use kitchen knives only with safeguards? I am really glad that I stowed away enough firecrackers to last me a lifetime. The few I need to summon my minion don't amount to much. It'll be a long time in the future until I have to find something else that pisses him off enough to investigate the source of the turmoil. I am about to throw the 11th firecracker when a big, round head surfaces from the water. The man in the lake opens his mouth, exhaling water and revealing several rows of needle-like teeth. Without hesitation, I throw the firecracker right down his throat. He chokes and swallows, which is followed by his throat bulging as if it belongs to a toad. Coughing, he throws up the remains of the firecracker and puffs of smoke. When he is finally done, he looks at me accusingly with his dead fish eyes. Why do you pollute my lake? I told you that the water tastes bad for days when you do that. And the noise. Have some empathy for aquamarine life forms. I don't answer and stare down at him, establishing the point that I am the one who has to be paid respect. There is power in saying nothing. He flares the nostrils of his big nose and heaves himself out of the water, revealing his dwarf-like body which is covered in a garment of seaweed. I suppose he looks more human than the average member of the paranormal community. If he would put on decent clothes and hold his mouth closed, he would pass as a small guy with Down syndrome. The clothes would hide the fact that the rest of his body looks like a bloated-up, drowned corpse. After a penguin-like maneuver of landing in front of me and shoving himself to his feet, he addresses me again, "Just tell me what you want. The kids are hungry and my wife is expecting me at home." He always boasts about how fast and gracile he is in the water, but when I see him on land that's hard to believe. I blow out a ring of smoke, intentionally in his direction, and point the cigarette at the bundle. Disposal job. The man in the lake pulls back his lips, revealing his teeth. After coughing up more water, he looks at the bundle. No way. I only take corpses. This one is still alive. And you should stop smoking that stuff. It's dimming the mind. Didn't your parents teach you better? Actually they did. The fact that I am smoking this stuff is the only reason you are still alive. Otherwise I would have ripped out your throat on your first sentence. Yeah, actually I am glad that I still feel chilled. Everything is okay, no reason for rape and murder. Okay, in his case murder alone is the preferable option. And he is useful. If I kill him, I would have to find a replacement. Too much effort. I wish cannabis would have the same effect on me as it has on normal humans. Sadly, all I get is a somewhat relaxed state. It helps me a lot to deal with other paranormals. The wish to rip them apart and spill their guts is less strong. Okay, Paul. My name isn't Paul. It's he opens his mouth wide and produces a strange, gurgling sound. I throw the rest of the cigarette into the lake, much to the annoyance of the man in the lake. Using his real name is too much of an effort. I suppose I could reproduce the sound if I had a glass of water at hand. Reaching under my coat, I retrieve my trusty Glock 17 and screw on the silencer. Then I unload half the magazine into the twitching bundle. The movements stop and red fluid starts seeping through the cloth. Should have done that before Paul arrived. It's dead. Take it. I don't want to see it again anytime soon. The man in the lake shakes his head. Smells bad. What did you kill this time? A zombie? Necromancer? It's definitely undead. Something like that doesn't enter my lake. I hiss and aim the gun at the stupid toad. This is already taking too long. I could be at home by now and watch movies. Stupid toad. It's a lich and I neither have the time to kill him again and again until he finally decides to stay dead, nor do I want to chain him somewhere, just to have him come after me once he breaks free. Stepping closer, I wave the pistol in front of his face. We have a deal. Or don't you remember when I took care of the Japanese Kappa invasion? You promised to dispose of my trash. The toad bristles. I thought that I agreed to tasty, human bodies. Not troublesome, moving meat. A low growl escapes from deep down inside my throat. There is no way that I would feed you humans. Nobody cares if a human body is found in the city. It isn't even worth the effort to move them. Our deal always meant corpses of troublesome supernaturals. He looks down the barrel of my gun for several long moments, then he turns and starts pushing the bundle towards the hole. I suppose that it's not bad to have a regrowing source of meat. The little ones won't mind that it tastes bad. Then he drops into the water, right after the bundle. And is gone. It takes me a small eternity to realize that he left me alone with a trail of blood towards the hole. First he provoked me into shooting the lich, then he left me to clean up the mess. Cursing, I step to the hole and empty the rest of the magazine into the water, just to piss him off. I am sure that there is no way of hitting him. He is probably already half the way to his tadpoles. I turn around and eye the trail of blood with a grim expression, then I light another cigarette. There is no way that I can leave it like that. The humans will scream Mordio if they find this. And the blood is already freezing. Not a chance to quickly scrape this off manually. Not if I don't want to spend the night out here. Normally I avoid using magic at all costs. It's like lighting a beacon to every fucking supernat with even a small spark of talent. And I want to be at full power at all times. Especially after today. There is definitely something going on in my city and I have a feeling that I'll have to lay down the law soon. So what do? Being tired is worse than expending a little magic. And I suppose that nobody can connect it to me if I use it out here. I wave my hand and imagine a blade of force, drawing on the pool of power within me. With one scrape, I clean out the trail and dump everything in the water. Now I am left with a nice, blank surface. Still suspicious and strange, but no reason to call the authorities. Maybe the ice crystals grow enough to make it look less suspicious until tomorrow. One can hope. I stay there for a few more minutes, smoking and looking at the lights of the city. My city. And someone is trying to mess with it. For some reason a lot of fortune hunters are casting away their fear and throwing themselves into my territory, searching for someone. Today, I had to decapitate a group of vampires who tried to establish a new nest. Then there was a stupid werbear who thought that he could prowl through my city like an elephant through a porcelain store. And to crown the day, a lich tried to take over the central graveyard. A strong one on top of that. A wonder that I managed to keep the human exposure to supernats minimal. One old lady had a heart attack when the werbear broke through the wall of her bedroom. I shrug. The old hag would have died soon anyway. My thoughts returned to the lich. He talked about a big price if he found someone. Sadly, there wasn't much to get out of him. Most liches are insane by nature. His mind was already a mess when I picked it apart and disassembled him. Contrary to popular belief, liches are beings of flesh and blood. A bit bony and more skin than flesh, but still beings who breathe. They just have inherited a particularly strong gift for the necromantic arts, turning themselves into almost immortal beings. Immortal, but not unbeatable. I shot him, chopped him to pieces, burned him to ash, and the bugger still dared to come back. When I realized that he would slowly reassemble himself no matter what I did, I collected all his pieces and brought him here. Normally my city is nice and quiet. It has a reputation that unruly elements tend to disappear. Who or what is important enough for that many supernaturals to risk their skin? No lord would allow them to reveal the supernatural community to humans. So why are all those mercenaries rampaging through my city? Well, I suppose I'll do some investigating tomorrow. But now I have to get away from here or some pesky supernat is going to investigate my earlier use of magic. Then I would have to do more cleanup. Sometimes I wish that all this is just a result of my consumption of hallucinogenic weeds. Yet. That would be nice. Everything that happened was just a hallucination. I am just the average, everyday normal human with little human problems and little human ambitions. Sadly, it isn't. Cannabis is to me like caffeine to humans. And I have certain ambitions. Whoever is at fault for causing trouble will find that out soon enough. 2 Free time. They fought to decide each other's fate. So they decided not to interfere in hope that the other party would doom themselves anyway. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Tap down your creature, then I attack for 5. Your turn. I glare at the table and study the cards which are displayed there in an orderly manner. Maybe I shouldn't have come to the store just to play MTG. Stupid trading card game. I am sure that he has some kind of wrath of God on his hand. Why else should he leave mana open with 3 cards on his hand? So I could block his creatures in an unfavorable manner, which makes his combat trick obsolete, or I could take 5 senseless damage. In which case he will sacrifice his creatures to the altar and play the wrath anyway. I need to know exactly which trick he has up his sleeve. Or is he bluffing? I could call the bluff and hope that his trick costs more than 5 mana, in which case I could counter his spell. Stupid human. This was supposed to be a relaxing evening, not an endless series of lost card games. When I woke up this morning, I searched the entire city for clues on who to hunt. Sadly, word of yesterday's killing spree got out and now all the mercenaries are hiding in their holes. I couldn't find a single soul with usable information. Apparently being a merc includes the ability to go undercover within hours. I briefly considered to picking my path through every tourist in the city, but I have no idea how many mercs there are. It could take me weeks to find the right ones. So I decided to visit the local gaming store and play cards until something happens. If I am lucky, the mercs are so frightened that they avoid causing me any more trouble. Just that I am losing one game after the other today. And against a human. Fred is another regular at the Diamond Mox and a pure base human. The real name is Friedrich, but I call him Fred. The Diamond Mox is the biggest game store in the city and located at the inner ring street, just beyond the city center. It's my little secret that I am actually the owner and always playing incognito. Sometimes a big risk yields great results. Okay, I call it. Show me what you have. When Fred doesn't react, I start dribbling my foot on the ground and look up. My annoyed comment to get it on doesn't leave my mouth, as I realize that Fred isn't moving. Nobody inside the store is moving. The last time I checked, I didn't allow any artifacts in my city which are able to freeze time. The door chime rings and a blonde woman enters the store. Her eyes survey the walls with the various goods and then the counter and the tables with the players. She snorts upon detecting me and steps closer. As she does, she also drops the glamour around her. Her business suit and the bland face distort in a puff smoke, revealing sharp eyes and the elongated ears of a fae. Little elemental, tell me where to find the local coven of old ones. The veil which is covering this valley is dampening our magic. They will remove it. Elemental? Which drugs did this bitch smoke? I am no elemental. Oh, I suppose with all my magic suppressed I look like one to the untrained eye. So this fae is a young one. And a merc if I am not completely wrong. But who would ally himself with the fae? They are major players among the supernatural races and their feud with the old ones is legendary. I purse my lips and study the sword in her hand. So she is old enough to know how to wield swords. Though it seems that she didn't get the message that guns are the weapon of choice nowadays. 200, maybe 300 years? That's why I try to live amongst humans. They invent so much useful stuff. You take just a little time off in the woods and before you know it, you are some strange hermit who can't deal with life. The world is changing too fast. A sword? Really? Why don't you tell me why you wish to see the local magic users? Surely you have heard that they are a secluded bunch. Especially in this territory. And aren't you worried that they prefer killing to talking? I have certain financial assets to persuade them, but that's none of your business. So just tell me where to find them and save me the disgrace of having to talk to deluded offspring. I clench my teeth and squint my eyes at her. The old ones are the ancestors of almost all supernatural races. They are beings of pure magic. The old tales called us mages, demons, or gods. Elementals are their rare offspring, which resulted from mixing with humans. They have only a part of their ancestors' magic, which most often manifests in control over a single magical element or field. Hence they are called elementals. But Fae are no better in that regard. They may have inherited a really strong trait, but they are nonetheless the bastard offspring of my race. So she is using the magic of will to freeze this store. The people aren't really frozen in time, nor is anything else. A Fae can cast any spell as long as the caster's will is stronger than the one of those who observe the spell. It's a tricky kind of magic. Much like with the question of Schrödinger's cat. The cat is decidedly both, dead and alive, but just as long as nobody takes a close look at the facts. And there is also the problem of the feud. The Fae are a weakening race because they aren't much more than donkeys. Almost sterile, they can't breed true, so they are often abducting children of other supernaturals and replace them with their inbred fakes. They particularly like it to get their hands on a true mage or witch child, whatever one decides to call us. I like to go by the term of Old One. It has something mysterious and emphasizes the point that we aren't human. We may look like them, but only as long as we choose to do so. I am actually not sure if some of our forefathers still remember our true form. I do not, but I am relatively young and I have a feeling that it's nothing pretty. Hey, I am talking to you. Suddenly the Fae waves the tip of her sword in front of my face and I react on instinct. Flicking my wrist, I throw the dice which is acting as my life counter at her. She parries it out of reflex, slicing it cleanly in two. But that just triggers the spell matrix which was hidden inside the dice. A blinding flash of light stuns both of us and interrupts her defensive wards. I have my pistol out and unload in her general direction as I throw myself backwards. Not a second too late, because I feel the swish of parted air as her blade passes through the spot where my head has been. Even on the ground I keep shooting, covering all the possible angles she could have moved to. Fae are fast and I am not keen on dying here. When the magazine is empty, I eject it and reload with trained, mechanical motions even though I still can't see a thing. When my vision finally clears, I find her crumbled against the far wall. Her wild eyes tell me that she is still alive and very keen on running her sword through me. She doesn't move though, and green blood is gathering under her, so I assume that I've hit something important. I place 2 more bullets in her forehead and unload the rest of the magazine into her chest. One might find that excessive, but when fighting supernaturals you don't do half jobs. You either make sure that they are down and stay down, or you are just asking to get your head chomped off sooner or later. And I have a dislike for Fae because of the aforementioned reasons. I've no problem with half-breeds, but the Fae method of ensuring their kind's survival is creepy. Once she stops twitching, I edge closer and carefully edge the sword away from her. Fae are tough bastards and their healing abilities are almost as strong as ours. I wouldn't dare to come too close to myself if I were in her place. After a few more moments I finally dare to bend down and pick up the sword. Without hesitation, I swipe it across her neck, decapitating her even as the first bullets are pushed back out of her forehead. With that done, I finally relax. Even a lich needs a while to come back from that. And for most others it's a death sentence. Growling, I look around the damaged room. To my luck the people are still frozen and it seems like I don't have to take care of any more corpses. Just the poor Fred got a little nicked by her blade. Blood is dripping down his cheek. I step closer to inspect his hand. So he had a wrath of God. Bastard. And then I realize that the new advertisement stickers on the shop window are pretty good mirrors. Ha! That's how he anticipated my every move. I just knew it. Reaching down, I break his finger just to make a point, bending it backwards until it touches his wrist. With such an injury he won't play for quite some time. Cheating is okay, I even encourage it. But not if you are caught. I'll not kill him because he expertly used the new environment against me. Feeling satisfied, I contemplate my next steps. Mercenaries are one thing, but Fae inside my territory? Didn't they learn anything from their last incursion 10 years ago? But first things first. I have to find someone to break the spell on my shop and clean everything up. After a few moments of going through the possibilities, I decide to stick to the only real option. I reach into my pocket and get out my mobile phone. After a few rings the other side picks up and introduces himself with a few gurgles. Paul. Yesterday you left without saying goodbye. Why don't you visit me at my shop and we have good, nice time between men? What do you think? This isn't about our agreement. I snort. No. What are you thinking? I just thought about breaking the ice. I am a real ass sometimes and wanted to pay you back for putting up with me. Just come to Ring Street 16. It's already dark, but it's almost impossible to miss the shop with all the lights and advertisements. Okay. Just give me 10 minutes. I hang up and put the phone away. Extreme times call for extreme measures. Now I just have to hold the line for 10 minutes and hope that nobody else wants to play games at 7 in the evening. 20 minutes later I am inside my car and on my way to the outskirts of the city, leaving the brooding toad to his job. I am sure that I'll never again be able to pull off such a stunt with him since he is a fast learner. I suppose it was necessary. Otherwise he would have never showed up without some special compensation. I stop where the industrial area merges with the city and shake out a cigarette. It's clear that I overdid it a little with the Fae, so I won't hold back on my next meeting. This place is a prime location for everyone who is providing special services. I get out of the car and walk a few more feet to the house with the extravagant gate. In the upper windows are a few red hearts, blinking. The big neon sign at the roof removes any doubt about this establishment. The Red Eve. Sure enough I find Eva, the owner, at her usual spot right in front of her nest, watching over the parking area. Eva. Already had your fill today. The busty brunette smiles and makes an extra effort of showing off her magnificent assets, angling them just right for me to take a peek down the V of her neckline. I have, but I am always ready for someone who performs with as much vigor as you. Do you want to have another round of my special services? Nope, even though I am in the mood. With my cigarettes I am too calm to risk it with a vampire. My blood is still needed tonight. Though I admit that I humped her once, just to see those two monsters jingle. And it was excellent. Too bad that there is no spark between us. She isn't setting off my instincts for whatever reason. I smile. Not tonight. I just had an encounter with a Fae. She spoke of her job, using the plural. Heard anything about them establishing a base in my territory? Eva stops smiling and reveals a set of long, sharp canines. There is a good reason that the Fae set her off. The vampires are another high-priority target for abduction. Or at least they're neophytes. The human legends got a lot of things wrong about vamps. Not without a certain amount of misdirection from their side. They don't like their real life cycle to be known since it reveals certain weaknesses. First, vampires aren't made but born. It runs in the family. They live an entirely human life in their neophyte stage. They go to school and party, age, and marry, the whole, enjoyable, blissful thing. They even get kids as all other humans do and they are by no means special. The trick comes when they die for the first time and move from their neophyte stage to actual vampirism. They can't change anyone. From then on, they are pretty much the bloodsuckers of legend, just that they don't go poof in sunlight. It's too bright for them though. And they are allergic to silver, but that has nothing to do with religion. And there is this urge to protect their bloodline at all costs without giving in even an inch. They are sterile as vampires, so they have to protect the children they had in life or other relatives. If they lose their relatives, they lose their reason for existence. In other words, Eva is someone I can absolutely trust in this matter. She and her nest are the last supernaturals who would collaborate with the Fae. She presses her kissable lips together. My nest would never have dealings with Fae. To even imply such a thing. Oh, my. Good thing that I am smoking. Otherwise I would have her bend over that car to relieve some stress. Pushing up that skimpy skirt wouldn't be any effort. I cough. Of course I didn't mean it like that. I just thought that you and your nest are the ones who probably have an eye on every good hideout in the city. If someone can take a reasonable guess on where to start looking, then it's you. She takes a more relaxed stance and contemplates the possibilities. The old warehouse over at the hardware store. I know the place. It stood empty for a while after the disco inside it went bankrupt. Good. So, here is the deal. A few days ago, someone bought the entire thing. They put a high fence around it in a single night and plastered everything with construction signs and advertisements. One can't even get a look inside. Yet, a lot of people are walking in and out at nightly hours. And there are guards. We stayed away up until now, but if the new owners are Fae, then they are probably growing a new tree for their reality marble. I finish the thought. Reality marbles, or dimensional pockets, are the most powerful ability the Fae inherited from us. A few hundred years ago, during the times of what the humans call the Black Death, we fought a large war with the Fae. They managed to piss off the Old Ones enough to unite against them. Something without precedent in known history. Old Ones don't get along very well, so we stick to small, clan-sized family groups. Everyone fiercely protecting their territory against outsiders. I am no different. The veil around these mountain valleys lets through the weaker supernaturals, but everyone with enough power to rival an Old One gets a pretty unpleasant zap. It's hard to get in and even harder to get out, but at least I'll immediately know that someone dangerous is coming. Returning to the war. From what history tells me, we gave them hell. They even started to fear that we will wipe them out to the last child. I suppose we would have done it. When it comes to children, my kind is even worse than vamps to their neophytes. In the end, the Fae took a last gamble to save themselves. Their most powerful individuals worked together to split off a part of this world to create a safe haven for them. It even worked, and now an unknown number of them is hiding out in Fairy, as they call their pocket dimension. Individually we are more powerful than Fae, but there are fewer of us. So the fact that we united against them was the only reason that we managed to win at all. My people returned to the old ways and everything went back to normal until the Fae returned via their stupid trees and fairy rings to steal children for their breeding program. Now we burn their little hideouts wherever they try to establish themselves. Annoyingly, it seems that we are never fast enough to make such undertakings uneconomical for them. I don't give a shit if they steal a few humans. They aren't worth much except for breeding quickly. The problem is that once they are going for humans, it's a short way to other races. The hatred for Fae was bred deeply into me. Do you need assistance? Eva asks me after a while and I realize that I've been staring at the sky since a few minutes ago. No. I'll gear up first. Grenades, poisonous bullets, wards. If I have to give them a beating, then I'll visit the party prepared. But I suppose it would be nice if you guys are ready to stand guard to keep the humans from noticing. Just tell them that people are working. I drop the cigarette and step on it. She purses her lips. Yeah, sure. Explosions and gunshots, high-pitched screams, normal sounds for a construction site. I shrug. There was an accident. Stay away until professional help arrives. Just don't mention that we have people at the call center who won't react. 3 Crash the party. And they roamed the earth in those days, keeping watch over their weaker brethren. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Shit, I mean, how does something like that get past the city's legislation? Did they buy a few officials? The more of this comes to light, the more work I get. I gesture at the fake building site while I dangle my feet from the roof. After I armed up at my apartment I drove right to the warehouse where I met with Eva in her nest. To be on the safe side we decided to observe the warehouse from a neighboring building. I suppose they have at least one official in their pockets. And I think it's the troll. Ah, this glamour of yours is cool by the way. They really can't see or hear us from down there. Eva chuckles from right next to me and leans herself back. HRM, why do you think that? I grumble and squint my eyes at the scene. She points at the guards who are protecting the door. See those 2 big hunks of a man? They are trolls. They stink and I smell them against the wind. Trolls do nothing without the permission of their tribe's leader. The troll chieftain is the city's minister of transport. So the trolls? I already wondered when I have to give them the next demonstration. But this time they earned themselves a special reward. Please tell me you aren't going to wipe out the whole tribe. Just the families of those guards and of the ministers, twice removed. I already try to remember the exact location of their cave system. But you are right. I could drop some mustard gas down their cave entrance. I still have some from World War II. That would be less trouble. Eva sighs. You see. That's why nobody likes you and calls you the Demon Lord. They are afraid because you always punish many for the mistakes of one. You have to cool down and manage your territory a little more leniently. I point at the warehouse. Do you see that? That's what I get for being lenient. I am just one person and I have a whole territory to watch. More than 9,000 square kilometers of mountains and valleys. I have to rule with an iron fist. And not everyone is afraid of me. She shows me her teeth in a brilliant smile. Tell me who. I stutter and start counting on one hand. Well, there is you, the toad, that old lady at the bus stop, the people at my shop. Fred, I continue by giving her their names. She holds up a hand. I don't count because I knew you since before your family died. I am reasonably sure that you won't harm me on your good days. The toad doesn't count either, because he is a hermit who doesn't concern himself with much more than his lake. And the lady at the bus stop is a 10,000-year-old nymph with serious dementia. She probably doesn't even know who she is talking to half the time. Finally we have your human pets, playmates, who don't even know who you are. I hiss at her version of the situation. So what should I do? It's hard enough for me to tolerate other supernaturals. You have no idea how hard it is not to rip out the throats of all those idiots. All I want is to have a quiet territory. She circles her hand. Find a mate. Invade some other territories and steal yourself a few women to start a new family. I am sure a few more helping hands would ease the workload. I tilt my head and look at her as if she has a few screws loose. Eva raises both hands, giving up. Or make some mating calls. I've no idea how you old ones do it. It can't be healthy for a guy in his prime to be cut off from the rest of his species. Oh, I know. I have a twin-tie 12th generation granddaughter, Neophyte. You could take her as. I blanch and search for my cigarettes. How did that idea enter your head? You know yourself that the result of such a union wouldn't be a vampire. The child would be, something. No idea what. Let me explain. She is shy, a wallflower and a prude. I thought you are trying to sell your goods. That doesn't sound convincing. Exactly. She is one of those girls who think that they don't need children. But she needs to have children. For my sake. The more bloodkin to protect, the better. The girl simply doesn't know what she will feel once she bites the dust. I can't leave all the work to her siblings. So I thought that you might want to seduce her and give her a good boning. Just to introduce her to the wicked ways of us supernaturals. No problem if you get her with child as long as she develops a taste for it. Women can have a whole football team of younglings. Back in my days, Just stop. I bite my inner cheek and raise a hand. Eva already lived back in the dark ages. The women back then knew only two states, being pregnant, or recovering from pregnancy. That's why she doesn't understand that someone might not want to have a big family. She is from another era in that aspect. I bet she had 14 kids and died, aka became a vampire, while pushing out the 15th. I thank you for the offer. But if you remember our time together, then you might understand that my kind can get a little rough. And I am not into little children. I bet that the granddaughter she is complaining about is 16 or 17. Then I get to my feet. And congratulations, you successfully managed to cause me to crave for blood. She actually manages to look disappointed. Too bad. I just wanted to help. You just seem so lonely since that incident happened. I think she would survive a little rough. Just remember our night. She makes a clawing motion and slits out her canines. I reach for my neck, which got pretty chewed up at that encounter. Not to think about the scratches. It's for the best. Take care of any runaways. I turn away and jump from the building, softly landing on the street below. We've watched the warehouse for long enough to be sure that something is going on in there. Despite the fact that it is a construction site, people in gaudy clothes are walking in and out as if it isn't strange at all. When I reach the guards, I drop the glamour. Sadly, neither of the two trolls recognizes me, so one of them steps forward to stop me. He is wearing a nice Armani in his human disguise, so I take care not to damage the outfit as I reach for the larger man's head and turn it around, which is accompanied with a nice crack. The other guard's eyes widen and he reaches into his jacket. I step in, aiming a fist at his chin. He parries once and screams, looking at his arm in denial. It's now bent in an unhealthy angle. There aren't many supernaturals who can rival a troll in strength, so this must be a shock for him. Not giving him time to recover, I grab his arm and whirl him around like a child. When his head kisses the asphalt, I am yet again rewarded with the sound of breaking bones. I don't look back as I walk onto the property, even though I sense 4 members of Eva's nest closing in on the 2 trolls. Doubtlessly to make sure that none of the blood goes to waste. The entire area is empty except for the warehouse itself. As I approach the main entrance, I reach under my coat and retrieve the 2 parts of the STG-77. Sliding the barrel into the machine gun, I snap it in and add one of the extra large magazines with 50 bullets. At the same time I reach the entrance and kick open one of the door wings. What awaits me inside was expected, yet it is also totally unexpected. There is the ash fey tree inside the warehouse's huge hall. But there are also fey and other supernaturals dancing and partying, mixed in with some humans who look very much enthralled. There are a lot of them, maybe 40 people. Most are dancing around the tree, taken in by the music and the green light. Others are sitting at tables and eating. When the door falls shut behind me with an audible slam. It's like the spell is broken. The room falls silent and all of them turn to me, eyes wide. I raise my gun and unload aimlessly into the crowd. As they scream, I howl in delight because their fear touches some instinct deep inside me. The room dissolves into chaos as everyone tries to get away in another direction. Shooting with one hand, I reach for the leather belt which is attached to my Kevlar vest. Loosely attached to it are about 80 D20 cubes. All of them are enchanted with spell disruption, much like the one I used on the female Fae. By whipping the belt towards the crowd I spread the cubes all over the room. A perfect crowd control for supernaturals. Of course my actions don't stay unanswered. Several people counterattack with spells of their own. But my shields are in place and even though the magical drain is strong I endure it. So far I didn't waste any magic on the offensive. And that's good this way. Actually this is the reason why I prefer human tools to attack enemies. It's much safer to concentrate wholly on defense while attacking through non-magical means. Many inexperienced magic users make the mistake of dropping their shields, so that they don't interfere with a spell. More often than not it's their last mistake. Using magic to kill someone who isn't protected takes not much more than a thought. A little burst of telekinesis, projected right at the brain or the organs is enough. Even if it wouldn't kill most of the sturdier supernaturals, being knocked out is as good as dead. A powerful spell impacts right next to me and the shockwave sends me flying. My shields are no help against displaced air, as most of them are aimed against magical attacks. I was going to confront Fae after all. But one of the Fae got smart and realized that my shields are dismantling their spells. So they aimed to avoid hitting my shields, hoping to take me out with collateral damage. I impact and roll, ejecting the second magazine as I block a sword with the barrel. Bringing the weapon around, I hit the sword wielder with the stock of my rifle. Instead of reloading, I draw my pistol and place a bullet in the Fae's chest. This time I don't have to expend a whole magazine. All my ammunition is coated with special anti-fey poison. A scratch is enough and they are as good as dead. When I get back up, the room is mostly empty, except for 7 fey who are preparing another spell for me while they hide behind the bar. I reach for my belt and take off one of the grenades, throwing it and launching myself sideways as their spell is fired. My world is rocked by another explosion and a tight sting in my leg, which is immediately followed by the explosion of my grenade. Hissing, I get up and aim the pistol at the bar. Which is gone. The plywood didn't hold so well against a military grenade. Feeling for the sting in my leg, I reach behind me and feel a huge splinter. I pull it out and get to my feet with awkward movements. I heal fast, but not in an instant. Hopefully I can walk normally within 2 or 3 minutes. Since standing still is more comfortable than walking around, I spend the time by shooting everyone who is still twitching. I count 28 bodies, so the others either fled through the tree, or out the back exit. In that case the vampires should be sucking on them right now. Deciding to get things done, I hobble to the tree. If this one works like the others, then people can enter fairy by touching the tree while walking around it. Or at least I thought so. Before I can get any closer, I hobble face first into some kind of invisible shield. It lights up in a green flare around the tree and dims back to nothingness. Seems like the Fae have a new way of protecting their doorways. I hit the shield with my wards, but am unable to break it. All I get is an even stronger flare. That's when I notice the silent sobs of a child. Turning around, I find a small girl hidden behind a body. She is hugging the corpse of a Fae woman. The child has a cut on her leg, probably from the splinters which flew everywhere. But she is more concerned for the dead body. I hobble to her side and smile down at her. Sorry, honey. This wasn't directed against you. Do you have a name? Reaching into my pocket, I retrieve a package of chewing gums and offer her one. She wipes the tears out of her face and eyes the gum with suspicion. She doesn't look to be more than 8 years old. Good, Why don't you take the gum and swallow it? It will speed up your healing since you obviously haven't inherited that from your mama. Then you can go back to fairy and find someone to take care of you. She accepts the gum, touching my hand, and puts it into her mouth. She chews slowly, but when she realizes that her wound is closing up she swallows. After a last look at the woman, she runs to the tree, not looking at me a second time. She touches the bark and runs around the tree and is gone. I stand there and watch the tree. Surely there are people on the other side by now, preparing to take back the warehouse. Children are almost holy to the Fae, so they will surely examine her with magic as soon as she reach. The tree explodes in a burst of splinters and I bring up my hand. But the splinters are sucked back into a green rift which is gaping open in the world. Then the whole tree is gone as if it had never been there. Yeah, works every time. The gum got triggered by magic and took out the fairy version of the tree in this warehouse. Hopefully there were a lot of Fae nearby. I flick my wrist to cast off the dark energy with which the little devil of a Fae tried to curse me. 8 years, more like 100. Some Fae age extremely slow during their entire life and some simply always look like children. I doubt that they would bring a real Fae child into a hostile area. Having that dealt with, I look around to find some clue on their reason for being here. It takes a few minutes and searching several bodies, but I come up with a single sheet of paper. A wanted poster. Wanted, heirs to the Hammond clan, Anya Hammond and her sister, Sully Hammond. Whoever brings them back alive, is paid 1 milliard. I see why so many mercs suddenly think that risking their lives is a worthwhile gamble. I try hard to commit the picture of the girl and the young woman to memory. With that much money. A knock at the entrance draws my attention. Over at the door is someone waving a white flag on a stick into the hall. Or to be more accurate, it's a ripped up, white shirt with a few sprays of blood. Is it safe to come in? I sigh. Come in, Eva. Her head peeks in. Holy shit. So many blood bags. Guys, it's a feast. She opens the door and waves in the rest of her nest. Which results in a quickly filling hall as 23 vampires enter. Apparently they already took care of diverting the different cleaning duties among them. Some start patching up the corpses with duct tape, so that no more blood is lost on the floor. Others cut open the hopeless cases to catch the valuable liquid with white buckets. Eva skips over to me, obviously overjoyed. Do you know the joke? An old one walks into a bar. I sigh and cram the wanted poster into my pocket. There is no need for Eva to know that the mercs are searching for 2 female old ones in my city. Though I have no idea how they could have gotten through the veil without me noticing it. EY. You aren't listening. Eva huffs. I need a smoke. She tilts her cute head. Seriously? Didn't you just blow off enough steam? I look around and shrug. If it had been 50 of them, maybe. Most didn't even try to fight. Did you catch some alive for questioning? Eva's expression turns guilty. Oh, We have their blood? Maybe if we pump it back in. Don't worry. I was just asking. I grumble and search for my cigarettes. Vamps. They had one task. Just one. Okay, maybe I didn't exactly specify that I want some prisoners, stick it. And apparently I've lost my cigarettes. I'll go home. You guys can clean this up. Eva nods, which somehow results in her assets bobbing too. It's a mystery to me how she does that. Sure. I hurry to get away before I decide to have her bend over the next table to spank her. No matter that her whole nest is watching. Dealing with the trolls has to wait until tomorrow. 4 problem. Don't get between an old one and his. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. All my plans were for nothing. I angrily walked down the street, fuming. Originally I had the intention to have a good night's sleep and wipe out the trolls today. But at exactly 3 o'clock, several old ones broke through the veil. I felt it right away and woke up. They weren't too powerful, except for one of them. So instead of sleeping, I drove to the place where the veil was breached. From there I tried to track the 8 intruders by magical means. Unfortunately they headed directly for the capital city, which belongs to me. They took a roundabout route, clearly trying to avoid anyone who would come from the city to check on the breach. It doesn't change the fact that they challenged me by entering my territory without permission. And now they are hiding somewhere in my city, clearly searching for those 2 women. I walk along the lake's canal towards the city center, hell-bent on getting some answers from the troll chieftain. At least that's what I wanted to do, when I notice a red dot flickering across the walkway. My irises narrow to slits, turning inhuman to change their visual spectrum. So it's no big deal to follow the laser sight to the window in the 2nd floor on the other side of the street. And the man, who is aiming at me. My eyes widen. You are kidding me. He pulls the trigger and I scream, throwing myself over the balustrade and into the canal. The world explodes and I felt my eardrums pop. Dust and debris rain everywhere as I roll down the steep slope towards the frozen canal. At least I am now out of sight of the rocket launcher. Where the heck did they get a rocket launcher? I am not a fucking tank. Though I admit that they didn't underestimate me, which is a point for them. The other question is how they learned who to look for? Which brings me back to the damned trolls. Lying on the ice, I pull out my pistol and aim up the slope, ignoring the screaming people and hooting cars. If humans are good at one thing, then it's falling into panic. When I try to get up I realize that my left foot is a shredded mess. And gods it hurts. Making a split-second decision, I release my magic and punch the ice once, twice, and a 3rd time, creating a hole large enough to pull myself into the water. The current grips my body and pulls me away. The cold stuns me, but it has the added effect of numbing the pain. A few seconds later I feel the shock wave of another explosion. The blue surface of the ice above the canal shivers and long cracks appear in it. But the current pulled me farther than the attackers anticipated. I close my eyes and silently count to 20, allowing the water current to do the work for me. Once I reach the magical number, I pull my fist back and punch upwards, locking my fingers into the ice. This time it's harder to create a hole. Underwater I've to deal with more friction and the ice is thick. After several punches the ice yields to my mindless brutality and I pull myself back to the surface, drawing a deep breath. In the distance I can hear sirens and realize that the current carried me about 50 meters downstream, back towards the lake. I pull myself out of the water and hobble up the slope. Yesterday it was also my leg. Am I cursed? Back on the street I ignore the lady who gasps at my sight. She'll surely call for help, but by that time I'll be long gone. Walking down the parking slots, I choose the first old car I can find. The new ones are too much of a hassle with their anti-theft electronics. At some point I'll have to take the time and learn to steal the newer models. The Peugeot 206 is an old model. All it takes to open the door, is to flip the bracket of the door mechanism with a little telekinesis. A human mechanic wouldn't have taken much longer with the right tools. Sometimes I have a feeling that these cars are meant to be stolen. I take the driver's seat as if it is my own car and rip the plastic cover off the ignition. After cursing the one who made a rat's nest out of the wires, I finally find the right ones and start the car. Blinking, I leave the parking slot and follow the traffic jam towards the place where I was attacked. Sad, I notice that the car is ready for the junkyard. The coupling is overrunning, so I suppose that the car's owner must be a woman. My eyes flick to the pink plush toy which is grinning at me. I flick it with a finger and it squeaks. And I notice the heavy scent of perfume. Definitely a woman. Maybe I should have hobbled a few meters further. At least the air conditioning works perfectly. That's the one thing that always works in a woman's car. I crank the heat up to maximum and sigh. I return to the site of the attack to get a whiff of my attacker's magic. The gawking humans are of no interest to me as I take the time to drive past the bulk of cops and firefighters who were called in. The cops are already shooing the people farther away and putting up plastic tape to keep everyone away from the discarded rocket launcher. Nothing hints at the fact that something supernatural happened here, so I let them be and conserve my strength. Instead, I concentrate on the residue of magic which was left behind by the man who fired a rocket at me. He must have crossed the street to fire the second rocket. So by simply following the traffic, I pass right through his trail. I recognize the signature as belonging to one of the 8 intruders. Slowly circling around the block, I narrow down the direction of his escape. Everyone who uses magic leaves behind something like residue radiation. I try my best to keep my magic down to a minimum, so that I can't get tracked that easily. My intruders don't follow that policy. I can tell that they use magic often and freely, even for small things. So it's even more mysterious that they found me. The troll chieftain must have given them a very detailed description of me, together with the heads up that I'll most likely seek him out. The Ministry of Traffic lies just a few houses further down the street, so it was reasonable to lie in ambush here. With their numbers, they easily blocked all the possible routes I could have taken. Strange that I can't sense any of the others. Did they call off the attack and run off in different directions? Or did the others simply stay in their hideouts? I take the turn which leads me into a less frequented residential area. The people here are mostly at work during the day and there are no stores, so all I get are a few random stragglers. When I run through the trail again, I know that I am close. I hit the brakes and make a U-turn to take the street to which the trail went. It leads out of the city and over a field towards another residential area. I stick to the speed limit and bide my time until I recognize the clothes of one of the random pedestrians. I caught up to him in a small wood plantation between the 2 residential areas. He is walking on the walkway as if there is no problem at all. The fact that I drove in concentric circles to narrow down his route allowed him to get quite far. I put the pedal to the metal and steer the wheel towards him as I pick up speed. The slightly elevated sidewalk is a problem, but I don't care as the car bumps and blows a tire. Grinning wide, I hit the man as he turns around. He is catapulted over my car and flips twice like a broken doll. I hit the brakes and come to a halt, then I watch him in the mirror to make sure that I didn't hit a sorry human who just looked similar. I would have no bad dreams about it, but I have no reason to maim a corpse while the real target gets away. When he twitches and tries to get to his knees, I know that I have the right one. I go into reverse and drive backwards. The car squashes him with a nice ba dum as I make a complete pass over him. Then I drive forward, aiming at his legs, and ignore the screams. I didn't scream when he shredded my leg. At least I think I didn't. The memories are a little hazy now with all the pain. I stop when he is in line with the driver's seat and open the door. With force. The door impacting his head creates a rather nice sound. Then I pull my pistol and aim it at the whimpering man, not leaving the car. Why are you here and who are you? He ignores my question and I shoot somewhere non-vital. Just to make a point. Why are you here and who are you? His hands flail when I shoot again and he screams, "You mad son of a..." I shoot. I was talking. Are you deaf? He screams again. It sounds indeed a little muffled. I yawn and pick my ear, retrieving a clump of coagulated blood. I totally forgot that the explosion blew my eardrums. Repeat. We are here to retrieve the Hammond sisters. They are hiding inside your territory. I am Tetrick Hammond and you and your territory are so fucked up. I shoot him again, contemplating the fact that the 2 female old ones are hiding from their own clan. There are all sorts of fucked up family situations, who am I to judge? The fact still remains that they entered my territory without asking for permission. I am a little removed from the old ones' society, but there are ways to contact me. A little heads up would have been nice. Admittedly, I haven't answered any requests in 80 years. But these are special circumstances, as it is the first time in years that someone had the audacity to invade in numbers. The Hammonds are located somewhere in Russia, I think. They are a big and influential clan. So maybe they don't have all the info on how things are running in my territory. Bad information gathering from their side? We aren't neighbors by any means. Maybe they looked at the map and found my little estate too small to be taken seriously? Okay, Austria is kind of unimportant, and Carinthia even less, but it still hurts that they didn't even bother to look up my clan's history. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel. Get the car off me. I shoot him in the head. Then I drive the car off of him. It takes me a while and it hurts as fuck, but a little later I have him in the car's boot. I just hope that he stays down for long enough to allow me to lock him up somewhere safe. We old ones can heal from a lot. Only massive trauma kills us. And by massive I mean completely gutted, or cut in two. Maybe he can still be useful. Then it takes me 10 minutes to change the blown tire, even though I used a little magic to cheat. By some heavenly intervention none of the passing cars stops to help. I doubt that they would have overlooked the large smears of blood on the pavement in that case. Or the dents in the car. It didn't look pretty before, but now it's a wreck, even though I cleaned away the worst with water magic. Maybe I'll give the troll chieftain a few more days and deal with these Hammonds first. They certainly earned it. 5 visitors. Rend and tear. Then scrape and march. Last, you sew and put it on. The other sheep won't recognize you. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Eva. I just want to look out for you. You are my bloodkin after all. Why don't you understand that I've only your best interest at heart? And I tell you that going to that club at this hour isn't safe. I sit down on the bench and cross my legs. My 2012th generation grandchild adjusts the spectacles on her nose and looks at me as if I am liar. I don't understand what should be so dangerous about meeting with my book club at the library. All of us are friends there and we only discuss our favorite books. I roll my eyes. That's exactly what's dangerous about such clubs. Before you know it, you are 50 and didn't get laid a single time. Okay, go. But consider this offer. When you and your friends are done, you invite all of them home and we can have a nice party so that I can take a look at that boy you are fawning of. Never. Her eyes flickered to the neon sign of the Red Eve, her expression horrified. I would die of shame if they knew where I live. In a big house with an entire floor to yourself. I am flabbergasted. We vampires fawn over our neophytes. Most of them never have to work unless they want to. They are the breeders and we are the protectors. It never crossed my mind that Angelica's living quarters are sub-par. Did I miss something regarding this century's average living conditions? It wouldn't be the first time. No, it's a brothel. Angelica huffs. I play with my hair and push up my breasts to annoy her. I know that she doesn't like indecent clothes. She's always so modest and tied up with her outfit. Not an inch of unnecessary free skin. And God forbid if her figure shows. I like to think of it as a wellness fair. We get only high-class customers and sell a good time instead of pure sex. Don't compare our family business to one of those establishments. And it also pays better. Can I go now, Grandma? Or is there any point to this discussion? She straightens herself and I can tell that she is preparing to leave. If you are really so adamant about it, then I won't be in your way. Resigning to fate, I sigh and hold out a pack of condoms. Take these at least. One never knows if those kosher friends of yours might not make some advances after all. I want you to be prepared, if that's your wish. She snorts and stalks away towards the bus stop since the library is in the city center. That's just a 10-minute drive. I bet you poked all of them with a needle. I click my tongue as Angelica's guardian floats closer, staying in the shadows. How did she know? I opened them with a Stanley knife and glued the packages back together carefully. There was no way for her to notice it. Follow her and see to it that she is safe. And drop some blue pills into the boy's drink. I drop the condoms into a nearby trash bin. If I can be sure about one thing, then it's about the actions of a youth with a boner. The shadow nods and hurries down the street, following the bus. I stay at my post, guarding the nest. It takes several minutes until something new happens. Two females enter the parking area, which isn't a surprise since we cater to both genders. The surprising aspect about those two is that I don't know them, and I know each and every one of our regulars. Additionally, one of them looks much too young. There are certain restrictions in this day and age, which doesn't mean that I approve of them. The older one of the two has raven black hair and looks as if she is in her 20s. The even face with the red lips looks a little tired. Her build rivals even mine, which awakens the wish to seduce her. I am no prude and a beautiful woman is just as good as a strong man. The girl next to her is 15, maybe 16? Her hair isn't as dark and edges more to the brunette side, but by comparing their faces I can tell that they are related. I narrow my eyes, studying them further. They are approaching localities of questionable status, yet the steps of the older woman are firm and secure. The girl may seem insecure, but her movements are calculated, as she makes sure that the woman is always between me and her. Are you Eva? The woman addresses me from a few feet away. I smile. In the flesh. How can I help you? We were told that you can provide a safe place. The woman asks. A car turns around the corner, bathing us in light. Her head flicks towards the vehicle which passes my establishment and continues down the street. That's what gives her away. The movement wasn't entirely human. Oh, of course. No human would have noticed the difference. But I already had a lot of time to learn the subtleties of other supernaturals. Among all of the supernatural races, the old ones have the hardest time at hiding their nature. I have the theory that it's because their human bodies are just a disguise. They wear their bodies like cloth. They breathe slower than humans and move more like snakes when they think that they are unwatched. Sometimes they forget to move at all when they are thinking about something. They stand absolutely still, weighing their options. No other race could do that. There is always something that moves, just because humans constantly breathe. Of course I can. All I need is some method of identification and sufficient compensation for my efforts. I slide a little further on my bench so that it's easier to jump up in case of an attack. The presence of these two spells misfortune. I am not sure what's going on between the Lord and other members of his race. In the 80 years since the rest of his clan vanished, he never allowed anyone else of his race inside his territory. It's normal for each clan of old ones to shield their territory with a veil. This energy shield tells them when one of their kind violates their territory and it ignores other races. Though from the Lord's words I assume that he could seal off the entire territory if he wanted to. I've heard that the various clans often have fights with each other, but this area was mostly left in peace for some reason. The woman reaches into the purse at her side and pulls out a fat stash of hundreds, then she throws it onto my lap. We can compensate you, but you don't get to ask questions. I keep the smile plastered to my face and look at the money, then at her. It seems that you don't understand. This isn't about money, this about who you are. She stops moving and the girl takes a step back. Oh, this isn't good. Before you do anything, you may want to take my side into account? And there are others here, so you won't get away unscathed if you attack me. Her eyes search the windows of my establishment and then the shadows. Speak. Our lord, the old one who owns this territory, has a very nasty personality. He tends to punish people by killing their relatives first. There is this punish one by punishing them all theme going on. I have a good relationship with him and I don't want to risk that by aiding you too. But I also don't want you as enemies. I would rather have no old ones as enemies. Not a single one. I can give you shelter, but I also have to inform him at the same time. And we have to tell him that you were here. You have to forgive me, but I have no idea what's going on between you old ones. And I would rather not get involved if you clash with each other. The woman studies me, her eyes wandering over my body. And only her eyes. The girl is a little less creepy in the way she keeps a lookout on the street. How long will it take until he reacts? She asks in the end. I don't know. Though he rarely checks his emails. I am pretty sure that you have until tomorrow. Actually I am not sure at all. He was quite edgy when I last saw him. But it would be cool if he catches one of you. Well, he may not be into the girl, but you are certainly his type. I think he needs a woman. And there you are. I wisely keep my mouth shut instead of voicing those thoughts aloud. The girl tugs at the woman's sleeve. I am tired. She looks no less tired than the woman. The woman looks at the girl and returns her attention to me. Where do we have to go? I am Sally Hammond and this is my little sister, Anya Hammond. I get up from my seat, slipping the cash into a pocket. Please follow me. 6. Spying. A fight with one versus many is not a fair fight, it's a glorious one. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. I hit the desk in a futile gesture and growl. Expressing my anger feels good, especially since there is nothing I can do about the situation. Why didn't Eva call me right away? Instead she sends me an email. An email? Who on this world checks his emails every hour? Biting my lower lip, I remember that Paul is the only person who has my number. And that's only because I have to call him to give orders. What can I say? I am a private person. My attention turns to my foot, which I have propped on the sofa to give it some rest. It took longer than expected to heal, especially since I had a complicated fracture. If possible I'll avoid close contact with rockets in the future. Even if I had known about Eva's guests, I wouldn't have been able to do anything about them. If I face them weakened and injured I might be the one who gets his ass kicked. So paying them a visit right away is out of the question. What else can I do to avoid wasting any more time? I get up and hobble through the small apartment. It's located in the top floor of an apartment building near the lake. I've made it my home because of the location and because nobody would expect that I live here. The early sun looks beautiful from the balcony when it comes over the mountains. If the fog billows just right, there is something mystical to the scene. I am just a little miffed about the fact that the humans built a gigantic lookout tower on the mountain. It destroys my view and its form is simply obscene. Whoever designed that thing should be executed. Upon reaching the weapons safe, I open it and study my options. Tetrick Hammond was very helpful once I gave him the right motivation. Apparently the Hammond sisters aren't agreeing with their clan's marriage policy. The older one was successfully married off to a British lord. They even cast a bonding spell on her to make her compliant. The intention of the spell was to turn her into a docile wife who follows the orders of her husband. Nobody realized that the she-devil knew about their plans all along. She slipped a few additional commands of her own design into the spell and when her husband tried to seal the deal, she disarmed him. Instead of getting their ally, they got an angry lord without his balls. He ran off without taking his wife with him, so Sully stayed at the main house and was seen as damaged goods from then on. I myself find such practices heinous since my parents raised me not to do such things. Sadly their ideals didn't help them in the end. With our race's numbers being so low, it's common to marry the women off to other clans. It's a widespread practice, though everyone makes his own rules in the end. Because of the created ties between the families, it lessens the possibility of being attacked and at the very least it prevents inbreeding. I guess that's at least something good about it. Even if my clan hadn't been wiped out, I would have had to search for a wife among another clan. The only other choices would have been cousins. I grin. At least that's no longer an option. Tetrick revealed that Selly loved her little sister, Anya, and was quite protective of her. Even more so than their own mother, who never dared to stand up to the clan head. So when it was Anya's turn to be used as a bargaining chip, Selly grabbed her in the middle of the night. They stole some important artifacts by raiding the family vault. Then they fled through half of Europe with a pack of mercs and their own family on their heels. Once the Fae got wind of it, they wanted their own piece of the pie. 2 female old ones aren't a bad conquest for their breeding program, though I assume that women who have any knowledge of the Fae would rather die than to fall into their hands. Normally the sisters' escape would be an almost impossible feat. Every clan has a veil around their territory. The strength of the veil depends on the clan, but the fact remains that crossing even the weakest veil isn't a pleasant experience. There is a possibility to cross between the veils of 2 neighboring territories as they almost never touch each other. Though it would still mean that someone has to go over hill and dale to get anywhere in Europe. Most sane old ones make one of the big cities their home. So if the person who attempts to flee through highly developed territory like Europe is lucky, then he or she gets to stay in some remote village at most. Not the best place to hide. If a person wants to fall off the grid, then the safest option is to hide inside the biggest, chaotic place he or she can find. The fact that they are still hiding inside my territory means that they were traveling towards one of the big cities. Maybe Rome? Or they intended to use my territory to jump over to France. Doesn't sound plausible. Old ones who enter my territory have a reputation of disappearing. That's why everybody leaves me alone. People go in, but they don't come out. So why would they risk entering my territory? Maybe the mercs had them with their backs to the wall? A lot of the mercs showed up at the same time, so that would be an explanation. They were close behind them and simply followed through the veil in the heat of the hunt. And even if Tetrick denied it, his story also answers the question of how the sisters entered my territory without me noticing it. Among the stolen artifacts must have been something that allows them to pass through veils undetected. It would explain why their clan is moving heaven and earth to get them back. Not only they themselves are of political value, that artifact is of extreme tactical worth. Up until now I had a lot of trust in the veil, but I may have to reevaluate my attitude towards that aspect of the veil. At least the artifact seems to be a unique item. Otherwise Tetrick and his group would have used one too, instead of charging through my veil and ringing all alarm bells. I reach into the safe and choose the same gun I used for the Fae. Then I add the longer barrel and a better scope. I am not sure of the situation I'll face, so sticking to an automatic weapon might not be the worst idea. I like the STG's concept of consisting of building blocks. I want a small weapon for close combat. Take a short barrel and a large magazine. Feeling more like sniping today? No problem, there are longer barrels and stronger ammunition. After assembling a weapon with better ranged capabilities, I store it away in a travel pack. Then I take one of the dreamcatchers which I got from a shaman as a present. He was an old one who saw the Ojibwe as his people and lived in Canada. For a short while I called him a friend since he shared some of his knowledge. I hobble to the balcony, determined to gather as much information as possible until tomorrow. The dreamcatcher doesn't only allow me to haunt a target's dreams. It's also an excellent spying tool since it enables out-of-body experiences. Sadly such a thing isn't of much use in most cases since my range is restricted by the veil, which works as an excellent shield against magical spying. And I have to know where the target is. Neither of those restrictions applies at the moment, so I'll make full use of its possibilities. Once on the balcony, I attach the string on the ceiling and adjust the height. Then I sit down, allowing the dreamcatcher to dangle in front of my face. Drawing a deep breath, I close my eyes and concentrate on the quartz in the artifact's center, using it as the focus of my power. Corinthia. Selly. Are you sure that it was the right choice to come here? Anya asks with a desperate voice while lying on her bed. It's early morning and she slept only for a short time. Each and every little noise woke her up. I can't blame her, as it was the same for me. Closing the curtains to block the sun, I return to her side and study the small room which we got from the vampire. It's a risk to stay here for too long, but if we get too tired to run or fight then it makes no difference. Better to take the risk now. The fact that we had the choice to enter this territory, or to fight our way through 100 Fae makes that question moot, don't you think? She nods. Better dead than being caught by the Fae. I am fairly sure that they aren't hunting us to haul us back to our family. I arch an eyebrow, surprised that she caught up on that. We aren't dead yet. And we still have options. The question is what we should do about our brothers. I feel that they are close. If we leave this city they will be onto us in no time. Anya smirks. Then it's good that we got onto the bus and drove in circles for a whole day. They will be mad when they realize that the city is so full of our tracks that it's almost impossible to track us. I ruffle her hair and lie down next to her. As long as that lord doesn't show up, we will be fine. I hope you have a plan for him, because I've no idea what to do. The little I heard about this territory makes me wish that we never came here, Anya mumbles. I snort. I can take one strong opponent. I am no weakling. And if we believe the reports, then it's highly likely that he is alone. Something happened in this territory that killed off the local clan. He is the only one who was seen in public in the recent years. But the clanship sent a team of 10 of their best to take over the territory. Mom said that they are a group of highly trained elite warriors. If the lord of this territory can make them disappear just like that, then I don't want to face him. Maybe he is some horrible, old man who is grumpy and angry at himself and the world. What if he is worse than our people? Pursing my lips at the thought, I answer, if we run into either party, then we just have to find a way to play them against each other. Men suck at sharing territory. I am sure that if we get them into the same area, then they will be more engaged with each other than with us. Just make sure that you don't lose the Horus. Anya reaches for the amulet around her neck and nods. Our escape wouldn't have been possible without it. I sigh and pat her head. Sleep a little more. We will try our luck in the evening. But we have to be in top condition for it. I can fight our brothers, but I can't protect you at the same time. If they get their hands on you, all of this was for naught. I don't want you with the same curse as me. I am sorry for being so useless in a fight, she mumbles, half asleep. You are just young. That's all. I close my eyes and try to get a little more rest. 7 followed. Instinct is a mighty thing. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. I curse my car as the road causes it to bump yet another time. My time of recuperation got cut short when the sisters decided to leave their hideout early in the morning. I wasn't surprised that they decided to run for it, but their swift and sudden departure caused me to make some adjustments to my plans. The original plan was to confront them about their presence within my territory. Since they grabbed a car and drove south, I had no choice but to follow, with my red SLK of all things. What devil rode me to take the SLK? It's the least useful for mountain roads. Okay, maybe it wasn't a completely wrong choice, since a sane person would use the motorway to leave the country. I snort and try to visualize a mental map with their route on it. At first they were headed towards the motorway, then they took a sharp turn and left the city to enter one of the smaller valleys instead, just to take a mountain road to another valley. And now they are headed for a pass towards Italy. Their behavior is erratic, to say the least. Or maybe it's because they are being hunted. Are their brothers on their trail and they can somehow sense them? It could be a problem if their 7 remaining clan members catch them. Pushing down the pedal, I drive faster and lean into each turn of the curvaceous road. Okay, maybe taking the SLK wasn't so bad after all. This is fun. By using their energy trail, I catch up to their car just 20 minutes later. It's a random rental car, so I slow down to see where they are headed now. The sides of the road are overgrown with forest and to my surprise, they enter an unimproved forest road which isn't much more than a logging road for the lumberjacks. Their car manages a few meters, just to get stuck 10 meters into the road. I would never violate my SLK by following them. Instead I drive past them and stop at the next bend in the road, parking the car at the side of the road. Grabbing my gun, I get outside and hike a few meters back through the snow. Just a few meters away from the street the snow is already at the height of my knees. When I get back into sight of the other car, I watch in amusement as the older sister tries to push the car out of the snowdrift in which it got lodged. When the young one says something, her sister gives up her attempts at freeing the car. Both of them hurry to follow the trail into the forest. I stay at my post, considering the possibility of a trap. Are they trying to appeal to my hunting instincts? Do they know that I am following them? I am actually torn between hunting them like a wild beast and doing the smart thing and call out to them. Fiddling with my coat, I try to retrieve the cigarettes. My attempts fall short when a figure dashes down the road and stops at their car. After a short look into their car, he runs in the same direction they took. I've the gun up within a moment, but all the trees hinder my aim. Lowering the gun, I follow them into the woods, very quickly wishing that I had snowshoes. The forest is quiet with nobody around, so I channel magic through my feet, taking several high leaps to catch up. 5 minutes later I find them. Anya and Selly are backed up against the wall of a small chapel which is located down a slope. The chapel is situated in a small graveyard. These old buildings aren't unusual around these woods, as small villages were often abandoned during the Dark Ages. The chapel was normally the only building made of stone, and so the rest of the village disappeared while the religious houses remained, just to be renovated much later by the government or forest owners. The 2 sisters are backed into a corner by 4 men. The sisters are talking about something with their hunters. A quick survey of the area shows me the remaining 3 men. They have taken positions farther away to cut off possible escape routes. And one of them is just 30 meters away, halfway down the slope. Given such a good opportunity to reduce the amount of enemies, I can't resist taking it. Jumping forward, I drop onto my ass and slide down the slope. On the way I draw my favorite knife. It's a large hunting knife which almost counts as a machete. The blacksmith who made it for me joked that I actually intended to kill a bear with it. Well, it was close enough to the truth. The man who was biding his time downwards from my position turns around as he hears me sliding over the snow. He was just a little too slow. I collide with his feet before he completes his turn. A grunt escapes him as his feet are kicked out from under him. All I have to do is to hold up the knife. It sinks right through him as he falls on top of me. I twist the weapon to make sure that he is too incapacitated to fight. A low, keening sound escapes him, but that's all. I roll us around, taking the top position. Then I pull out the knife and hack at his throat. It takes 4 strikes and a little sawing, then the head is off. Unlike as it's shown in the movies, there is no fountain of blood. Though there is still enough of it quickly coloring the snow red. When I look up, I grunt, appreciating the fact that nobody noticed the little drama. All the attention is focused on the 2 women. And from my new position I have a perfect view on the chapel. My victim chose his spot well. I crawl to a nearby tree and get my gun into position. Straining my ears, I try to understand their voices. My aim sets on the older of the 2 sisters. The older one is a real beauty. In fact, she is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Her face is a lovable blend of womanhood and authority. And even though she wears winter clothes, they do a piss-poor job at hiding her womanly features. If I just shoot her, then the men will take them and leave my territory. Fuck you. You can back off and go home. Tell the clan head that he can bend over himself if he likes his allies that much. You will never take Anya. But if they leave my territory, having achieved their goals, it will set a bad example. I chew on my inner lip, wishing that I had brought some kind of shrapnel bomb to take them out altogether. Just come with us. Don't you realize that you can't run away forever? I aim at the speaker. If I shoot them first, the women might get away and leave my territory. We can and we will. Just try me. That's when the girl tugs at the clothes of her big sister. The both of them look at each other and nod. And that's when everything goes to hell. The speaker from earlier jumps forward and Sully charges to intercept him. They clash and the man tries to subdue her. Though that isn't easy, because the bitch is trying to claw off his face, which makes her much less attractive. Instead of gambling my luck with the 2 struggling opponents, I align my sight with the only man who is standing still. The 2 others went for the girl who immediately charged into the chapel. I press the trigger and the fragmentation bullet digs into his temple, coming apart. The upper part of his head disintegrates in a shower of bone and gore, painting the snow with little red globs of brain. That's when Sully twists her legs around her opponent, while he has her hands pinned to the ground. I feel the surge of magic and a jet of flames shoots from her mouth. It shoots up 20 meters into the sky, incinerating everything in its path. The man screams and tries to get away from her as his flesh is peeled from his skull. She doesn't let him, her legs tightly closed around his waist. He pulls a knife and slashes at her, drawing blood. It doesn't save him though. And then fog erupts from the chapel. I try to get another shot, but the fog is unnaturally thick. It spreads and quickly covers the chapel. Having lost my target, I change my aim to the other 2 lookouts. One is gone, but the other is running towards the fog. I shoot and miss, switching to automatic fire as he approaches the magical fog bank. I don't care for using my ammunition sparingly as the bullets impact all around him. Just as he disappears into the fog, I score a hit in his torso. Sadly, it's unlikely that it was a lethal shot. I eject the empty magazine and replace it with a new one. Everyone except for me is now inside the fog and the damn stuff keeps spreading and creeping closer. I stand up and slide down the rest of the slope, into the fog. Following the screams, I advance, my sight restricted to not much more than 3 meters. A few steps into the mist, I hear the crunching steps of someone charging through the snow. A figure appears out of nowhere and barrels into me, driving the air out of me. We go down and then Sully's face is in front of mine. Her soft body lying on top of me, I notice that she smells good. She opens her mouth and I can see that hellfire charging up in her mouth. My hand clamps around her throat and I squeeze, shutting down that damned spell of hers. Her nails go for my face and I buck her off of me. Then I grab her by the neck and hold her down, so that those dangerous lips face away from me. She squirms and bucks, but I hold her face to the ground. Let go of sis. Another fury throws herself at me, hitting and kicking for all it's worth. I take it, feeling the restraints of my self-control being stressed to the limit. They violate my territory. They cause havoc and now they even attack me. Another person appears out of the fog and raises a hand, shooting out a blue orb of energy. I grunt as the energy impacts my chest and throws me off the woman. The power is absorbed by my wards, but my reason is gone to hell. A red haze of bloodlust sinks over my vision as the newcomer grabs the girl and tries to pull the woman to her feet. I can smell blood, their blood. My magic surges as I release all restraints, and I charge. All my instincts tell me to wipe out all offenders who set foot on my territory. The man lets go of the women and shoots another pulse of blue energy, but I charge right through it, red shields of power deflecting most of the attack. Then I am on him and for a moment we wrestle with each other. Stepping forward and between his legs, I twist my whole body and throw him. He lands hard and I kick his head. While he is stunned I punch down at his spine, wrapping my hand in red energy. My fist goes neatly through and squashes his heart. Then I howl in triumph and return my attention to the other two, my vision still red with rage. The woman is still squirming on the ground while the girl is trying to pull her to her feet. 2 steps bring me to their side and I haul the woman up. Instead of fighting me, she plants her lips on my mouth and fingers at my belt. There is a red light in her eyes. Get away from her. She isn't yours. The voice of yet another man reminds me of the fact that there is still killing to be done. I push the woman away since she has clearly lost it. Once an old one gets overtaken by their instincts there isn't much to be done until it has run its course. Then I charge at where the voice came from, my sight completely red. My reason returns much later. The red retreats from my vision and I can somehow remember that I lost it. The other old ones also went into a frenzy and battled it out with me. My body is burning, which is why I don't like losing control. It happened to me only once before, so I take pride in my control. The slapping sound of flesh returns me to reality and I realize that the girl from earlier is calling out to me. She is hiding behind one of the gravestones which are surrounding the chapel. Understand me? Hello. I blink. What? Oh, good. You are back. Now get off of my sis. I think you two had enough fun. Her words make no sense until I realize that I am on my knees, my hands on Sully's soft behind and her neck. She is on all fours and having fun with my erection, her clothes a torn mess. Her behind slams enthusiastically against me, impaling herself. I hold absolutely still, realizing why my body is burning and shivering. Suddenly Sully breaks the rhythm and presses against me, grinding her hips and guiding me to her G-spot. I can't help it and explode, gasping. I shove the wench away, feeling somehow violated. A good fist of snow on her neck returns her to her senses and she screams in outrage, crawling away from me. Corinthia. Sully. What the heck happened? I've never lost it like that. Ever. Did I really prostrate myself like a bitch in heat in front of that guy? I don't even know him. And why is my sister hiding behind that gravestone? You are both coming with me. His eyes flash red and he gets to his feet, trying to get up his trousers. His face is a mask of rage. So he is also an old one. It's then that I remember. How he attacked my brother, and how I found it hot. And how he pushed me down. No. Not that I care about a few lost brothers. I hated them anyway. It's still fucked up. There is no way that we will just go with him so that he can send us back to our clan. Stun, Anya. I call out. Anya reacts without question and shoots a stunning spell at the old one. His trousers still half down, he screams in rage and stumbles away from Anya's flash of light. I kick out, hitting his ankle and he falls into a snowdrift. I call that poetic justice. Without hesitation I cast a spell to turn the snow to ice, sealing him inside. My sister's fog spell is still active, so I grab her hand and we run into the white nothingness. Behind us the old one roars his fury and I hear the ice cracking. I think he is mad. Anya gasps in between drawing erratic breaths. We enter the forest and weave through the trees. He wasn't mad before. Don't you remember anything? He tore them apart. And then she starts running faster, pulling away from me. As if the devil himself is right behind us. It's when a tree topples over and comes crushing down somewhere behind us that I believe her. I put everything I have into my legs and catch up to Anya, shouldering her. Then I use every bit of magic and channel it through my legs. 8 restricted. They realized that their nature would never allow them to create a unified society. So they raised the veils. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. I still can't believe that we got away. He was so fast. I never thought that we would get away. Anya walks along the street, staying 2 steps in front of me. It took her a while to regain her calm after our miraculous escape. I won't tell her that he allowed us to get away. Halfway through the forest, he simply stopped pursuing us. Just like that. Almost as if he thought of better things to do. It's okay. The veil is just a few meters away and then we are out of here. I have to reassure her, just to reassure myself. There is no way that I can confront what happened back at the chapel and Anya didn't ask me about it. I love my sister for giving me the room I need. When we left the forest, she stopped a car and we got new clothes for myself since I didn't look presentable. In fact, the owners of the car asked if I was the victim of some heinous crime, even though they were spelled. I don't want to know what I looked like. There it is. Anya points at the mountain's crest to which the path is leading us. In my magic sight I can see an ethereal blue shimmer rising up from the ground and disappearing into the sky. The veil is an energy field which is used by all old ones to protect their territory against intruders. Setting one up isn't hard, but it takes time and a lot of energy. Anya runs ahead of me and takes out the Horus, an ancient amulet that was passed down in my mother's line. It allows to bypass the veil by synchronizing the wearer's energy with the veil. Anya steps through the veil and is on the other side. Then she turns around and throws the Horus to me and I catch it. The veil doesn't react to supernaturals or inanimate objects. Just old ones are affected and people without magic aren't even able to see the veil. Smiling, I step forward. Suddenly the veil lights up and I bump face first into a wall. I stumble backwards and look at the veil, stupefied. Anya is no less shocked. Seething, I try again with the same result. Then I hit the veil and am rewarded with an electrical shock. I squeal and shake my hand. Anya holds out her hands. Give me the amulet. Maybe it's used up. Mom never said that the Horus is of limited use. I do as told and throw the amulet to her, horrified at the thought that we are caught on opposite sides of the veil. Then she returns to my side without a problem. However, when I try it the veil doesn't let me through. I could try to force my way through. Are you mad? The veil recognizes you despite the amulet, so it must be keyed specifically to you. If you try to force it open alone, you will most likely die. Anya clenches the amulet. But how is that possible? He would need your blood to do that. I wince and reach for my collarbone where I was cut during the fight. If it's blood, then I suppose that there was enough of it at the chapel. I feel dazed. Why did he do that? No, he never intended to let us go. He stopped following us because he knew that I couldn't get away anyway. Anya grabs my hand and pulls me back down the mountain pass. We've to stay here. I stop. No, we don't. You have to go on without me. Anya gasps in outrage. I would never leave you. And how do you think am I supposed to cope without you? Ahem, maybe it isn't such a bad idea after all. We could stay here. I blink and pull my hand away from her. Excuse me? This territory isn't exactly big. There would be no way to avoid him forever. My little sister crosses her arms in front of her chest and squints her eyes at me, perfectly imitating our mother. That brings me back to the question of what happened back there. I thought that you can't bond that way with men. Instead you roll your eyes at him and gasp at the sight of him beating up our brothers and cousins. Not that they didn't deserve it. I suddenly feel like a little child, which is totally wrong since I am the older one. I can't remember anything. She snorts. You can't remember that you flipped his switch? Or you can't remember that you two did it 5 times like rabbits? 5 times. I call out. Yep, do you want a detailed description how he made you bend over on the gravestone? I didn't know that you are that flexible. That's why I feel so sore. It's still impossible. I altered the spell with which the clan had tried to enslave me. I can't feel or become like that for any man. I am 184 and since that spell was placed on me I never behaved in such a way. Anya puffs out her cheeks, thinking. That was long before my time and you never explained the details to me. You should rectify that now, maybe it can answer our little mystery. I wave my hand through the air. There isn't much to the story. The clan had wanted to marry me off to some British buffoon, exactly like he intended with you. I refused and so he decided to forcibly bind me to the man, making me essentially some kind of lust slave. I overheard their preparations for the spell and altered the matrix as much as I could. After all, I had nobody who would help me. Anya raises an eyebrow. So you altered the spell. How exactly did you alter it? I study the ground and kick a pebble which is offending me. I raised the stakes and cut out the slavery part, but the part which enhanced my feelings was a basic part of the spell. There was no way that they wouldn't notice if I changed that. I was still afraid that they would somehow manage to force me into something. So I added some conditions for who can be my partner. I set the conditions so high that nobody can ever achieve them. Sighing, I continue. You know yourself that the effects of such chaotic spell arrays can't be predicted. My partner has to be strong enough to protect me from my clan. He has to be cool and handsome and respect me for who I am. He has to be at least as strong as I am and a good man and lover. He has to feel the same thing I feel for him. To be short, a knight in shining armor. Anya purses her lips. That indeed explains why you never got laid. I grind my teeth. I was 16. And I often got laid in my 180 years. Several times. I am not a shriveled up maiden. Back in the old times, people were much less prude with their sexual relationships. I just never ended up with a lasting partner. My curse doesn't allow that. So that man fulfilled your insane demands, at least partly, which got your feelings multiplied and sent you over the edge. He protected you from our clan and he showed that he can handle you. Anya nods. Yeah, that must be it. Maybe you could ally with him and get us a place in his territory. I am sure that he appreciates what you have to offer, men are all the same. And we could always pay him with one of the artifacts. I gape at her. You want to sell me off to live in this run-down territory? She shrugs. It isn't one of the big cities, but there is everything we need. And it seems like we have more than enough space. Don't look at me like that. It seems to be a better option than to go to Rome and hope that the artifacts are enough to buy ourselves autonomy. It's likely that the Bishalos just take the artifacts and surrender us to our family. It's equally likely that the lord of this territory does so. Would he really risk angering the Hammonds? He is alone after all. I stare Anya down until she is at least one head smaller. Okay. We will go back and try to make a living until he shows up. Then we negotiate. Slowly, I walk back down the path with Anya following me. So, how do we go about this? It's not like we have an address, asks Anya. I shrug. We go to the only person we know in this hellhole. An hour later we are back in the vampire's office. It had begun to snow, so we didn't encounter her at the parking area and were led to her office instead. Eva stares at us with a furrowed forehead, clearly intrigued about the fact that we are back. She is sitting behind an office table with us confronting her from the other side. We need a room. I state our needs. She tilts her head, clearly conflicted about what to do. That's strange, you see, the Lord called and said not to assist the, and I quote, bitches in any way. He was quite adamant about it. What? Why would he do that? But he didn't say anything else? Like apprehending us? The vampire shakes her head. No, seems like he wants you to suffer on the street. I am sure he called everyone who makes a living with accommodating supernaturals. I look at Anya who replies with an equally shocked expression. Then I return my attention to the vampire who calls herself Eva. But he locked us inside his territory. Doesn't he have any intention to talk to us? Eva places her long, smooth legs on the table, which would be offending if we were men. I am sorry. He is a reclusive person who keeps to himself. I don't even know where he lives or what goes through his mind, though sometimes I can make pretty good guesses on that part. Nobody knows him that well. The natives of this territory only know to stay out of his way. I stand up and place both hands on the table, leaning over Eva. I'll make this simple. You will give us a room and in return I'll not torch this place to the ground. And when your lord shows up, I'll do my best to make you look like the victim. There must have been something in my expression since Eva averts her eyes, her lips quivering. Then she looks over to Anya. Probably since she seems more approachable. I have an excellent room for you too. And a grandchild who is close to your age. What do you think of meeting her? Corinthia. Playing MTG online is so retarded. How can a company like theirs not have an acceptable online version? I only have the choice between the online version which looks like an outdated solitaire from the 90s, or a buggy Magic Duels from Steam which doesn't even have all the cards. Playing the real thing is still the only satisfying option. My opponent plays Death Pact Angel. The black hair of the woman on the cover art reminds me of her. My beautiful. I close the game, switch off the PC. I can't even play games without thinking of her. And what devil rode me to lock her inside my territory? There must be a way to get this woman out of my system. Maybe I should visit Eva and take her up on her offer? No, the two sisters are hiding at Eva's business. They must have forced her to give them accommodations. Without wanting it, an image of the attractive Sully flashes through my mind. She was so soft and lovable. How could I think of any other woman if someone like her exists? I want her to be mine, but not without punishing her a little. She is the cause of all the chaos. And one of those assholes got away. It took me a day to sort through all the body parts and I could only puzzle together 6 bodies. A few hours later I felt the last one leave my territory. He will surely report back to his clan and then I'll have a nice set of enemies on my hands. Just great. My eyes roam the room as I try to think of a way to relieve the building tension in my body. Then I notice the dreamcatcher which is still hanging at the balcony. And there is also some of Sully's gathered blood. Pursing my lips, I get to my feet, the perfect form of revenge in my mind. 9 Awakening. Children are to be held in high esteem, as they aren't common among our kind. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Yes. I spread my legs wider, allowing him easier access. He pulls out and dives back in, using his entire length to shatter my core each and every time. My whole belly tingles and when he bends down to force me against him, an earth-shattering orgasm rocks my entire world. I still feel my body burning as the aftershocks of the best orgasm I ever had ripple through my muscles. And then I open my eyes and realize where I am. I am lying spread-eagled on my bed, legs raised in an awkward position. Lowering my legs slowly, I sit up to find myself in the bed in a sweaty mess. He did it again. Clenching my hand to a fist, I start hitting the wall next to my bed, adding to the previous dents. He did it again. Bastard. I howl in rage, vowing that I'll use every chance I get to return the humiliation. Anya stirs in her bed on the other side of the room. She sits up and picks her ears to pull out a set of earplugs. What's wrong? Did he do it again? I stopped violating the wall, which is in danger of developing a hole to the room on the other side. He did it again. 4 days in a row. If the bastard shows up, I don't know what I'll do. But one thing is for sure. It will involve blood. A lot of it. The door opens and Eva takes a look inside, wearing nothing but a luscious nightgown. Have mercy on me, it's 8 in the morning. I need my vampire sleep. What did you do to my wall? I jump up and pull her into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Then I grab her at the throat and lift her good 10 centimeters into the air. To make my point, I shake her a little for good measure. You will tell me where he lives. Now. The vampire doesn't fight back and chooses to place her money on the fact that her kind can't be choked to death. Hi, Anya. Your sister seems to be hot and bothered today. Is she in heat? Forgive me for asking, but I don't know your kind that well. I just had the thought because the satyr next door is trying use my staff without payment. Why exactly did we agree to stay in a whorehouse? No. It's just that the Lord is visiting her in her dreams and she doesn't like the fact that he has complete control over the dream world. Sis, why don't you let Eva down? She is a nice person and doesn't deserve the way you are treating her. Anya gets up and heads over to the bathroom. I drop the vampire and curse. You shouldn't have befriended her. She doesn't show any respect since she believes that you are on her side. Anya answers from the bathroom. I am on her side. I throw up my hands and focus on the vampire. Listen, I am going to go crazy if this goes on for one more night. There is no way that the bastard can lock me in his territory and use me like some kind of pleasure tool. I am actually afraid of sleeping by now. If I let this go on any further, I can forget about renting out this room. Eva studies the damage I did to the wall. Then her eyes wander to the messy bed, making me wish that I could disappear and make the shame go away. I am not a prude, but what this guy is doing to me scrapes at my limits. She purses her lips. I always knew that he is capable of heinous acts, but the fact that he isn't even willing to see you is a new low. Even for him. Okay, I'll help you. I don't know where he lives, but I do know where he will be tonight. There is this shop at the Ring Street, the Diamond Mox. Anya returns from the bathroom, fully clothed, and sighs. I'll go and meet with Angelica. After all, there is a distinct possibility that we'll be thrown out of the territory tonight. Eva waves as my sister leaves through the door. Make sure that my granddaughter takes you out with her friends instead of reading books. Paint the town red. I hit my open palm with my fist. Then I'll use the remaining time to prepare. We are here. A few hours later, Eva, Anya, and I are at our destination and I search the street to determine which one is the shop Eva spoke about. Which one is it? Eva gestures at the shop directly in front of us. We are in front of it. I study the colorful window display with trading cards, board games, and drones. Then I read the illuminated advertisings. Friday night magic at the Diamond Mox. Every Friday from 1700 hours to 2400 hours. That's a game store, I state the facts. Eva sighs. Yes, our lord. That's what he does when he isn't out to kill people. I snort and enter the shop. When I open the door, I also set off a wind chime, but none of the people inside seem to be bothered by it. A quick survey of the room tells me that most of the men are human. There are only 2 or 3 supernaturals among the players. The shop is a single, large room. To the right side is a counter, while the walls are taken up by shelves. Beyond the entrance spans a large, open area with several tables. My target is no more than 3 tables away, his back facing to the entrance. He is concentrating on a card game with a human as his opponent. I stroll up to his table, taking position right next to it. I am so glad that we meet again. Seems to be destiny. The old one looks up to me and rolls his eyes. He really rolled his eyes at me. As if I am nothing more than an annoyance. Wasn't he the one who forced his way into my dreams and did? The human who is playing with him interrupts my thoughts. Whoa. Siegfried, do you know this chick? She is one hot device. I know her, Fred. Why don't you concentrate on the game? We are having a tournament after all, he answers. I get the time to study him for the first time. Dark, brown hair and a face that radiates authority. He is attractive, but his grim expression doesn't fit him. When I met him in my dreams, the memory always turned hazy soon afterwards. Seeing him now, he is kind of sexy. I decide to tease him and smile. The beating can be done once the negotiations fail. So your name is Siegfried? The old one shudders. Of course not. I am just using it as an alias. Why don't you go somewhere else until I am done here? Did you two have a one-night stand and are fighting now? Fred interrupts again. If so, then why don't you take it on with me? That loser isn't any good with women anyway. Is this really happening? Do I have to deal with his human friends to get an interview? I smile at Fred. Maybe? Are you sure that you can stand up to Siegfried? The human never gets to finish his sentence. Faster than even I can react, the old one reaches up and places a hand on the human's head. Then he slams him down into the table. His head dribbles thrice like a basketball, then he slides off the chair. On his way to the ground he takes some of the neatly arranged cards with him. The room, which was filled with laughter and the voices of people, is stunned to silence. Did anyone see what happened? Siegfried is immediately up and to his feet. Oh, my. Paul. I always told you not to ride the chair like a child. He pulls the unconscious human up and gestures for some friends to help. There is ice in the fridge. He hit his head on the table, so I doubt that he'll finish the tournament. Should we call an ambulance? Someone asks. Yes, maybe you guys know first aid. Siegfried admits hesitatingly. One of the men fiddles with his cards. Maybe we should forget about this night's tournament. None of the others disagrees. Siegfried throws his cards into his backpack and smiles at the others. If it's like that, then I'll take my leave. He unhurriedly leaves the store and I follow him. Once outside, he sets his eyes on Eva, who is using my sister as a shield. I'll have to speak with the vampire about that. He takes out a package of cigarettes and lights one of them. So. What do you want? I wrinkle my nose at the sight of the cigarette and take a position upwind from him. I want that you stop haunting my dreams. Then we request sanctuary in your territory. In return we will pay you with some priceless artifacts. As I see it, you are already hiding in my territory. And since I am the Lord, I get to do what I want. He blows smoke into my face and I cough. Is that marijuana? He is becoming less attractive by the second. I clench my teeth and ball my hands to fists. Surprisingly, it's Anya who stops the situation from devolving further. She pulls out a sheet of paper. Excuse me? If you would listen for a moment. I want to call upon the clan rules. He furrows his forehead. There are no clan rules. I am the Lord and my word is the law. She shakes the sheet of paper and a long list of very tightly printed paragraphs unfolds to the ground. But there is a compendium of laws for your territory on supernatural.net. It clearly states that any refugees from other clans are allowed to stay for a month until their status is resolved. I think we fall into that category. And if not, then we want you to take responsibility. His eyes flash red and he snatches the paper away from my sister. That's over 100 years old. My parents wrote that. How did it get into the internet? He snorts and lights the paper with his cigarette. Do you want to say that you don't care about your parents' ideals? I ask. Parents and family are important among old ones. At least if they aren't dickheads who sell their children to gain power with the other clans. He draws a deep breath and studies the neon sign above the game store, thinking about something. I cross my arms in front of my chest. And what happens if our encounter had consequences? He drops his cigarette, shocked. Consequences? Didn't you make sure that there are none? I study my nails. Nope. Didn't even bother. Why should I? I am 180 with no children. Even if it's some asshole's child, I would be glad about it. We old ones have so few children, I never expected to have any. So don't you take care of the women you sleep with. I raise a finger. Dreams count. Don't tell me that you have no interest in me if you visit me for days. Any decent man would at least take care of his woman. He closes his mouth and pulls out another cigarette. So you are my woman. I slap the weed from his hand, not tolerating it. Don't go too far. So do we have a deal? You give us decent accommodations and in return we pay you with artifacts. He sighs. I don't have much. And which artifacts? Anya retrieves her backpack from her shoulders. An amulet that allows the user to pass through veils. An energy core to gather power for rituals. A rune set that explains power runes. An old Christian cross that works against real demons. And a fertility statue with a blessing enchanted onto it, predating known history. He studies Anya. I suppose I should lock away everything of value when you come along to live with me. Did he really just imply that we are thieves? I snort. Why should we come with you? Don't you have some safe place we can use for our own? In fact, I have not. You will have to stay in my apartment until I can find something for you. And I suppose that you are coming with me because Eva left you on your own. He gestures at our surroundings. I look around, but can't find the vampire anywhere. When did that bitch run away? He raises his hand and wriggles it. When you slapped the cigarette out of my hand. Boy, that girl can run. Probably she thought that the street will go up in flames. Then he studies the parked cars and walks up to one, opening it with magic. My sister follows him. Don't you have your own car? He looks down the row of parked cars towards a red SLK with 2 seats. We can drive with mine if you want to take the boot. Anya shakes her head and we get inside behind him. Leaning over, I whisper to my sister. I think that this may not be the wisest choice we ever made. He obviously overheard me and turns around. You do realize that 1 week ago, I drove my SLK and did what I want. Everyone was too afraid of me to bother with my territory. Now I most likely have a blood feud with the Hammonds on my hands, since they certainly won't allow me to steal 2 of their women, not to mention that amulet. And worst of all, for once I can't find any fault with his issues. I wait for what he deems even worse in our situation. I am driving a family car. 10 home sweet home. As the veils not only restrict the old ones, but also represent their territory and affect the supernaturals who live there, they are influencing the mundane world. A war that's fought among humans is often nothing more than a direct result of the unrest within the supernatural world. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Silly. I shift in my seat. There is no way that I can endure the silence any longer. We drove for about 10 minutes and nobody said a word. So? If your name isn't Siegfried, then how should we call you? He grunts and flips the blinker to take a narrow side street. My real name is of no concern to you. Anya pulls another sheet of paper from her backpack. The Bathomus clan, which presided over this territory, was split in 2 family groups. 100 years ago they were extremely powerful because of their numbers. From his looks I would guess that he is either Regan Bathomus or a cousin, Magnus Bathomus. Though the information is very old, so I could be wrong. It was uploaded via the ARPANET in the 1980s. I purse my lips. I guess we'll simply call him Regan. The old one in front of us hisses and turns around to claw the paper from Anya's hands. Who put all of this information on the net? I didn't do it. There was also a marriage contract for any female old one who is interested in her own territory. Anya pulls out another paper and hands it to me. Do you never check the internet? It's the best platform for supernaturals from different territories to interact with each other. Of course only if you know the right passwords and codes. Why would I do that? I have no interest in making my territory's status known. He answers, visibly disturbed. I reach for the door handle as the car sways dangerously to the left. Regan, please watch the street. I don't want to get hurt. My name is Magnus. He drops the paper and takes the wheel with both hands, his knuckles white. Okay, Magnus then. How about becoming acquainted with each other? We are going to share a territory after all. Would you like to explain what happened to the rest of your clan? I offer, a little less stressed. His eyes flash red, telling me that I am walking on thin ice. I am not sharing my territory. You two are being tolerated for the moment. And what happened to my family is none of your concern. He stops the car in front of a large apartment complex and gets outside. I hurry to follow him, as he doesn't wait and walks directly to the entrance to hold open the door for us. Anya turns back to the car as we enter the large building. Isn't it bad to have a stolen car directly in front of your home? He snorts and closes the door. Don't worry. It'll be taken care of. Then Magnus walks up to the elevator and pushes a button. My confusion grows as we wait for the door to open. Don't you have some kind of estate? You weren't joking when you said that you live in an apartment? Alone. The Hammond estate is big. We have a real mansion with dozens of supernatural servants. Our fingers are in every business which involves big money, something that comes with having a lot of time, being effectively immortal. Maybe I should forget about thinking of the Hammond clan as mine. Anya and I ran away. The whole point of our escape was to get away from their influence. Exactly. I don't need all that stuff. The door opens and we step inside. After exiting the elevator, Magnus guides us to a door and gestures to get inside. I enter a small apartment which is living room and kitchen in one. An extra-large working table with a high-end computer and 3 screens takes up the left side of the room. I check out the 3 doors which allow access to a bathroom and a sleeping room with a single, large bed. The 3rd door allows access to a walk-in closet. But there is something. I can't help it. The room feels somehow off. Is this really a single man's room? Everything is so neatly arranged. I immediately notice the dreamcatcher with the vial of blood next to it. It is hanging in front of the couch, right in the middle of the room. So he didn't even care to clean up after jerking off to me. I head directly to the artifact and grab it. Hey! My expression must have been horrifying, because he says nothing as I clean out the vial at the kitchen's basin and wash the dreamcatcher. Having done so, I feel a large weight lifting from me. Smiling, I look up and study the room a second time. Who would have thought that the lord of this territory is a genuine lowlife and a neat? Anya shrugs. For a single man's room it looks more than decent. I expected something like a cave. Where did you expect us to sleep? He gestures at the sofa. You can sleep here tonight. It can be rearranged to a bed. Tomorrow I am going to find you a room in this house. So he isn't offering us the bed. I raise an eyebrow. The building doesn't belong to you? How are you going to convince the inhabitants to vacate their rooms? There are ways, he answers and leaves it at that. Yet, a genuine lowlife. My respect for him is falling with each detail he reveals about his personal life. That's when the door to the walk-in closet, the same which I checked earlier, opens and a small woman with golden skin enters the room. She isn't a hobbit or a dwarf, since her body is perfectly proportioned. She is just really small and only reaches my chest at most. I gasp when I recognize her race. A brownie. I thought they died out long ago. The woman blinks, taking in the room. Then she squeals in joy and drops the freshly washed clothes in her hands. One moment she is just standing there, then she is suddenly in front of me, touching me as if to reassure herself that I am real. Master. You did it. Finally more people to care for. Is she your new mate? No, forget about that, you even brought two. Using her inhuman speed, she dashes over to Anya and grabs her hand, patting it. Magnus groans. Oilel, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree that you only show up on weekends? No, forget about that. Do you know something about a marriage request for me, made in the 80s? Yet, I am surprised that someone answered it that fast. The brownie clearly has a different take on time. She reaches up and parts Anya's lips, checking her teeth. Anya slaps at her, but the legendary creature is gone in the same moment, so my sister slaps empty air instead. Appearing in front of Magnus, the brownie inspects the sheet of paper which he got from Anya. Certainly, master. I need someone to take care of. Since you are the only remaining member of the family, I thought that new blood is needed to repopulate. Magnus reaches for the brownie, but she evades him with the same ease as she did with Anya. Little pest. Come here. The brownie reappears in front of me. I totally forgot to introduce myself. What a blunder. I am Oilel, faithful servant of the Bathomus family since, she wriggles her fingers, counting, 478 generations. Hopefully soon to be 479. I clear my throat. It's nice meeting you, Oilel. I am Sully and that's my sister Anya. Oilel claps her hands together. Thought so. If you need anything, just say so and I'll provide it. Magnus waves his hand. Don't bother, Oilel. They are just going crash on the sofa for the night and then I'll find suitable accommodations for them. Oilel actually manages to look destroyed. They aren't going to stay? But they have to. And you can't let them sleep on the sofa. Her eyes fall on the vial which I washed. And you had them work when I am around? No. Suddenly she is all over me with a towel, drying my hands with surprising strength. I don't know what to say. Brownies are supposed to be extinct since they completely disappeared for an unknown reason a few hundred years ago. I am not old enough to ever have met one. All I know is hearsay. They are magical beings like us. Their special magic allows them to bind themselves to a house and in extreme cases even to a bloodline as a housekeeper or servant. And they have a mania for order, that's why they can't stand unclean places. It's fine, Oilel. No, it's not. We are a decent clan with manners. The young master just made a joke when he said that you have to sleep on the sofa. She pulls me towards the closet. Anya furrows her forehead. We are supposed to sleep with you in the closet. The brownie laughs. Of course not. It works like this. She takes the handle of the door to the closet and turns it left, like it's supposed to be done. See? Closet. I confirm it and she closes the door and opens it again, turning the handle to the right. I feel the pull of magic as the spatial spell warps space. Instead of the closet, there is a huge entrance hall. The corner of my left eye twitches involuntarily as I follow the brownie into a luxurious mansion. A look out of the windows reveals a garden scenery in the middle of spring. Where are we? Isn't it supposed to be winter? The brownie huffs. It's the Bathomus family mansion, located in a reality marble at the bottom of the lake which is right next to the city. Please feel free to take any room you like and explore as you wish. Anya follows me, gaping at the entrance room. If that's supposed to be an indicator for the mansion's size, then we just entered a castle. Magnus steps through the door, a grumpy expression on his face. I don't like this place. It's so big and empty. Oilel huffs and pulls me forward. Just because Master likes it to live in the storeroom doesn't mean that others have to like it too. 11 Exploration. The body is just a mask we show to fool the world. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Silly. Oilel turned out to be a meddlesome individual. Even now at the breakfast table, she is fawning over Anya and me as if we are queens. Both of us got the largest rooms I've found so far in the castle. I can't complain, even though I am not yet done with exploring this place. The fact remains that the place is disturbingly empty. Just how many people lived in this mansion? The brownie smiles with a sad expression on her face. The main family consisted of 31 individuals with Eden Bathomus as the clan head. The branch family with 44 members was led by his brother-in-law, Kelvin Bathomus, originally Kelvin Armino. He married into the clan from Italy by taking Eden's sister, Fiacre Bathomus, as his bride. Normally the women moved to the other clan, but Eden didn't trust the Arminos to treat her well. Wow! That's quite big for a clan of old ones. Even the Hammonds had only 52 members. I guess I have to subtract the 7 who died when they tried to take us back. Magnus informed us yesterday that one of our hunters got away, which explains why he took us in. It's likely that he already has a war with the Hammonds on his hands, simply by killing their people. Though I guess that just killing them could be seen as defending his territory. I don't think that the clan head will let it slide in any case. Not with what's at stake. Us, the artifacts, his reputation, he has a lot to lose. I look up and study the big dining hall with only Anya, Oilel, Magnus and me. Magnus was right when he said that he doesn't want to live here. Even with the 4 of us, everything feels much too big. So what happened to the Bathomus clan? I ask. They had contact with other clans up until the end of the Second World War. Then they fell silent and the veil was strengthened, only allowing old ones with serious determination inside. Magnus studies the wall from his side of the table. The branch family rebelled and tried to kill off the main family, he states with a dry voice, his eyes focused on something far away. Corinthia. Magnus. I hate these family feasts, Dad. I complain and gesture with my glass of wine at the dining hall. The assembled clan members are feasting and singing, having a good time. I curl the corners of my lips downwards. I guess it wouldn't be so bad if at least one of them had learned to sing in the last 500 years. Dad laughs and pats me on the back with one of his paw-like hands. He is a big man, and strong. I know that the gesture wasn't meant rudely, but it causes me to stumble forward nonetheless. You have to learn to have fun, youngling. Where did I go wrong with my 5th born? You simply can't appreciate a good Celtic feast. I shake my head and take a sip from the wine. It isn't wrong to keep up with the times. Otherwise we might wake up and find out that we are outdated and can't keep up with the world. The human culture is evolving fast. Eden makes a dismissive gesture. I was there when the humans celebrated the birth of their so-called savior. I'll be there when nobody remembers even the blurred history of the event. He turns and walks off into the crowd, shaking his head with the long grey mane he calls a hairdo. Scratching my head, I search the partying people for someone to have a decent conversation with. The clan celebrates every midwinter as a whole family. Instead of caring for one's own business, everyone gathers at the main mansion to partake in the festivities. I guess I can spare one day of the year if it makes the rest of the family happy. There is no point in fighting about it. After all, I am just the 5th son. Heading over to my little sister, Marla, I engage her in a discussion about the new rocket technology which is being developed by the Germans. It's funny how these humans come up with the strangest concepts in times of war. Of course, rockets aren't an entirely new concept, but the cool thing is that they are the first who actually made it work. Entirely without magic. We talk for a while and the time flies by as we change subjects. It's an hour later when I have to sit down because I feel drowsy. The wine must have done a number on me. Did I really drink that much? That's when the screaming starts. I look up to find the source of the commotion, but half of the partygoers seem to have the same problem as me. And then my father walks into the middle of the hall like a drunkard and falls, revealing a knife in his back. I try to get up, but my body doesn't obey and slides off the chair. As the darkness closes in, I see Kelvin following my father, while his closest followers subdue the few members of the main family who aren't drugged. He bends down and pulls the knife out of my father's back. Pulling up Dad's head, he places the knife at Dad's throat and starts cutting with a slow sawing motion. I want to scream at the fat pig. In a fair fight he would have never had a chance against Dad. No, this isn't even a fight. It's plain murder. The blood flows freely like a well, making the scene unreal. I want to jump up and stop all of this, but I am a prisoner inside my own body. Scanning the scene with my eyes, I find that everyone of the main family was taken down. Mother is nowhere to be seen. Even some members of the branch family are on the ground. Probably those who weren't trusted enough to join the plot. The bone of my father's spinal cord poses a problem, but after a few seconds the blade finds the soft tissue between the bones and my father's head comes off. Then the darkness closes in. Something cold splashes all over me. Wake up. Little Magnus. We've questions to ask. Blinking, I take in the dark room and recognize my cousin, Lee. He is a more athletic version of his father, Kelvin. I never liked the bastard. What? He backhands me with all his might, but I don't fall off the chair. Iron chains are chaining me to it. Blue runes on my manacles light up when I try to use my magic. I feel my magic being expended, but there is no effect. Lee digs his fingers into my hair and pulls back my head. Don't waste your time. I finally get to have a little chat with you. He yanks at my hair. So, now you will give me the password to operate the veil. I don't know of any password. Did you forget that I am just a fifth son? I spit blood in his face. He steps back and walks out of my field of view, returning with a pair of pliers. When he heads for my hand I realize what he intends to do. I try to ball my hand to a fist, but it doesn't stop him from getting hold of my pinky. Not interested in having questions answered, he twists until the pain becomes unbearable. I scream, then something snaps and I pass out. When I regain consciousness it's the same question. Tell me the password to the veil. I look down at my pinky. It's whole again. I am not that old and I wasn't sure that it would heal correctly without setting the bone. Neither was I ever in a real fight, or was interrogated. As a member of Bathomus I had to endure a lot of cruel training and I even broke my leg once. It hurt, but it happened fast. It's quite different when it's done slowly and deliberately. Don't ignore me, you deaf bastard. Lee pulls a knife and stabs me in my guts. Just like that. I am still trying to comprehend the reasons for his actions when he twists the knife. I retch at the pain and blood comes up my throat. I choke on my own blood. He snarls. Oh, we will have a lot of fun. When I open my eyes, he is there. This time with a hammer. He asks the same question as before and I deny any knowledge of a password. Then he uses the hammer on my knees and then on my jaw. I start cursing the fact that we old ones can heal from so much. After a while it becomes routine to wake up and endure his torture. I don't even know if it's day or night, or how often I fell unconscious. It feels like an eternity, but maybe weeks later something is different when I wake up. It isn't just Lee who is in the room. Kelvin is also there. I sneer at him. Bastard, I rasp with my dry throat. Lee doesn't bother to feed me enough. Kelvin walks up to me and bends down. I can end this, you know? All you have to do is to tell me the password to the veil. Your father somehow locked it when he died. Originally we thought that Fiacre can control the veil once he is gone. She is his sister after all. But sadly she can't. Seems like it has something to do with your line of the family tree. I snort. Just make a new veil, idiot. He clenches his jaws. The veil is connected to this reality marble. So when we revolted, all doors closed and we were locked inside. It's in your best interest to tell us how to get out. Or do you want to be locked up in here forever? I pull on my chains. So all I have to do is to wait. Kelvin's face turns expressionless. The others said that too. But they didn't last very long after I started to pay them personal visits. Believe me, being in Lee's care is actually a holiday. You are the last one until I put another theory of mine to the test. The last one? What do you mean? That once your line of the family tree is gone, the control of the veil will go over to Fiacre. The others of the main family were just as stubborn as you, but they didn't have the resilience to back it up. I am afraid they already perished. So I'll give Lee 3 more days to get the answer and then I'll finish this. Either you tell us the password, or we put my theory to the test. He turns around and leaves the dark chamber. Lee grins and approaches me with a hook-like tool. While he gets to work I try my best flee somewhere else in my mind. This time I don't awaken to cold water. Someone is slapping my cheek. Wake up. He is coming. Upon opening my eyes, I find Aunt Fiacre bent over me. She is fumbling at my shackles with a key in her hand. Searching the room, I find nobody else. No Lee. Is this a trick? Are they letting me escape to open the reality marble for them? I blink as Fiacre opens the shackle on my left hand. Apparently my legs are already free. Why is she doing this if she is on their side? They obviously thought that she would help them. Otherwise they wouldn't have orchestrated such a plan. I feel rage welling up inside me. Rage at the betrayal. Rage at the ridiculousness of it all. Rage at the pain. My aunt opens the last shackle. I reach up and snap her neck and she actually manages to look surprised. What did she expect? As her body crumbles to the ground, the door to the chamber opens and Lee enters the room, surprise all over his face. A haze of red sinks over my vision and I roar as the hate overcomes me completely. I channel my magic for the first time in weeks. My scream isn't human, isn't like anything that belongs to Earth. Lee raises both hands to erect a shield, but my hands are covered in energy and I break right through the barrier. I try to claw off his face. He is older and faster, catching my hands in his. Grinning, he forces my hands apart and away from him. That's when I realize that Magnus isn't an old one. Magnus is just a skin. Something that the thing I really am shows to the world. This ancient rage and fury is the true me. Revealing my own teeth, I lean forward and chomp down on his throat. The thing I am tells me that a battle isn't decided by skill or power. It's decided by the simple fact of who is the more vicious one. When he lets go of me my hands plunge into his sides. I claw and tear until his chest is a ruined, empty cavern, then I head on, searching for the next one. Corinthia. Silly. Magnus reaches for his orange juice and pours it down his throat. Having done so, he sets down the glass extraordinarily carefully. As if it takes a lot of effort not to crush it. And then I killed them all. He sighs as if a weight is gone. If you excuse me? I actually have things to do. Like playing games and using other means to distract myself. He stands up and leaves the room. Anya looks down at her plate. I am not hungry anymore. Reaching for my neck, I massage it because it went a little stiff during the story. I admit that asking such a question wasn't the brightest idea I've ever had. Suddenly Oilel is at my side and pats my shoulder. But that's the longest he ever talked about that particular event. Up until now it was always a taboo to speak about it, even with me. He must like you a lot. I try to smile. I don't want to intrude, but why do you stay in this place, Oilel? Isn't it hard with such a history? The brownie shrugs. I have to. My race gets their strength from the people we bond with. The stronger our master, the stronger are we. I am bonded to the Bathomus bloodline. Though most of us brownies hide in the shadows nowadays and serve the humans as house spirits. It's much easier to get by. I raise an eyebrow. So you are very good at hiding? Is that the reason why everyone thinks that your race is extinct? She smiles, showing her golden teeth. We are indeed very good at hiding and at running away. To my shame I must admit that I only returned to the mansion when everything was over. That's why Master prefers not to see my face. I think something inside him broke in that chamber. Then she changes the subject. You have to meet the other servants of the house. And I'll show you around the mansion and the gardens. Otherwise you might not find your way around. It can feel like a maze if you aren't familiar with the place. She dashes to the door and opens it, expecting us to follow her. 12 inhabitants. Emotions win sometimes. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Silly. Oilel guides us back to the entrance hall where 4 animals are waiting for us. A black cat, a white raven, a grey snake and a brown bear. Taking the lead, she introduces us. These are the 4 guardian spirits of the House of Bathomus. They are magical constructs and were created to protect the mansion and its high-ranking clan members. Think of them as personal bodyguards. I inspect each of them in turn. They look like their normal animal counterparts. Down to the smallest detail. Well, the raven obviously got the color wrong. So how are they supposed to be bodyguards? The bear at least feels like he could act as a meat shield, but what about the cat and the raven? My eyes wander to the snake. Don't look at me like that. I am poisonous, the snake rattles. And since I am pure magic, I can be as big or as small as I want. Okay. Smart, intelligent constructs. It's nice to meet all of you. Anya waves her hand. Hi. The bear grunts and the cat nods. The raven says nothing. I suppose the snake is the only one who likes to talk? Oilel claps her hands together and turns to address us. Since you know each other now, I would be happy if you always take one of the guardian spirits with you when you go out. It would be a shame if something happened to you. Anya raises her hand. Ahem, I promised to meet with Angelica today. Really? She must have a relationship with her vampire friend if she wants to see the girl every day. The reactions to Anya's proclamation aren't that enthusiastic. The cat looks to the side, while the bear studies the ground. The raven chooses to groom his feathers. I can't help it. These creatures don't strike me as useful guardians. After a few moments the snake hisses and slithers towards Anya. Since the others obviously don't want to go outside the reality marble, I'll accompany you. My sister doesn't hesitate and bends down to grab the snake. What should I call you? Choose a name. It's of no concern to me. The snake slithers around her neck and turns into a blue scarf which matches her jeans and jacket. I am no less surprised than my sister who squeals in delight. Wow. Can you turn into anything? Didn't you listen? I am magic. I choose how I look. Squinting my eyes at the snake, I insert myself into the discussion. Then I suppose that you don't need to speak like a snake. That's true, but my accent is a part of how I define myself as an independent entity, the scarf answers and manages to sound a little miffed. While Anya discusses possible names with her new scarf, I return my attention to Oilel. Are there more residents to meet in this place? If not, I would like to explore the reality marble. That returns Anya's attention to me. Yes. Now I remember. There was a beautiful woman tending to the garden. I saw her last evening through the window. Who is she? Oilel smiles. That's Fiacre. She's Master's aunt. I thought everyone except for him is dead. I chew on my lower lip, surprised by the news. Given the story he told us, I don't understand why he left her alive. Oilel makes a helpless gesture. What can I say? The same way Master avoids me, he doesn't want to see Fiacre. She has been living in the old servants' quarters ever since the incident. That allows her to avoid Master when he is here. If you remember his story, she was the one who freed him. And when she woke up, everyone except for him was dead. She is giving herself the fault for everything that happened. I nod slowly and ask the only question that really matters. Did she really betray him? Oilel sighs and shrugs. I am afraid that's one question that will never be answered to our satisfaction. That's why Bear was assigned as her permanent watchdog. He only took a short break to meet you two. The bear grunts something that sounds like bye, and marches towards the front door. I follow him, intending to meet Fiacre. In the meanwhile I ask the brownie, any other sentient residents? She dashes to the door and opens it for us. Just a rather big pet that belongs to Master. But it never enters the reality marble and protects the bottom of the lake from outside. There will surely be an opportunity to meet it at one point or the other. So it's in it. My attention wavers when I leave the mansion and get to see the interior of the reality marble as a whole. Alice in Wonderland is a weak expression for what I am facing. The sky is colored in a slight tinge of red. Then I realize how big the area really is. Somehow the Bathomus must have shifted the entire bottom of the lake into the reality marble. The huge main mansion is standing on a hill, overlooking an elongated, oval area. A river splits a little forest in two, just to splash via a waterfall into a series of small ponds. Each of the ponds is as clear and blue as a summer sky. There is a huge field and a garden area at the foot of the hill where someone is cultivating edible plants. A normally sized house is attached to the cultivated area. In the far distance I can barely spot the remnants of a second mansion. It looks like it was partly consumed by a fire and a large section is caved in. I can recognize the remnants of a battle, and this looks like someone went crazy over there. I guess that was the Branch family's mansion. Correct. Oilel guides the way down a narrow, paved path. Halfway down the hill, we pass a series of neat graves, starting with two large ones for the Bathomus clan head and his wife. The path winds itself further down the hill until we arrive at a small grove of dead trees. The scene I can glimpse through the dead branchwood is enough to raise the hairs on my neck. Someone grew a throne of thorns in the middle of the grove. On the throne is a dried-up husk, not more than a mummy. A forked spear, shining in a green light, nails the corpse to his throne. The mummy's empty eye sockets shine with a similar green light, watching the scene in front of the throne. Kneeling, sitting, or lying, there are dozens of skeletons displayed in front of the pinned-up king. All of them look like they are somehow worshipping the figure on the throne. When I step closer to see better, the branchwood moves on its own to block the way to the shrine. I admit that Master went a little overboard with his punishment. He wanted to give Kelvin the opportunity to reflect on his actions. Oilel strolls onward. I almost choke and point a trembling finger at the scene. He is still alive. He turned him into a lich. The brownie turns around and regards the scene with a tilted head. Not exactly. That artifact is the lance of Longinus. The true lance which killed Jesus of Jerusalem, an old one who tried to take over the world by enslaving the humans with religion. It keeps Kelvin alive as long as it remains stabbed into his chest. He is effectively dead, but can't take his last breath unless someone pulls out the lance. I've heard the story, but I thought the lance was lost. Anya shudders. It's almost like a work of art. Master called it a work of pain and misery. Oilel walks further along the path and I hurry to leave the gruesome scene behind me. How much hatred must someone feel to defile his enemy's corpse like that? I try to see it from Magnus' point of view, but find myself unable to imagine the bond he must have had with his family. What would it be like not only to have Anya, but a whole clan of people you love? I always stood on my own until I took Anya under my wing. In a sense I took the role of a mother. Our real mother never bothered to be one, so I tried to give Anya what I never had. And when the clan had tried to trade her away like he tried with me, I flipped. I took Anya and ran. What would have happened if I had stood and fought? My thoughts are interrupted when the path ends in a small enclosed garden with a lot of flowers. A woman is standing at a big bush of roses, watering them with a can. Upon noticing us, she turns around and smiles. You must be Sully and Anya. I've heard a lot about you two. I narrow my eyes, not liking the fact that she seems to know us so well. And you are Fiacre. Indeed. Forgive my intrusiveness, but Oilel visited me yesterday evening and all she did was talk about you two. In addition, the net is full of news about your disappearance inside the Bathomus territory. Fiacre gestures with her hand and summons a table and 4 chairs from the earth. Please take a seat. I carefully step closer and marvel at her skill. The furniture is perfectly smooth stone. To do something like that with such ease, she is either very talented or very old. If she is close to her brother's age, then by guessing from Magnus' story she is over 2,000 years old. You seem to be doing well. Just living here and tending to the gardens. Oilel takes a seat at the table. Master told them what happened to the clan. Fiacre raises an eyebrow. He did? How unexpected. Noticing my curious gaze, Fiaker gestures for Anya and me to sit down. After we've done so, she continues. Unlike Magnus, I've seen a lot of bad things in my time. She pauses. Of course, he's also had opportunity to collect his share of bad experiences. But by the time of our clan's demise he was still young and inexperienced in the ways of the world. A baby, facing a cruel world, believing that the tale always has a happy ending. She sighs. Well, it didn't. And I had more than 60 years to cope with the events of that day. I've thought a lot about what I could have done different, instead of allowing myself to be manipulated and used by Kelvin. After pursing her lips, she continues. I fell in love with a man who couldn't tolerate that he wasn't the head of the clan. He devised a plan to take the position away from my brother and I went along with it, not willing to see the true extent of how far Kelvin intended to go. By the time I woke up, I had already lost half my family. And when I tried to save at least one of them, I lost the other half too. The simple fact is that I was so blindly in love with Kelvin that I didn't want to see the full extent of his machinations until he had killed my brother. Then he locked me away after realizing that I am not the key he wanted. Looking back, I've to admit that I would repeat all the idiotic steps which led to the revolt. There was no doubt in my mind until it was too late. I interrupt her. But Magnus is still trying to deal with his anger. She shakes her head. Magnus isn't dealing with the events. I don't know if it's because of the loss or the torture, but he is firmly suppressing everything that's related to that day. The fact that he told you his story makes me happy. It may be a sign that he is starting to heal. An unladylike grunt escapes me before I can stop myself. Fiaker interprets it in her own way and makes an all-encompassing gesture. This is my atonement, in a way. Tending to the reality marble and giving Magnus the time to get his act together. That's my way of apologizing for my failures. One could say that it was my decisions and my ignorance which wiped out the clan. Anya leans back. That's a harsh way to punish yourself. Fiaker's reply is a simple, earnest smile. Gods! I am such a bad host. Here you are sitting in your winter clothes when it is in the middle of summer. That's when Oilel jumps up, dashes away, and returns to us, once more displaying her inhuman speed. I try to explain that there is no problem since both of us sisters know environmental magic. My attempt falls short when Oilel raises a skimpy skirt with a blouse for Anya and a white, tight, silken one-piece dress with extremely high incisions on the sides to reveal some leg. In fact they are too high, going all the way up to the waist. I briefly imagine showing off my figure in that thing, which would undoubtedly result in revealing my panties too. Do I even have a bra that can hide my nipples with such a thin fabric? No. Not in 100 years. Do you intend to dress me up like some porn star and have me do a lap dance to provoke Magnus? Fiaker grins, inspecting my body. I suppose you wouldn't need the lap dance to have him devour you whole. I clench my teeth, the thought causes a strange, fluffy feeling in my belly. I can't deny the physical attraction to him. Oh, how I hate that my body is betraying me like that. Just because he gave me one orgasm. Okay, maybe 7, but that's it. I am still not sure if it would be a good idea to give in to such desires. It would be like falling for your rapist. Despite everything I've learned today, we still barely know each other. But maybe it's a good way to tease him out of his shell in order to learn his true intentions. He always closes up when he starts smoking. Corinthia. Magnus. What's wrong with me? I turn around and head back the way I came. Yesterday and this morning I acted like someone with a split personality. My rational mind tells me to take their stuff and throw them out. Let the Hammonds have them. Maybe they would even ignore me. There is a small chance that I might get out of this without a blood feud. Maybe the 7 I killed weren't that important to the Hammond family. Yet, like they wouldn't send their most trusted to retrieve the sisters with the artifacts. Maybe they weren't their best, but they surely had rank. On the other hand, Sully takes just one look at me and my eyes stay stuck to those luscious lips, her soft ass, and those impossible, bouncy jiggle mating dongs. Now I am even thinking nonsense. The ancestors are my witnesses. I tried to scare her off. I even thought that she would be too disgusted to stay close to me once she found out more about my life. And I still brought her to my home. I also allowed her into the mansion, and to top it all off, I told her that story. It was supposed to be one night on the couch and instead I allowed her so deep into my life that I can hardly throw her out now. Oilel would be a pain in the ass. And why am I even kidding myself? She is 180 something and I am 154. She is older than me. Not that 20 or 30 years difference will count for much in a few more decades. Is she even interested me? And what happened to my determination to make her mine? I should just push her down and spear her like the bitch she was at the chapel. My instincts worked perfectly fine back then. There was no problem in humping each other's brain out. So why do I get all defensive and awkward when I am close to her? Changing the direction once more, I head for another round around the mansion. I've been doing this since this morning. Just walking, and then some more walking to clear my head. It didn't work. Fumbling around inside my pocket, I pull out my cigarettes and take one between my lips. Then I snap my fingers in an attempt to cast a small spark. I just want to light the cigarette and not torch the garden. Concentrating on my fingers, I don't pay attention as I turn around the corner. And bump directly into Sully. The package with the cigarettes escapes my grasp and the contents disperse on the ground. A growl escapes me. It isn't so much directed at Sully and more at the fact that I once again lost a package of weed on the ground. Something that seems to become a trend around her. To my astonishment, she growls right back at me, her eyes flashing red. She plugs the cigarette from between my lips and throws it to the ground, stepping on it. That stuff dims the mind. You might not be permanently affected like the humans, but you may not perform correctly when it's needed. What do you think you are doing, woman? That stuff is the only thing that keeps me from going on a rampage. My eyes are stuck to her clothes. That tight dress. At least she is wearing trousers, but I can see her underwear through the dress. Every bump and curve of her body. I realize that I am ogling her, but I simply do not care. I would rather think that the weed keeps you from being you. Seen enough? It's not like you haven't already seen them, she barks. I smile. Actually, I only remember the grand view of your behind. Can I see more? I am here to discuss important things regarding the Hammonds. If you want a chance at negotiating with them, then some insider knowledge would surely help a lot. She shifts, trying to obstruct my view, revealing other parts of her anatomy. Ah, what the heck? Sometimes a man simply has to try and grovel to get the price. Switch off your cerebellum and pay attention to me. Oh, I am paying attention. A lot of attention to what's interesting right now. Can I invite you out? I catch her hand in mine. I promise not to smoke. Think of it as an apology for those dreams. Then I pull her towards the entrance hall. If we want to eat in a good restaurant, then we have to go outside. One moment. What's going on? Just because I am in your territory doesn't mean that I am here for your convenience. She digs in her heels, but I pull her forward, causing her shoes to slide over the smooth ground. Since I am heavier, I've the advantage in this game. I am tired of fighting with myself. I've totally lost it. You are inside my head and I can't get you out, despite my best efforts. I've decided to make a serious move on you. You are a single woman in my territory, so it's fair game to date you. And when the Hammonds try to take you back, I'll torch their holdings. I am still legally married. And you know what I did to the last guy who tried to rape me? She shrieks. That pinches my heart a little, but her so-called husband never tied the bond. In fact, he ran away when she made him unable to perform. It's a little worrisome, but nothing that can't be solved with a few well-placed straps of leather. Leather. I've also some good chains if it makes you feel safer. And regarding that so-called husband, consider yourself a widow when he shows up. We reach the entrance hall and she almost stumbles over the stairs, but I know better than to let go. Then her mind catches up. Chains? One moment. Are you talking about me being chained, or you being chained? I try to think of a list of good restaurants, so don't exactly pay attention to my answer. Whatever works to gain your cooperation in my bed. 13 date. Everyone has his little secrets. The best way to unearth them is to dig up dirt until you get to the bottom of their little hidey holes. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. How are you going to pay for all of this? Sully surveys the room with skeptical eyes. The Zunder House is the most expensive restaurant we have in Corinthia. There is a large dining hall, but also various private rooms if you are willing to pay the price. The food and service are excellent, so I always come here when I want to celebrate. I survey the room, which was arranged to mimic a library. Each private room inside the Zunder House has its own theme. One I know of is entirely blue. Another is trying to give off the feeling of being inside a farmhouse. And they always have one room in the process of being remodeled. So there is always something new. I'll give them money. That's obvious, unless you want to end the evening by running off without paying the restaurant. What I meant to ask is where the money comes from. You are wasting your time by playing games in that game store. Has your clan left you so much money that you can live the high life even 100 years after their demise? She abruptly closes her mouth, realizing that she probably went too far. I rub my eyes, which must have flashed red. Then I place my arms on the table, fingers together. I even try to smile, but I am afraid that it's only my mouth that does so. I am the owner of that game store. In addition, I own the weapon factory, which is located in the neighboring valley. I like to be sure that my guns are of high quality. The microchip factory across the lake is also mine, and I am actually thinking about buying the capacitor factory at the industrial area. And there is an electromotor factory on which I've set my eyes. The owners aren't willing to pay the rent for the land, which incidentally belongs to me. They will soon move to some third world country. In addition, my clan left me with various plots of land, located all around the area. Spoken in terms of wealth, I own 2/3 of everything that's inside this federal state. Of course everything on different identities because the humans would flip out otherwise. It's no different from the territories of other old ones. When she puckers her lips I smile for real. I admit that my territory isn't very large. It's humble compared to what other clans accumulated, but I can expend my money on some luxury without having to resort to theft. The fact that I regularly steal cars is just out of convenience. I lack the patience to wait for a taxi. In my life I had a lot of time on my hands and I used it. It's not like I play games and police the territory 24/7. So, what's your story? Tell me how you finally ended up in this room. She tilts her head and regards me with those blue eyes of hers. Looking closer, I find that there is even a shade of green in them. Finally she decides to tell her story while we slowly eat the food. I was born to Cecilia Hammond, one of the 4 wives of Gavin Hammond, the clan head of the Hammonds. Cecilia brought me up at the Hammonds' main estate, an underground complex, which is hidden inside a hollowed-out mountain in Norway. I nod and picture the Hammond territory in my mind. It spans over large parts of Norway and deep into Russia. Their veil is a powerful one, but it's spread thin because it has to cover such a large area. The Hammonds hold their territory by pure strength in numbers. Their own clan is already a big one, but they also have 4 smaller clans which are held like vassals. I am not sure if they would fight an offensive battle for the Hammonds, but they are helping them to hold the territory. Mom was just the acquired 4th wife from a clan in Spain. She never spoke about it, but I heard some rumors within the clan. I assume that she was sold to Gavin or taken by force. She never managed to develop any love for me and simply went through the motions of motherhood. I suppose that I've to be thankful that she did at least that much, since she is a broken woman. Gavin never bothered to show himself inside our quarters. He simply requested Mom's presence from time to time. It took me a while to catch on to the deeper meaning of such requests. So he simply orders one of his wives to his quarters if it itches him. That's a nice life, though I am not sure if I would like it to distance myself from my partner in such a way. At first I grew up oblivious to that part of their relationship. There was mother and me, and that's it. I didn't know anything else. After getting older, I slowly realized that what I've with my mother isn't a real family relationship. And that we are missing a father. I enviously observed how the other families interacted within their groups. Somewhere along the line I learned that Gavin is my father and that he has 4 wives. To me he was always just the clan head. When I was 16, Gavin informed me that I would be married off to one of his British allies. Something about sealing a deal. Just the thought of being like my mother was enough for me to vehemently object to being traded away as a price. Gavin was angry, but he let me go. She takes a sip of the wine, then she continues. I didn't believe in getting away so easy. Gavin isn't the kind of leader who allows no as an answer. So I started to spy on Gavin and his cronies. I accidentally overheard a discussion between Gavin and one of his advisors. They planned to bind me forcibly to my new husband, using magic. Luckily I had until my 17th birthday before the Bacos would arrive from Britain to perform the ceremony. I invested every free minute I had into research, learning every possible way to control a person's mind and body. Nobody knew that I had caught onto their plans, so I wasn't stopped when I wormed myself through every book in the clan's library. A few days before my husband arrived, I found the binding spell under the altar at which the marriage would be performed. I was 17 and a child, but I wasn't foolish. If I ran away, or destroyed their magical circle, they would catch me and prepare everything a second time. This time without me being able to interfere. They would lock me up in a hole and bring me in front of the altar bound and gagged if need be. So my only chance would be to allow them to perform the ceremony. I had to make sure that they can't perform it a second time or correct their mistake. On the night before the ceremony, I snuck to the altar and manipulated their circle. The original circle was aimed at increasing my emotions and channeling them into erotic desire towards a targeted person, the one who performs the marriage bond with me. In addition, it forced total obedience to any instruction given by that person. I was so mad they were trying to make me into a sex slave. They were my own clan, but apparently I was nothing more than a broodmare. I couldn't change the part with the heightened emotions. It was a basic part of the circle. Had I changed that, everyone would have seen my meddling from afar. The enslavement part was changed into a protection against interference. I went as far as allowing it to kill me if I fall under another's control. My opinion is that being dead is better than being a puppet with my mind caught inside my own body. I was still afraid that they would somehow manage to use the heightened emotions against me. So I added some impossible demands for any future partner. He would need to be strong enough to protect me from my family. He needs to have the same feelings I have for him. I also demanded respect for my own person and some other small things. To be short, I wished for a knight in shining armor. On the day of the wedding everything went as they planned. I had faked my intention of going along with the wedding since they publicly announced the marriage. Meek little Sully had given up her disobedience and would say yes and amen to everything. They performed the ceremony and married me off to Emil Bachos. So in truth I am technically not a Hammond anymore, but a Bachos. I am not really sure why the Bachos are so important to Gavin. I grunt. I may not be interested in the world outside my territory, but I try to keep up. Luckily the basic layout of the world's power structure doesn't change fast when old ones are involved. The Bachos control pretty much all of England. They have their fingers in everything that's related to trade by ship or oversea. Sully shrugs. Well, they partied and threw a grand feast to celebrate my enslavement. I still smiled and went along with all their commands. Somehow I hoped that this Emil is a better person than I anticipated. I never met him up until that day. To my knowledge only Gavin and his cronies were involved in this plan. That quickly changed when Gavin and Emil had a long and revealing discussion directly in front of me. They thought that my mind was neutered, so I was nothing more than a piece of furniture to them. They congratulated themselves to their little experiment, and how they would use the circle on all their partners from then on. She purses her lips. Then Emil took me to his bedchamber. The very first thing he did was to take off his trousers and order me to suck him. Suddenly she smiles for the first time during her story. I meekly went to my knees and used the chance to let out all the anger and frustration I had bottled up so far. You can't imagine how hard it was to hold back the whole time with that spell on me, all my feelings increased. So I let loose and I ripped off his balls. Then I shoved them into his howling mouth and placed a nice kick on his chin to have him take a bite of his own medicine. I was never quite sure, but I think he swallowed at least some of it. Sully snorts and takes a sip from her wine. It goes without mention that everyone was outraged. I was thrown into jail, pretty much as I expected. I still thought that my little show of rebellion was worth it. From what I heard Gavin and Emil had a big fight, though I never learned how it ended up with Emil running off without taking me with him. Maybe Emil thought that Gavin did it intentionally. I was Gavin's daughter after all. This Gavin needs to be ripped apart and fed to the dogs. A grin steals itself onto my face. I suppose Emil had no need for a wife who would rip off his balls, given she gets the opportunity. Sully rolls her eyes. Anyway. A few weeks later they released me. It wasn't like I could run away and I was a female after all. I suppose that Gavin hoped that someone would worm his way through my defenses and knock me up in the end. Then the clan would have at least one more woman who provides new members. All in all I had a pretty easy life afterwards. I kept to myself and had the occasional fling when I wanted and with who I wanted. The contact with my mom went down to zero. After all she never lifted a finger to protect me and I became more and more independent. I was tolerated, but not really a member of the community. And I never wanted to belong to them. Maybe 10 to 15 members of the clan are against Gavin's practices, but they are too afraid to do anything to oppose him. They just look away, so they are as much at fault as he is. The years went by and I continued my studies until 17 years ago. One day I noticed that my mother was pregnant again. I remembered my own childhood and practically forced my way back into Mom's life. She scratches her head. Maybe some maternal instinct kicked in, since I got completely hooked to the baby when Mom gave birth. I spent all my free time with Anya, hoping that I could give her the anchor point I never had. Anya and I are as much mother and daughter as we are sisters. Mom wasn't very eager to defend her position. 1 year ago, Gavin announced that Anya is promised to some French lord. Of course both Anya and I went into overdrive. I never bothered to keep any secrets from her, so she knew what to expect. Anya confronted Gavin, but he ignored her. It took me a while to investigate, but 2 months ago I noticed the first signs that they were preparing the same ritual they intended to use on me. Just that they were guarding the circle this time. It's actually funny how much effort they put into keeping Anya and me away from the circle. It was almost as if it never crossed their minds that we could simply run away. I admit that without the amulet we wouldn't have gotten very far. But running away was exactly what we did once I realized that there was no hope to manipulate the circle. Things were different with Anya than with me. I was alone, a child and inexperienced in the ways of the outside world. Anya was the same, but she had me. So I prepared everything and broke into Gavin's personal treasure room. I took every curiosity within easy reach. But the main aim of the theft was the Horus. I knew about the amulet because of all my spying on Gavin. It was the perfect tool to aid our escape. Once I had it, we immediately fled the complex. We crossed the veil and were gone long before they even realized that someone broke into the treasure room. From then on it was a bumpy escape through different territories. Gavin didn't waste any time and hired a score of headhunters. We had to avoid mercenaries, fae, and other supernaturals. The original plan was to escape to Spain to our mother's clan, the Ranu. We intended to press their emotional buttons, telling them a horrible story of how Mom is nothing more than a broodmare under Gavin's influence. Which is true. The artifacts were meant as payment for a safe place to live. Though that plan went out the window when we were cornered close to your territory. We had the choice of fighting our way through 100 fae, or to cross over into your land. We knew about the rumors of how no old one ever returned from Corinthia. It was still better than being caught by the Fae, and we had the amulet. So we had hope. There wasn't much hesitance when we changed the plan to using your territory to cross over to Italy. The Bisholos aren't friendly with the Hammonds. It was a good chance at freedom. She sets down her glass and sighs. And then we ran into you. I try to digest the whole story, glad that I've eaten my food before the story started to affect me. I crave for my family. I wouldn't know what to do if they are within reach but reject me. At least she had contact with other old ones until she got involved with her sister. This ceremonial spell that was placed on you interests me. It's amazing that you don't flip out at regular intervals. Is it a genuine hex, or an enchantment that was imprinted on your aura? She smiles sadly. If that had been the case, it would be possible to break the spell. It may have taken them a lot of time, but such means wouldn't have protected me indefinitely. That's why I turned their ceremony into an activation ritual for wild magic. It's pretty much irreversible since the spell was interwoven with my entire being. At first it was indeed like you said. Whenever I lost the strength to keep complete control over myself, I acted like a maniac, overtaken by rage or madly laughing at something incomprehensible. By now I've had more than enough time to learn to cope with it. I've gotten used to my strong emotions. So, wild magic. That's dangerous. Magic always needs to be kept under control. From invoking the spell matrix to actually casting the spell. Otherwise the caster gets unexpected results. Wild magic isn't guided. Magic is the manipulation of all energy, physical or metaphysical. If one step of the spell doesn't define the flow of energy, literally anything can happen. Therefore wild magic is the easiest and most dangerous form of magic. And the hardest one to take back. It's like telling the universe to light a campfire without specifying how. If you are lucky the universe will ignite the campfire, but most of the time it will blow up in your face. Maybe the whole forest around you ignites. At worst the sun goes supernova, just to light your fire. Maybe the last example was overly dramatic, but one simple fact remains. Don't play with wild magic. Bad shit will happen and you will get burned. It shows how desperate Sully was. Probably I should say something. Whatever happened in the past, I am glad that you are here with me now. Do you want to go back now? She studies my face with a skeptical expression. Does that involve the leather and the chains with which you threatened me? I get to my feet and retrieve her overcoat from the wardrobe. Only if you like such things. I am earnest about courting you. Just give me a chance. Otherwise I might not be able to control my own instincts. I am actually very impressed with your ability to stay in control. If you hadn't told me about it, I might have never known that you have to deal with such issues. You are a strong person, Sully. Her cheeks turn slightly red, but she says nothing in return. She simply takes the coat and we leave the restaurant. I anticipate her complaint about simply leaving and smile. Don't worry. They have my account number on their tab. I've eaten here before. Corinthia. Sully. I feel exhausted, so I say nothing on the way back. Magnus may not be a lot of things, but he proved to be a good listener. And a little less of a worthless game addict than I thought. We don't talk as I follow him all the way up to his apartment and then return to the mansion. I've no idea what Anya is doing since I spent the whole afternoon with Magnus. Is she still visiting Angelica? Being on autopilot, I intend to head back to my quarters. Managing a whole step, Magnus suddenly takes my hand and pulls me into the mansion's living room which is connected to the entrance hall. I give off a weak complaint as he closes the door and uses his body to catch me between him and the wall. Wriggling, I use all my strength to push him a little further away. Back off. I think this going too far for a single date. Didn't I already inform you about my intentions? He leans closer, his irises blazing with red light. I growl. The evening was nice, but he expects too much too fast. I am warning you. I open my mouth to use the hellfire, one of my best combat skills. I am sorry, but you forbade me my cigarettes. And considering how I am feeling right now, you will have to breathe that down my throat. He places his lips on mine, forcing me to make a choice. Either I burn his throat and lungs, or I cancel the spell. The cocky bastard. My mind is reeling as his tongue fights a duel with mine, creating a sweet explosion in the back of my brain. It causes a shudder to run down my spine. Oh, he can kiss like a pro. I cancel the spell and enjoy the kiss. The fact that his hands are squeezing my chest doesn't even register until I feel all hot and bothered. Then our tongues part and his lips trail down my throat, descending. His hands stroke my flanks as he goes to his knees. Having him on his knees doesn't feel so threatening anymore. I could run if I do it now. An animalistic fantasy comes to mind and I play with the thought of being chased by him. My chance goes down the drainage when he lifts my skirt and pulls down the thin trousers I chose to compensate for the illicitness of the dress. I gasp in surprise when his lips touch my sacred place and I realize that he got my panties too. My fingers dig into his hair and something parts my folds, tickling. Unfair. I whimper as his dirty attack turns the tickling into an itching, burning fire. His hands hold me firmly in place. Corinthia. Magnus. I feel Sully reacting nicely as she slowly succumbs. Pleasing her was a good idea. My whole body craves her, but having her all needy feels wonderful. Suddenly her knees buckle and her legs shake uncontrollably. I allow her to slide to the ground and pull off her trousers. She is still in her own world when I free myself and pull her hips closer, pushing into her with unexpected ease. I was with women before, but I never craved them like I do her. And being inside her is heaven. Ah! I hate you. She curses, but her body says something different. Groaning, she closes her legs and arms around me, pulling me inside her. I try to pull out like I did in the dreams, but she holds me so close that I can't. Instead I rock back and forth, attacking with short jabs. Yes. There. Faster. She gasps and I place both hands on her knees to get more leverage. From where is she getting her sudden strength? Finally, I manage a better position and hammer myself into her squirming body. Then she turns crazy and synchronizes her movements with mine. Not so long. It's killing me. My mind dissolves to a haze as we go through the movements. At last, another orgasm rocks her entire body. I feel her contractions around me. It's so mind-blowing that it sends me straight over the edge and I spill myself inside her. Not moving and deep inside her, I try to keep her in place until I am done. Then we are both panting on the ground and I manage to chuckle into her chest. That was better than I imagined. You are the best. Suddenly her hips twist and she flips us around. Straddling me between her thighs, she is now on top. Sully sits up and reaches backwards. Her thin fingers close around my balls and I stiffen. Her eyes flash red, telling me that I better not make a wrong move. Oh? Already done? How does it feel to push yourself onto a woman? Did I satisfy you, oh Lord? I risk it to slowly reach up and cup her breasts in my hands. Do you believe that I want anybody else after having you? I am addicted. Then I slowly tear the dress, revealing her twin mountains. I think I am in love. She tightens her fingers around me and I wince. I think that you are a horny bastard who only does what he wants. I am a horny bastard and I want you. I growl and speak my mind, simply announcing what the thing inside me thinks. I'll never regret it. Just kill me off if there is no chance for us. If you don't kill me, I'll take you every day from now on. I massage her, ignoring the red light in her eyes. She hisses. I actually hate the way you make me want more of you. It should be forbidden how you hit my exact G-spot every damn time. It's as if that thing was made for me. She grinds her hips and moves her hands, hardening me again in moments. Then she rises and sinks down on me again and again. At some point she lets go of my balls and leans forward to confront me face to face. Just to clarify this experiment between us. Because we are a long way from being actual lovers. If you make me regret this, I'll rip them off for real. I grunt and hug her to hold her in place. Her tightness forces me to release a second time inside her. Shit. You are so cruel. Did you have to say that while you get me off? 14 City. The solstice is the time when an old hunt ends and a new one begins. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Anya. I follow Angelica through the town. She is my first friend who is close to my own age. At first, she needed time to warm up to the fact that I am an old one, but it got better. Up to the point that she invited me to her club. It helps that she is also a supernatural. Angelica is a neophyte, a baby vampire without powers. To come into her powers, she would have to die and resurrect as a vampire. Right now she isn't much different from a human. Maybe she is just a little faster and stronger than the average person, but it's by no means outside of what would be considered human potential. We arrive at the huge library building. She walks up to the gate and opens it. Today we've only supernats at the club, so you don't have to hide your identity. I enter and wait for her to close the huge, wooden door. The town's library is huge and old. I am actually surprised that a publicly available institution like a library still exists in this town. From my studies on human society I got the impression that having a public library is really antiquated. Shouldn't I hide the fact that I am an old one? I could say that I am an elemental. Angelica tilts her head and studies me as if I am a bad child. I don't think that hiding something like that will get you anywhere in the long run. And Alex would try to hit on you. I guess you wouldn't like that. Probably. At one point or the other the secret will get out. I scratch my head and try to anticipate the impact it would have on my relationship with the others. You are probably right. I'll simply show myself from my shiniest side. Angelica laughs and guides me through the administration area. A grumpy old man who is doing something at a computer looks up to glare at us, but he says nothing as we pass into the area with the books. The library turns out to be a maze with several floors, though I see almost no staff. Aren't there too few employees for such a large building? What happens if someone messes up the books? My friend shrugs. Not necessary. Every book is chipped. The staff only needs to run a little hand scanner across the shelves to check whether everything is okay or not. They do it once the library closes down. My forehead furrows in frustration. Isn't that too much effort for a lot of paper in this day and age? Who pays for that? I don't know. The library is funded by the city, so guess that it's tax money. There are a lot of really old texts in the upper floors, so the whole thing is seen as preserving a national treasure. Angelica guides me to the second floor and along a long corridor. There are several small rooms with tables and chairs inside. I suppose that once the customers chose their books, they can read them here without being disturbed. The whole institution strikes me as odd. Maybe my knowledge on human society is flawed? I had no problems to blend in while I was with my sister. At last, we enter a study with a large desk in the center and several chairs around it. 4 people of various ages are sitting at the table, 2 girls and 2 boys. One of the girls is a blonde with freckles. She seems to be the closest to my age. The other is a brunette with a luscious figure that's almost but not quite chubby. The boys look older than Angelica, maybe 19. But that's always difficult to guess with supernats of various races. One has brown hair and a skinny figure. The other is an athlete with a swimmer's body. He obviously spilled a few bottles of paint on his blonde, black, and orange mane. I am no fan of dreadlocks. Is that what people call being a hippie? The hippie raises his head from his book and gets to his feet. Angelica. So nice that you've made it this time. And you brought a friend? Is she the reason why you skipped the last 2 meetings? He laughs and approaches to hug Angelica. Then he returns his attention to me. You might become the youngest member of the club. It's good to have a new addition. I force myself to smile as he starts patting my head as if I am some kind of pet. Angelica clears her throat. Anya, meet everyone. She points at the blonde. That's Rosetta, she is a dryad. Her finger wanders to the other girl. Then we have Maria, hedge witch. She continues the introduction. The skinny guy is Alex, a fire elemental. And the one who is messing up your hair is Richard, one of the people of the lake. That's our local version of kappas or mermaids. Everyone, meet my new friend Anya. She is an old one. The room falls silent and Richard stops petting me, tensing up. He slowly removes his hand from my head and backs away ever so slightly. Yeah, just as I expected. I keep the smile plastered to my face and bow. It's nice to meet all of you. I hope we can become good friends. Don't give her the cold shoulder. Anya is a really nice girl. Angelica takes my hand and guides me to one of the chairs. She and her sister moved to our territory. They are under the Lord's protection. Rosetta gasps. You've met the Demon Lord and are still alive. My forehead furrows. They call Magnus a Demon Lord? I guess it fits. He is a nice person if he isn't busy killing people or having one of his raging fits. Or humping my sister. I better not mention that. What else can I say? It's the truth. Alex closes the book he was reading. Don't take this the wrong way, but you are strange for an old one. Not that I've met any. I am still young. I am not plagued by uncontrollable instincts like my elders. The issues will start once my aging process stops completely around the age of 50, I answer. Maria makes a helpless gesture. I am sorry, but we don't exactly know a lot about old ones. Except to be somewhere else when they throw a tantrum. And that they are old. I didn't even know that they can have children. The following silence stretches out and I realize that the secrecy around my race is a problem when it comes to making friends. They don't know how to deal with me, which isn't exactly their fault. Maybe my wish to make quick friends was asking for a little too much. I pout and consider solutions to the problem. Maybe a little lesson on biology is in order? My people don't have a lot of children. A woman is considered very fertile if she has one child every 100 years, given that she tries regularly. That's why I was the only child at the compound where I grew up. It gave me a lot of time to learn about computers. I announce my hobby proudly. Most of the other old ones have a hard time in dealing with new technology. A child starts its aging process at a normal human speed. That speed gradually slows down until it stops completely. We can use magic, but we obviously lack the experience of our elders. My aging process is about to slow down rapidly from now on. I may look like 15, but I am about to become 17 next week. When I am 20 I'll look like 16 and so forth. From 30 onwards I won't change much. I'll continue to age very slowly until my body completely stops aging at the age of 50. I'll look somewhere around 30 by then. With luck a little younger. It's different from person to person. Some of us look younger, some look older. Once the aging process locks down, I'll start getting the same impulses as the adults do. It's easiest to explain if you think of it as being overpowered by pure bestial instincts. I can only guess at how powerful they are. The only instinct I have as a child is to hide when my elders start snarling and their eyes flash red. It's more of a defensive mechanism. My sister is a very controlled person, but even she loses to her beast if there is enough provocation. She told me that my control will get better with age. I finish my explanation and smile at them. So right now I am more like Angelica. I am much closer to a normal human than to an old one. Rosetta touches her chin, thinking. Why did you move to our territory? You said you lived in a compound. I win CE. My clan attempted to marry me off and I didn't like it, so we ran away. Richard snorts in disgust. Who does that in this day and age? It's barbaric. And aren't you considered as a child by your people's standards? I shrug and try to rationalize it as I always do. I told you how rare children are among my race. It's expected of women to try as soon as they are able to. My sister and I caused an uproar by running away. We ended up in this territory by pure circumstance. Now I am hoping that the Lord lets us stay. I like it here. But enough of me. What are you doing in here all day long? Just reading books. Angelica laughs. We also talk about the books. We help each other in our studies. Sometimes we go out, mostly when the human club members are present. I furrow my forehead. That's something that confuses me. Why are there humans in your club? I didn't intend to, but my voice sounded a little disgusted. I quickly make sure that my expression is neutral. I am sorry. That didn't sound as I intended it. It's just that I was always told to. Angelica raises her hand. No need to. We know how the elementals and some other supernatural races were created. It's understandable that you don't want to get involved with humans. I blush. It's an unspoken law of the old ones not to mix with others. Our genetic code does some strange things in interaction with the genetics of other races. The result is often neither of both, nor a mixture. That's how the elementals came to be. They are the offspring of a group of old ones who mingled with humans, hoping that the result would create more fertile offspring. Their children couldn't use magic the same way we do. They had their elements though. Complete control in a single field of magic. Many of them can even turn themselves into their element. When it comes to their field of magic they are savants, geniuses, and at the same time crippled idiots. The experiment was ended when it became clear that they would wipe out their own clan by continuing the experiment. Each born elemental meant one less old one, so the clan couldn't keep up the numbers. If it's avoidable I wouldn't want to have such offspring. Especially since most elementals have limited lifespans. It would be horrible to see someone who is dear to me grow old and die in a matter of decades. I sigh. Of course I understand that love and attraction can't be chosen at will. It still sounded as if I am some prejudicial prick. If I hesitate to interact with humans, then I would have to extend such prejudices to other supernaturals. I'll try my best to be nice. Richard chuckles. I hope you won't extend your attempts at acceptance to Faye. Of course not. I cry in outrage, remembering the time when I almost fell into the hands of Faye. I don't understand why nobody gifted their little pocket dimension with a decently sized nuke. Rosetta laughs. She is an old one. Only they get so riled up about the Fae. Guys, what do you think? Should we go out and show Anya around the town? I am sure that Angelica only guided her to the boring places so far. Let's go to the racers. The racers? I ask. Angelica shakes her head. That's a bar for adults. No entry under 18. Anya is certainly too young and you, Rosetta, are too. Hell, even I am too young. Not fair. I've tickets and identifications. If Anya casts a glamour, we could take a look without anyone ever knowing, Rosetta complains. The others join her, making Angelica the only one who opposes the idea. In the end I can't help it. Angelica is my friend, but the power of 4 against 2 feels overwhelming. On top of it I am interested in what makes the bar so desirable. Ahem, as long as it's just a look. Half an hour later we wait in a line with a lot of people. They are all waiting to be allowed into some kind of cellar. I turn around to Rosetta, who I glamored to look 3 years older. I did the same to Angelica and me. So what's so interesting about that bar? Rosetta pumps her fists. You will see. The laser show is fantastic and the dance floor rocks every night. There are also the cocktails and the pole dancers. Pole dancers? I turn around as the line moves forward, but suddenly Angelica pulls me away from the line of waiting people. Damn. Cops. Rosetta squeals. Run. A car with blue alarm lights turns around the corner and I pump my legs to follow the others. Someone calls for us to stop. Of course nobody listens. I can't help it. This is exciting. Even though I don't understand why we are running away. Why are we running? We broke the mundane law with supernatural means. Angelica huffs, her human limitations are obvious. They often screen the parties for supernatural children who try to cheat with glamour. I shoulder her and start running faster to keep up with the others. Scarf? Can you do something to help? I address the snake around my neck. He said I should just give him a name, and so I named him Scarf, since he is a scarf. The answer is sobering. No. This is entirely your own fault. I won't help you to avoid righteous punishment. What a useless bodyguard. I wheeze, starting to feel Angelica's weight. So I channel some power through my body. The police car is right behind us, so I am delighted when Rosetta and the others take a side street which is too small for a car. I follow them and come to a skittering halt as I become aware of the 3 policemen blocking the street. Alex and Richard try to charge past them, but one of the policemen roars and his uniform bursts apart as he grows, bones cracking and fingers elongating. Long fur sprouts all over his body and the face turns to a cruel grimace. Goat horns burst from his forehead and his feet turn to hooves. He grabs Richard like a child at the neck and lifts him. Then the creature spanks him, laughing. Alex tries to do something with his fire element, but the creature draws in a deep breath and a torrent of snowflakes fills the alley. I avert my face from the stinging cold. When I look back, all 4 of the idiots are being stuffed into huge gunny sacks. All of the policemen are now abhorrent creatures with various deformities. And they seem to have fun with their police sticks, beating the living hell out of my friends. In my shock I totally forgot about the police car which chased us. I turn just in time to notice the ugly, drooling thing which is towering above me. Its evil, beady eyes are hypnotizing, rooting me in place. Then it roars at me and I cry out in pure horror as the abomination slobbers its ugly tongue at me. It laughs as it throws another huge gunny sack over Angelica and me. I squeal as I am swept off my feet. The last thing I can see is a street light as the gunny sack is strung shut. Something impacts my ass and I cry out. These guys don't use their sticks half-heartedly. Angelica joins me and the others as we howl from the painful treatment. A deep voice rumbles from outside. Ha ha har har har. Gunter, I didn't have so much fun in a while. Did you see her face? It's as if she never saw a Krampus. Must be a tourist. Those huge, pleading eyes. I actually can't wait until solstice to frighten a few more naughty kids. Right you are. But they were good training for the actual event. Let's bring them in. I feel the gunny sack being lifted and rudely thrown onto a soft surface. Everything hurts. Then something is slammed shut. Did they just throw us into a car's boot? Angelica groans under me. I managed to avoid this my whole life. And in the end I still got caught by those motherfuckers. Grandma will talk about it for weeks. I try to free myself, but the gunny sack is magically enhanced. In the end I have no other option but to wait. What are those things? Krampus. They are a local tribe of shapeshifters. Their kind is endemic to the Alps. All policemen in this town are Krampus. They are responsible for all the stories about how naughty children are being punished by the Krampus at Christmas. Nowadays they are working as the local police force to punish crime. Don't ask me why. They get some kind of sick kick from punishing evildoers. After a short drive in the police car's boot, we were unloaded and transported somewhere else. Upon arrival at our final destination the gunny sack is unceremoniously shaken, spilling the contents, us, on the floor of a small cell. Our captors retreat, laughing, and slam the door shut, locking it. My new friends try to make some room for themselves and sit down on the little bench that comes with the cell. The soreness is slowly going away. Were I human, I would be bruised black and blue by now. I watch the others, befuddled. They behave as if this is normal. Shouldn't we try to flee? Alex shrugs. Nah. Too much effort. Let's just wait for our parents to get us back. You will get used to the Krampus. They always find a reason to grab some kids. Well, we actually gave them a reason to grab us. Waiting for my parents, just great. I lie down on the floor, spread-eagled. My magic is enough to keep me warm. 2 hours later the door opens and I sit up. Eva minces into the room in a skimpy dress that doesn't allow for much movement. She crosses her arms in front of her chest and studies us, blowing up a big bubble of chewing gum until it pops. Then she sucks the gum back in and smiles. I am proud of you. Though it would have been better if you had succeeded. Whatever. The attempt counts. My sister enters the room, followed by Magnus. He looks at us with raised eyebrows. Sully grants me an especially sour glare. You are under house arrest. At least until you refrain from partaking in illegal activities. I roll my eyes. We broke the law plenty of times. Why is it different now? One of the ugly creatures enters the room in a crouched position. The ceiling is too low for the thing, so it has to stand with its head tilted sideways. Otherwise the horns would scrape the ceiling. It points at me. Is that the one you were looking for, Lord? Magnus smiles at the furry creature and nods. Yet, how is it going in the city? Is a problematic supernatural on the prowl? Something you need help with? The creature shakes its head. No problems, sir. There is just this little issue with the trolls. Someone nailed their chief to the wall of his office and spilled his guts all over the scene. And their cave system is uninhabitable because it was suddenly flooded with a toxic gas. Most got out alive, but strangely the chief's closest assistants didn't manage it. They were caught inside because of a sudden cave-in. Now the trolls are petitioning everyone to get shelter until the gas is out of their caves. It's annoying. Magnus waves his hand, dismissing the issue. Don't waste your time on the matter. The trolls were naughty, so they got punished. How is it going with the preparations for solstice? The creature scratches its chest. I understand. We will not investigate further. And the preparations are almost complete. Everyone is preparing for the big day. My people are eager to go a little wild. It's the only day on which we don't have to bother to hide our nature. Quite funny that the humans think that we are actors in costumes. That's good. Have some fun and go wild. Must be troublesome to be the captain of the police force. I gave your people the job and you guys never disappointed me. Magnus gives the thing a thumbs up. It roars and a few moments pass before I realize that it is laughing. Best job ever since the supernatural community forbade us from stealing naughty children at Christmas. 15 sides. There is no good and evil. A memory of the old ones. Norway, Hammond residence. Cecilia Hammond. I enter Gavin's quarters like I did many times before. My body moves on autopilot to the large dining table. Gavin gets angry if I am not at the table when he enters the room. I don't want him to be angry. He is my husband and it is my duty to make him happy. I immediately feel better as soon as I am sitting. The compelling wish to do as I am told lessens in strength. Not touching the food, I just sit there, waiting. As I rest, the strange fog around my mind slowly dissolves and I start feeling more like myself again. Relishing in the sensation, I close my eyes and try to remember my family. My clan will surely come for me once they find out where I am. They must. It would be unacceptable to allow the abduction of one of their own. There must be some kind of retaliation. Otherwise they would look weak. I rock back and forth as I wait for the inevitable, glad and desperate at the same time. I am glad because when I am in this room my thoughts feel clearer than ever. And I am desperate because everything else about my time with the Hammonds is just a murky fog of memories. I can barely make any sense of it. There are people and disjointed conversations, but they have no meaning. Even my instincts have been silent since Gavin took me. A stash of papers draws my attention and I eye the corridor from which Gavin will be coming. I can take a peek and return to the seat once I hear the door. He would never know. I am on my feet and on his side of the table before I can rationalize my decision further. Probably I would just find a reason not to get up and investigate. Sadly, the papers turn out to be useless. I don't know the language. Though there is something off about the document. It's the writing. The letters are drawn with fine perfection, each one identical. There are even detailed illustrations, though I don't understand why the creator of the script didn't use colors. I would expect to find something of such quality in a book, not on some sheets of paper which obviously have just some fleeting, informational purpose. My eyes stay glued to the paper. There is one tiny bit of information I can understand. The numbers. I always liked Arabic numbers better than the Roman ones. I stand there, staring at the paper until I hear the door. Swaying, I stagger back to my seat. Then I focus on the wall, hoping that he will be done soon. Gavin enters the room and smiles. He sits down at his side of the table and we eat in silence. When he is done, he walks around the table and I rise to get it over with. But he pushes me back into my seat and stands behind me, his hands on my shoulders. This isn't one of those evenings, Cecilia. We'll use all our time to strengthen your bonds. After all, we will go on a little trip. A trip? I echo like a broken record. Yes. You are a very valuable conquest, Cecilia. None of my other wives gave me 2 children in such a short time as you did. But your little rascals are rebellious ones. Totally unlike you. I am afraid that the rebelliousness comes from my side of the union. We have to go and get them back. For the sake of the clan. Otherwise we would look weak. And you will use your power as their mother to command them. It will make things much easier. His dirty hands wander down to my collarbones and he starts massaging me. I have kids. I croak, shaking. I have no children. Cecilia. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. There is no reason to get upset. I'll strengthen the spell on you and you will be totally happy again. The episodes in this room are just needed to give your mind a little time to relax. Otherwise you would break. You would be of no use to me as an apathetic doll. He pulls me to my feet and I allow myself to be dragged towards the other door. The one through which I always have to leave the room. My eyes wander back to the papers and the numbers which I recognized as a date. It's November 2024. It was 1789 when he took me. SHH, you are very upset today. No idea what got you so riled up, but we will fix that. Corinthia. Magnus. What's the party about? Your police force seems to be very excited about it, Sully asks as we guide Anya back to the mansion. I shrug. It's a human invention to tell the truth. The Krampus are just using it for their own convenience. There is a rite among the people in this region. It's similar to Halloween, but a little darker. The young men disguise themselves as Krampus while one plays Santa. Santa gives out treats to the good kids, while the Krampus punish the naughty ones with their sticks and gunny sacks. Some costumes look so realistic that it's no big deal for the real Krampus to join the fun. Nowadays they have cordoned off routes to follow. But that makes it all the more fun when some brave souls decide to test their luck by jumping over the barrier. It goes without question that the Krampus answer such an offense with their sticks and whips. The humans have fun partying in the meantime, judging the costumes. Sully shakes her head in disbelief. It's a wonder that nobody discovered the truth. The supernatural communities would want to take revenge for revealing their existence. I laugh and take her hand to hook arms with her. The strange impulse to do so surprised me. But it feels good. Everyone in the Alps is doing it. It's not like this valley is the only one which holds the event. We enter my apartment and go back to the mansion. I am still in my own little world with Sully when someone gasps and Oilel appears with the familiar staccato of her feet on the ground. You did it. Did you already reach second base? Can I arrange a ceremony? You have to tell me at least a week in advance, so that I can prepare. The brownie dashes to Anya who was following us in silence. Did they tell you something? Please, I have to know. Anya shakes her head, judging us with an unbelieving expression. They acted awfully close since they bailed me out of jail. I was too surprised to ask them anything. Jail. Oilel calls out, touching Anya all over to check for injuries. Finally, the girl snaps and tries to slap the brownie. Of course Oilel avoids each strike with supernatural speed. Sully bites down on her lip. I am sorry, Anya. Your circumstances caused me to forget to inform you. Magnus and I have decided to try ourselves in a relationship. The physical attraction is undeniable and it's better to explore our compatibility than to keep our instincts in check. I smile and pull Sully closer. I am not sure that I would be able to do that. Anya's expression is epic. It's like someone drew a light bulb above her head and switched it on. You mean like back at the chapel? Sully growls. Nobody will ever mention that particular event again. Understand? The little sister closes her mouth and nods vehemently. My lips are sealed. Thanks, sis. She runs over and hugs Sully. That means we can stay forever. Right? I'll never, ever forget your sacrifice. Sully pats Anya's head with a conflicted expression on her face. Don't make it sound like I am doing it just to stay here. Suddenly Oilel joins what somehow turned into a group hug. I knew that Master would convince you to stay. Oilel. Too close. I hiss and wave the brownie away. Then I reach for my cigarettes. Just because I'll have no other choice but to tolerate all of them doesn't mean that I am suddenly the hugging type. Sully snatches the cigarettes from my hand. I forgot to mention that our relationship includes a ban on smoking. The stuff stinks and so do you. I want to give her a witty retort when I feel something tugging on the veil. It repeats in quick pulses of 3. Someone is knocking on my door. I am sorry, but someone is at the veil. I've to go and investigate their intentions. I free myself from them. Sully is quick to follow me. I'll join you. I'll too. Anya follows. I turn around and answer in unison with Sully. No. The teenager is taken aback, but Sully hugs her. It's surely the Hammonds. Please just stay here where it's safe. Don't leave the reality marble. Go to Fiacre's place. I grind my teeth at the mention of my aunt. Strangely enough the thought of her doesn't send me over the edge. Anya grudgingly consents while I am still marveling about this new development. 1 month ago I would have run off, spewing curses and acid at everyone and everything. Sully turns to face me. Let's go. I would rather have you stay here with Anya. I announce my feelings on the matter. Sully is mine now. There is no way that I'll allow anything to harm her. She shakes her head. Don't be stupid. They are my people. I know them. I chew on my inner lip. What if I just tell them that I killed the 2 of you and that they have to stay away from my territory? Sully snorts. Really? Should we hide forever inside this reality marble? Will you imprison us? And besides, Anya already took several strolls through the town and ended up in jail. There is no way that none of the supernats noticed her heritage. Sooner or later Mercs or headhunters or someone else will leak the information that we are well and alive. That they retreated for the moment doesn't mean that they won't come back. I am sure that they still have their spies in the area. Maybe it was a bad idea to allow Anya to go out. But she was so happy about meeting Eva's neophyte that it didn't even cross my mind to ground her. From what I understood, she was locked up in the compound for her entire life. I should organize more protection for her nonetheless. It feels a little thin to have only one of the lazy guardian spirits trailing her. The spirits are powerful, but one alone could never hold off a determined attack. They are more like guard dogs than real bodyguards. And today I talked with several supernaturals while Sully and I searched for Anya. I managed everything without a single leaf of weed. I ripped off no heads and gutted nobody. Okay, I broke a finger or two, but only because the attendant at the police station worked with the speed of a sloth. All in all, I kept calm and had my marbles together. Does Sully really have such a strong effect on me? If I had known that a single female can calm down most of my mental issues, I would have stolen one long ago. I furrow my eyebrows together and consider what would happen if the guys at the Vale are really Hammonds and I end up slaughtering them. Okay, but you have to equip yourself. 16 Command. Never negotiate without a stick. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. This time I chose the grey SUV to drive to the place where the Vale was activated. It's not the most refined way to show up to a meeting between two clans, but I like to have some armor around me. The SUV was completely rebuilt by an Italian company which specializes in armoring private cars. I also added a little magic to the armor and the safety features. This time they can shoot a rocket at me and I wouldn't even flinch. It's strange. Now that I think about it, I've never met other residents inside your apartment complex. Though there are a lot of cars in the parking area. Sully hums, musing over the thought. That's because there are no other residents and all the cars belong to me. The entire complex is mine. I bought it because of the view, I answer the implied question. She rubs her temples. Why am I no longer surprised? Does your territory hold any other secrets which I am unaware of? It's my time to laugh. A lot of them. Too much to be shared in a short amount time. You will learn about them piece by piece. I switch to a lower gear and allow the SUV to slow down. Whoever irritated the Vale did so in a place where no people are around. At least they had the presence of mind to choose a meeting place that can be reached by modern means. Our destination is an area where my Vale would intersect with two others, so there is a large neutral area instead. The Vales are required to have a roughly round or oval shape. It's a problem of the spell which generates the Vale. It would be too much effort to create a Vale with the strange shape of a human country. Not that we old ones ever cared about that. So the neutral spot which we are approaching now, is the area where my territory would overlap with the Italian Bisholos and the Slaunian Chis. I hope that we will be able to understand your parents. How old are they? Some of the clan heads are ancient, and for some reason, retarded enough to refuse to learn new languages. They bark in some ancient, guttural tongue and spoil every chance at having a decent round of insulting each other. Sully's expression darkens. I don't know. My mother never told me anything about herself, except for the fact that she is a Ranu. And father is old. At least as old as your aunt. But don't worry. Both of them speak Akkadian. That's good. At least they know the international language among supernaturals. I shudder at the memory of Grandfather Hatlix. I always had the silent suspicion that he was some kind of missing link between us and the dinosaurs. He howled and hissed and clicked like some animal, not bothering with any form of consonants. Without Dad, nobody would have had any chance of understanding him. I hope I'll never get that old. My brother even voiced the silent suspicion that Grandpa isn't speaking a real language, but uses some primeval way to convey his feelings. Something that was used before real language was invented. The SUV leaves the forested area behind, reaching the height where trees yield their rain to grass and bushes. That's when I spot the 3 helicopters which had landed on a small plateau just outside the Vale. Sully stretches herself to get a better view. To my dismay, the heavy combat gear on her doesn't allow for any deep insights. I insisted that she wears armor. I think the 2 in the center are Cecilia and Gavin. The 15 guards around them aren't all from the Hammonds. At least 9 are from our servant clans. Servant clans? I muse. She blushes. Sorry, I am used to calling them that. They are from the 4 smaller clans which were subjugated by the Hammonds. I nod, not happy at the thought that their vassals are willing to lend a helping hand in offensive operations. So how many old ones do we have to face in case of a war? I am not sure of their actual numbers, but they can't have more than 15 people per clan. Otherwise Gavin would have serious problems to keep them under control. It's still dangerous because they could unite and challenge the Hammonds. So not more than 80 to 90 people altogether. Have that, because of the non-combatants. In addition, I don't think that everyone can fight. And they need people to guard their territory against neighboring clans. I would say that those 15 are everything they can send comfortably without weakening their own position. I slow down the SUV and stop it a few meters away of the Vale. I am fairly sure that they could force their way through the veil if they put their mind to it. But they will be weakened and easy picking on our side. Just remember that you are still not permitted to leave the territory. She clenches her teeth at the implied fact that she has limited freedom of movement. Then we get out and approach the veil, stopping 2 meters in front of it. The couple also moved forward and so I get my first look at Gavin and Cecilia. I can immediately tell that Sully's black hair comes from Gavin. He is tall compared to his wife. Sully's blue-green eyes come from her brunette mother, who is a small woman with European and Hispanic features. Cecilia's shapely body combined well with Gavin's height, giving Sully the perfect proportions which I fell for. Anya on the other hand is more on her mother's side of the equation. Isn't your display of force a little poor to be counted as a welcoming party? Is that everything that's left of the Bathomus? No wonder that you are hiding behind your veil. Gavin's eyes scan the mountain range, looking for additional threats. It's enough for the likes of you. I show him my teeth with a savage grin. Gavin tilts his head, considering. Then he dismisses me as unimportant. We want our children back. And the artifacts. They belong to us. I used them as an endowment. One might think that I get something for being wed off to another clan. It isn't my fault that they didn't take me in the end, Sully replies. I watch Sully's mother. She seems to be interested in everything, the bushes, the mountains, but not in our conversation. Gavin's eyes flash red in anger. The Horus is priceless. I would never give something like that to a misbegotten female like you. It's enough. Cecilia, do it. The woman who looked like she wasn't paying any attention to the conversation directs her eyes at Sully. Then she speaks with power in her voice. Come here, child. I purse my lips, offended by the fact that they would fall so low as to try that. Every female old one has a limited amount of mental influence on her offspring. The experience of being on the receiving end is very unpleasant. That's why it's frowned upon to use this ability so blatantly. On top, it doesn't last long and also loses strength the older the offspring gets. Since the control is by no means perfect, it's very likely that children who are abused regularly by such means will stick a knife into their parents' backs sooner or later. It's really not that impressive, except for stopping little children from doing something stupid. But in regards to controlling kids, it's every parent's holy grail. Especially if the kids are able to throw lethal magic at them and don't comprehend what they are doing. Sully's leg twitches forward, but she stays where she is. From the corner of my eyes I notice her face turning red and a vein on her temple bulges as she fights the command. It's good that we didn't take Anya. The girl would have walked right to her mother's side like a zombie. Cecilia must be really powerful if she still has that much effect on Sully despite her daughter's age. Who says that she is allowed to leave? Reaching up, I close my hand around Sully's neck and send a small jolt of energy through her system to break the control. She visibly deflates and steps backwards, slightly behind me. Gavin returns his attention to me. She is mine. It's my decision to use her as I please. Or do you want to compensate me somehow for my losses? I decide to give in to my instincts. The wish to bite through his throat had grown ever since he dismissed me as unimportant. Maybe he hoped to spare his own forces by using his servant clans as guards, but that will cost him dearly. If I make his shortcomings obvious, then he might soon have his hands full with staying in control of his assets. Weakling. I snarl at him, offering the ultimate insult to a clan head. You can't even keep your own children under control. Your own people are running away from you. And then you insult me by violating my territory and trying to assassinate me. Nobody enters my territory without my permission. I'll take your artifacts and your daughters as compensation. I'll allow you to leave now. Gavin steps closer. You are so lucky that offensive magic doesn't work through the veil, or I would teach you a lesson. Aren't you the one who didn't learn his lesson? You sent 8 men into my territory, and only one returned because he ran like a dog with his tail between his legs. How is he, Gavin? Was it bad for his health to force his way through the veil by himself? He must have been scared witless to risk it. These negotiations are obviously at an impasse. Ready yourself, child. Cecilia, we leave. He turns around and walks back to the helicopters. Yes, Gavin. Cecilia stops her study of the pebbles on the ground to follow him. The guards also retreat. Sully needs her fingers. That didn't go well. As well as I expected. He even threatened me, so I don't feel bad about what comes next. I turn around and head back to the SUV, where I open the car's spacious boot. The helicopters are already speeding up their motors, so I have to be fast. Sully watches me, gaping, as I pull out the large chest and open it. The veil may stop offensive magic, but this is an item of pure physics. Is that a bazooka? Damn right you are. I was waiting to return them their favor with the rocket launcher. Stepping around the SUV, I level the tube at the retreating Hammonds. One of the guards screams, but I've already pressed the trigger. The rocket shoots out of the launcher, hissing towards the helicopter which is about to be entered by Gavin and his wife. Warned by the guard, they throw themselves to the side just in time. The helicopter, along with its pilot, isn't as lucky and a rain of debris covers the area, combined with a huge explosion. Then the guards draw pistols and I've to pull Sully behind the SUV. The bullets pepper the car while I am reloading the bazooka. Sully shakes me at the shoulder. What the heck are you doing? Now they will be on the warpath. Pa. Do you really want to tell me that Gavin would have given up? He said I should prepare myself. I'll certainly not lean back and wait for him to come up with a nasty plan. I was in war with them from the moment they entered my territory in force. I arm the second grenade and take a quick peek around the SUV. Showing my head is immediately rewarded with at least a dozen bullets. The sound of the gunfire tells me that one of the fuckers brought an SMG. When I stand up for the second shot, I aim over the SUV's roof. I am forced to fire quickly without knowing where Gavin is. Our guests press themselves into the remaining 2 helicopters and are lifting off while they empty their guns at my car. I pick one retreating machine at random and fire. And suddenly the lights go out. When I regain consciousness, I am on my back. Sully is slapping my cheek, calling my name. And I've a migraine. A bad one. What happened? She holds up the small fragment of a bullet. Just a part of the tip. A more piercing by the looks of it. You took that in the forehead. We have to communicate better. You should have told me how to use the launcher. They were gone before I managed to reload. Though it would have been unlikely that I had managed to hit them anyway. I take the fragment and inspect it. It's a first that I got shot in the head. Isn't that normally accompanied with some form of memory loss? Maybe it happens only in cases of severe damage. Why can't you use a bazooka? It's the only weapon which is sure to take down an old one. Because there are several types of those things. And I had other stuff on my mind than to train on all of them. Especially not some strange model from the Second World War. She pulls at my hand and helps me to my feet. I thought that it wouldn't be so bad to use up my leftovers on them. Restocking perfectly fine equipment isn't one of my favorite things to do. Who gives a shit about modern safety features? I study the carnage. 2 helicopters are destroyed, but there are almost no casualties. One wreck is on the plateau with us, the pilot's pieces all over the place. Another seems to have crashed 100 feet further up the mountain. Sadly, I don't see any casualties. I guess it would be asking too much that I took out Gavin. She shakes her head. I don't think so. Some survived the crash of the second helicopter and fled on foot. I couldn't do anything to stop them because I am caught inside the veil. Sully is surprisingly calm, given that I just tried to kill her parents. She didn't understate her relationship to them when she gave me her life story. They aren't more than names to her. That's good. I don't want her to pursue them. So what now? She huffs. I click my tongue. Now we'll make some calls and pile up so much shit in front of Gavin's doorstep that he'll wish he never started this. Sully taps her fingernails on the SUV, looking at me with questioning eyes. There is no need for her to ask for further explanations. Her face says everything. I simply answer the implied question. First, we will call your mother's clan and inquire if they are happy that their former member is being mind-wiped by her husband. Better to do this anonymously, because I intend to laugh at them. The more they are provoked the better. Then we will use AniaSupernatural.com to give the whole supernatural world an exact idea of what awaits their women if they marry into the Hammond clan or their allies. What do you mean? Cecilia is mind-wiped. Sully's expression falters. Didn't you notice? The way she studied the scenery and was interested in everything other than the negotiations. Sully's cheek twitches. She was always like that. Distant, focused on her own thoughts. I nod. Right. Until Gavin told her to command you. And after she gave her command, she went right back to studying the pebbles on the ground. Because they are so interesting. That's no normal way to act. Maybe you never thought about it because you don't know her in any different way. You grew up with her. Did it never cross your mind that doll Sully wasn't the first of Gavin's experiments? Maybe Anya and you aren't experiment 1 and 2, but 5 and 6? You said he already has 4 wives. Are any other women in his clan acting strange? She looks at me with a blank expression, then her eyes focus on the horizon in an attempt to recall every interaction she ever had with her mother. Suddenly her eyes flash red and her chin quivers with barely controlled rage. Bastard. He is a bastard. Why I am so stupid. Why haven't I seen it? Her hands fall to her sides. In an attempt to calm down, she exhales and inhales a few times. I give her the time to regain control. The last thing I need now is a raging Sully who tries to break the veil in an attempt to hunt down her father. Finally, she turns around to get into the SUV. We've to get away from here. The humans will be annoying if they find us with the helicopters and an antique rocket launcher in our boot. I nod and take the driver's seat. I don't comment on the fact that my beautiful SUV looks very suspicious. Almost as if a dozen yakuzas with various semi-automatic pistols and rifles decided that my car is an affront to the world. I am so glad that I chose the solid rubber tires. 17 connections. There are various types of women. Some are unusable. Some are useful. Others are convenient. But the ones who are usable should always be kept close to the chest. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Silly. Magnus said nothing on our way back. Instead, he gave me time to sort out my issues. I still don't want to believe that Cecilia had been a doll since before I was born. It would mean that I failed on so many levels. Sadly, the whole theory makes a lot of sense. I never heard Gavin talk about any other experiments. He always referred to Anya or me. But he always worded his sentences as if he knew that his spell would work. Something which should have alarmed me. I studied every method of mind control or mind-altering spells. Everything I learned told me that such spells are complicated and dangerous. Certainly nothing that should be done without a lot of experience. In my case, I simply took the gamble since their success meant my demise. But Gavin seemed always so sure of the results. There must have been previous experiments which assured him of his method. Otherwise it would have been madness to perform the spell at an important wedding. I was so stupid. I follow Magnus as if on autopilot, deeply entranced by my own thoughts. At some point, I realize that we are back inside the reality marble and on our way to Fiaker's place. Are you sure that you'll be fine meeting her? He grunts. Not sure, but it's necessary. Keeping you here means that the Bathomus will become involved in supernatural politics again. That's unavoidable. Others will watch the conflict with the Hammonds and use every weakness I allow to be seen. Fiaker has some contacts to other clans and I need those contacts to get things into motion. We walk in silence while I debate if I should stop him. If it's just about the contacts I can get them from Fiaker as well. But I suppose he needs a reason to meet his aunt. The contacts seem to provide an adequate excuse to break the silence between him and her. Then I realize that he is probably also doing it for Anya and me. We enter Fiaker's garden and find her with Anya and Oilel. The brownie is preparing tea and coffee at a table. As always, she is moving with incredible speed, creating a blurred line of gold as she moves back and forth between her tea party and Fiaker's house. Fiaker is teaching Anya magic. My sister raises her hands and a rough pillar of stone rises from the earth. The two of them did a lot of work. There is a whole field of attempted earth summonings littering the garden. Some of the stone sculptures look perfect, surely Fiaker's. Most are unfinished or crumbled. As if the caster lacked the expertise to transmute the earth to solid stone. We enter the garden and Fiaker steps away from Anya. She smiles at Magnus who glares at her as if he just found a viper in his bed. I need your contacts to reach the other clan heads. His aunt gestures to the house. The brown booklet next to the telephone. He nods and walks away, heading towards the house. Oilel immediately appears at his side, trying to appease him with cake and coffee. I let out the breath which I didn't realize I was holding. So do Fiaker and Anya. My sister is the first to recover completely. Look, sis. Fiaker is teaching me earth magic. She says that I can create golems to serve me, given that I put enough effort into it. She points at her latest creation, the pillar. I purse my lips, realizing that it wasn't meant to be a pillar. There are two nubs where the arms should be, and the head is missing. With a lot of fantasizing, I can imagine the bottom part as two legs which were fused together. Yet, maybe Anya will be able to summon a golem in 10 to 20 years if she sticks to a hard training schedule. That's wonderful. Keep up the good work. Looks like you'll achieve your goal soon enough. Fiaker smiles at me. She probably knows better than me that Anya won't achieve her desired result anywhere as fast as she wants. But it's better not to discourage the young ones. Anya's perception of time is still close to a human's. Telling her that mastering a certain skill may take decades will just discourage her at this point. Let her play and be glad for the small results. I am proud of her anyway. Anya already has a decent set of spells which is impressive at her age. Most of her spells involve water. Those can easily be combined with earth-related magic, granting access to a lot of new possibilities. Once Anya's control increases and her creations don't look like an oversized phallus. That's when Magnus leaves the house, his mobile phone at his ear. Such deprived means. Would have never thought that you'd sell one of your own as a kinky sex doll. It was always a fetish of mine to have an obedient wife at my fingertips. One that bends over at my command. Normal women are reluctant to fulfill my depraved fantasies, so your product would be ideal for me. Can I buy one of the younger ones? I thought about getting my own harem. Hello? Are you still there? He scratches his head, looking at the phone. Realizing that the line was disconnected, he raises the brown booklet in his other hand to flip through the pages. I approach him to take a look at the booklet. There are various telephone numbers with the name of a clan next to it. Who was that? The Rondu matriarch. Seemed like she had no idea as to the whereabouts of her sister, your mom. Oh, boy. I swear I heard her sizzling on the other end. If it's like that with all of Gavin's wives, then I won't have to lift a single finger against him. The other clans will tear him and his little empire apart. Do you know of any other women who joined the Hammonds from outside the clan? Befuddled, I give him a short list of names, including 2 more of Gavin's wives. As far as I know, his first wife was from our own clan. Normally, marriages within the clan aren't taken well. Inbreeding is looked down upon. But Gavin's first wife was the 3rd-generation daughter of a newly joined line from one of our servant clans. So the relationship was distant enough to legitimize them as a couple. The Pavlos? Aren't they direct neighbors of the Hammonds? It gets better and better. He dials a number and returns the phone to his ear. The call is taken a few moments later. Hello. I heard that you are selling your women. Gavin made one of yours his bitch, and Magnus halts mid-sentence, listening to the person on the other end. Oh, sorry. I thought that you are working together with the Hammonds. Gavin, their leader, has this nice, little spell which turns his clanswomen into mindless breeding machines. They don't take offense at being gangbanged by all of his subordinates. He even bragged that he has a male fae in his basement who is giving him tips. I always wondered why his clan has so many members. The only problem I have now is to find some women to start my own slave harem. So I thought that I would ask the clans from whom he got his dolls. Hello. Is that guy really serious? No. It can't be. He didn't talk like that to the head of another clan. Magnus looks at the phone. Why are they all immediately disconnecting the call? All I have to say is Gavin and Hammond, he mumbles and flips the pages of the booklet. Anya, come here. I've a job for you. I need you to upload some pictures. Pictures? I ask. He answers without hesitation. Of Gavin and your mom, of course. When did he manage to take photos of them? I shake my head and decide to have some coffee. There is no need to listen to him stirring up a war. I walk to Oilel's table while Anya rushes over to Magnus' side to receive her instructions. Fiaker is already at the table, sipping on some tea. Am I right to assume that the negotiations went bad? I nod and take the cup of coffee from Oilel, who mysteriously appeared at my side. Now Magnus is trying to provoke a war between the Hammonds and everyone else. He counts on the fact that the clans who had their women marry into the Hammonds won't tolerate the accusation that they sold their people into slavery. I down the coffee in a single gulp and relish the burning heat of the liquid. Do you have something stronger, Oilel? I need a drink. Fiaker sighs. I've also heard that you decided to try your luck with Magnus. Welcome to the family. Oilel flickers away and reappears with a small glass, a shiny, green substance inside. My own brew. That's strong enough to affect even old ones. Sorry that you had to hear it from someone else. And the whole thing is just propitiatory. So withhold your congratulations until it's sure that Anya and I don't have to leave after all of this is over. It looks like the whole shitstorm is just starting. I down the liquid and immediately regret it. There wasn't much more than a single, small sip. It still burns down my throat like liquid fire. I cough and try to get it out again, but the thought at barfing up fire stops me from doing anything. This packs a punch. Remind me not to ask you for alcohol, Oilel. Fiaker laughs. Yeah, she actually has her own brewery behind the mansion. And in regard to your assumed departure, there is no chance of that. If Magnus hasn't said no, then he is in on the idea. If he takes something for himself, he won't let go. Try to run away and he is sure to drag you back against your will if he has to. I never wanted to be some caveman's woman. I sit down and try to ignore the burning sensation inside my belly. Oilel's drinks are pure witchcraft. I continue to chat with Fiaker until the sky slowly starts dimming. There is no sun in this reality marble. Instead, the light seems to come from the whole sky. By the end of the day I have the feeling that I could become real friends with Fiaker. She is way older than me, but she kept up with the times and is a nice person. And Anya has also taken a liking to her. Magnus returns to us and throws the booklet onto the table. I think this was a very productive day. I yawn and look around. Where is Anya? At my computer. She has a lot of work to do and knows her stuff when it comes to electronics. I'm always trying my best to keep up with the computer market and she knows at least as much as I do, he answers, slightly impressed. Fiaker looks up and directly at Magnus. That's something she avoided doing so far. Magnus, can we talk? I get to my feet and excuse myself, leaving Magnus and Fiaker to their discussion. They don't look as if they'll go for each other's throats and I don't think that I should listen to the issues between them. Taking my time, I return to the mansion and indulge in a long shower in my quarters. Both Anya and I have rather large quarters with a bedroom, bathroom, and a big study to connect both rooms and serve as an entrance. I am about to call it a day, when the door to my study opens and Magnus steps inside. He smiles, having caught me in nothing but a bathrobe. Who said that you are going to sleep alone? Aren't we an item? The idea startles me. I've slept alone for over 100 years. I see no real reason to change that now. Then I'll have to change that. He approaches and gets to one knee in front of me. Apparently he likes to do that in order to appease me. I admit that it gives me a thrill to have him kneeling to me. Suddenly he sweeps his arms around my waist and stands up, shouldering me with ease. Hey! I hit his back, but my position doesn't allow me to deliver enough force. My protest does nothing more than to make him chuckle. His hand slides up under my bathrobe and touches my privates. My blood rushes immediately to my head and I gasp. He plays with me, and a minute later, his attention has me moaning and squirming. It's so degrading that I want down, so I pinch him, using my fingernails to ensure that he feels it. Magnus sets me down and my knees almost give way, but I manage to stand on my own. He crosses his arms in front of his chest and studies me expectantly. If you don't like something, then you have to tell me and I'll stop. Why is he asking? Does this really mean that he brought me to this point and would simply leave if I say no? My eyes wander to his trousers and I remember the time we shared in the living room. It never felt that right with others. In the end, anything I say now would just destroy the moment or sound stupid. So I let my body speak. I drop the robe and walk over to the couch, bending over. For some reason that was exactly the right thing to do, because it destroyed his cool superiority. A moment later, he is all over me like some beast. Maybe he is just the type who likes the rear view? Luckily I was already prepared, because this time it was hard and rough, which I could get used to. One destroyed couch later we found some sleep in my bed. Turned out that the couch wasn't constructed with the intention of withstanding two adults hopping up and down on top of it. We kept going like a pair of bunnies until late in the evening, turning the encounter into an exercise. So, since I slept like a log, I didn't even get the chance to find out if he snores. The next morning I wake up alone, which is a big disappointment. I had hopes to use his morning wood for a little payback. I get up and am about to leave the bedroom when Magnus enters with a pile of equipment in his hands. He is fully dressed in a ski suit and winter equipment. As if there is no environmental magic to take care of such issues. Here. Get dressed. I already saw to it that Anya is also equipped. Equipped? I furrow my forehead and study the pile of items which he dropped unceremoniously onto the bed. It's a ski suit, helmet, boots, gloves, goggles. I wonder how he learned my sizes. Curling the corners of my mouth downwards, I realize that he had undressed me twice up until now. Someone who pays attention would have had more than enough opportunity to learn such details. Are we going somewhere? What do you mean? It's Sunday. I go skiing every Sunday, no matter the weather. Get dressed. I'll go and prepare the skis. He turns and dashes out of the room, not giving me a chance for further discussion. After getting dressed, I find Anya, Oilel, and him in the entrance hall. He is patiently trying to show Anya the correct position for beginners. My sister and I never went skiing. Even I had to stay at the Hammond complex most of the time. When I went outside there was always a guard, so it was hard to indulge in such activities. One moment. Why do I have to? I don't get any further. Sully, come. He is at my side and quickly has me attached to the skis waiting on the floor. Then I've to join my sister with warm-up training while Magnus' mouth talks non-stop about the correct position and what's important to look out for as a beginner. Anya seems happy enough, so I don't have the heart to spoil the fun by announcing that I am not into skiing. Well, that's until I notice a little problem. Why are we doing this in your mansion's entrance hall? I warned Master that you might want to take it slow. But if you think that you are ready, then we can go to the mountains. Oilel walks over to the door which leads back to the apartment. On the door is something like a golden ring with numbers. It looks like an old-fashioned clock dial. Up until this point I thought of it as nothing more than a strange ornament. But Oilel turns the ring to another position and opens the door, revealing a scene with snowy mountains and a ski run. And not a human soul in sight. I don't bother to get off the skis as I walk through the doorway to take a look around. There is one freshly prepared ski run in the middle of nowhere. No humans, no tools, no lift. Ahem, where are we? Magnus steps to my side. A glacier in a nature preserve in the west of my territory. Getting to the foot of the mountain takes half an hour. Then you take another door back to the hallway, and from there you return back here. I blink. Can you open doorways wherever you want? Only inside my territory, and at places with a prepared door. There are 98 doors all over my territory. He points at the door behind me. It was built into the mountain and hidden with camouflage. Don't worry. Only persons who are keyed into the network can enter the reality marble. Anya follows us and Oilel closes the door behind her. Ha! I turn back to study the scenery. Who is he paying to have his own secret mountain resort on a glacier? Look, Magnus. All of this is wonderful. But do you really think that it's the right thing to do if Gavin and his minions could turn up at any moment? And it's a little late now, but I would like to learn if my mother is really spelled. He scratches his chin. I can't attack your clan's headquarters alone. Even if there is a way to sneak inside, there is little hope to abduct your mother without having control of the entire complex. She won't be cooperative. I did my best to cause as much bad blood between the Hammonds and everyone else. Other than that, I can only wait until they enter my territory. Here at least, I can fight on my own terms. I'll know once they break the veil. His hand waves at the entire area in a grand gesture. So do you really want to tell me that you would hunker down in a room and worry all day long until Gavin decides to make a move? Or would you have some of the fun they denied you your entire life? I'm guessing that as an unattached, untrusted woman you weren't allowed outside the complex as often as you wished. I clench my teeth instead of answering him. I'll have some fun while you two have your first domestic quarrel. Anya pushes herself forward, using her ski sticks. Then she slides down the ski run, using her skis like a plow. Maybe they are right? If I worry all day long about Gavin, I may not have any fun for a long, long time. Following the impulse, I use my own sticks to get things going. At first I copy Anya's technique, but that gets boring quickly. Feeling confident in my athletic abilities, I set my skis straight to gain some speed. I get faster and faster quicker than I anticipated. The speed gets worrisome, so I try to brake by using my ski as a plow. Due to inexperience, I cross my skis. The next thing I know, is that I am flying. The applied force caused the safety mechanism of my skis to release my skibboots. I land ungraciously, face first on my belly and keep sliding forward. The impact took the breath out of me and I keep sliding until I reach a less steep part of the ski run. At last, I stop and roll over, spitting out snow. My nose feels broken. Ha ha ha. Sis, Magnus said that only a tourist breaks with his face. Anya slides past me, slowly but uninjured compared to me. Magnus stops next to us, shaking his head. Told you. Beginners should take it slow and easy. We aren't in a competition. I groan and set my nose to its correct position. This is so embarrassing. I swear that I'll train and then I'll beat all of you to the goal. But first I need my skis back. And the sticks. Damn, I even lost the goggles. My equipment is all over the ski run. I groan and get to my feet, resigning myself to the walk of shame to collect everything instead of using my magic to do so. 18 twice. Never run away from a cat, or it may decide to play with you. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. It has been 4 days since Gavin tried to negotiate with us and it looks like he is in real trouble by now. None of the other clans made a move, but most requested to see their former subjects. Others invited them to visit their former homes. That puts Gavin into a really troublesome political situation. He can either allow representatives from the other clans into his own home, which will surely be nothing less than an investigation. Or he can allow his women to visit their former clans, where they will be grilled for information. Up until now, Gavin has been withholding any replies. Either way, the truth will come out sooner or later. The more he locks down his clan's base of operations, the more guilty he looks. It's even in my interest if it looks like he is trying to hide a naughty secret. Truth be told, he was in real shit the second Sully and Anya escaped his compound. Their knowledge on who married who was enough to rile up several families. It doesn't matter if only Cecilia turns out mind-wiped in the end. The Rondu are influential enough to be a serious pain in Gavin's butt. Now it makes a lot more sense that Gavin hired mercenaries. It even explains why he didn't waver an inch during the negotiations. There was no other acceptable outcome from his perspective. Either he gets the sisters back, or they will leak the information about his practices sooner or later. It may not have mattered if just Anya and Sully had been the victims. They are his own blood and therefore under his rule. But having a member of another clan abducted and controlled with magical means is a wholly different matter. We've heard news that the Rondu are screaming for blood since Anya uploaded the pictures of Cecilia. And there is no real way for Gavin to hide Cecilia forever. Once the Rondu confirm that Cecilia was manipulated, the other clans will swarm him like hyenas, suspecting that the same happened to their own people. Women are the ones who join another clan, so there is an unspoken rule that they are to be protected and not harmed under any circumstances. What Gavin did is in a grey zone, but it still violates the moral codes of most clans. And once his practices are confirmed in any way, his clan is dead. No woman will join them willingly. I sit on the couch in my apartment, watching the latest movie, when I get a call. Considering not to take it, I take a look at the number. Sighing, I pause the movie and take the call with active speakers. Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but we have a WOG on our hands. I've sent you an email with all the relevant data. It would be nice if we act fast on this, because I fear that it has gotten way out of hand. I massage the bridge of my nose and close my eyes. I understand. I'll take a look at it and pay them a visit. Just make sure that the area is closed off. There is no point in further discussions, so I end the call. What's AW.O.G? Sully asks from her position at my computer. She and Anya are surfing the web to stir up some more trouble for Gavin. They did a lot of work by loading up more compromising information about the Hammonds. They even drew a detailed plan of the compound, which will be a big help if any clan decides to raid the Hammonds. That was Lurgu, or Adam Peters, the captain of the police force. He called for some help regarding a problem we had our eyes on. It has nothing to do with your issue. Just territorial stuff, I answer and get up. I simply use my phone to access the email instead of shooing away the sisters. I'll be out for a while. It's no big deal, just the daily life of being the lord of a territory. Hurrying, I attempt to flee the scene quickly. In a few moments I am out of the door and on the corridor, my mantle and my equipment in my hands. But Sully is right behind me, wearing a cloak. I'll come with you. Smiling, I gesture with my phone. There is really no need. There is no danger, I promise. She squints her beautiful eyes at me, using those eyelashes to her advantage. Are you uncomfortable with allowing me to see how you handle your territory? Let me tell you, Magnus Bathomus, either you let me in on everything, or this arrangement between us won't work for long. I want to feel useful. Not like someone who has to be hidden and protected. I stroll to the elevator, followed by her. I am sorry. You may be older than me, but since I've gotten to know you, I've also realized that you lived a very sheltered life up until now. There is some really bad shit I am forced to do in order to stay on top. She enters the elevator with me. I've had the same paramilitary training as every old one. I've killed my own brothers to escape the compound. What makes you think that I can't handle it? And what's AW.O.G? I sigh. It's short for Wrath of God. A code phrase for a situation which needs a total clean-up. If the Krampus call me for a WOG, then it's bad. They are sticklers to the rules, or laws nowadays, and calling me means breaking the rules they hold so dear. She hums. So you are going there to perform a little Wrath of God on whoever offended you? Give me some details, so that I can judge the situation. I furrow my forehead and hold up a hand to stop her. The phrase isn't meant like that. You are right about the outcome and what I am about to do. Though the phrase refers to what will happen to the supernatural community if we keep pretending that we see nothing. She says nothing, so I explain further. W.O.G is only called in 2 cases. Case 1 is a Fey infestation. Case 2 is someone who got his hands on a supernatural and is trying to play God. I see that it wasn't enough. There is a genetic research facility in the woods. A few miles outside the city. It's General Tech Future, an American cooperation. They are performing their research here, since the region provides decent infrastructure and the corrupt politicians and bureaucrats are paid easily enough to look the other way. I've done nothing about them since they brought money into the region. But the bastards are getting too cocky. The Krampus have been keeping a keen eye on the facility ever since a few strange events 2 years ago. Strange containers with biohazard signs were brought in. They only got through the customs because some slimeball pulled strings before my people managed to step in. The police didn't even get to look at the containers. I thought that it's too much effort to stir up trouble as long as the company doesn't cause problems. A lot of corporations get some of their equipment through slightly illegal means. That's the way things work everywhere in the world. The real problem came when the Krampus searched through Future's trash. The Krampus can be really thorough if they smell something fishy. They found the containers, of course empty, and the guy who found them swore that they smelled of supernat. Sadly, there is no court in the world which would allow the police to search the facility because the trash smells weird. The elevator arrives at ground level and I get out. Sully is still fixated on following me. So they are breaking mundane law and got their hands on a supernatural? Does that really warrant their deaths? I pucker my lips. They've obviously found out some things, which has to be contained. And they've just pieces of a supernatural. The boxes were small. The real problem is that we've had some cases of missing people since a few months ago, mainly homeless folk. But there was also a whole family which just vanished from their hunting cabin. And the Krampus found clothes and other stuff in the facility's trash. Of course, nothing that can be used to identify a person. This time she furrows her forehead. I am really surprised. I would have never thought that you care about what humans do to each other. I laugh and arrive at my SLK. I couldn't care less. They have to manage themselves. But don't you see what's going on? They're experimenting on humans, using the DNA of some supernatural. They surely haven't the slightest idea of what they are doing. And it has to end before they create another version of Fae. She clenches her teeth, perfectly aware that the Fae are the failed offspring of humans and old ones. Such a union also created the elementals, but we tolerate them since they established themselves as their own race. And they are by no means as vicious as the Fae. So you have no real information on what's happening inside the facility. She gets into the car and I start the engine, giving up on stopping her. Oh, I've a good idea of what's going on in that place. I've put an end to 2 similar operations since the Cold War. One Russian, and one organized by a group of hedge witches. Believe me, it will be ugly. And I've a demand for you. Otherwise you have to stay in the car. I look at her to make sure that she understands. I point at my phone. The Krampus have collected compelling evidence that there are people inside the facility who never leave the building. And we know what the facility is for. Everyone inside that complex is already judged and found guilty. They are walking corpses. They just don't know it yet. Including the test subjects. Sully looks at me, trying to show no expression. I can tell that what I am about to do is gnawing on her. I understand. You are trying to tell me that this will be a slaughterhouse with a lot of people who are begging for mercy. I nod. And I won't give it to them. My territory doesn't have many laws regarding the supernatural. The few there are, gather a high price for breaking them. And not without reason. With the press of a button I activate the car's voice control. Call Paul. I drive while Sully studies the road and the telephone rings. Then someone picks up. No. I am eating. I smile. Paul, what's up? I need you in an hour at General Tech. Future. There will be a lot to clean up. I really hate you. You know that? That place is somewhere in the woods. I am an aquamarine life form. Maybe the younglings like it to play on the shore, but I don't. Find some troll, or a dryad, to scrounge through the forest. Do I have to throw firecrackers into the lake? You are the territory's cleaner. Tough job. Do I have to remind you every time that you volunteered? There is some snarling and bubbling on the other end of the line. Fine. I'll be there. The line is disconnected. When I look over to Sully, she smiles. Is there a single employee in your territory that isn't afraid of you, or hates your guts? I dribble my fingers on the wheel and concentrate on the road. Paul doesn't really hate me. We just have a very special relationship. I am the owner and he is the chihuahua who is trying to piss on my shoe. He is little and nasty and overall a very bad pet. But he also knows that he would be much worse off without me. You'll see. An hour later, we arrive at the facility. A single road leaves the main street and cuts about 20 meters into the forest where a small guardhouse and a fence stop any visitors. Paul is already waiting at the main road and pulling off a staring contest with the human guard. The guard is eyeing Paul warily, but since Paul is just sitting on the bonnet of his blue Toyota, the guard can't do anything. A police car with Adam inside is parked next to Paul's Toyota. When I stop at the empty parking slot in front of them, Adam gets out to greet us. I introduce everyone. Sully, you've already met Adam. And this is Paul, the man in the lake. He cleans up my messes. Everyone, this is Sully. You can think of her as my second from now on. Adam mumbles his greetings, but doesn't seem very surprised by the revelation. My real name is Paul opens his mouth to introduce himself, burping out the strange noise that's supposed to be his full name. Sully blinks at the small man. Do you mind if I also stick to Paul? I think it fits you. The man in the lake huffs and does something unbelievable. Fine, but just because you asked nicely. Adam raises his hand, acting surprisingly meek in his human form. We've kept record of who is on the facility's grounds. There should be only one person who is innocent, and that's the secretary in the reception area. The guards are all hired guns from overseas, so it's likely that they are in on the operation. I roll my eyes. An innocent? Really? How many times did I tell you that I don't do complicated stuff? I don't want to sort out the innocents from the bad ones. How should I even recognize her? Adam winces. Just use the app? I installed it for you on your phone, do you remember? It's linked to our naughty database. Just take a picture of her and the app searches the web server automatically. And I am really supposed to take a photo of everyone. I throw up my hands. The day at which the Krampus jumped onto the train of modern technology was a dark day indeed. I walk up the road to the guardhouse. One guard is watching us from inside the guardhouse, while another is standing guard behind the gate. The guard inside the house was eyeing us the entire time, but he was too far away to hear us. He is still hiding behind the perspex window of his house when I arrive. I bent down to talk through the grilled hole which is supposed to make the conversation with visitors easier. Excuse me, sir. My name is Magnus. I am here to talk with the manager. He eyes me and Sully, who followed and is now standing behind me. Then he turns his attention to a monitor and clicks with his mouse. There aren't any visitors on my list. You must have taken the wrong street. I pull out my phone and shoot a photo of him. His picture is immediately overlaid with red horns and an evil smirk. Hey, this is really handy. Hey, mister. No photos allowed. The guard got riled up and is standing now. Apparently he is one of those guys who don't like their photos being taken. I would also dislike being photographed if I am one of the evildoers. One moment. I am the evil one here. I punch my fist through the speaking grill and grab his throat. Then I pull him towards the perspex, slamming his face into it and knocking him out. It was a small mercy from my side. I doubt that he would have liked the feeling of having a large part of his throat missing. Dropping the meat I tore out, I head through the gate which grants access to the fenced area. The fence is a large one. At least 5 meters in height, with barbed wire on top. Feels a lot like a prison's fence. The guard who was stationed on the other side of the fence is now running towards the building which has a large future logo above it. The distinct sound of a silenced shot rings out next to my ear and the guard drops in a boneless heap. I turn to look at Sully who had drawn a silenced gun. Her eyes are glowing red and a few moments pass before she lowers the gun with a guilty expression on her face. Sorry. He was running away, so I got a little excited. He was acting too much like prey. So it's all the humans' fault? Okay. I love that woman. But we should be a little more careful once we enter that building. The guards at the entrance didn't have weapons because it isn't allowed in this country. Only police and the army are allowed to carry guns. Though there is a chance that they might not see it that way inside the facility. I walk up to the front entrance, engaging my wards. Then I step into a large lobby with a huge screen at the left wall. The screen is playing propaganda about the company and a nice, female voice talks nonsense about how genetic manipulation will change the future. At a desk on the other end of the room is a woman. Probably a receptionist. She is engaged in a book, her whole concentration on it. I walk up to her table and take a photo of her. The app overlays her photo with a halo and angel wings. That's when she realizes that she isn't alone. She looks up and blushes. Oh, you surprised me. She flutters her eyelids at me, showing me clearly that she is the bunny who was hired exclusively for warm welcomes. The better they look, the stupider they are in this line of business. Probably they wouldn't have taken her for this job if she had observed the world around her with open eyes. At the wall behind her is a female security guard who is busy, watching the streams of several surveillance cameras. She also notices my presence and stands up. Hey, the chief didn't inform us of any visitors. The bunny laughs and leans forward, revealing her cleavage. I am sure that there was just a misunderstanding. I smile at her, until a low growl from behind reminds me that I am not available. It seems like Sully doesn't like any form of competition. I level the phone at the guard and, snap, the devil horns appear again. No photos in here. The guard reaches for my phone, but Sully is faster. She grabs the guard's hand and pulls her over the table. Then the distinct crack of a broken spine signifies her end. Sully can be really feral under the right conditions. I've to remember not to take her into a big group of humans. The bunny is slapping her hand at the underside of her table, horrified. The whole motion is somehow robotic, so I guess she is in shock. I reach over and run my hand along the edge until I find the button she was searching for. That button. She nods frantically, so I press it. The music is replaced by a shrill alarm and the lights turn red. There is no doubt that the combatants inside the facility will be coming to us now. This saves us a lot of time. I pat the woman's shoulder. That's the part where you run out of the facility, screaming, and throw yourself into the arms of the waiting policeman. A silent hiccup escapes her and she crawls over the table to flee the scene. The screaming doesn't seem to be her thing and the running part also falls short in her ridiculous high heels. I turn to Sully. Real life is so much worse than the movies. That's when the guards burst into the room. 19 deep. A child may live, a man may die. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. I drop the corpse of the human woman. Why? I didn't have to react so violently. I broke her neck for no good reason. But this time it was different. She tried to touch Magnus. Nobody touches what's mine. My instincts just took over. Being in close proximity with humans in a stressful situation is really dangerous. Even a little twist of the neck is too much for them. Among old ones that's regarded as an injury that someone may receive during a good brawl. And Magnus isn't even surprised about my behavior. I fucking growled when the bitch tried to get his attention. I watch the whore as she flees with those stupid high heels of hers. She is so lucky that she isn't running for real. That would surely trigger another overreaction. Magnus smiles, watching her. Real life is so much worse than the movies. I try to say something, when the doors fly open and armed guards storm the room. There is no time to think. I just react and draw in a deep breath as they level their guns at us. Magnus steps forward and raises a hand, erecting a barrier. 1 moment later his shield wavers with blue light as the bullets are deflected away from us. Some even ricochet and hit the guards. I take note of the fact that the barrier is only aimed at fast-moving objects, so I release the hellfire. The spell has weaknesses, like limited range and bad penetration. But it's perfect for confined spaces. And let's be truthful. I only learned Dragon's Breath to deter meddlesome men. It's a big turn-off if the object of desire can breathe fire down your throat. My flames flood half the room, engulfing the guards who immediately stop shooting. There are about a dozen of them and all are screaming and flailing like mad men. Then there is only the roaring inferno and I cancel the spell. Magnus gestures with his hand and I feel his magic putting out the flames. Then he studies the carnage. That's a cool spell. Can you teach it to me? I cough up a little smoke. Of course. If you want to invest 5 years and a few burned throats. He pulls a grimace. Maybe not. I'll stick to barriers and force magic. Stepping over a charred corpse, he approaches the door from which the guards entered the room. I follow. That reminds me, I've never seen you use a real spell to attack. Why? He shrugs. First, because abundant usage of magic causes radiation which can be tracked. That's how I managed to follow you to the chapel. Second, because I like to pour all my power into my magical defense. I am no fan of pain. I attack with weapons or through physical means. I've rarely seen or heard of a magical duel in which someone managed to overwhelm the other party with offensive magic. And it generally costs more energy to attack than to defend. Once one side is unable to defend, all it takes is a little force magic to snap the neck or squirrel up the brain. And then I can take my time with decapitation. But you have offensive magic? I ask. Behind the door we find a long corridor and another wave of attackers. He sighs and stabs his finger in a slicing motion at them. He never stopped walking. The guards drop to the ground, seemingly untouched. There. They have no magical defense. It isn't even a competition if I use force magic. As we make our way past the bodies I notice a small trickle of blood from their noses. I am a little impressed. Force magic is the most basic spell someone can learn. Many parents choose it as the first spell for their children. But Magnus aimed it precisely at the 8 guards, affecting only their brains. That takes control. We make our way through the facility, dispatching the guards. There is also other personnel, but they are few. I assume that most people fled the building when the alarm went off. That makes it easier for us to find the remaining humans throughout the complex. Tracking them with magic isn't a problem. During the entire process a feeling of uneasiness starts growing within me. We've killed at least 40 people as if they are cattle. At least the first few guards tried to fight, but now we are chasing fleeing men and women in office suits. I watch as Magnus pulls out a sniveling woman from under a table where she tried to hide. He grabs her head and batters her against the table's corner, caving in her skull. It can't keep it back any longer. Are we really doing the right thing? I've seen nothing that warrants this. There are just a few small laboratories and people who work for a living. And we are slaughtering them like animals. I told you not to come. This job weighs on the conscience. Just try to think of them as mice. He turns in a circle and tilts his head, listening for other survivors. I look down at the corpse and wince. I feel sick. And what about those who fled the facility? He sighs. The Krampus will take care of them. Just keep it together a little longer. We have the whole basement ahead of us. There you will learn why we are doing this. When I started managing my territory, I also couldn't take the smell of blood. So I bought a chicken farm and slaughtered 20 chickens daily. It took a while, but I got used to the smell. Now it's official. Of all the guys in the world, I took one with mental issues. I start talking to myself. Sully, your relationship with the other sex was doomed the moment you enchanted yourself with wild magic. Basement? I ask. Yeah, I took care of the upper floors first to give you the chance to back out. He gestures with his finger to follow him and we head back to the central staircase. The building has 3 floors with a lot of offices and laboratories. That's why it took us a while to search everything. I avoid a rather large puddle of blood on the stairs. The last thing I need now, is to slip and cover myself in gore. Gods, this place stinks. The staircase leads us into the basement where we are stopped by a huge blast door. Magnus steps closer and uses his knuckles to test the metal. They did a good job. I wonder if they were afraid of something getting out, or something getting inside. I don't know who or what you are, but this door will hold for sure until the authorities arrive. A voice addresses us in English. I search for the source until I notice the speakers above the door. Magnus doesn't bother with the voice and continues in Akkadian. Does he still believe that the police are coming? They should be already here in that case. I shrug while the voice shrieks, which language are you speaking? You can be sure that the government will hunt you for disturbing this facility. Magnus cracks his knuckles and shakes his hands. Then he uses a finger to trace a big square on the blast door. There is no visible effect, but when he places his palm on the metal and pushes, the entire square slides inwards and falls to the floor with a heavy thud. The swish of displaced air signifies that the blast door functioned as some sort of airlock. Impossible. We ignore the ranting voice and advance through 4 similar doors. Did they fear a nuclear attack? I ask at the 4th door. I would rather assume that they are afraid of other companies or governments which are after their secrets. Magnus breaks the next door and is greeted by a hail of gunfire. He pulls his own pistol and fires twice through the opening. The gunshots cease immediately and he advances. I lower my head and step through the opening, following him. On the other side are two more guards, each with a hole in the forehead. Magnus strolls into the middle of the room and scratches his chin with the barrel of his gun, regarding the two scientists with raised eyebrows. Hi. Did you have a nice day? The scientists who were hiding behind the guards look at us in disbelief. One is an old man with grey hair. The other is a woman in her 40s, her brown hair is in the process of turning white. It's the old man who collects himself first. I am William Bachja and that's Sophie Mahal. We are the head researchers of this facility. What do you want? To extinguish this place and everyone in it. But first you will give us a little tour. My better half here is new to the job, so I've to show her why we are doing this. Magnus jabs his pistol at the man to spur him on. The old man steps in front of the female scientist. You won't get away with this. This place has the status of a consulate. Whichever government you are working for, the US government will hold you responsible. Magnus shoots at the floor under Bachja's feet, causing him to jump. Maybe I should just shoot you. The stupid white coat makes you look smart, but you are actually just a stupid piece of shit. So give us the tour or I'll shoot where it hurts. The woman grabs the man's shoulder with a shaking hand. They aren't from the government or another company. It's them. The ones who provided the alpha sample. I narrow my eyes. What are you talking about? The Bachja looks at the floor. All of our research is based on a single piece of tissue. We don't know where it came from. We were only told that it was found at the site of an accident. He turns around and guides us into a laboratory. In the middle of the room is a single, large tank made of glass. Several pieces of a body are floating inside a green liquid. A hand, feet, organs. They are held in place by wires and tubes. The woman points at the tank. The specimen must have been extremely resilient while it was alive. We managed to reanimate some of the cells and they multiplied at an enormous rate. A blood analysis showed that the woman's system was saturated with antibodies. I assume that Alpha was immune to almost every known disease. Her body would have regenerated faster than most bacterial infections can cause damage. And her genetic code completely lacks the sequences for aging, the old man interrupts. They are simply not there. She could have been thousands of years old for all we know. The woman takes over, pointing at a computer screen with a DNA spiral. But the most impressive discovery was her DNA's structure. Normal, human DNA carries a lot of useless information. That which makes us human, is just a small part of our genetic map. The rest is dormant junk. We carry it inside us, but it's useless. There are many theories on possible reasons, but Alpha's DNA will answer that question. It looks like her DNA was fully active and relevant to her organism. There is no waste as far as I can tell. She looked like a human, but she was so much more. We can only guess at her potential abilities. I lean over to Magnus. Did they get their hands on the corpse of an old one? He sneers. I am afraid that's the case. One of us did a bad job in cleaning up his mess. Bachja squints his eyes and corrects his glasses. You people are like her. You are the same as Alpha. Two living specimen. I knew that there have to be more of her. All the discoveries we could make. Magnus gestures at a door which leads further into the basement. Why don't you show us the subjects? I assume you keep them close. Sophie looks at the door and stutters, why you have to understand. We needed a living specimen to continue our studies. For the sake of all of humanity. Don't you understand the value of this research? We could cure almost every disease, even old age. I level my pistol at her. Immortality is overvalued. Show us what you did. Bachja visibly deflates and leads the way to the door. Behind it is a long corridor with several windows to the left and the right. I take a look through each of them. Behind every window is a white room. It's a small cell with a human inside. All of them have horrible deformations. Most are only alive because they are hooked to medical equipment. They did this to their own people. We need a living sample of Alpha. Otherwise our work could have taken centuries. So we devised a retrovirus that attaches Alpha's genetic markers to a human DNA. We practically cloned her without having to go through the cloning process. The virus basically updates human DNA to the Alpha version, Sophie explains. I look at the old man and he nods. I came up with the theory that humans and Alpha had a common ancestor. But for unknown reasons there was a split in the tree of evolution and we took different evolutionary paths. I called the sample Alpha, because the DNA must have had a large influence on the individual's behavior. By comparing the DNA to other known species, I assumed that Alpha must have behaved more like an alpha predator, than a human being. Actually the whole Alpha DNA is much closer to an ancient, prehistoric form of one of humanity's ancestors, showing similarities to a lizard. I assume that Alpha was faster, stronger and could have even regenerated her limbs. Assuming that the damage isn't too massive. But Alpha had a flaw. She wasn't very fertile. So we've two evolutionary lines of humans which split from each other in the distant past. Maybe one was just a random mutation, there is no way to ever know the truth by this point. One line of humans evolved to breed quickly, sacrificing strength and ability for numbers. An individual doesn't have to excel in all aspects, if there are a lot of others to make up for the shortcomings. So humans evolved to favor the group. The evolutionary focus would lie on how good you are at working together. But Alpha belonged to the other group. A strain of survivalists and strong individuals. They were those who didn't follow the others in their group activities. Humans found strength in numbers and Alphas found strength in individualism. They survived the ancient wilderness on their own. I just stare at the man, not comprehending the maniacal gleam in his eyes. So you just decided to play with the lives of others. Do you want immortality? The man turns his attention to Magnus when he realizes that I am not so thrilled by his ideas. Please. You must understand. We can correct the shortcomings of both sides. We could solve your fertility issues. Magnus starts laughing like a madman. It takes a few seconds until he regains his composure. So you want to give humans our abilities and immortality, while you keep their breeding habits intact. Wow, that's such a sick idea. Your kind is already fighting overpopulation and it looks like you have not enough restraint to keep your numbers in check. The only thing that saved you so far, is a short lifespan. And you want to take that away. Bachja's head turns red in anger. We could use population control. Sorry. I think there isn't a single government that even thinks about how to deal with a constant population. All their models aim at having more children than adults. Otherwise the system would crumble. Magnus gestures with his gun to get moving. Sophie shakes her head. But that's just because people aren't immortal. I am sure that the government can create a society in which everyone is able to work. Magnus isn't impressed. Lady, there is a reason why there aren't a lot of our kind. We can't smell each other. Having one child in 100 years is more than enough for immortals. Lock 10 of us inside a too small room and open the door an hour later. I promise that only one walks out. If your virus gets loose and turns all humans into old ones, you can kiss your civilization goodbye. So you really don't die of old age? The woman asks as we arrive at the last few cells. Neither Magnus, nor I answer. Meanwhile I had plenty of time to study the grotesque horror show of mutated people. I've read records of our own experiments with the humans. Maybe 20 mutated horrors to get one elemental or fey. I've counted 25 people so far. And a lot of empty cells. I suppose those didn't take the virus so well. Then my eyes fall on a woman with a swollen belly. She had turned completely furry, and has a deformed face. They bound her to a bed in her cell. What by the nine hells? Sophie gestures at the pregnant creature. Our virus wasn't very successful, as you've seen. The subjects were either too weak to endure the stress on their system, or the virus didn't replace the DNA correctly. It's sad that the technology isn't perfect. The fact that we only had Alpha's DNA made it also much less likely to succeed with a man. We tried nonetheless. Bachja nods. In the end we assumed that we needed a wider range of candidates. Not just homeless people in bad state of health. Magnus shakes his head. So you really abducted the family. You guys are at least as sick as the Fae. Magnus turns around to study the man inside the cell opposite from the woman's. The man is at the window and has his snout pressed to the glass. He looks like a half-turned war creature that didn't complete the transformation. Did you have him hump her before or after you turned them into monsters? They aren't monsters. They are our first real success. The old man stumbles to a folder which was attached to the wall next to the woman's cell. The baby inside her is perfect. Our first specimen of the alpha strain. The change didn't work with the parents, but the virus affected the embryo. I step forward and snatch the ultrasonic pictures away from him to take a look. The extremities look normal. Then I get to a picture which shows the head and Magnus sees it too. The female scientist clears her throat. A minor deformation. Nothing to be worried about. Magnus doesn't bother to explain. He kicks open the door to the woman's cell. Upon seeing Magnus, she starts mewling on her bed. He raises his gun and shoots her in the head, then thrice into her belly. No. The old scientist charges into the cell, just to be grabbed by Magnus. He has Bachja at his throat and lifts him off his feet. There is struggling and twitching as Magnus slowly squeezes the man's windpipe, making sure that Bachja doesn't die fast. Then there is a very strange noise. Probably the scientist's Adam's apple broke. Shortly afterwards the silent struggle stops and Magnus drops the body. He leaves the cell and aims his pistol at the war creature who watched the scene from the other cell. The man is raging and throws himself at the reinforced window. Magnus shoots, ending the husband's life. The female scientist studies the corpses with empty eyes. Why? I clench my teeth and drop the pictures of the creature with the elongated ears. Because that thing inside her was neither us, nor you. Magnus aims his gun at the remaining scientist. Where are their children? The woman starts shaking. The boy didn't make it through the transformation. The girl is in the last cell. She is a failure. I shove the woman forward, having seen enough. They even used the children? Why is she a failure? I don't know. We injected her and she got a little faster, stronger and heals quickly. At first we thought she was a complete success. But once the virus was out of her system, we analyzed her genetic code. She is a perfect clone, but she still has the aging gene sequences. And she went feral. There is no reasoning with her. Sophie gestures at the last window and I look inside. There is a small girl of maybe 7 or 8 in the corner of the room. Her ears are normal. Magnus approaches the door and the scientist warns him. Careful. She can best a guard if she is riled up. She even got out of the cell once. I slap the woman on the back of her head. Do you still think that we are human? Magnus kicks in the door and approaches the girl who is sucking on her thumb. He aims and stands there for several moments. Then his pistol fires and the bullet digs into the wall next to the girl's head. That gets the kid going and I feel a sudden surge of magic from her. She jumps up and charges at Magnus, but he kicks her, causing her to fall. Then he steps on her chest to fixate her on the floor. That's strange. This one feels like one of us. I grab the scientist at her neck and pull her with me into the cell. It's unlikely that she can escape us, but I don't want the bitch to even think about it. Magnus aims his gun at the girl's head, his eyes flashing red. It's actually hard to pull the trigger. My instincts are in the way. I force the scientist to her knees. Do you mean they actually succeeded in turning her? The scientist shakes her head. Didn't you listen? The markers for aging are still there. Magnus snorts. Oh, and how is she supposed to grow into an adult if she can't age? For a scientist you are exceptionally stupid. Those genetic sequences are supposed to be there until she reaches puberty. Then they start breaking off as the cells renew themselves. Sully, try to command her. She is so young that any woman should be able to influence her. I purse my lips, but decide that an experiment can't hurt. So I try to put as much force into my voice as possible. Stay still. The girl immediately stops struggling and Magnus takes his foot off of her. I try again. Kneel. The girl gets to her knees. Sleep. She closes her eyes and lies down. I blink. That was surprising. Magnus raises his pistol again. I am immediately at his side to slap the gun away. Are you mad? We can't kill a child of our kind. I pick the girl up to cuddle her in my arms. He furrows his forehead. She isn't one of us, if we take it strictly. Who knows what she is? She causes the right reactions to be seen as one of us, which might be worse than having a new kind of fae. Her genetic code is exactly like Alpha's. If what you say is true, then she comes closer to a clone than anything else, the scientist mumbles on her hands and knees. I glare at Magnus and he rolls his eyes. This is ridiculous. Do I really have to take her in? First you two sisters, and then he bites his inner cheek. Fiaker takes her. We will watch how she develops. I'll not play replacement daddy. The scientist laughs hysterically, having lost it. You killed her parents and her little sister in her mother's womb. And now you adopt her because she feels right? What's wrong with you people? Shut up. Magnus raises the pistol and shoots her in the head. Sophie falls to the ground and lies still. Magnus nods, satisfied. At least that still works. I admit that the situation is a little wicked, but I couldn't live with the knowledge that I stood at the sideline, while a child of our kind was killed. The urge to stop Magnus was so strong. If he felt the same as me, he couldn't have done it anyway. But will Fiaker really take care of her? 20 Raid. A savage world for savages. A memory of the old ones. Norway. Cecilia. I shake in silent horror and try to eat the food. Gavin hasn't touched his plate. Instead he is pacing through the room like a wild animal. It's too easy to imagine his quarters as a cage and him as a monster. I wonder what I did this time to warrant his anger? Or why I have to be in here with him while he is in such a state. Chewing, I clench the fork in my hand while bitter tears escape my eyes. I got potatoes and meat while he has fish. He eats a lot of fish. Hopefully he has some deficiencies because of it. I eye the meat which is already cut to tiny pieces. It's always like that. Gavin is smart enough not to trust me with a knife. Even if he has sealed my magic. They are all incompetent. He takes one of the Chinese vases and smashes it on the ground. I win CE. That piece was from the 14th century and in pristine condition. Just what happened that made him so angry? And he is about to turn his rage at me when something in his jacket beeps. Cursing, he pulls out a strange artifact and starts talking. I told you that I am not to be disturbed when I eat with my wife. What are you talking about? What attack? He perks up, listening. After a few moments he hisses, and whispers. How did they get into the inner compound so fast? I also listen very carefully, shaking. But not in fear and hopelessness. Now I shake in anticipation. Someone is raiding the Hammonds. There might be an end to this endless nightmare. I search the room with my eyes. A weapon. Any weapon. Something better than a fork. Gavin steps outside, in front of the dining room. Listen, you will order everyone to fight and then you give out commands only for our loyalists. They have to use the escape tunnels and meet at the safe house. We'll have to cut our losses and relocate. This place lost its value the moment the two bitches escaped. I reach out to Gavin's side of the table and grab the fish knife. He likes eating fish and the cook probably thought that a knife without a sharp edge is no different from a spoon. It is indeed a poor improvement over the fork, but at least it looks sturdy enough to be used as a stabbing weapon. I don't trust the filigree fork they gave me. Probably, it would just bend instead of piercing skin. Gavin returns to the room and heads directly for me. I lower my hand and hide the knife under my seat. If I do something to delay him, then I have to do it now. I've no other memories than of being inside this room. My eyes wander to the door through which we always leave. Who knows what will happen once I am through that door? It could knock me out as soon as I leave this place. He grabs my arm and pulls me up. Come, we've to go. But the food. I whine, allowing him to pull me towards the door. When he turns towards the door to pull me with him, I strike. My knife is aimed directly at his spinal cord, which is my only hope. Since my magic is sealed, I can't best him in any way. But if I am just a little lucky and incapacitate him, I might gain enough time to run. Or to kill him. It would feel so good to kill him. The blade sinks into his flesh and he howls. I know that I failed. I felt the metal scraping off the bone. It was a fleeting hope to hit the soft tissue between his spine's bones. It was asking too much. Howling myself, I twist the blade sideways. If nothing else, at least it causes him pain and buys a little more time. My show of defiance meets its anticipated end when Gavin uses his magic to tighten his grip on my upper arm. I scream when he crushes my flesh and the bone as if I am a bug. He turns around to face me and pulls the knife from his back. And I already thought that you were becoming the perfect wife. You didn't try anything in over 100 years, but just a little leaked information makes you defiant. Just like our useless daughters. I think I've had enough of your kin. I'd let this little intermezzo slide, but you can't even control your own children. I should have had 2 little bargaining chips. Instead I have nothing. So even if you are a fertile bitch, what good are you if your offspring can't be used? Shoving me, he forces me back to the dining table until I hit the edge with my butt. I try to use my free hand to scrape out his eyes. It's of course just a minor inconvenience for him to subdue me. A brutal backhanded strike, and all the fight I had inside of me is gone. I can even see tiny dots in my vision as he forces me flat with my back onto the table and himself between my legs. Ha, do you know that your dear sister is most likely the spearhead of this attack? She truly started raising hell when someone blew the whistle that you are alive and in my custody. So taking you with me only means that she will follow like a bloodhound. What do you think will she do when she comes through that door? And you are sprawled like a whore on this table, dead. He thrusts his hips at me and I am so glad that the fabric is in the way. It's a shame that there isn't enough time to make the scene perfect. I'll just have to savor my memories. After all, I already had you in every possible way. Then he hammers the fish knife down at my throat, nailing me to the table. Strangely enough, all the pain is suddenly gone when he succeeds in what I failed to do. Bone shatters and then I feel nothing below my neck. There is just a dull ache, but that's okay. I blink, stunned, and he grins. He leaves the knife where it is and I suddenly realize that there is no need to cut off my head. I panic. The wound can't close with the knife lodged in my neck and I can't pull it out because my spinal cord is severed. As long as the knife is inside, I can't heal. And my body can't push it out because he hammered it into the table. All he has to do, is to wait and watch. I'll bleed out. How long can I survive without blood? Didn't Grandma Felicia bleed out when the house collapsed and crushed her? They dug her out and revived her, but she never was the same. Just a drooling idiot. She had to relearn everything. But maybe a complete restart wouldn't be so bad in my case? I panic even more at the thought, but all I can do is move my mouth. Like a fish. I want to chuckle, but not even that works, having only my mouth. Gavin just watches me, waiting, making sure that I am a goner before he leaves. I stop moving my mouth and focus my diminishing vision on the ceiling. Maybe he abstains from further measures if he thinks that I am dead. The sad part is that I don't have to play it. I am really fading away, my vision is blurry. That's when I hear a door being kicked in. Have the attackers reached his quarters? Shit. Gavin turns and vanishes from my vision. My eyes flutter closed. So tired. Then the knife is yanked from my throat and I feel hands, trying to stop the blood. Someone is screaming. They are too loud. Can't sleep. 21 Discussion. We wanted children. What we got were little monsters. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. After we left the clean-up efforts to Paul and Adam, we returned with the girl to the mansion. It goes without saying that our spoils of war were answered with more than raised eyebrows. The child warranted a big assembly of all the residents of the reality marble. So I find myself with everyone in the living room, having already shared the gist of our discoveries. Fiaker prods the sleeping child with a finger, curious. I am afraid that I haven't taken care of a little one in years. I've gotten used to my life in solitude. It would be highly inconvenient to invest him. I growl. But we have to take the big picture into account. If she turns out to be genuine, then she is a good addition to the clan. And she's cute. Cute things have to be taken care of. I'll babysit her until she has her power under control. What are 2 decades to someone like me? That's the correct answer. Anya joins in. Oh, yes. I always wanted to be a big sister. I can teach her the basics. But wouldn't it be much easier for you to relocate to the mansion, Fiaker? There is so much free space here. Having you hide in your house feels as if you are an outcast. I want to raise my voice against it when Oilel joins in. That would be great. To tell the truth, keeping 2 separate houses in top condition is troublesome. I could place the servants' quarters under a stasis spell and Fiaker can finally relocate. Then the mansion wouldn't feel so empty. No. Absolutely not. It's hard enough to tolerate her presence a few minutes per day. Sully pinches me from the side. She was standing right next to me, listening. I don't have to guess what she wants to tell me by using her fingernails. I still have my apartment if everything else fails. Fine. Do what's best. I certainly won't waste my time with the child. If Fiaker is busy with her, then it might still be a win in the end. They want to have her as a pet, so let them have her. Just make sure that she doesn't turn into an inconvenience. For me, but I don't say that aloud. Sully nods. Don't worry. We haven't taken the research data without a good reason. There may be some hidden information to help all those couples who wish for it, but can't have children. I'll study the stuff and see what I can learn. I am not against using the knowledge of those sickos, per se, but taking a peek down such a rabbit hole can be troublesome. I pull a grimace. Do you have any idea of biology? It could take decades to make sense of their research. And studying the research notes of madmen is sickening. Believe me, I've tried. She shrugs. I've not the slightest idea of medicine. Our bodies heal almost everything and magic takes care of the rest. But it's not like I don't have the time to indulge myself in a little research. Especially if it means that I might find out who gave them the body. There must be something of interest in all the data. We certainly scrubbed the place clean of any documents, hard drives, or laptops we found. And I certainly won't demonize her for using the knowledge. I grumble. It's not like I can't take an educated guess on who gave them a push into the desired direction. Sully frowns. Who? I pretend to study my fingernails. They arrange for the researchers to get their hands on the remains of a corpse. Fresh enough to make a detailed DNA analysis. Then they allow the scientists free rein, knowing exactly that they will need the living thing at one point or the other. Who would be very happy to have a virus that can turn any child into an old one? Faye. Fiaker pales in horror. Indeed. I purse my lips. They would be very happy about having such a virus. Any random human from the street would do to gain their most desired specimen. Or maybe an old one who desires to increase the numbers of his clan. Either party would be very interested in such research. I myself am not that fond of using a virus. Such things can get out of control. But why do they have their facility in your territory? Sully asks. Oilel answers the question. Because Master's territory is perfect for hidden operations. He doesn't allow any other old ones within his boundaries and polices the entire region by himself. That means that a lot of time can pass before he does something about a situation. You saw for yourself how far even a stupid organization can get before he'll deal with them. If it weren't for the abductions, the ruse might have worked until they achieved the finished product. Sully's eyes wander to me, accusingly. I raise both hands to defend myself. Do you know how many labs, factories, and other companies are in my territory? I am not willing to sneak around and spy on each and every one of them. I could do that all day long and still would monitor just a small fraction. I've my hands full with the stuff the Krampus can't or don't want to handle. She sighs and concentrates her attention on the girl. It's okay. Looking back at things, I am just not sure if your way of handling the humans is the right one. We didn't even ask if the people in the upper floors knew what was going on in the basement. I snort. A lot of them probably did not know about the basement. Sully's eyes widen, so I hurry to continue before she can give me a lesson about morals. But if you would give it some thought, you would realize that wiping them out wasn't about justice. It wasn't about punishing them. It was about sending a message to those who organized the whole operation inside my territory. They've lost their whole facility, staff, research, equipment. Now they will think twice about rebuilding. At least they won't do it in a place that was clearly compromised. I don't care if they rebuild the entire thing in Timbuktu. It's not my problem as long as they don't do it under my nose. Everything that's threatening to reveal the supernatural community is too much trouble. I won't have it. She chews on that thought for several long moments until she nods. I am just tired and a little shocked about my own behavior back there. I guess I'll just go to bed and rest for now. Sully gets up and leaves, so I instruct the others to take care of the girl. Then I follow Sully. When I catch up to her, she is already in front of her quarters. Realizing my intentions, she raises a hand to my chest. Listen, I don't think I feel up to it right now. Well, that's a letdown. I take her hand nonetheless, smiling. There is no way that I'll allow her to increase the distance between us. Then I'll be a priest and we'll go right to sleep. It's your loss. That finally coaxes a smile to her lips. Anyone ever tell you that your ego is too big? I hum and pretend to think about it. No. Up until now nobody had the balls to do that. She rolls her eyes. Then be glad that I've no balls. I've to disagree. You've two massive eye catchers there. I follow her into her quarters. The next morning I am still half asleep, embracing the soft Sully in my arms. I consider waking her up in a very pleasurable way, when we're forcefully awoken by Fiacre. She bursts into the bedroom with a mobile phone and 2 letters in her hands. Guys, something happened. Oh, damn. I sit up, waking Sully completely. What? I scream, causing my aunt to jump. Sully also starts rubbing her eyes. Fiacre? What's so important that you have to cause such a ruckus? I hoped that I would at least walk in on something, but you two are just sleeping instead of working on it. She quickly becomes silent when she realizes that she hasn't as much leeway with me as she thought. There are news. Big news. I'll wait outside. She quickly retreats and closes the door. I exchange a glance with Sully, who seems equally surprised. We get dressed quickly and join Fiacre in the living room to solve this mystery. When both of us are settled on the sofa, she finally decides to share the news. It seems like the Rondu organized a joint raid with several other clans. They used the information which Sully and Anya spread all over the web and attacked the Hammond's main residence. Sully perks up. They did? So soon? What about my mother? They killed at least a fifth of the Hammonds and of their servant clans. 24 members of the clan were captured, your mother among them. I've no information on your mother's condition. But Gavin, 2 of his wives, and his closest supporters fled the battle. Their whereabouts are currently unknown. They must count somewhere from 10 to 20 people. Fiacre raises the 2 letters. The problem is this. 1 letter is from the Rondu. It's a really long and flowery letter, but in essence they claim that Sully and Anya belong to them. Since they are Cecilia's daughters. They demand your immediate extradition. The other is from Emile Bachos, who claims that Sully is his legal wife. He also demands that we surrender you to him. Otherwise we have to expect consequences. Sully gapes at Fiacre, overwhelmed by the turn of events. I clench my teeth and focus a spot on the ceiling. How should I've known that getting rid of one nuisance just allows the vultures to creep out of their lairs? Are there any other parties who have a claim on the sisters? And how will Sully react? Aren't the Rondu a much better choice for her than the Bathomas? I turn my attention on the woman who I fell for, but it looks like she herself isn't sure on how to deal with the new situation. Fairy. Gardener. I sprinkle the tree with my watering can, taking great care to moisture the entire woman who is adhered to its bark. She is in her last month and can't be allowed to dry out. Otherwise the little one might not be delivered correctly. It's sad that the Fae aren't willing to find another way of reproduction. The entire procedure sickens me, but at least I can make the women sleep. It's a small gift. I place my thin, long fingers on her neck to feel her pulse. Sleeping. So sad. I think most races would have called her beautiful. Now she is nothing more than a vessel. Unfortunately I am a bad judge of beauty. I simply have no eye for it, even after living for several eons. I sigh. It's truly a misfortune that I look like a monster. Only the Fae accepted me, even though I don't feel like one of them. I've this thing some call morals, or a conscience. But if I want to stay here, where it is safe, I have to do what I do. The old ones would make no distinction between me and the Fae. I originated from the same experiments after all. Sadly, I am one of a kind. Sometimes I dream of how it would be like if there were others of my kind. Maybe then we would have been accepted like the elementals. I whistle a tune and use my overly long legs to traverse the forest, each tree a treasure to take care of. So many children to groom. It turns my belly. The children aren't at fault, but they'll soon be like their parents. Twisted, and with the wish to procreate, but unable to. Would I be like them if I had such urges? I never thought of offspring. On a small glade I find Spring, one of the first Fae who were created by the experiments of the Old Ones. One of their queens. There are 4 of them. 2 queens and 2 kings. Spring, a red-haired beauty like no other, or so am I told. Fair and delicate Spring. There is the blonde queen, Summer, whose radiant shine woos her subjects. Autumn, the king who governs with an eternal smile on his lips. And then there is Winter, his eyes as cold and beautiful as ice crystals. I move closer, admiring the gracious movements of Spring's slender body. Movements are something I can appreciate. She's holding a black orb with a small, shadowy figure inside. One of the other 3? We simply have to adjust our plans. Aren't we playing the long game anyway? The other says. Spring's melodic voice answers. That's true. But with a failure such as this one, I wonder if our prolonged partnership is worth the effort. We'll see about that. Once the time comes. Contact me if something changes. She crushes the orb, dispelling the magic. Then she turns around and is face to face with me. Surprised, she hisses, revealing her sharp, needle-like teeth. I don't think that people would have found her attractive in that moment, but I've heard many times on such things. Gardener, haven't I told you not to sneak around like that? She steps away, to a distance she finds comfortable. I've been told many times that I often violate people's comfort zones. That's another concept I don't understand. I drum my 6-fingered hand on my watering can. I can't help it. All I do is walk and stride and step. But if you wish it, I'll sing a song the next time I am near you. She snorts, as if to say that she doesn't believe me. Do something useful and give me advice. I am sure you know all about our big revelation. You are always listening in after all. Are you also of the opinion that it's the correct choice? I fear for our kind. The things Winter and Summer want to set in motion could spell our end. Ah. Our kind. I've been indeed with them for too long. They think of me as one of them. But she recognizes that I know a lot of things and always have good advice to give. Well, good advice for me, that's something they still haven't figured out. I am smart after all. That's my gift. Let's see, so they are still split in their opinions. Winter and Summer really want to go through with it, while Spring and Autumn are stalling. I cock my head and widen my eyes, trying to convey surprise. This gives me a little more time to think. I am really depressed recently. The last time I gave advice in a depressed state, the Fae had to flee and ended up in Fairy. I look around and study the trees. And the females. So many. I didn't intend for this when I set things in motion. I took a gamble and hoped that the Fae would learn a different path in their isolation. They didn't. Ah, the old ones. Such fickle creatures. Hard to predict. I really hoped that they would isolate the Fae in Fairy. But they just stopped when it became too much effort to hunt them. Fickle and lazy. They need a really big motivation to do the job which I intended for them, or to finish it. Let's see, if the Fae do what they plan to do, this, and, that, yet, really stupid. I drum my 2 middle fingers onto my chin, still watching the trees. The wrong words right now might really spell the end. Or leave things unchanged. Or change the world. Or leave things in the hands of the Fae. They are numerous enough. Years and years of breeding. I watch the trees. And smile. I think you should help Winter and Summer. 22 Awoken. There is only one significant difference between raiding a dragon's lair, or the treasure chest of an old one. In both cases you can surely loot something of immense value and both ventures are very likely to end in death. And that's where it gets interesting. The dragon will just burn or eat you. The old one will make sure that your death is a deterrence for others. A memory of the old ones. Norway. Cecilia. There are voices. Why can't they let me sleep? It feels as if I've closed my eyes just a few minutes ago. I force my eyes open, which takes considerable effort. I am lying on my back in a chamber. There is a familiar magical circle on the ceiling. Oh, no. Please don't let it happen again. I've to get up and flee. My body aches when I try to move. It's as if someone forced all the mana out of me. All I can manage is to move my head and even that hurts. Only complete exhaustion feels like this. I nonetheless try my best to survey the room. There is one door and the room is empty, except for the inked magical circles. One on the ceiling and one on the floor, on which I am lying. And there are people. At least 10 of them. Ow, ow. Now I remember why my throat hurts that much. The bastard stabbed me. At last, I managed to focus on the words. There is a woman with brown hair. She is holding a man at his throat, shaking him like a toy. And I promise that I'll disembowel your family if she isn't back to normal. Do you hear me? I'll obliterate the rest of this shit stain of a clan and then I'll find Gavin and put an end to him. The voice is familiar, but I don't remember her to be that forthcoming. She is the restrained one between the two of us. Sis. I rasp. My throat is so dry that it feels like sandpaper. We purged her entire system from any magic. She'll be weak for a while, but her mind is now free. The man in her grasp croaks and points at me. She turns her attention towards me with her eyes wide. I try to smile and say her name, Tina. Tina drops him and hurries to my side. Cecilia. You remember me? We already feared that he turned you into a vegetable. You were out for over a day. She touches my shoulder and I take her in. The curly, brown hair and the full lips which attract the eyes. She is large compared to me, but I was always the stronger one. Being small meant that I had to be twice as fierce to be recognized by others. Over a day to heal? That's pretty long as far as old ones are concerned. Turning my attention inwards, I concentrate and try to assess the situation. The memory of my enslavement is like a puzzle, but the strange haze around my mind is gone. I feel more like myself than I've in a long time. But I really need some water. And I think that I've never seen you so aggressive. After 100 years I gave up hope. I thought that some freak accident happened, taking you out. Or an assassination. To have you back is like a gift from the heavens. She laughs and someone hands her a bottle. I drink greedily until my throat feels normal again. It doesn't change the fact that I feel broken. Hopefully that's not permanent. I try to remember the events at the clan conference. They took me during the negotiations. There was poison in our food. Not enough to kill, but enough to weaken us. The next thing I remember, is the first time in that room. My voice trails off. Tina nods. You don't have to talk about it. We've interrogated everyone and have a pretty good idea of what you had to endure. She turns to the man who is massaging his throat. Once he recovers his energy, we'll try to get your memories back. Though according to him, the chance is slim. The spell placed you in a dreamlike state, making you open to suggestions. So most of your enslavement will be hard to remember. No matter what we do. I clench my teeth and grab her hand. I am not so sure that I want those memories back. She sees something in my eyes and nods. Then she gestures at the man and two members of our clan step forward to restrain him. Having done so, they guide him out of the room. We will split the prisoners up and distribute them among the remaining clans. The Hammonds are at an end as far as I am concerned. Tina hooks an arm under my armpit and helps me to my feet. We have a lot to discuss. With you being back, there is question of who's the clan's head now. Technically that responsibility falls back to you, since you had the position before I was forced to take over. And you are the oldest member of the clan. I sway for a few seconds until the nausea goes away. With my sister holding me, standing upright works. Somehow. Once I grasp the meaning of her words, I wince. I am afraid that you have to stay clan head indefinitely. Being 200 years out of touch is disorienting. I mean, even a bottle of water is something incomprehensible to me. I squeeze the bottle in my hand. I try my best to sound confident while the questions spill out of me. Since when do we have flexible glass? Was it really 200 years? My expression falters and turns grave. Do I really have 2 children? I am old. So old that I am not exactly sure how old. I was there when humans were nothing more than beasts who gathered around a fire. My endless curiosity was a big help in keeping up with the changing world. Most other old ones are too static to keep up forever. What happened to me was a really horrible way to jump into the future. Tina's voice is low and serious. The prisoners say that it's true. You have 2 daughters. I am no longer able to hold back and laugh like a lunatic. Strangely, I just feel like it's the best thing to do in order to deal with the situation. After a while I manage to calm down. I am sorry. It's not like I am touched in the head. Well, maybe a little. That's forgivable, given the circumstances. Am I right? She nods, so I continue to explain myself. It's just that I must be well over 10,000 years old and I never had a single child. And I never held back in trying. My voice fills with rage. And then some bastard abducts me, rapes me, and turns out to be a matching partner, getting me with child twice. I clamp my mouth shut to stop the jumble of words. I honestly don't know how to feel about it. One side of me doesn't care, and wants to dance in joy. I've 2 daughters. That's more than I ever hoped for at my age. The other part of me wants to find Gavin and rip him apart, then forget that it ever happened. Everything will work out. Tina gives some commands to the other people, ordering them to leave. I don't remember her being a leader. She was always my little sister, hiding in my shadow. Even though I am the petite one. It seems that being forced to stand up for herself changed her. She grew up and became stronger. Maybe that's a good thing. I realize that not everyone who was present is from our clan. Tina is trying to hide my weakness from the others. When we are alone she helps me out of the room, silently whispering. I took over after you vanished. We searched for years, but there wasn't a single trace of you. Just an empty room where you and your guards should have been. A few days ago we got a tip, and information started to appear on the web. Web? I ask. A public means of sharing information. Like a gathering where anyone who wishes it can listen. The manner in which the information was shared was insulting beyond belief. Even if it had turned out to be a hoax, I had to react. Apparently your daughters were about to face a similar fate as you. But they escaped and spread their knowledge about the Hammonds. I managed to convince several clans to put the rumors to the test. And here we are. Here we are. I take another sip from the bottle. That means that my daughters are well. Tina's expression turns dark. The last thing we heard, is that they disappeared inside the Bathomus territory. I nod. We'll have them back in no time. I know one of their elders. The Bathomus are hardy people, but they have a strict code of honor. They won't treat people in need with disrespect. Tina sighs and guides me down another corridor. I've no idea where we are, but it seems like an underground complex. The similarities to a labyrinth must be intended. It would pose a big problem to invaders. At last, Tina speaks. It just shows that you are really out of touch. The Bathomus disappeared decades ago. Something wiped out the entire clan. But the veil is still active and someone or something kills every old one who dares to enter the territory. I stop walking. Do you mean to say that they are dead? She tugs at me to get me going. They are certainly alive. The rumors on the web are too detailed. The person who spread them must have lived in this complex for a long time. There are only 2 who escaped from here. Your daughters are the most likely source for the information that's flooding the web. So they are inside the Bathomus territory and alive. At the end of another corridor a huge metal door comes into view, but I don't care. My mind is floating. Hatlix was a good friend of mine. He was old and strong. For a few decades we even were involved with each other. Sadly, he is one of those people who refuse to change with the world. To learn that he is simply gone is yet another blow which I am ill-prepared to deal with. Tina tries to calm me down. Don't worry. I've already used the official channels to demand their release. Whoever governs that territory will give them back. They belong to us by blood. It's a question of honor to ensure their safety. And if they ignore us I'll go in there myself and raise hell. Before you do that, is there a way to reach Erisy? I ask. I would be happy if the old dwarf is dead, but he is one of those guys who are too smart to die. My sister mumbles something and pulls a strange artifact from her pocket. It gives me time to study her outfit. Up until now I had other things on my mind than to worry about fashion. Is it okay for women to wear trousers? She purses her lips. Depends on the culture, but here in Europe you won't cause any raised eyebrows. Maybe waking up 200 years in the future isn't so bad. The first thing I'll do is to get rid of these robes. Having finished whatever she was doing, Tina holds the artifact to her ear. Then it takes a few moments of waiting. Erisy. We didn't have a chat in a while. Yeah, sure. Look, I don't want to stress you, but my sister wishes to talk to you. Then she presses the artifact to my ear. She never liked to deal with Erisy. The old fellow is nothing more than a nuisance to her. I don't know what to do. The artifact is clearly not magical, so I simply try my luck. Hello. Flower. It's so good to hear that you are alive and kicking. I thought that you lost the bet. You know, the one about who of us manages to survive to the 3rd millennium. You have to visit me as soon as you feel up to it. It's his voice. I will, but I am afraid that it will take a while to recover. I am not ashamed to admit that they did a number on me. I am sorry to hear that. I gulp. Actually, I want to know if you have any contacts to, or information about the Bathomus. It seems as if my daughters are in their territory. As much as I want to help, I can't. Knowledge is valuable and someone paid me a hefty sum to keep my fingers away from that region. It's one of those cases where the smart information trader rather decides to take the money and know nothing, instead of burning his fingers. That's not acceptable, so I press the subject. But you have a contact? There must be a way to contact them, you stupid, little dwarf. Tell me, or I'll visit you in person and I promise you that you won't like the mood I am currently in. Okay, maybe I lost it there. Just a little bit. He audibly clears his throat. Maybe there is something I can do. For the right price, of course. Do you still have that huge, head-sized diamond? The one you snatched away from that Arabian king. Do I have it? I look questioningly at my sister, who listened in on the conversation. She nods. Grinding my teeth, I admit defeat. I have it. But you better give me credit in exchange for something so valuable. It'll take you a lot of work to clear such a debt. It's priceless. Tina whispers. Good, good. I think I can give you credit for the next 2 or 3 decades. Centuries. I raise the stakes, hissing. There is some mumbling at the other end, but then he starts dictating some random numbers to me. 382. Got that? No? What is it? I ask, but Tina butts in. We have it, don't worry. She has no idea of phones. It's Fiaker's mobile. Have a nice day. There is a strange sound and Tina takes the artifact away from me. She starts interacting with the glowing surface. Congratulations, sis. Remind me not to allow you to go shopping on your own. You just paid enough money to make this the most expensive private phone number in the world's history. Neither do I understand any of this, nor do I care. If Tina didn't throw away my stuff, then I've more than enough trinkets of that sort. And the stupid diamond is nothing more than that. Just a piece of glittering junk. It's not like it's a magical artifact with a mysterious, unknown enchantment on it. And Fiaker is alive. When I visited Hatlix I once held her when she was a baby. 23 twist. He looked directly into the creature's eyes and didn't move. The monster towered above the man, stronger and faster than he would ever be. In the end it was the one who blinked. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. I am still in a state of shock when Magnus clears his throat. What do you think, Sully? Wouldn't it be the safest for Anya and you to join the rendezvous? They are your kin after all. A shudder runs down my spine. Is this some sick test he is giving me? Or is this his way of being generous, giving me a possibility to back away? Don't fuck around. Why should we want to go with them? Being with the Bathomus is great as far as I am concerned. The Rondu are a completely unknown entity to me. I know their name and that my mother is one of them. But that's it. They could be worse than the Hammonds. Fuck you for even suggesting such a thing. Didn't you confess to me? Why would you suddenly give me up just like that? He smiles. Who said that I would allow you to go? And the fucking can be arranged. If you don't learn some respect, you'll have to do yourself. I am fairly sure that my ability to restrain myself is stronger than his. He'll be groveling soon enough. Fiaker raises her hand. I don't want to interrupt the flirting, but unless we find a way to deal with the Rondu and the Bachos, we are in a tough situation. Fighting a whole clan by ourselves is dangerous enough, but 2 at once could end badly for us. Magnus crosses his arms in front of his chest. Both want the same thing. Even if they invade my territory, they will have to fight each other. And this reality marble is safe as long as they don't find a way to force us out of hiding. In a guerrilla war, we hold all the cards. I just hope that he isn't overestimating himself. Protecting his territory against a few trespassers is one thing, but having 2 clans waging war is a completely different matter. Do you think they'll listen if we just tell them that we would rather stay here? Fiaker plays with her hair, twirling it around her index finger. I think Cecilia visited the Bathomus a few times in the past. It's been such a long time that it's hard to remember. I would have to dig through the records. Cecilia was the Rondu's clan head while she was with them. Magnus raises both his eyebrows. That woman was a clan head? She is so short and petite. I wouldn't have guessed it. My mom, a clan head? I laugh. That can't be true. The spell must have played hell with her personality. Fiaker nods. I can't judge it, since I really didn't have much contact with her. From time to time she paid a short visit to Daddy Hatlix. Maybe once every century? I paid it no mind. Hatlix often had visitors from all over the world. He must have traveled a lot while he was younger. Magnus snorts. He must have walked everywhere on foot. Always made me wonder why he had so many friends in America. Fiaker smiles. Probably he fell into the ocean and drifted all the way to the new continent. Jokes aside, I think there was a land bridge during the last ice age. Daddy was old enough to have used it. Their jokes are suddenly interrupted when Fiaker's telephone rings. She retrieves it from her pocket and studies the screen. I don't know that number. Then she answers the call. Yes? Fiaker here. A few moments pass while she listens to the person who is calling. Who are you? Her forehead furrows in surprise. I am sorry. I am not the clan head. No, Magnus is. He's Hatlix's grandson. I am afraid that we can't do that. The situation is a little complicated. He won't like that. I guess. She holds her hand onto the microphone. It's Cecilia and she wants to talk to you, Magnus. He takes the mobile phone from Fiaker. Yes. Silence. No, he listens. No, period. No means no. There is no reason. They don't want to, so they stay. This is my territory. He grunts. That's her choice. He offers the phone to me. Seems like it's your turn. I take the phone from him and hold it to my ear. Hello. You are my daughter? Are you all right? Mom's voice. They just took the spell from me and I learned that I've 2 daughters. Okay? She sounds a little jittery. And concerned. My mother never sounds concerned. We are all right. Don't worry. We'll come for you. There is nothing to be afraid of. You can tell me the truth if someone is forcing you to say that. Okay. She is definitely a little addled. Mom, I am almost 200 years old. I think that I can take care of myself if there is a problem. Like I said. We are all right and quite happy where we are. I wait for an answer, but the silence stretches out. I realize that my words were quite insensitive. They took the spell from her, so does she even have any memories of us? Does she know that I am an adult? The voice suddenly turns low and serious. We'll deal with it. Tell that bastard who has you in his custody that we are on our way. Either he receives us as guests, or I'll find a way to get my hands on him. Then the line is disconnected. I look at the phone. Then I squeeze my eyes shut and open them again. Was that really Mom like she's supposed to be? Maybe I should be glad that she was spelled while I grew up. That last line sounded dangerous. Almost like a maniac. I hope they stop her from getting too worked up. What did she say? Magnus asks. It takes me a few seconds to reformulate her words. She wishes to see us. You should prepare for guests. It sounded as if she got it into her mind to see us. I can't even begin to explain how freaky that is. Especially coming from her. Magnus growls. I told her that I received no visitors. Visitors. Oilel enters the room. Do I have to prepare rooms? The brownie is followed by Anya and the girl. Oh, damn. I completely forgot about her. My sister is holding hands with her and smiling like a Cheshire cat. Oh, so everyone is here. That's great. Allow me introduce you to Katharina, Kath for short. She pulls the girl in front of her, holding her at both shoulders. The child is looking at us, eyes wide. Magnus covers his face with both hands, muffling his voice. I totally forgot about her. The shock of confrontation now over, the child studies us with eyes far too wise for her age. She surveys the room, taking in the expensive interior. Where am I? Is this heaven? Fiaker gets up and walks over to the girl. No, sweetie. This is a wonderland with magic and all kinds of fantastic creatures. Do you want to explore it with me? Katharina stares at the offered hand, not trusting the piece. Her eyes search the room, expecting a trap. There are no evil men in white. They turned my family into monsters. Fiaker shakes her head. There are no evil men here. The girl immediately turns her attention to Magnus. He kicked me. You tried to bite me. Be glad that I didn't feed you to my dragon. So be obedient and follow Fiaker, or a kick will be the least of your problems, he snarls. Kath gasps and takes Fiaker's hand. I don't agree with his methods, but the child does seem to listen to him. Fiaker glares at Magnus, but says nothing. She pulls on Kath's hand and they leave the room. Anya crosses her arms in front of her chest. Don't frighten Kath for no reason. And you have no dragon. This time it's Magnus who smiles. Do you really want to test me? Anya rolls her eyes and hurries out of the room. Oilel follows her, while I play with the thought of stopping them. We've to inform them of the new turn of events. Or maybe not. Fiaker can do that. I've no particular urge to discuss Mom's strange behavior with my sister. Though it was already strange and now she is acting normal. Normal for her. Maybe the person I knew as Cecilia is gone. Do I have to give her a chance as a different person? What are you thinking about? Magnus asks. He is still next to me on the couch, studying me. I clench my teeth. Whatever this new version of Mom decides to do, I can't change it right now. She'll show up and we'll deal with it. Maybe she needs some time to reorient herself. The spell must have left her in a pretty fucked up state. I think that all we can do now, is wait. That's why we should use the time to take you up on your offer. Offer? He asks. I sigh and take his hand, guiding it between my legs. That offer. Then I kiss him, giving in to my urges. We spend a long time like that, simply exploring one another. I open his shirt button by button, while he takes devilish delight in teasing me. Having his hand between my legs feels so good that the thought of him is enough to make me shiver. I free his erection and stroke him to retaliate. That was a little too much. He hisses and flips me over. I land on the floor. Any protest dies in my throat when his hands grab my hips. I find myself on all fours, his arms around my belly. A gasp escapes me when he pushes inside, slowly. I could get used to this position, he whispers, his mouth at my ear. You are heavy. I complain. Suddenly he thrusts into me and I quickly lose any interest in talking. I open myself to the act, matching his rhythm. My first orgasm is achieved quickly, but he doesn't stop. He even continues pounding into me, despite me having a second release. It's like in our dreams. My whole belly is on fire by the time I achieve my third orgasm. Suddenly his arms tighten around me and I feel him throbbing inside me. I love you, Sully Bathomus, he whispers. Bathomus? I laugh. Didn't you say that I should consider myself a widow? Not anymore. I want you to stay with me. Don't leave. Ever. I bite my lower lip as if there is something to consider. I love you too. A wicked smile appears on my face. But only if you can repeat your performance in the shower. Corinthia. Magnus. I guide Sully down a narrow path. It's less well maintained than the one towards the servants' quarters. This one feels more like an average footpath through an old forest. Oilel doesn't like it here, so this little forest is probably the only place inside the reality marble that doesn't look like an English garden. I thought that you wanted to show me something. Please don't tell me that you just want me out here to go for a third round. And why do you need the pig? Are we searching for truffles? Sully points at the pig. I took it from the mansion's pen. Oilel is one of those types who put a lot of weight on being self-sustaining. You will see. I yank on the rope, giving the pig more motivation to follow. Our goal is a wonderful pond at the foot of the hill. It's very idyllic, so I simply had to show it to you. Sully quickens her steps to catch up. Come on. Tell me why you are bringing me out here. Since the pond is already within sight, I decide to throw her a bone. I thought it's time to let you in on another secret. It's a little ritual to join the Bathomus. A family tradition. That gets her attention. A ritual to make it official? Don't we need a dress and a big party? Pa. That's new age stuff. Back in the old days our ancestors didn't have such things. There was just them and nature. I finally step out of the undergrowth. The pond is sky blue and the water absolutely clear. In the center it's so deep that I can't see the bottom. Not a single wave disturbs the surface. Perfect. She gasps. It's beautiful. If I had known, I would have gone swimming every day. I purse my lips. Nope, I think she will soon take that back. Come here to the shore and take Oink's rope. Hold him tight, so he can't get away. I give her the rope and instruct her on the next steps. What comes now may be a little frightening, but if you listen to your instincts you will be fine. Just don't move. Stay still and show that you have no fear. Show? To whom? And who is Oink? She blinks and searches our surroundings, but she heeds my instruction to stay still. Oink is the pig. I hurry to the pond and kneel down, pushing my face into the water. Then I call out, using the guttural tone of the first language. I pull my face out and get back to my feet. The waves I created are spreading out in a perfect circle, disturbing the perfect mirror-like surface. When something stirs from deep down in the pond, I step back and stand next to Sully. Her whole body tenses up when the huge head breaks the surface. Dinnerplate-sized serpentine eyes study first me, and then Sully. She says nothing, her expression frozen in a smile. Slowly the scaly head rises, revealing a long, smooth neck. With a burst of motion, the huge creature blurs and shoots forward. A maw with teeth the size of my forearm snaps shut faster than even I can react. Then the snake-shaped head retreats, chewing. Sully's smile is still on her face when she lifts the hand with the cleanly severed rope to inspect it. The WIRM lowers her head to sniff at us. Her throat vibrates, making the whole pond shake. Then she swallows Oink whole, bone and skin, sending a visible bulge down her throat. Satisfied, she retreats back underwater. Sully points the stump of the severed rope at the pond. What the fuck is that thing? I laugh and pat her back. That's the clan's mascot. Welcome to the clan. Seems like Lindworm accepted your offering. She will see you as one of those who bring the food. That's a great honor. Everyone who doesn't give her food, is food. Lindworm. I turn to head back to the mansion. Oh, that's her name. She is a WIRM. Often confused with a dragon. It's sad that she is so shy. Showed us only her head and a little neck. The WIRM are very rare and prefer lakes to volcanoes. I think there is a second one in Loch Ness. You didn't joke when you threatened Kath with feeding her to a dragon. 24 visitors. The others make their tools because they are weak. The others hide in cloth because they are fragile. The others gather in groups because it's safe. What will they do without tools, cloth, or numbers? A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. By the gods. Sully nervously kneads her fingers, alternating between both hands. I guess denial doesn't work any longer. Let's just hope that she isn't too unhinged. Anya wouldn't take it very well. She is at an age where she still has hope to have a real relationship with her mother. I place my hands in my pockets, making a point of being in no hurry. A few minutes ago, someone irritated the veil. The place was close to one of the many doorways in my territory, so Sully and I took the doorway instead of a car. From the door it takes just a short hike through the mountains to reach the veil. Our path is filled with bushes and plants. It's the undergrowth that takes over at heights where trees don't grow. What do we do if they insist that we let them in? Sully asks. I can't kill them. I answer with a question. She hesitates. Depends. On what? I ask. On how reasonable they are. Sully takes my hand. Can we fight them if we let just Cecilia and Tina through the veil? They don't get weakened if you let them through intentionally. I scratch my chin, considering the scenario. Most likely. If you can take one of them, or stall for long enough. I am much more worried about a fight back at the reality marble. Anya and Kath would be added to the mix. We would have Fiaker's assistance, but the kids are easy to manipulate. One word from Cecilia and Anya is at our throats. It would mean chaos. Do you think they would do that? Sully sounds shocked. If she is really concerned about us, then she won't use Anya like that. Maybe. It would be a good way to test her intentions. I shrug. I don't know. You knew her when she was spelled. That's more than I ever heard or saw of her during the negotiations with Gavin. I guess you will have to make a judgment call. Both Kath and Anya have 2 spirit guardians trailing them. I can't do much more than that. You have Kath on surveillance? But I've read the research and found out the scientists' claims are true. Sure I have. Let's be honest. Those research papers may claim that the girl's DNA is now exactly like the originals. The scientists may have told us the truth, as far as they knew it. But fact is, neither you nor I are biologists. We can't do more than read their research diaries. We can't verify their claims or find mistakes. What if they made a mistake? The girl is a complete unknown as far as I am concerned. She triggers the protective instinct towards children, but there is only one way in which I'll believe that she is a genuine old one. And that's when her eyes flash red when she becomes an adult. And when she isn't an old hag in 80 years. We can give her the time to grow up. It doesn't bother me. But she doesn't get to move freely within the reality marble. Sully sighs. I guess it can't hurt to have them guarded. I've started to read up on biology, but I quickly realized that I need to learn a lot more about chemistry and physics too. Otherwise I can't even attempt to understand the research papers. Even if I use magic to learn quicker, it would take years of study. It's a little annoying that I focused all my studies on methods of mind control. Though that might help me in accelerating the learning process. Is she thinking about spelling herself to learn faster? Without it, you wouldn't be here now. I grunt and check our surroundings. The veil is close. We allow the humans to flourish. Without their inventions we wouldn't have all the luxury which we are so fond of. But I've a feeling that they take it a little too far in some areas. It might be time for another ice age. Sully doesn't get the chance to answer me. We arrive at a large clearing. The ground is made up of large stones and moss. Several people are waiting for us, but 2 women are right at the veil. I recognize one as Cecilia. She has a completely different expression and holds herself with a lot more confidence than when I saw her the last time. The other woman is larger and more impressive, but I can see the similarities between the two. She must be Tina, the Rondu clan head. I approach them and cross my arms in front of my chest. Like that I've my hands closer to the weapons in my shoulder holsters. Greetings. Sully catches up to me and studies her mother. Cecilia doesn't seem to recognize her own daughter. She looks a little lost on what to say. Finally Cecilia finds her voice. Are you Sully? Sully's eyebrows shoot up. Wow. The spell really did a number on you if you don't even recognize me. Cecilia smiles. Oh, you have no idea. But if you allow me to, I want to rectify that. Please come with us. You belong with the Rondu, since you are of my blood. I am afraid that Anya and I would rather stay here, than to try our luck in a new home. And I've found someone who is dear to me, which I certainly won't give up after over 100 years of being alone. She reaches out and hooks arms with me. That raises more than a few eyebrows and the people behind the sisters exchange insecure glances. Tina turns her attention to me. And who are you? I am Magnus. This is my territory. I introduce myself. She studies me. Apparently she doesn't think much of my appearance. You are at least as young as Sully. How did you become the clan head? I smile, showing my teeth. I am the strongest. She looks at me as if a kitten just bared its teeth. I don't like it. I don't like her attitude, her behavior. Sully steps in. Why don't we calm down? As far as I understand it, all you want is to know that Anya and I are safe. Well, we are, and quite happy on top of that. We managed our whole lives to look out for ourselves. Right now, we are in the process of building up a life in this territory. We won't give that up, but you can visit us anytime you want, Mom. The last word came out a little forced. I suppose that Sully isn't comfortable with calling Cecilia Mom. Cecilia's eyes wandered to me. Then I would request your hospitality. I promise that I won't misbehave while I am in your territory. I look at Sully, but she doesn't object. So I focus my attention on her mother. I grant you a visitor's rights, Cecilia. The veil immediately responds to my words. Cecilia is now able to enter and leave my territory once, without repercussions. Cecilia steps forward, but is held back by her sister. I won't allow you to go alone. I just got you back. She looks at me. Invite us too. I smile and quickly count their group. There is no way that I'll take my chances with 18 unknown old ones. Especially not if they get through the veil without being weakened. No. I won't play watchdog for 18 people. Tina's expression turns smug. Does that mean that you are short on personnel? It means that I've better things to do. And that's true. Though I guess that I could give Lindworm a little free range. She'll be happy about all the little morsels. Cecilia takes Tina's hand. How about one guard? My sister Shirley also wants to meet her nieces. I consider it. In the end we already suspected that we would have to accommodate both of them. I grant you a visitor's rights, Tina. That seems to satisfy them and they step through the veil. Tina gestures for the others to retreat, while Cecilia faces Sully. Would you walk with me? Sully smiles at me to ensure that I am okay, then gestures towards the path which we took to get here. It's that way. I am much more concerned with Tina, who stares me down with an intensity I only knew from my father. She doesn't move an inch while Sully and her mother walk down the narrow path. Apparently she wants to give them enough time to get out of earshot. So? What are your intentions towards her? This territory was a black hole for years. Then she appears and you restart communications. Just like that. She snaps her fingers to emphasize her point. I gesture for her to follow Sully. I had no motivation to waste my time with others. But Sully is a very forceful and beautiful woman. She can also be very persuasive if she wants to. She negotiated for a place in my territory and paid me with a few very rare and interesting items. It would be a shame if I have to give them back because I can't fulfill my side of the deal. And what's this deal? Tina asks. To keep her safe. And since we ended up as lovers I am doubly motivated not to let her go. I throw the facts into her face. How she deals with it is her problem. Tina stays silent while we follow Sully and Cecilia. So how did you end up in isolating your territory from everyone else? I consider the answer, but decide that the truth is the best path. She'll find out soon enough that I don't have a lot of manpower. The clan's branch family rebelled and killed off the main family. So half the clan was wiped out overnight. She raises an eyebrow. So why are you standing here? Aren't you of the main family? Yet. But killing off half the clan was also just half the story. You see, they did a bad job of it and left me alive. So I killed off the traitors to take revenge, I explain. You alone against half the clan. She sounds surprised. Let's say that I was very angry. We walk the rest of the way until we catch up to Sully and Cecilia. They waited for us at the doorway, which is hidden inside an old oak. I touch the bark and use my energy to activate the magic. The old tree splits open, revealing the door which leads back to the mansion. As soon as we are through, the tree will knit itself back together. It's a very nifty trick of magic. One which was in place since before I was born. One by one, we walk through the door. I go last and close the door behind me. Oilel is the one who greets us. She dashes up to Cecilia and shakes her hand. It's so nice to meet the mistress's mother. We've prepared a garden party for everyone. Why don't you eat first and talk about business later? Then she dashes up to me and Tina, greeting Tina in the same manner. I allow our two visitors to lead the way in order to catch a few private words with Sully. How did it go? About as awkward as it can get. Sully answers, a frustrated expression on her face. Oilel interrupts us with something completely different. Master, I wanted to ask if you've seen Oink? He isn't in his barn. I huff. I told you many times to lock up your livestock. Especially that pig. He always escapes and roams the area. The last time he destroyed one of the gravestones. Yes, I know. I thought you forgave him. I have to find him before he wanders too far. Mumu and Snuffler are surely worried sick about him. Then she dashes off. Nope. I never forgave him. He destroyed the carpets, dug up the lawn, and ate the weed I grew. Digging up Mom's gravestone was the last nail in his coffin. I just waited for an acceptable reason to feed him to Lindworm. Then I noticed that Sully is looking at me accusingly. It seemed as if Oilel likes her livestock like pets. She even gives them names. Believe me. He deserved it. And maybe she'll build a better barn now. We guide our two guests outside and into the garden. Anya and Fiaker are already waiting at a large table. A little further away, Kath is playing with the flowers. The child is completely clueless, not sensing the tense situation. I decide to introduce our guests. These are Cecilia and Tina. And here we have Fiaker and Anya. The little one over there is Kath. Tina looks at the child, then at me. Her eyes wander to Celi, then to Fiaker. She is too young. Is she? I realize how this must look like. By the gods. She thinks that Kath is Fiaker's and my child. Not my daughter. We found her in a human facility. Someone gave the humans the means to experiment on old ones. It was either killing Kath, or taking her in. Everyone looks at me and I realize that I've made a fool of myself. Though I couldn't care less. Having them assume that I am doing my aunt is much worse. 25 Relationship. First break the jaw, then pull out the tongue. Once that's out of the way, you reach down the throat and pull out the heart. How to cook a fay, a memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Celi. And that's the story. We were lucky to end up with Magnus. I finish the explanation. There is no need to rescue us, because we are quite happy to be here. At least I am. How about you, Anya? Anya nods. I also want to stay here. The mansion is just cool and I've made a ton of friends in the city. All of them are my age. I turn my attention to Cecilia and Tina. The both of them listened patiently to our story. Occasionally they asked questions to clarify things, but otherwise they gave no indication of their thoughts. By now I can tell that Cecilia has no memory of us. None at all. I have no idea what kind of person she is now, but she didn't seem to like our view of her. Especially not the part about her behavior towards us. The entire time she wore a fake smile. I can only imagine how it must be for her. It's like traveling in time, learning that someone else piloted your body during your absence. Cecilia rubs her thighs, her gaze focused on the horizon. I see. I must admit that I had a very different picture of the situation in my mind. Maybe I've to be grateful for the little things. Anya smiles, an idea forming in her mind. But why don't you stay here while you learn about this age? It'll take a while to get up to date and we could use the time to reconnect. She clasps her hands together, intrigued by the thought. It's almost as if the light returns to Mom's eyes. That could work. And it's not like you guys couldn't need a few more people in your territory. I don't have any responsibilities, so I can do as I wish. But what about me? Tina whines, clearly shocked by her sister's rash decision. Cecilia dismisses her sister's protest. You did fine without me. And it's not like you don't know where to find me. Maybe we can even open a door between this reality marble and ours. You would be just one step away. No. Magnus crosses his arms in front of his chest and shakes his head. No. I permitted you to visit us. I don't want even more outsiders on my property. And I don't trust you. What comes next? A bunch of servants? First the sisters, then her. He jabs his finger at Kath, who is still clueless and playing between the flowers. And now Cecilia? Where does it end? Tina growls. Be glad that my sister is considering to grant you her protection. From what I see, your little territory lacks the manpower to protect it. Magnus' eyes flash red and I realize that I've to do something. Otherwise this will end in a bloodbath. I shimmy closer to him and hug him from the side, making sure to push my boobs against him. Please? What difference makes one more woman? He growls. That's the other point. My territory somehow turned from a paradise to some kind of asylum for females in need. This isn't working as well as I hoped it would, so I kiss his cheek. Maybe redirecting his wrath works better. Don't you think that there is something else that warrants more attention? Like killing my husband. He grinds his teeth so loud that everyone can hear it. Yet. That one. Maybe I should break into a Russian facility and fire one of their nukes on England. That would take care of the botchos. Suddenly he gets up and walks away. I've to prepare. Halfway to the mansion he turns around and points at me. And don't think that I don't realize what you are trying to do. The last word in this matter isn't spoken. I smile and turn back to Cecilia and Tina. He has anger management issues. Probably, I should follow him to make sure that he doesn't put the idea with the nuke into action. Cecilia furrows her forehead and looks at me. What do you see in him? Is it just about having a place to live? You can have that with us too. I purse my lips. To be honest. We haven't been together for long enough to form a real bond. But he adores me and simply being with him feels right for me. I've already seen enough of his good and his bad sides to say that he is decent enough to fulfill my expectations of a relationship. And then there is the most important point. Just how should I say it? Why should I pussyfoot around? And the sex is just mind-blowing. I am almost 200 years old, and I never had a stud like him. It feels like we were made for each other. With that curse on me I had already lost hope that I would ever warm up to a man. If you'll excuse me. Corinthia. Cecilia. Sully gets up and follows her stud to make sure that he doesn't do something stupid. There are worse reasons for being with a partner. As long as she is happy. I sigh wearily and return my attention to Anya. I hoped for more, but my daughters act and feel like strangers to me. It seems that I simply have to work for it. Do you have any hobbies? I like reading books. My daughter furrows her forehead. Books? Yeah, I do read them, but just because my friends are in a club. They read all sorts of books. I myself am much more into computers. Do you know computers? They didn't have any 200 years ago. Come to think of it, we can start your reintroduction to modern civilization with a computer course. Being unable to use a computer is the same thing as being illiterate in this day and age. We'll start with the easy stuff, like surfing the web. Then we work ourselves up to programming. Don't worry. I am sure that I am an excellent tutor. During my time in the compound I had more than enough time on my hands, so I earned 2 degrees in IT and telecommunication. She's a monster. I smile. From where did she get the sudden talkativeness? Is it because her sister is gone? I could also teach you magic, if you want to. I surely know some ancient spells you've never heard of. No. Getting you familiar with the modern world is much more important. What if you have to go out alone? You would get hurt just from trying to cross the street. Anya gets up and runs around the table, taking my hand. We will use the rig at the apartment. Magnus has the latest equipment. I think a few hours of theoretic study are enough. Then we'll visit the city to get you acquainted with everything. What are computers? Why is she so enthusiastic about it? What if it turns out that I've no talent? I want to make a shining first impression as a mother. Be someone she can be proud of. I am not sure that I am into this computer thing. I look for Tina, searching for help. But my sister has her own problems. Kath stopped her investigation of the flowers and now the child is offering Tina a hand-picked bouquet, captivating Tina with an innocence which only children have. Realizing that I'll get no help from her, I turn my hopes to Fiacre. But the cute, little child I once knew is gone. Now there is just a woman who seems to take devilish delight in my predicament. I give up and allow Anya to pull me to my feet. Fairy. Gardener. I bite into the apple and chew in delight, not caring that some of the sweet fruit falls back out of my mouth. It's difficult to eat properly with these hard, beak-like lips. The correct medical term is acrokeratosis. Certain parts of the skin turn so thick and hard that they are like horn. It's not troubling me. The hard skin is actually quite useful. I don't have to be afraid of cuts and scrapes. Gardener, please. Don't slobber your food all over the table when we are having an important discussion. Summer looks at me with a disgusted expression. I inspect the mess I made. Admittedly, it looks a little disgusting. Using the back of my hand, I wipe the apple pieces off the table and onto the ground. Why is this lunatic even here? Shouldn't he be tending to his trees? And why are we here? Autumn gestures at the surrounding forest. Winter leans back in his seat. He looks very bored. Maybe even a little tired. That's something I am not used to seeing from a Fae. He must have been very busy. Busy indeed. He is as old as us. And we all know that he isn't stupid. Sometimes he just behaves like a lunatic, Spring complains. She throws back a lock of her long, wavy hair which fell into her face. Yes, yes. Like a lunatic. Not like an idiot. It's important to see the difference. But if they would think about it, then they would realize that I simply don't care what they think about me. Why should I hide myself while I eat such a delicious apple? It's not fair. To me, or the apple. Just get this done. I've an appointment. Autumn uses his knuckles to knock onto the table. I used my mediocre magic to grow a mushroom into a table. Just to accommodate the 4 of them. They wished for my presence at their meeting, but I refused to come to their conference hall. I don't leave my woods. What if one of my charges wakes up? I can't have that. Better that they sleep. So I've to accommodate the 4 of them. Summer snorts. I've contacted all our supporters. They are ready. We could start today if there wasn't one person who still doesn't agree. Yes. Autumn slams his open palm onto the table. His pupils widen to dark, black orbs. I think that you guys are mad. Right now the other supernaturals, most importantly the old ones, are ignoring us. Winter raises a finger. I would hardly say that they ignore us. When they find one of our trees, they attack and destroy it without hesitation. That's an act of war. Hardly surprising. Autumn shrugs. What I mean is, that they don't actively search for a way to attack Fairy. If we escalate things, they might unify against us. Again. There is no way that we could stand against all the other supernatural species. That's exactly why we will utilize the humans. Once our campaign starts, the other races will have other problems than to fight a war, Summer explains with a forcibly calm voice. I can hear her irritation. She is hiding it well, but I can sense it. She continues. Once we have the humans on our side and discredited all the others, all we have to do, is wait. The humans will start the war on their own. They fear what they don't understand. And what they fear, they kill. Autumn shakes his head. What if they turn against us? What if the old ones decide to act? I shrug. It's not like they can reach us here in Fairy. And the last war was fought in ancient times. It was Fae against old ones. The humans weren't so numerous in their little villages. And if Summer's campaign is as good as she says, then the humans will even want to protect the poor, suppressed Fae. Autumn grunts, but Spring finally turns the tables. If you don't want to fight, then you and your court can stay in Fairy. It would hardly make any difference to the plan. What about the recent attack? The one that blew up Opulent Grove? He asks. Summer shrugs. A stupid half-Fae broke the protocols. He thought that he managed to outwit an old one. Our representatives in the human world won't be so stupid, or weak in their commitment. They were chosen for their skills. Autumn sighs and gestures to go on. You'll do it anyway sooner or later. Then he glares at me. Why are you even on their side? You never support aggressive strategies. I bite into my half-eaten apple. Sometimes you have to jump into the cold water in order to learn to swim. And sometimes you drown in the process. 26 Solo. Steal, pillage and take their women. The winner gets it all. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. I feel the veil shudder. Someone broke into my territory. 5 people. That's not so bad. I thought that they would send more to test me. So is it the Hammonds, or the Bachos? It probably doesn't matter. I snarl and slam the mug of coffee onto the kitchen table, startling Kath. The child was stirring her cereals around as if they are inedible. Tell the others to stay inside the reality marble. Not waiting for an answer, I leave the kitchen and head for my weapon arsenal in the apartment. To my luck I don't run into anyone else. They would surely want to help me, but I don't want Sully to risk her life. On my way there, I make a few calls to ensure that I am the one who finds the intruders, and not the other way around. At the safe I armor myself with everything that's acceptable without raising too many eyebrows. It would be cool to wear the dragon scale vest against rifle bullets. I imported the thing from the USA, but it's way too clunky to be worn concealed. After loading 4 guns and hiding them under my cloak, I strap the 2 dwarven daggers to my forearms. Their blades are long and have a wicked curve. But that's not why I bought them. The dwarves spent a lot of effort to make sure that these 2 beauties can break through most magical defenses. That will be very useful if I encounter someone who likes to use spells like Stone Eskin. The belt with my set of special surprises is clasped around my waist before I close the coat. The belt carries some grenades and magical gimmicks like a set of magic cards and dices. Let MTG deal with the intruders. 2 minutes later I am out the door and in my car, heading for the fringe of the industry area. I find Eva at her usual place and park the SUV close to her. Then I let down the window. It's unusual that you are still awake at this hour. Eva smiles with a tired expression. Don't act as if you don't know the reason. The fact that you called the chieftains of our little community and warned them about intruders means that we are in immediate danger. By the time you made your 3rd call, the entire territory knew that something is going to happen. My family is on guard. I just want to make sure that I am the hunter and not the hunted, I answer. I want you to instruct your vamps to search for them. 5 old ones. Eva winces. But it's in the middle of the day. Just look at my state. The sun burning us may be a myth, but it's much too bright. I've already instructed Paul to use his people's water magic to thicken the fog. In 1 to 2 hours you won't see farther than 50 meters, I explain. Eva widens her eyes. They can do that? I didn't know that the creepy fellows could do more than eat corpses and croak about their beautiful lake. Well, the hole has had the quality of drinking water ever since they took up residence there. I laugh bitterly. Sometimes it comes with a price to accommodate certain supernatural species in my territory. Why do you think we have fog for 3 or even 4 days a week? Paul's people like it when the sun doesn't burn their skin and the air is murky, filled with water. Eva sneers. Do you mean that my neophytes could have more sun if those guys weren't around? Be glad, or your people wouldn't be able to go outside today. Vamps have the best senses among the supernaturals. I need my little, blood-sucking ninjas to find the intruders. I press on the button to close the window. She laughs and gives me a last complaint before the window is closed completely. It's yet to be seen if that's a blessing or a curse. I leave Eva behind and take a look at the gasometer. With the tank 3/4 full I can drive around half the day and search for any traces of magic. I grunt and prepare myself for a long day. It's 1 p.m. when Eva calls me, informing me of 5 old ones who had set up camp in one of the many castle ruins around the city. It looks like they are trying to fortify it with magic. I assume that they aren't here to attack, but to create a safe base for future operations. That would explain why there are only 5 of them. They are supposed to hide until their base of operations is safe. Then they'll call for reinforcements. Probably they aren't even very strong fighters, but specialized on creating magical wards. You can retreat and clear the area of any spectators. I'll deal with them. I end the call and follow Eva's directions. On my way I try to remember the layout of the ruin. To call it a castle is an exaggeration. If it had been one, it would have been renovated and turned into a tourist trap long ago. To call it a watchtower is more accurate. The basement is still there, although the upper floors are crumbled and unusable. The wall around it is also riddled with holes. There is only one real reason to choose that place over others, and that's the fact that it's far away from any humans. The watchtower was built on top of a mountain which is the property of the state. There are no houses in a 10-kilometer radius. If I had known that they will choose such a place, I would have armed myself to the teeth. But there is no point in yearning for more weaponry at this point. If I go home to add to my arsenal, I might end up giving them the time they need to fully fortify the place. At least I've a few heavy weapons inside the SUV's boot. Halfway up the mountain I stop the car at the roadside. The fact that the place is barred against public entry makes it impossible to drive there all the way. The road isn't even freed of snow. With 1 meter of the white stuff, my car would just get stuck. Another point is that I hope to get in some lucky shots before the battle starts. I end up fighting my way through hip-deep snow, which takes longer than expected. Even with the use of magic. All the time I watch the trees and bushes around me for the invaders. But there is nothing. At one point I even find a few footprints, but the snow's surface inside them is already hard. That makes them older than 1 or 2 hours. Probably one of Eva's vamps. At last, I arrive at the ruin, grenade launcher in hand and an STG on my shoulder. The grenade launcher is an old model, but reliable. I've fired more than 1,000 rounds with it. Not a single misfire. I study what little I can see of the ruin. There is the wall and a part of the crumbled tower behind it. A whole section of the wall is down, which would give me easy access if I decide to go in. My position isn't perfect, but has the least chance of discovery with the thick shrubbery around me. And if I want to disappear completely, I just have to throw myself into the snow. While I mull over possible ways to proceed, I feel strong magical emissions from the ruin. My friends are working fast and dirty, throwing around some serious power. It's possible that they are even trying to create a reality marble. They must have a power stone with them. It's too much magic for just 5 people. I curse and carefully fight my way through the snow. Instead of going through the open section in the wall, I choose the most sturdy part. If my friends decided to place some traps for unwelcome guests, then they surely took care of the obvious entry points first. Climbing the wall increases my chances to surprise them. It turns out to be easy enough, because of the rough stonework. There is actually more danger of grabbing a loose stone, than in finding no footholds. But in the end I manage it without making too much noise. I slowly take a first peek over the wall. The snow in the inner yard of the ruin is trampled and filled with a network of paths. A man is standing watch at the entrance to the ruin's basement. The others are surely busy with weaving their spells. A sudden urge demands that I jump down there to scream a challenge and charge in. And that would be extremely stupid, but so satisfying. I bite down on my tongue and fight my instincts. Then I notice the rune which was carved into one of the stones. Lucky me. I chose exactly that stone to hold onto. I flex my fingers and break the stone out of the brickwork. The strange urge to attack like a maniac immediately weakens. It isn't gone, but it's much easier to control. Subtle magic. They didn't have the time to place a real trap, so they used runes to influence attackers into announcing themselves. Makes me wonder what other surprises they have at the obvious access points. Showing a lot of patience, I wait until the guard looks the other way. Ever so slowly, I pull myself up and over the wall. Landing on the other side doesn't require magic. The deep snow is enough to buffer the fall. After a minute it's clear that I wasn't seen. The snow is so fluffy that it would be a joy to ski in it. In my current situation it's also beneficial, since I can use it to approach the guard unseen. I burrow my way forward, straining my sense of magic to check if I was noticed. When I am 20 meters away from the target, I determine that I am close enough to have a sure shot. Even with a grenade launcher, against an old one, it's not guaranteed to kill unless it hits them squarely. He would be hurt and marred by shrapnel. That's without question. But people often overestimate the effectiveness of explosions. If he has a shield up, everything that's not a clean hit won't even incapacitate him. I get to my knees and check the grenade launcher with my fingers. The powder snow is everywhere. When I find no problem with the clip that holds the 8 grenades, I rise and aim the launcher. The man's head snaps towards me as I press the trigger. And again, and again. As I do so, I mumble the incantations to raise my own shields. The first explosion throws up snow and brickwork, enveloping the man. I didn't hit him, but I continue to fire until a foot flops into the snow next to me. 2 rounds left in the chamber, I concentrate to send energy through my muscles. Then I jump high and wide, landing on top of the crumbled remains of the tower. I turn around and aim at the entrance to the basement. The dust has settled, granting me a nice view on the scattered remains of the guard. That's when things go wrong. I should have known that the one guard was too obvious. I feel the magic behind me one moment before it hits my shield with a flash of light, draining me and throwing me off the tower. Falling, I send the last 2 grenades at the tower, randomly guessing my attacker's position. He must have hidden himself with some sort of invisibility. Still falling, I let go of the grenade launcher and land in the snow. Not idling around, I jump forward and into the entrance to the basement. Behind me is another flash of light, but I don't care, choosing the way forward. It was obviously a miscalculation that none of them can fight. They brought at least one capable person. The basement is a single, large room. To my great satisfaction I find 3 old ones who were obviously busy scratching the walls with runes. 2 men and a woman. One of them throws some kind of curse at me. I roll to the side, discharging the STG into the room. One of them screams, telling me that he didn't ward himself properly. I throw the now empty STG at him, thrusting my hand forward to enhance its speed with force magic. The weapon impacts his chest with a satisfying thud. But that gave the other 2 time to act. More spells impact my shields, making them waver dangerously. Now empty-handed, I reach for the sides of my belt and send the 2 claymores spinning into the room. Retreating to the exit, I throw 2 more grenades behind me for good measure, filling the small room with enough explosives to shred everything inside. The shockwave practically carries me out of the basement, back into the open where I roll thrice before I am hit with a 3rd flash of light. This time I saw the spell's blue orb of energy coming. It sends me to the ground, taking out my shields as some of the kinetic force breaks through. It cracks a rib or 2, a familiar feeling. I grit my teeth and get back to my feet, hands at my belt. Is this a joke? You are out of magic already? You aren't as strong as they said. A female voice talks to me out of thin air. I whirl around and concentrate, but I can't sense anything. The second guard is good at hiding herself. And she has a lot of power. Those blue energy sparks pack a real punch. My shields are enough to walk through a rain of bullets. Her spell took them down with 2 good hits. The guys in the basement also drained my magic, but each of her spells took away at least a 4th of my power. You are running out of toys. Another blue orb shoots out from a different direction and I flick out one of the cards. The magical matrix inside it activates the blue orb early, leaving me untouched. There is a small gust of wind, but that's all. The spell seems to be aimed at destroying magical defenses. I reach for my pocket and whirl around to scatter the dices in the area. The question is how much longer you can hold that invisibility of yours while casting force magic at me. Because once that runs out, you are dead meat. Another blue orb and I counter it again. Is that all? Are you a 2-trick pony? Not that her perfect invisibility is a bad trick. She must be simultaneously using force magic to float. Otherwise I would notice her footprints in the snow. She must be carrying the power stone. That's why the whole area is brimming with magic. They set this up to give her the chance to catch me. Long enough. This time I am too late in countering the spell, but the dices around me activate. They create a dampening field that dissolves the spell. That's when one of the others stumbles out of the basement, moaning. 4 long steps bring me to his side and I grab him. Flicking my wrist, I have one of the dwarven daggers out and at his throat. Get out of my territory and I'll let him live. The man doesn't allow himself to twitch a single muscle as we wait. You are lying. You are right. I shrug and cut off his head. The enchanted dwarven steel sinks through flesh and bone as if they are butter. The rolling head is answered by another blue orb, but I use the body as a shield to protect myself. The impact throws me to the ground. I check my surroundings and see a woman fading into existence, not more than 5 meters away from me. She thuds to the ground, her magic clearly spent. But unlike me, she is still up and walking. She drops the used-up power stone onto the ground. Lying there, I reach for the corpse and mumble another incantation, spending my last reserves. Using magic isn't an exact science. A lot of training is necessary and the most important part is learning your own limits. No mage has an exact idea of how many spells he or she can cast on a single day. It's a lot like weightlifting. On an average day you may lift the bar 8 times before your muscles give out. On a good one you may even reach 11. The point is that nobody can be absolutely sure that he has the power for that 10th or 11th push. And if you've misjudged yourself, you lose consciousness. That's a death sentence if your opponent is still up and walking. As I cast the spell, I realize that I've pushed myself too far with that last spell. The lights go out. I can't have been out for long. The sun is still high in the sky when I open my eyes again. I am on my back and have a splitting headache. I get to my knees and look around. Sure enough, the woman is wrestling with the headless corpse. But she is spent and has no more reserves. She should have walked away when she had the chance. Seeing me unconscious must have made her greedy to finish it. Maybe she even had a wish for revenge after I took out her comrades. I was lucky to cast that last reanimation spell. Grabbing the nearby dagger, I get to my feet and approach her. The zombie is doing a fine job in holding her down while I stab the dagger into her again and again. They are so entangled that I don't get a clean shot at her neck. The pain revives her strength and she throws off the zombie. I jump onto her, holding the dagger to her throat. Bachos, or Hammon. She stops resisting. Bachos. I request to barter my body for my life. I accept you as my clan head. That's an acceptable way to save yourself after a lost battle with another clan. Better being a slave than dead. The tradition is as old as the world. I study her beautiful freckled face with the red hair and the deep green eyes. I am afraid that I already have a woman to warm my bed. And she would kill you anyway. You are competition. I cut into her throat and off goes the head. Sighing, I get back to my feet. And besides, I don't trust someone who still has a whole clan back at home. I stretch my sore body and try to assess the damage. My chest still hurts, but I can breathe. Looking up, I realize that the headless corpse still has a little time until the magic runs out. I hand it one of my daggers. Collect the heads in the basement. I'll send them back to their owner. I collect the power stone and lean back against the tower's wall to rest. The stone is a big chunk of obsidian. Empty now, but I can charge it again. It's a bother to check for the other two who are still in the basement. Sending the zombie has the benefit that I won't be the one who falls into the trap. Just in case that one of them had a similar idea as I had. My fears turn out to be unwarranted when the zombie returns with 2 more heads from the basement. He piles the 4 heads up in front of me, then I send him searching for the 5th one. The guy who got hit with the grenade launcher spread himself all over the yard. The corpse just manages to find the head hidden deep under the snow before it topples over. Time out. With 5 heads and a looted overall, I make my way back to the SUV. 27 many things. And when they saw that the others create wealth and luxury on a previously unknown scale, they passed down a single law to which everyone must abide. Leave them be, live in the shadows and don't disturb them in their blissful ignorance. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Selly. I don't feel well. He is gone and I don't feel well at all. Damn him. I walk up and down the entrance hall, not caring that it makes the others nervous. Everyone is gathered here to discuss our next steps. And most important, what to do about Magnus' disappearance. Stop pacing in circles, Selly. It's as if you are some kind of dog without its master. Anya reprimands me in a slightly annoyed manner. Due to Magnus' order, she wasn't able to explore the city with our mother. That made her a little angry. I don't stop walking. I can't. He left me behind. I told him that doing something like that will have consequences. Are you sure that the other supernaturals don't know where he is, Fiaker? What about Eva? She went against his orders before, I ask. Fiaker shakes her head, her mobile phone in her hand. Either they don't know, or they don't want to tell. I approach Kath, who is holding on to Fiaker's blue dress. You are absolutely sure that he just said to stay put? He didn't mention where he went. The little one shakes her head. No. The evil man just jumped up, screamed at me to tell everyone to stay in the reality marble, and left. I seriously hope she doesn't make it a habit to call Magnus an evil man. Well, he is, in a certain sense. But he is also a really nice guy, towards a few selected people. It seems like he can be called neither good nor evil. Tina plays with her hair. Does he disappear often? It's not good for a clan head to run off without telling anyone where he is going. Fiaker shrugs. How should I know? It's not like we were that close during the recent years. It only changed because Selly showed up, which I am thankful for. Oilel nods. Master often disappears for days without telling me anything. Mostly to hunt those who violate his territory. He is like a big cat in that aspect. It's really hard to plan for anything without knowing when he comes back. Anya rolls her eyes and returns her attention to her tablet. It's a Samsung. The latest, extra-large version. I point at the device and ask, where did you get that? A guilty expression appears on her face. I borrowed it from Magnus. Oilel huffs. Just tell the truth. You took one of Master's credit cards and bought it. But don't worry. He has more than enough money and never checks his accounts. That's my job. And it's not like he wouldn't have given you an allowance for your own use. Just ask him. Anya cringes. I never got something of my own at the compound. Then Mom does something that totally freaks me out. She hugs my little sister to give her comfort. From now on you can buy everything you want to. And if Magnus doesn't give you what you want, then ask me. I've spent a few thousand years collecting treasures. I shake my head and try to concentrate on something else. This new version of Cecilia is totally unfamiliar to me. That's when the door to the reality marble flies open and Magnus strolls into the room. First I want to scream at him, but then I squeal in horror when I realize the state he is in. There are bloodstains all over him and the chest area of his clothes is torn. Shredded armor is visible beneath the cloth. It looks as if he took a force spell with nothing more than his body. What happened to you? Nothing. Just went out to blow off some steam. I had a run-in with a few trolls. Don't worry. He clutches a bloody pullover to his chest. It's buttoned up as a makeshift bag and full enough to burst. Liar. Trolls wouldn't do that to you. I've seen you fight. He purses his lips. There were at least 50 of them. What's that? I step closer and grab the bloody makeshift bag to find out what he is hiding. He doesn't let go and the damaged fabric tears. 5 heads spill out and I jump back to avoid the bloody mess. The carpet. Oilel goes into hyperdrive. She disappears and reappears again in a rubber suit with cleaning utensils and a trash bag in her hands. The carpet is cashmere. If I am not fast the blood will never go out. One of the heads stopped directly in front of Fiaker and Kath. The child's eyes are wide and round like golf balls. Fiaker quickly covers her eyes, even if it's a little too late. I think you are too young to see that. I jump forward and grab Magnus at his cloak, shaking him while channeling all the bad feelings into anger. Why did you go out to fight invaders on your own? I thought I made it clear that you won't do such dangerous things without me. I worried myself sick about you. Ow. Ow. Steady. My ribs were recently cracked. They are healed, but it still hurts. Don't break them again. He grabs my arms. I clench my teeth and pull him close to look directly into his eyes. If you pull that stunt again, consider us divorced. I won't lose you because some idiot gets a lucky shot and I wasn't there. He smiles, trying to play down the situation. They were just 5. Nothing special. I've dealt with such groups many times in my 100 years of protecting this territory. Tina tilts her head and pulls at her lower lip. She studies the head of a woman with red hair and freckles on her face. If it wasn't for the paleness of death, she would have been beautiful to behold. I think I know that one. She flicks her fingers and points at the head. Isn't that Marlene Bachos? The Invisible? She is notorious for her ability to channel several spells at once. Her trademark is to stay completely undetected while she attacks the enemy with powerful force magic. Magnus sneers. She wasn't that great once her power stone ran out of energy. At first she got me real good, but a lot of power means nothing without the brains to use it effectively. I let go of him. What happened? He pulls out a big piece of obsidian with fine runes inscribed on it. The power stone is clearly empty now, but I can still feel the residual magic of a strong charge. They tried to create a fortified camp. At the same time they had that redhead using her invisibility to hide and wait. I had the bad luck of jumping directly onto her hiding spot. It was a trap for anyone who tried to stop their attempt at creating a bridgehead. I cross my arms in front of my chest and glare at him. So. He doesn't get it. What? Have you learned not to do something like this alone? There are 3 other people who could have helped you. He opens his mouth to refuse, but I anticipate what he wants to say. I poke his chest, causing him to flinch. Those shredded clothes don't look like an easy fight to me. She tore through your shields and got you good. What would I've done if I had lost him? We didn't have enough time together. Anya raises her tablet. Hey guys. Stop lamenting over the past and look at this. This is big. She points at the tablet and raises the volume so that everyone can hear what the reporter in the news is saying. All over the world. These Fae, or Fairs, claim that they've been protecting humanity from the shadows for thousands of years. According to them, the humans were left deliberately in the dark about all the supernatural beings which are surrounding them. The picture switches to the face of a gorgeous female Fae. Our rulers debated long and hard about the pros and cons of hiding the supernatural community from the world. We Fae have to admit that we aren't innocent in hiding our existence for thousands of years. But ultimately even our leaders had to admit that humanity's unawareness of the supernatural isn't in its best interest. That's an injustice which we Fae cannot accept. We are extremely righteous people and decided that we cannot live with a secret like that any longer. The humans must know what hideous creatures stalk the night. They must be allowed to protect themselves. As you can only protect yourself against something that you are aware of. Holy shit. That means outright war once the supernatural community gets over the shock. Magnus steps closer to the tablet and tilts his head, inspecting the device. I don't remember having bought that model. I had it on my shopping list though. Ah ha ha ha. I might have borrowed a little money to buy the premium edition, Anya admits grudgingly. Cecilia steps in. Yes. She needs an allowance while she is under your roof. Or did you think that she is okay with staying in her same old clothes forever? Magnus scratches his cheek, thinking. I don't really have a clue what a young woman needs. Is 10,000 per month enough? Just tell Oilel what you need and you will get it. I stammer, just for what would she need 10,000 per month? She isn't the top manager of a big company. I don't even have a stable income. I just took what Oilel gave me. Suddenly I realize that I am depending on Magnus' wealth. Magnus makes a dismissive gesture. I just thought that she would always need the newest computers due to her hobby and line of education. That's enough for a small server farm. Anya whispers as if saying the words loud would cause her wet dream to pop like a bubble. My very own server farm. Whatever. As my wife you also need some money of your own. What about 20,000? I don't even know what to do with that much money. I stole a bag of Gavin's stash when we escaped, but ever since we met Magnus I had no reason to touch it. Thanks. But don't think that you can worm your way out of our argument by being generous. Tina starts screaming. Just shut up. The Fae are making a big move and you guys don't even care? Who knows what other lies they told the humans? We are on the brink of another supernatural war. I wouldn't say that we are on the brink. The Fae already fired the first shot, Magnus corrects her. They continue bickering, but I don't listen. I was up and on my feet for the entire day, worrying about Magnus. Suddenly, I feel dizzy and start swaying. What's happening to me? Guys. Nobody listens to me, so I stagger sideways as the world tilts in my view. I force my muscles to stay still and clench my teeth together. Then I go to my knees and bend forward, retching. I spill my entire breakfast onto the ground before I can even think about running to the bathroom. Grr. The carpet. Oilel is suddenly at my side, scrubbing the carpet with a wet towel. It might be a lost cause by now. Magnus is at my side, a horrified expression on his face. Are you all right? Did the Fae invent some horrifying virus to attack with biological weapons? Tina's eyes widen and she takes a step back. I wouldn't put that past them. Oilel stops her hopeless attempt at saving the carpet. Then she is suddenly at my waist, her ear pressed to my belly. Oh, that's not a sickness. I can feel it through my bond with the House of Bathomus. There is a new family member on the way. What? I retch and try my best to hit the brownie with the remaining food. But Oilel is much too fast for me. She is up and gone in an instant. Anya's face twitches. I am an aunt? I am too young for that. I am a grandma. Cecilia claps her hands in joy. She turns to Tina. Isn't that wonderful? It was such a good idea to come here. Tina rubs her temples with both hands. No, this isn't happening. I am not related to these nutcases. Have to focus on the Fae. Who gives a friggin' shit about the Fae? We can commit genocide on them when there is time. I am going to be a father. Magnus lets go of me to take some strange victory pose, but immediately cringes and puts his arms around his chest. Maybe not that healed. And then it sinks in. I am going to be a mother. How is this possible? I thought that I would die childless. My whole body starts shaking. Whether in excitement, joy, or shock, I don't know. Oilel returns to the entrance hall, pushing some creaky, old wheelchair. Please sit down, mistress. We don't want you to overexert yourself. I am not sick and I am certainly not an invalid. My last piece of self-control snaps and I get to my feet, growling. I grab the wheelchair and try to hit Oilel with it, trashing the chair on the ground. The brownie once again proves her nimbleness, barely avoiding all my attempts at hitting her. Master. Stop her. He shakes his head. No. Her eyes are red. You really ticked her off. Just take it like a good, little brownie. This is why the others don't work for old ones. Mom always told me that you aren't worth the trouble. Why didn't I listen to her? Oilel evades once more. She is damaging the entrance hall. We still need it for the feast and the ceremony. I already had her take the ritual to join the clan. There is no need for big ceremonies. Oilel squeals as I almost get her. That old, barbaric ritual? No, you didn't. That's where Oink went. Told you that he was a walking corpse on 4 feet. 28 lessons. Fear is a good thing. It teaches the others to stay away from us. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. And the vampires are just parasites who prey on human blood. They, the female Fae and the nearby reporters, disintegrate in a huge explosion. Chunks of flesh and body parts are thrown high into the sky. The gathered crowd panics and people trample over each other as they try to escape the carnage. The public interview was cut short rather dramatically. I clap my hands and take the remote to instruct the extra big widescreen TV to replay the whole scene. I love those guys in Russia. What's their clan's name? Orvatshevs? They do the job properly. Each Fae that shows his face in public is taken out shortly afterwards. And it always looks like humans are the ones behind it. Tina shakes her head with her hands crossed in front of her chest. She also saw the attack, but she isn't happy about it. I don't think that this, she gestures at the TV, buys us any friends among the humans. I am sure that the Fae are trying to provoke a war between humans and supernaturals. Once the whole world is a single, chaotic mess, they can sweep in and try to take over. The Orvachevs are just playing into their hands with these ruthless assassinations. Their methods cause too much collateral damage. She may be right on that point. The speeches I've heard so far can be deconstructed to two statements. Fae are good and everyone else is evil. I shrug. So what about your territory? Her expression turns thoughtful. Same as yours. Nothing. The Fae concentrate all their efforts on the major cities. They are trying to get the governments on their side. At times like these I am glad that my people chose a fairly rural area to settle down. It makes us less important in the eyes of the other clans, but that's sometimes a big advantage. My attention turns to Sully, who is lying on the living room's couch. Her gaze is fixed on the ceiling. She is deeply in thought. I step closer and take her hand, smiling. Don't make such a face, love. We are becoming parents. Her expression turns puzzled. I don't understand. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic about it? Weren't you the one who asked if I'd made sure that our first encounter didn't have consequences? And it must have been the first time. Otherwise I wouldn't already show symptoms of pregnancy. The huge grin stays plastered on my face. But that was before you and I became an item. I actually had secret thoughts about having a family with Sully. That we are compatible is a gift from the gods. Whatever fate throws at us, we can work it out. Yes, but there are a lot of things to think about. Who is taking care of the baby with a war going on? Do you even know how much work a child is? I already had a close-up experience with Anya. Let me tell you, taking care of a child with magic is a 24/7 job. We already have Kath and we are just 3 people. 4 if Cecilia really decides to stay with us. I must admit that my expression fell during her tirade. I started imagining different scenarios of myself having to take care of a child. None of them ended good. Like changing diapers, or stopping the child from using magic once she comes into her powers. As if the mere thought summoned the catastrophe, I hear a loud boom, from the entrance hall. I jump up and hurry to investigate the cause, just to find Kath fidgeting in front of a huge hole in the wall. Fiaker is nowhere in sight, so I step behind the child to investigate the damage. She punched a new entrance to the dining room. Most likely a case of accidental force magic. She has a lot of power for her age. If the girl starts casting wild magic and gets unlucky, she might level the mansion. When she realizes that she isn't alone, she turns around and gasps upon seeing me. It's clear that she expects nothing good from me. I smile at her, viciously. I am sure that you were told not to use magic unless someone instructs you to. She nods, her chin quivering. I fell and it just came out, and whoosh, and bam. She points at the wall. And where is Fiaker? I ask. Kath averts her eyes. In the garden. Searching. Sully steps next to me. Searching for what? Me? She tried to teach me more control, but I can't get it right. So I slipped away, Kath confesses. I ponder over the problem. Kath is already 8 years old. Control shouldn't be a problem for her, as her magic should have started developing at the age of 5. But she isn't a normal child of our race. She was just a human before they manipulated her genetic code. Now she has all this power and never learned to control it. It's as if someone gave her an additional limb and new senses. Add the short attention span of a child and we have on our hands a potential time bomb. I grab her clothes at her back and lift her like a sack of rice. She freezes up and allows herself to be carried while I walk deeper into the mansion. Hey! That's no way to treat a child, Sully protests. She should be glad that I don't skin her for damaging my family's home. This house holds a lot of bad memories, but it's still precious to me. I turn around a corner and open the door to a big training hall. Sully and Tina followed me, making sure that I don't hurt the child. I drop Kath onto the soft, padded floor and step onto the rune which activates the training mannequin. The whole room lights up with magical circles. Blue energy particles gather to form a pair of feet, upper body and then the rest of the body. A man in black clothes appears in front of us. He has no face and just stands there, arms at his side. Training mode, punching bag, I instruct the mannequin. Then I turn my attention to Kath. That's a training doll and this room is warded. You can't cause any destruction with your magic while you are in this room. The doll is similar to the spirit guardians who are following you around. You already met them. She nods. Good. The difference is that the doll has no self-awareness and it's much weaker. Doll, simulate human. I point at the mannequin and command Kath, hit it. She furrows her forehead, but does as told, hitting the mannequin in its loins. That's the easiest spot to reach for her. Of course she achieves nothing. The mannequin doesn't even budge. This time focus on the power within you. Imagine a flow of warm water from your chest to your fist. Then let it burst outwards and away from the fist. She does it again with no result. I say nothing as I watch the third and fourth attempt. When she tries it a fifth time I grab her shoulder and force my own power into her. I circulate the magic through her body, allowing her to concentrate on how it feels. Do you feel that power moving around inside your body? She nods. Concentrate on that feeling and do as I told you. I let go. Kath forms her hand to a tiny fist and strikes the mannequin again. This time her movements are fast and the strike lands heavily. The mannequin is blown apart, flinging the legs sideways and the upper body away from us, splattering the room with blood and gore. Sully is immediately at Kath's side, covering her eyes. You can't show her such things. I frown. Why not? She has to see what will happen if she doesn't get a grip on her abilities. Kath has to learn that she can hurt someone. Having such powers shouldn't be treated lightly. So let her see what she did and don't interfere. Kath pulls Sully's hand away. It's just a doll? Right? It's not real. The evil man just wants that I don't hurt myself. Or others. Don't deconstruct my guidance in such a way. You'll hurt plenty of people once you find a proper reason for it. Kath watches as the remains dissolve and a new mannequin appears. I grunt. Do it again. And then again. The room won't allow you to leave until you've exhausted your powers. You'll enter this room each morning and you won't get out to play unless you've spent all your magic, or you can prove that you can control it. Is that clear? The child looks at me with a sour expression. Clear. But what if I have to pee? Oilel will make sure that you have a chamber pot or a bucket in here. I nod and ignore the child's horrified expression. Then I turn around to leave, but Tina and Sully bar my way. Don't you think that grounding her in such a manner is a little harsh? Tina asks. It seems that she has taken a liking to the little one. I stand my ground. And the next time she loses control, she'll accidentally activate wild magic and take out the entire mansion. Herself included. I've no need for that. Kath's powers were given to her out of the blue and she has already shown that she can't control them. She has to learn the same way as everyone else. By training and experience. This room is the easiest way to teach her. Stop treating her like a normal old one child who gradually got used to her abilities. As she is now, she poses a danger until she learns not to blast around her magic just because she trips. Sully sighs. I think he is right in this case. But that doesn't mean that Kath has to pee in a bucket. Geez. Where is the fun in the whole punishment if she gets to go to the toilet? Fine. I suggest we go and find Fiaker to tell her that Kath is in the training room. Where she will remain until she gets a grip on her power. I turn my attention on the child. The little runt looks at the ground, avoiding my eyes. I snort and head out of the room, leaving the child to the mannequin. Once outside, I crack my knuckles. So, where are those two? Who? Sully asks from behind me. She followed me while Tina stayed with the child. That stupid bird and the bear. Why do I bother to attach two spirit guardians to the child if they don't do their job properly? They should have caught Kath the moment she ran away from Fiaker's tutelage. I'll teach them a lesson. The times of slacking off are over. Corinthia. Sully. It took us an hour to return the household back to normalcy. As normal as it can be. Magnus threatened to feed the two spirit guardians to Lindworm, which caused a lot of kneeling and begging for mercy from their side. Apparently WIRMS don't spurn a good portion of magic if it is offered to them. Which leads us back to everyone being assembled in the living room, except for the children. We continue to watch the news. The media are feasting on the recent revelations. There is also a group of mermaids in Iceland who went public to stop the Fae from telling any more lies about them eating fishermen. That's when Tina drops yet another bomb on us. The Fae, Hammonds, Bachos, you have a lot of imminent and potential threats to deal with. Are you sure that you don't want to come back to our territory? After a few moments I realize that Tina was addressing me. Definitely not. I am staying right here. This is my new home. She sighs and raises her phone. Then what are you going to do about the big congress in Atlantis? Many clan heads are calling for a big congregation at the first city. Especially the old ones who were present and remember the first war with the Fae. They want us to unite against a common enemy. Everyone with name and rank will be there. As a clan, you'll have to show your face, or they might sweep over your territory if it happens to turn into a point of strategic interest. Magnus hums, musing over something. Won't the Bachos be there? I might be able to return their fallen to them in person. I shudder. Why is he so focused on returning those heads? Won't that infuriate the Bachos even further? He smiles. That's the point. I want to force Emil to take care of his own business. He already lost one minion who had quite the reputation. His followers will lose their trust in him if he keeps making such mistakes. 29 Prep. And we learned the hard way that coexistence with the others has to follow strict rules. A new start was necessary. So we leveled the first city and sunk it into the ocean. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. Here you can see how ruthless certain species of supernaturals are. They don't value human life and treat them the same way a human would treat a bug. The TV shows a recording of Sully and me. It's from when we raided the research complex where Kath was held. I raise both eyebrows and pay full attention. Of course, the news report doesn't mention a single word about the experiments. Though what I am interested in, is how they got the video. I thought I made sure that no electromagnetic signals go into or out of that facility. Did they have some kind of secret server room which even Paul couldn't find? Someone could have retrieved the data after my people left the place. I guess it doesn't make sense to investigate it after the deed is done. The video is out and I've to congratulate whoever managed to get it past me. Do you have anything to say to that? Tina asks from her usual spot at the living room's table. I wonder why she is still here. Doesn't her clan need her? I am famous. I answer questioningly. On screen, I pull out a woman from her hiding place and bash her head onto a table. I guess that especially this scene could cause an uproar among the humans. They are so picky when it comes to the manner of death. Dead is dead. There is no point in asking how. The recording switches to a completely different location. I don't know the man who casually breaks a security guard's neck, but he is definitely an old one. Look, they also took videos of other people. Seems like they prepared for this since a long time ago. The others at the meeting will still try to make you take the fallout. And whoever else was recorded killing humans, she grumbles. I shrug. Come on. That's unreasonable. Who could have prepared themselves for an entire species betraying the supernatural community? The secret is out. With or without those videos. It just shows how far the Fae are willing to go. And let's be honest. In most of those so-called evidence videos we can't be differentiated from normal humans. Suddenly Tina appears on the screen. She guides a man around a corner, holding his arm in a very painful way. It's clear that it hurts since he is bucking and screaming. She kicks his knee, breaking the leg and dislocating his shoulder simultaneously. He tries to crawl away, but she grabs the ankle of his good leg and spins him around as if he is a child. It ends in him breaking his neck by impacting a nearby wall. I look at her. At least I made it quick. Her entire head turns red with rage, she shakes her fist at the TV. Those little shits will suffer once I get my hands on them. We should invade Fairy and send the video to the humans. Then they'll surely drop any thoughts of resisting us. Sully enters the room, wearing a beautiful gown. It's blood red with small parts of black here and there. The tight fit emphasizes her cleavage in a wonderful way and the left side is open, showing a lot of leg. Fairy can be entered only by the Fae. Everyone knows that. What do you think? I'll wear it in Atlantis. Wear something else. I call out. I'll have to kill half the men who get a glimpse at you. The congregation will end in a bloodbath. She smiles. I didn't expect that you are able to give such compliments. It's a deal then. This is the dress. The white one stays a secret until the ceremony. Ceremony? I ask. Tina huffs. If my sister and my niece don't allow me to kill you, then the least I can do is to stage a proper party for her. But first you have to deal with her legal husband. I suppose the chance is high that you'll get your chance at the congregation. What the hell were they talking about while I wasn't present? I won't have some strange party in my house. That's why you'll visit my estate for that. As it is proper, Tina answers with a cool voice. It's tradition that the husband marries at the bride's estate. Sully and Anya are still Rondu as far as I am concerned. Sully steps in front of me, showing a lot of leg. I always wanted a proper ceremony with the one I love. Surely you won't make a ruckus about such a small wish. My eyes stay stuck to that lewd dress in her leg. She said that the white one stays a secret? Oh, I knew that this woman will be trouble with a capital T. Only if the other dress doesn't cause a war. She smiles and blows me a kiss. I won't cause a war. Then Sully notices the TV, where the NTH repetition of our raid is played. The media hounds really found a fat bone with that one. Holy shit! How did they get their fingers on that? I focus my attention on her backside and grab her butt to pull her onto my lap. She squeals, but sits down on top of me. Having her like that is much less frustrating. I think we can be sure that the Fae were somehow involved with that facility. They must have done their best to gather dirt on as many supernatural groups as possible before they went public. Though I must admit that I am mystified as to how they did it. She groans. Maybe they gave the humans a little more than just the corpse? A magical way to transfer data from one point to the other. They could have camouflaged it as a satellite device or something similar. I sneer. Or someone in that facility was a plant from the Fae. I am sure that their magic is strong enough to control a human or two. Tina gets up and starts pacing the room. That's a certainty. I've heard from some other clan heads that they are seriously concerned that the Fae might manipulate the humans into using nukes. Nuclear facilities might have a lot of security, but they are completely unguarded against magic. I laugh. Most supernaturals live right among humans. Using nukes would take out their own populations. I don't think that the humans would be that stupid. Especially since we are doing nothing to warrant such a thing. But you are right that the Fae wouldn't care. We are interrupted by the ringing of my phone. I take a look and realize that it's Eva. She has my number since she managed to worm her way onto Sully's good side. I answer the call. Yes. Excuse me, but we have to talk about something important. Paul, Adam, and I are waiting in front of your apartment, Eva answers. I squint my eyes. Since when do you know where I live? Ahem. Since Anya told my granddaughter where to find her? I kind of got the information from her, Eva answers insecurely. Sully takes the phone away from me. Of course. We'll listen to your concerns. I'll be at the door in a second. She ends the call. I gesture wildly with my arms, unsure of what to say. They can't come in here. I am ruling this territory with my mysterious anonymity. What will they think when they see that average apartment of mine? Ha 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 ha. Do you mean since Anya set up her equipment there? They'll be surprised. And once they enter the reality marble and see that there are other old ones besides you, they'll be frightened to their bones. Whatever they want, it must be important. Otherwise they wouldn't send a group of delegates to make a petition. Sully gets up, depriving me of her perfect butt. I am not so sure that Paul and Adam will be humbled. The man in the lake is a fearless fellow and the Krampus are by definition immune to humbleness. I call for Fiacre and Cecilia before Tina and I follow Sully to wait for her in the entrance hall. Maybe I should call Lindworm. Her mom must impress even a Krampus, I mumble. Who is Lindworm? Tina asks. I am saved from giving an answer because Sully returns with Eva, Paul, and Adam. The vampire is dressed up in a tight, sexy dress, but this time Sully stole the show from Eva. Paul is in casual clothes while Adam is all business in a suit. Eva is the first who manages to pull her eyes away from the luxurious entrance hall. Lord! It's an honor to be allowed this deep into your house. Oh, all formal today? What's so important that you have to visit me in person? Eva plays with her skirt. Have you seen the news lately? I am just asking because you have a tendency not to involve yourself with such worldly problems. I raise an eyebrow and cross my arms in front of my chest. The silence stretches out, turning uncomfortable for the three visitors. Their eyes wander from me to Sully and then to Tina, who is a complete stranger to them. Sully decides that my attempt at intimidation went on for long enough. She pats Eva's shoulder. Don't worry. We are watching the news as you do. The situation is dire and we are aware of it. Adam nods. We understand that other territories have a lot more problems at the moment, but trouble has slowly started brewing in our community. There are groups who attack anyone who is under suspicion of being a supernatural. These incidents are increasing in numbers and people are afraid. That's why the territory's chieftains held a gathering to find possible solutions to our problem. Paul nods enthusiastically, which causes the fat on his entire body to bob up and down. The cat is already out of the bag, so we hoped that you would allow us to come out of hiding to reassure the humans that we aren't a threat. Eva cuts in quickly. In fact, we aren't to blame for that solution. After consulting the leading institutions of each respective race, that's the course of action most supernatural species will take. So it's not like we'll be the only territory which reacts like this. The only ones who still hold back in making any official comment on the actions of the Fae are the old ones. Blowing up any Fae who shows her face in public is official enough for me, Adam mumbles as Fiacre and Cecilia enter the room. The three visitors are now faced with 5 adult old ones, something they surely didn't expect when they gathered the courage to visit me in person. Tina smiles at the three of them. I am sure that she tried to calm the situation, but her expression makes the whole action seem predatory. We are still unsure of what to do. You surely know that we have no central government. Our elders have called for a big meeting to decide on a proper response. There will be a lot of debating and snarling, mostly snarling, and there will surely be a good fight between those who can't stand each other. In the end we will most likely decide to do nothing, or to commit genocide. On whom or when, that's written in the stars. I smile at them. Why don't you go back and tell everyone that I won't punish you for revealing our community? There is no point in hiding if everyone else is trying to appease the humans by revealing themselves. It would just raise questions why the supernaturals in this region keep silent. As last, Eva reveals the real reason for their presence. Ah, yeah. About that. We thought that you might want to show yourself in public? As a spokesperson? Since you are the lord of this territory? And let's be honest. You own 3/4 of the damned area. No. Yes. Sully and I answer in unison. I scowl and look at her. Why? There is no reason to trouble ourselves with humans. She tilts her head. Because it's a good chance to correct our image? The Fae are already doing a very good job at painting us in the worst light possible. I spread my hands. And let's be honest, they aren't exactly lying when it comes to our violent tendencies. Sully hisses. That's not something the humans have to know. 30 Atlantis. And there it was. Since the dawn of civilization. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. I strap the little dagger to my arm and pull the glove over it. Everyone will see that I am hiding a weapon, but at least I am not showing it off like some sort of trophy. I should have thought about weapons before I chose this dress. It's really hard to hide any sort of weapon. Magnus growls. Are you sure that you have to go with us? I can go alone and challenge Emil Bachos. There is no need for you to be there. I place my hands on my hips and glare at him until he avoids my eyes. Which simply means that his attention wanders to my boobs, instead of my face. A very convenient way for him to look at me while maintaining the silence. I snap my fingers to remind him that I am very aware that he is checking me out. You ran off alone once. It won't happen twice. We are a team from now on. Forever. He sighs and reaches into his pocket, pulling out a set of dice and playing cards. Take this. I've enchanted the cards with disruption magic. They will counter most magical effects they come in contact with. The dice will generate an inhibition field if you scatter them around you. If you charge them with energy before you throw them, they'll explode like a grenade. I take the items and do a quick count. It must have taken months to place that many enchantments. Enchanting something permanently doesn't take a lot of energy, but it's time-consuming and tedious if the enchanter wants his work to last for more than a few days. Otherwise the energy would unravel and disperse, losing its effect. He nods. Yes, so don't waste them. Use them only in situations when you are outnumbered or out of magic. Why are you using cards and dice? I ask. He shrugs. I've a lot of them since I love to play the game. Over the years, I have collected several boxes of cards which I never use and which have no particular worth. At least the cards don't gather dust this way. Rolling his shoulders, he corrects his black suit and offers me his arm. Let's do this. I hook arms with him and we leave the quarters which somehow turned into our private area. It's just a short walk to the entrance hall where Tina is already waiting. She'll accompany us to the congregation. My mother will stay behind with Fiaker to watch Kath and Anya. Are you ready, Tina? She nods and hugs her sister. We won't see each other for a while, since I'll head back to Spain once the congregation is over. There are some affairs that can't be left unattended forever. And Gavin is still on the run. I'll have to pull a few strings to find him. Cecilia squeezes her sister. Don't worry. I'll hold the position here. And once this reality marble is connected to ours, you'll be able to visit any time. Magnus growls. I never said that I would allow such a thing. It's a security risk. I huff. Then restrict the access to Tina alone. They behaved themselves. We can hardly forbid Cecilia from seeing Anya or me. On the same account, we can't shut out Tina. He rolls his eyes. My estate is going down the gutter. He turns to face Fiaker, Anya, Cecilia, and Kath. Have fun while we fight for our lives. He turns his attention to Kath who steps behind Fiaker. And don't forget that you are still grounded. Fiaker gestures for us to get going. Don't worry. This time I've put a tracking spell on Kath. She won't escape a second time. I wish them my own goodbyes and whisper into Magnus' ear, can't you be nice to her for once? The child has it hard enough. I am nice. She is a former human and I took her in as if she shares family ties with me, he mumbles. And besides, as long as I am strict, she listens to me. I give up and maneuver him towards the door. Magnus isn't a person who goes easy on children. We approach the doorway and Magnus sets the golden ring back to the 0 position in order to open the doorway. Most clans who have a reality marble, link it to Atlantis. It's a symbol of status and power to entertain such a connection. Like owning a strong veil, it takes a lot of power. Which makes me wonder how Magnus and Fiaker can maintain such powerful spells within their territory. That's a secret he still has to share with me. He opens the door and we step through. The ground is covered with the dust of several decades. I quickly lift my skirt to avoid getting it dirty. Tina curses behind us and does the same with her green dress. Sorry. Seems like Oilel didn't bother to look after an empty house. He guides us through the small room and opens the door to the outside. We find ourselves in a forest of bushes and large trees. Just a narrow, paved walkway leads through the thicket. Following Magnus, I take a look back at a small ghost house. Nobody has looked after the place in years. The architecture looks ancient. It's a sized-up version of a prehistoric villa. Magnus is already disappearing into the thicket, so I hurry to catch up with him. The sky is pitch black, yet we get light from somewhere. After a few meters, the thicket parts and the three of us step onto a well-maintained street. It feels as if I was taken back in time. The houses look like they are straight from the ancient Greek, yet the people are all dressed in modern clothes. All of them old ones. So that's the first city, I whisper. Magnus turns around to study me. Have you never been here? You have? Tina asks. He shrugs. A few times while my father was still alive. I always listened in on those tedious meetings with other clan heads. It's my first time here. We weren't allowed to leave the territory. I survey the scenery and realize that I look like a tourist. I step closer to Magnus and hook arms with him. Atlantis was the first attempt at living together with the humans. We imitated their small villages and built this city. Back then we didn't hide our nature and allowed humans to live among us unrestricted. But it failed. Mingling with the humans led to the existence of the elementals and the Fae. A few years later, it became clear that the experiment was a huge mistake and the Fae got out of control. The war was fought and the city was moved by several clans. Now it is in the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It's a monument to our foolishness, and the clan which was responsible for the experiment swore to maintain the city forever. Tina gestures for us to get going. Yes. The Utluk are allowing this place to be used as a neutral meeting ground for all the other clans. It requires a lot of power to maintain this place, so they are tapping directly into one of Earth's ley lines. It's a magnificent feat of spellcraft. One not even the Fae managed to copy from us. They are maintaining fairy with their own power. We walk down the street and are soon joined by a few of Tina's clan members. They found us soon after we started heading down the road, so I assume that Tina informed them of our arrival beforehand. I also realize that most of the other old ones are headed in the same direction as us. It's a silent procession. At last, we arrive at a huge Colosseum. It rivals the one in Rome. We follow the flow of people. Once inside the structure, I realize that it was built quite differently from the one in Rome. I only saw pictures, but the humans chose to use many huge stairs to accommodate the audience. This version doesn't allow for such kinship. Each clan has its respective pulpit, separating them from the others. Magnus guides us to one that's at the front, where we are stopped by a clerk. I am sorry. This one is reserved for the Bathomus. They haven't shown their faces in a few hundred years, but reserved is reserved. The clerk's eyes wander to me, checking me out. Magnus raises his voice. Eyes to me, or I'll make you eat them. I am Magnus Bathomus and I paid a hefty sum for these seats. The clerk squints his eyes at Magnus, clearly intent on making trouble. His eyes return to me. I am afraid Tha Blurg. Faster than I could have stopped him, Magnus jabs his fingers into the man's throat. The man didn't see it coming since his eyes were glued to me. He drops the board with his notes, mouth wide open and gasping for air. Magnus performs 2 more quick jabs and the man's eyes disappear from their sockets. Magnus walks forward, shoving the eyes into the man's mouth, muffling the scream. While doing so, Magnus pushes him towards the balustrade. Then he performs a perfect uppercut straight to the chin. A sickening crunch tells me that something broke, or popped. The clerk topples backwards and over the balustrade, into the Colosseum. Wah, I don't get the words out. Why did he do that? The idiot was just looking at me. Tina seems unconcerned and strolls into the pulpit, taking the seat with the best view. She pats the seat next to her. Come, Sully. Take a seat. I hurry to sit down next to her. Magnus pulls out a white handkerchief and starts cleaning his hands. He takes a look over the balustrade, checking out how the clerk is doing. Then he turns around and surveys the other spectators in their pulpits. Judging that they got the message, he joins us and takes the seat next to me. Why did you do that? I whisper. He doesn't bother to lower his voice. He was looking at you and I told him not to. Now he won't check you out any longer and most of the others who were ogling you have stopped doing so. Tina leans over to me. I think you underestimate how beautiful you are. You are an eye-catcher. If Magnus doesn't make it clear that you are his, he'll have to answer dozens of challenges for your goodwill before the day is over. I scowl, realizing that Tina isn't bothered by this at all. Apparently my isolation at the compound did me no favors when it comes to social interactions with other clans. As if I would be tempted to leave him just because someone manages to defeat Magnus. She sighs. You have no idea how many women just have eyes for the most powerful man. I turn around to quickly check the nearby spectators. Most of them are indeed avoiding eye contact with me, so all that's left to do, is to study the big crest above our pulpit. It's a big, black eagle. The wings are spread wide and it's holding a lance in one claw, and an orb in the other. Rays of energy are showing that the orb is supposed to be an item of power. What's that? Our family crest. You already know the lance, but the orb was the true secret behind the Bathomus's rise to power. It's an enchanted power stone, but not a normal one. It doesn't need to be charged and gives off a constant flow of energy. It's the secret of my strong veil, Magnus explains casually. I look at him with my forehead furrowed. He smiles and tugs me closer, reaching around my waist. That's public knowledge. Haven't you studied your new home's history? Huffing, I cross my arms in front of my chest. It's not exactly as if I had a lot of free time recently. Tina gestures for us to be silent. I think the first elder is about to start his opening speech. 31 Argument. We never said that the discussion would end peacefully. A memory of the old ones. Atlantis. Magnus. Now that I think about it, why aren't you using your own clan's pulpit, Tina? Don't you have one? Sully asks. After listening for 5 long minutes to the elder's speech, she didn't want to keep paying attention. So far, he hasn't said anything of interest. Instead he used the time to bore us with the most flowery speech I've ever heard. Tina tilts her head and smiles. Silly, of course the Rondu have their own pulpit. But I decided to be generous and to honor my niece with my presence. I sigh. She means that by sitting with us, she shows that we have her support. And the fact that I tolerate her guards, means that our two clans are in a very close relationship. I turn around to glare at the 2 men and 2 women who joined us on the way to the Colosseum. So far, they played the role of silent listeners perfectly. It remains to be seen if that's to her, or to our advantage. Tina laughs. Whoever ends up winning in this relationship is a moot point. My sister made it quite clear that she won't tolerate anything that harms her relationship with her daughters. And before you ask, I am quite close to my sister. She has been through a lot and I found her quite changed after rescuing her from Gavin. I don't want to destroy the fragile balance of her mind. Sully squints her eyes and turns to Tina. What do you mean by changed? Her aunt shrugs and turns her attention back to the elder. Sis had a very willful character. Even more so than she is now. She was the leader of our clan before she disappeared. She wasn't someone who would allow anyone to speak down to her. That would always end in blood. Since I got her back, I witnessed multiple encounters in which she was treated with disrespect and simply took it. She wouldn't have allowed that before. I ask. Tina snorts. Most definitely not. She doesn't elaborate further, so I turn my full attention to the elder's speech. And so we find ourselves here. We have to decide whether to tolerate the insult which the Fae threw in our faces, or to act. I am of the opinion that leaving those miscreants alive was a huge mistake. We should have wiped them out back then. But due to our own losses and our laziness, we settled for a draw. He clears his throat and steps off the podium, just to be replaced by another elder. I think we shouldn't concern ourselves with the Fae. Who cares if they rile up a few humans? Whoever gets caught by them deserves to be removed from the gene pool. It's a natural selection process. I close my eyes and groan. This will go on and on. It's been over 100 years since the last time I listened to these geezers. Do they never get tired? Or do they simply like to hear themselves speak? Tina snorts. They are old. And living proof that our race can get senile. We just show different symptoms than humans. The older we get, the more we are interested in long speeches. I place both legs on the balustrade and close my eyes. Wake me up when they get to the point. Then I try to tune out the voices and slowly drift off. I must have actually managed to sleep, because I feel a little drowsy when Sully shakes me awake. They are voting. She explains. Voting? I ask. Whether we do something about the Fae or not. Tina explains and raises her hand, casting a green globe of light. I raise my hand and do the same. I suppose green is for genocide. Green is for revealing ourselves to the humans in order to oppose the Fae. The genocide solution was slapped down by the majority of elders before it even came to a vote, Sully explains. I furrow my eyebrows. Since when can they do that? They have a lot of influence, and many clans are just following their respective elders' opinion. If the vast majority of elders decides on something, then voting on it is just a waste of time, Tina grumbles. Oh, I see the logic in that. The elder in the middle of the Colosseum slowly turns his head, counting the globes. 264 are for opposing the Fae. 109 are against opposing the Fae. We will reveal ourselves and continue to wipe out the Fae wherever we can catch them. But we won't attack Fairy. The previously silent Colosseum is immediately filled with the screams of the minority. The elder allows the protest to go on for several long moments, then he raises his staff and slams it into the ground, creating a huge shockwave. Everyone shuts up in an instant. It's not because they are afraid of him. It's more a matter of proper behavior towards someone who is older. My grandfather could have been an elder if he hadn't been resistant to going with the times. The elder looks around as if he just had to silence a classroom filled with naughty children. Since the matter was put to the vote, we'll abide by the majority's decision. We'll proceed with clan-related problems. Anyone who wishes to start. The Colosseum is immediately filled with light globes. The elder sighs and points his finger into the crowd. The projection of a man appears above the elder. When the man realizes that he was chosen, he starts to speak. We have an ongoing border dispute with. I tune him out and rub my temples. Such a shame that we didn't get to vote on invading Fairy. I didn't expect that. Tina runs a hand through her hair. Most of the elders are reluctant to change something that has worked for a very long time. Largely ignoring the Fae worked for thousands of years. I suppose that they are still hoping to resolve the situation with less drastic means. Sully shakes her head. What else do the Fae have to do? It's strange for an old one to hold back so much. I place an arm around her shoulder. They are trying to protect the humans and other supernaturals. It's they who would end up caught between the two front lines. The elders are those who are old enough to have seen the war. Tina grumbles. They are just relying on the myth they've built around them. Technically I could call myself an elder too, but I would never lower myself to play such a role. I raise an eyebrow. Just how old are you? She shrugs. No idea. Back then we didn't count time and the memories begin to blur after a while. The whole concept of time only came up after the first idiot started to play with fire. Older than 12,000? But there are older old ones. Some claim that there wasn't any spoken language when they were born. I actually have an old comb at home. My sister gave it to me as a present and I've always kept it safe. The radiocarbon method dates it at 8000 B.C. Sully's expression turns mystified. Why would you date your comb? Tina smiles. I was curious. Like I said. Even very important memories begin to blur after a few hundred years. I just hope that I'll never get that old. Without anything better to do, I turn my attention back to the ongoing procedures. Clan after clan seeks a public solution to their disputes. We may not have a government in the traditional sense, but there is a strict set of rules to solve certain issues in public. This meeting on neutral ground is the perfect opportunity to seek solutions, while having as many witnesses as possible. If a clan doesn't stick to a decision that was made here, nobody would bother to listen to them ever again. I wait silently for a chance to announce my own issues until the elder chooses a certain pulpit on the other side of the Colosseum. A harsh-looking man with grey hair at his temples appears in the projection. My name is Brennan, clan head of the Bachos. I request that my son's legal bride be rescued from the Bathomus territory. For years, we thought that she is dead, just to learn that she was kept in custody by the Hammonds. Stunned, I purse my lips to think about his words and their implications. Either Brennan is full of bullshit, or Emil never bothered to tell his clan the true reasons behind his marriage. That would also explain why he didn't take Sully with him. Being in control of herself, she could have told his clan about his machinations. I start laughing harshly and loudly. The sound is carried far and wide within the silent Colosseum. Emil must have hoped that nobody would reveal his web of lies. How would we? The Bathomus hadn't appeared at a gathering in decades. So there would have been no voice to say otherwise. Too bad that the issue with the Fae caused me to change my usual behavior. The elder turns to face us. Why are you interrupting the proceedings? He gestures and my projection appears next to Brennan's. It takes a lot of effort to regain my control quickly. My name is Magnus Bathomus. I am the current clan head of the Bathomus. And I claim Sully and Anya as mine. They sought shelter in my territory and I granted it to them. I am sure that you've heard of the whole issue with the Hammonds. Sully informed me that Emil and Gavin tried to control her mind when she was forced to marry him. The elder turns back to the Bachos and their projections widens, including another man. He is large, with broad shoulders, and has reddish-brown hair. That's a lie. After the marriage ceremony, I was told that Sully died in an accidental cave-in. I saw her corpse and went back home. Now that I learned the truth, I want my legal wife back. She is my responsibility. Sully shoves me to the side, hissing. Liar. You and Gavin were involved. I was supposed to be the reward for something you did for him. You two tried to enslave my mind. Brennan's forehead furrows into deep lines. This was clearly going very differently from how he imagined. Emil shakes his head. They are clearly trying to destroy our reputation. I shove Sully back into her seat and reach into my pocket. If you didn't know about the mind manipulation, then why did you send your goons into my territory? It felt a lot like you were trying to silence us before any of this became public. Quickly, I toss the dice into the Colosseum and the elder catches it with ease. He studies the enchantment on it, then he breaks the small cube between his thumb and index finger. The spatial spell matrix releases its contents and a heavy box lands on the ground in front of the elder. He bends down and opens it. His expression doesn't show even a hint of uneasiness when he tilts the box and spills the contents on the ground. 5 heads roll out and in front of his feet. He points at one of them. That's definitely Marlene Bachos. Why do the Bathomus have the heads of your subordinates, Brennan Bachos? especially the head of your clan's most renowned assassin. Brennan's eyes flash red and he turns to his son. You said that they abandoned the clan. Emil shakes his head. They did. The Bathomas are trying to trick us. And it doesn't matter. She is still my legal wife. There are witnesses for the ceremony. I get to my feet and correct my suit. Yes, about that. Sully belongs to me, since she carries my child. You may be the legal husband, but the way you forced her into the ceremony was by no means honorable. There is an easy way to change that. I challenge you, Emil Bachos. Give me your wife and apologize for invading my territory. If you don't, I'll kill you in a duel for all your possessions. 32 There is beauty in death. The first magic wasn't used for love. It was used in rage. A memory of the old ones. Atlantis. Sully. Emil shakes his head. You have no right to demand a duel. I pull at Magnus' sleeve to hold him back. What are you doing? Are you mad? I don't want him to fight a duel. He might die. And then I'll be the one who has to tell our child that he died in a stupid, avoidable duel. It's not like Emil has any claim on me once the truth is established as fact. The majority of the clans will disdain him and we can just go back to our territory. Tina grabs my arm to hold me back. If we don't do this, then there will always be doubt. Emil could come back if something happens to Magnus. I hiss at my aunt. Then I'll deal with him myself. This is my problem. There is no need to risk Magnus. Magnus snorts and frees himself. Don't worry about me. And even if he defeats me, he won't have any claim on you. You are already a Bathomas and the mother of the next clan head. That makes you the clan head in case something happens to me. And if I am the Bathomas clan head, then I can't be married to someone outside the clan. The marriage with Emil would be void. Magnus should become a lawyer. And that scenario is absolutely useless to me, because you will be dead. The elder inside the arena scratches his head and then runs 2 fingers down his chin. I've heard of the whole incident with the Hammonds. The situation is fucked up and feels like one of those human legal cases. I doubt that our ancient laws ever foresaw a scenario like this. The female should belong to the Bachos, but they acquired her through dishonorable means. Then the Bathomas took her in and were attacked. To avoid a loss of reputation. He looks up at the pulpits. I say that a marriage ceremony is legal. The female could have said no. If she was sound of mind, then her words are binding. But there is also the issue of illegal trespassing and the attack on another clan. So the Bathomas are right to demand compensation. I say that the challenge was spoken in accordance to our laws. Bachos? Are you going to defend your honor, or are you willing to pay the price for being forgiven? Brennan's head turns as red as a tomato. He turns around and grabs his son at his jacket. Then he hurls him into the arena as if he is feeding something to the dogs. He wants her, so he has to fight for her. Emil lands flat on his belly, which causes laughter in the ranks of the audience. Magnus places a hand on the balustrade and jumps over it. I slap Tina's hand away, but I am smarter than to follow him. If I interfere in front of the other clans, then this whole charade might turn against us. Atlantis. Magnus. I land on the sandy ground and the elder hurries out of the way. Emil is already approaching me. His face is a mask of rage. I would pay lots of money to learn why he is angry. Is it the loss of his minions? No. It's more likely because his father became aware of Emil's machinations. Emil must have pulled some strings for Gavin without Brennan's authorization. Even if Emil wins this, there will probably be no escape for him. His father will be eager to learn what happened. As Emil approaches, I realize that he is a lot bigger than me. Like, 2 heads bigger. He didn't look that big in the projection. I pull my gun and aim at his head. Emil doesn't even bother to react as the bullet impacts his forehead and is deflected sideways. Stoneskin. Simple, but effective against all forms of physical attacks. The whole Colosseum starts laughing as if I did something funny. I grumble, angry that they are dismissing me so easily, sorry for conserving my energy. Nobody said that human weapons are forbidden. I flip the switch on the pistol, changing it to fully automatic. At least the resulting spray of bullets causes a reaction from Emil's side. I hit him in the chest, causing him to stop his advance for a moment. He collects himself quickly and continues forward. I throw the empty pistol at him, hitting his chest. Then I circle to the side, wondering what he is up to. But Emil just keeps shortening the distance. Is he the same as me and focuses only on defense? My question is answered when I feel a surge of magic from him. He blurs, moving at incredible speed. His fist impacts my chest like a truck and I am thrown backwards. The world tumbles. Or am I the one who is tumbling? I must have blacked out for a second, because I find myself flat on my back when I open my eyes. The audience is laughing again, but they stop when I sit up and get back to my feet. Seems like they didn't expect me to be alive. I dust off my clothes and poke my chest tentatively with one finger. Yeah, definitely broken. Then I realize that one rib is poking out of my side, sullying the suit with blood. Damn. It had just healed after the fight with Marlene. I carefully push it back in and channel magic through my chest to increase the healing speed. Emil had punched me to the other side of the arena and he is now closing in again, walking as if there is no rush. What the fuck are you? I've never met someone who just stood up after taking one of those punches. Normally, they just lie on the ground and squirm. Yeah, most people would do that. I am glad that I am always channeling a little power through my system. Otherwise I couldn't have taken such a punch. My body would have simply separated into two parts. I coughed to check if my lung was impaled, but there is no blood in my mouth. I've had worse. It's nothing more than a scratch. I smile at him and channel more power through my body. This time I recognize the surge of power and start dodging sideways before he activates the spell. His fist passes through empty air. Whirling around, I kick the hollow of his knee. Emil grunts and almost falls, but he catches himself. He went down to one knee, though. Following up with my palm, I slap his ear and release force magic. I am not even trying to punch through his stun-esque spell, but popping his eardrum should be easy. Howling, he swings his arm and I jump back. His methods may be brutish, but one hit was more than enough for me. I'll get you for this. You and that whore. Emil gets back to his feet, and sways. Blood is coming out of his ear, so my attack was successful. His sense of hearing, as well as his balance, must be affected. Emil raises his hand and conjures a ball of fire. I'll scrape your spawn out of her belly and take her for my own. He aims at me, releasing a torrent of flames. He'll do nothing. The mere thought of him hurting Sully and the child makes my blood boil. I feel the red haze closing in on my vision and rush through the flames, howling like an animal. My wards flare up and divert most of the heat. A part of my face gets singed, but I don't care. It hurts less than the hot irons of my cousin. Then I break through and jump. Bringing up my knee, I place it directly on his chin, cutting off his own scream. The force of my charge carries me forward, so I cling to his head like a mad squirrel. My thumb lands on something soft, so I push my thumb inside and twist. Somehow Emil gets a good hold on my leg and throws me off. I tumble twice before I dig a hand into the dirt and correct my fall to land on my feet. In my other hand is Emil's ear. In my rage I didn't realize what I got my hands on, but it was soft, so I figured that ripping it off must hurt. Emil fumbles at his head, searching for his missing ear. When he realizes that I have it, he screams, "I'll show you what's truly painful." Mumbling an incantation, he flings a few droplets of blood in my direction. Recognizing the blood magic, I raise both hands and use force magic to summon a powerful gust of wind, spreading the droplets even further. The blood is carried back to Emil and even though he jumps backwards, he didn't react in time. Due to the wide spread of the droplets he wasn't able to avoid everything. He howls when his own spell hits him. Sizzling, his blood acts like acid and eats huge holes into his left leg. But he got most of it onto the arm which he used to protect his face. As if it is a liquid, his arm dissolves and pours to the ground in mere seconds. It looks a lot like what happens when someone pours acetone on styrofoam. I start chuckling when I realize that Emil lost the fight because of his own stupidity. He pours all his power into healing magic. It stops the blood and further dissolution, but healing so much damage takes time. Figuring that his stun-esque spell must have worn off, I gather a large portion of my power and throw it at him in a ball of concentrated force. Emil is taken off his feet, and flips twice in the air before he lands roughly on the ground. Like every good monster, he gets back up. He is too stupid to die. I won't die like this. This isn't what I worked for. What did you work for? I approach him carefully and reach into my pocket to retrieve a very special card. The spell matrix inside it is a finishing move, designed to make sure that the target doesn't come back to haunt me. And I want to show off. It's not every day that I duel in front of others. That's between Gavin and me. I've sworn an oath, so you'll never know. He raises his hand, but I am faster. I infuse the spell matrix inside the card with power and throw it at him with a little force magic for guidance. The edge of the card buries itself in his chest. Then of what use are you to me? I mumble. Emil opens his mouth to scream, but nothing comes out. Nothing, except for a red ice crystal. It glows in a red light, using Emil's own power to grow. With his defenses weakened, he wasn't able to stop the foreign magic from invading his system. I watch as the ice crystal grows, using his own body's fluids as a supply. It fans out like a beautiful snowflake. Parts of it burst out of Emil's chest and his eye, breaking the skull and other bones in the process. The sound reminds me of the ice breaking on my town's lake when it's especially cold. When the ice sheet on the lake grows faster than it can take, the tension causes it to break. This creates a very distinct sound. At a height of 2 meters, the snowflake stops growing. Without Emil's body, there aren't enough fluids for further growth. Emil's remains turned to a dry husk. I turned to the silent audience. Nobody laughing? Come on. That was the best part of the show. The people in their pulpits are still and silent. Nobody speaks. The elder returns from his secure position at the edge of the arena. He pokes at Emil's corpse, just to have it crumble to dust under his fingers. I declare Magnus as the winner. The Bathomus get all of Emil's possessions, including the female. Atlantis. Silly. I sigh in relief and throw my arms around Magnus when he returns to the pulpit. He winces and tries to push me away. It's okay. I won. Just don't squeeze me. It hurts. You'll ruin your dress. Remembering that he did this without my consent, I squeeze harder and force him down onto his seat. I told you not to go, you oaf. And look at you. A burnt steak is in a better state of health. A burnt steak is dead. He crosses his arms in front of his chest like a defiant child. I won. Now there's no dispute and I've made a reputation for myself. Where is Brennan, by the way? I turn around to check out the pulpit on the other side of the arena. He just left when Emil lost. Tina chuckles. Yeah. You really made us wait until you used Berserker. I've only ever met 3 people who could use that spell without going mad. But you returned from it and even stayed halfway sane, even while the blood rage affected you. He looks puzzled. What's Berserker? She coughs. You are joking, right? You used the Berserker spell and don't even know what it does. I look at Tina while I cast a healing spell on Magnus. Do you mean the red energy that surrounded him? I saw him doing that twice so far. Ah, that's what you mean. I always get like that when I am angry. But it's no problem. Even if I lose it completely, I always come back once I run out of power, Magnus explains casually. Tina squints her eyes at Magnus. You want to tell me that you are using one of the most dangerous close combat spells on instinct? You have no idea what it does, or how dangerous it is. Are you shitting me? I try to smile. Now I am worried all over again. Why is it dangerous? Oh, it just activates several potent body enhancement spells at once. So many that the user's mind becomes overloaded and returns to a primeval state. It's like body enhancement on steroids. The creator of the spell designed it as a last-ditch, all-or-nothing move. For most people it's nothing more than a kamikaze spell because they don't find their way back. You really want to tell me that you aren't consciously casting the spell? Magnus shakes his head. I am certain. I don't cast the spell. She sighs. Then you are using it instinctively. That's very close to wild magic. I suggest that you learn the real spell as fast as possible. 33 Interview. Always choose your own fate. Otherwise I'll choose for you. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. I told you to consider yourself as a widow. I lean onto Sully as we step through the doorway. On the other side we are greeted by Oilel and Eva, the latter waiting anxiously for our return. Eva flinches upon seeing me. By the fake god. What happened to you? I just had a small confrontation with another old one. My attention wanders to the mirror near the staircase. I don't get you people. The surface damage is already healed up, mostly. I look almost like a human being. Eva screeches, it was worse? What about the interview? It's this evening. Will you be able to attend? How did your people decide? I draw in air and let out a long sigh. Don't worry. You'll get your interview. Sadly, there was no consensus on genocide. Though we decided to defend our reputation. I just have to change into undamaged clothes. Eva raises an eyebrow and mumbles, which reputation? I ignore her and allow Sully to help me up the stairs. Of course I could have walked on my own, but it's simply wonderful to have a beautiful woman spoiling me. After the duel I felt as if a truck drove over me. I already had the experience, so I know what I am talking about. Luckily, there were no further incidents and Tina accompanied us back to my family's doorway. There, she said her goodbyes and promised that we would see each other again soon. Since we were already in Atlantis, it was faster for Tina to head to her own clan's doorway than to return with us. Back in our quarters, I get cleaned up and decide on a new suit. Sully somehow managed to stay clean even though she was touching me. When I return out of the bath, she is in pristine condition. Do women know some secret spell to stay clean? She tilts her head and smiles. If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret anymore. Can you walk on your own? I correct my suit and straighten myself. I have to. We can't show any weakness in that first interview. I guess not, Sully answers and follows me out of the door. When I turn around, her entire expression warns me not to say even a single word. I guess she will be coming with me, whatever I say. I head back down the staircase where Eva is still waiting for us. Oilel brought a tray with tea for everyone and is offering me some. Try the yellow cup, master. It's citron tea. I am trying new recipes. I reach for the indicated cup and take a sip. It's so bad that I've to gulp. Too sour. Oilel smiles. Really? Then I'll have to add a little less citron juice the next time. I am sorry, master. I ponder over that statement for a while. Oilel never makes mistakes, or uses me to test out new recipes. Sully seems to be okay with her own cup. Somehow she realizes my dilemma and bends over, whispering, I think you made the mistake of angering the cook. It's revenge for Oink. I sigh and drink the entire cup in one go. Then I smile at Oilel. Don't worry. Everyone makes mistakes. You'll get better with time. Brownies are fanatics for perfection. I am sure that it hurts Oilel far more to hand out bad tasting tea than anything I could ever do to her. And besides, I doubt that I could catch her. Eva is the next on my list. So, can you explain how you intend to do this? She nods. It's nothing complicated. I know how you abhor complicated negotiations. As a start, we simply made an appointment with the local news channel. You'll talk about the various supernatural communities and how we are helping the city. Please don't fuck up. I glare at her, but Sully steps in. That's why I am going with him. I have a sudden flashback of her almost murdering the secretary back at that facility. I am not so sure. Sully crosses her arms under her chest, pushing it up. But I am. I've had enough of you throwing yourself into danger. From now on, I won't let you out of my sight. That sounds tiring. I gesture for Eva to get going and she complies. There is a lot going on in the world right now. The various governments are overwhelmed. One might say that this is our best chance to solve matters on a local level. I roll my eyes and walk to the doorway. There, I dial the code for my apartment. When I step through, I find Anya, Kath, and Cecilia in front of my computer. Or should I say computers? My old, working desk was replaced with a much wider one. On top of it, 3 brand new machines were added to my rig. Anya is at one of them, typing some code. Kath is playing Slither.io at her machine and Cecilia took the big machine with 3 screens next to each other. There, she is simultaneously reading Wikipedia, watching a documentation on YouTube, and typing a new message in Facebook. I suppose the 3 of you are having fun? I ask. Yes, evil man. Anya calls it a network party, Kath replies without looking away from her game. Her eyes are stuck to the screen where her worm is about to encircle a much smaller one. Anya waves us goodbye, but doesn't react otherwise. Cecilia doesn't react at all. I suppose, with that large headset over her ears, she isn't even aware of me. Sully follows me through the doorway and studies the scene, clearly harboring doubt about such activities. Are you sure that this is the right way to introduce Mom to the modern world? Anya looks at us with the corners of her mouth pulled down. Mom tried to kill a waitress when she brought her coffee instead of tea. It's much safer to introduce her to modern customs this way. Luckily, she is adapting quite nicely to computers. I didn't expect that. Sully shakes her head. Just make sure that you 3 don't turn into nerds. I've seen too many freaky documentaries about humans getting addicted to those machines. She sighs. Yes, Mom. Sully grunts, don't call me Mom. Yes, Mom. We head out of the apartment and Eva guides us to a black limousine with mirrored windows. I immediately change course and head for my SLK. Eva throws herself at me, hugging me around my waist. Please, please, please. That limousine fits your image as this territory's ruler. Don't use that red SLK. I push her away, which is assisted by a low growl from Sully. My girlfriend may not like other women touching me, but regarding the limousine she is definitely on Eva's side. Linking arms with me, she guides me back to the abomination of a car. It's only this one evening. I shake my head. No. Anything but that. Such cars are from the 80s. I gesture at the parking area around us. Choose any of these cars. There are over 100 of them and they all belong to me. In the end I had to ride in a large, black Audi. I don't like the brand, but the 2 women left me no other choice. A few years ago, Audi was one of the top car manufacturers. Nowadays they have fallen victim to the same optimization process that destroyed many other companies. Goods are no longer manufactured with quality in mind. Maximized profit is the rule of the current century. We arrive at our destination without incident. I get out of the car and lend Sully a hand. We find ourselves in front of the large office building which belongs to the local media group. Eva already knows the way and guides us inside, where she announces our arrival to a human secretary. The secretary guides us further into the building, where we are greeted by a middle-aged woman who has a hint of grey in her hair. She seems to be one of the humans who take their aging process with dignity and don't try to hide their true age with cosmetics. I like that. Despite her age, she shows us a perfect smile with dashing, white teeth. Hi, I am Samantha. Eva told me that you two are going to be the spokespersons of the supernatural community. I smile. We are. My name is Magnus Bathomus and this is my wife, Sully. Samantha looks questioningly at Eva, but drops any questions she might have. Please follow me to the studio. Normally I have a long discussion with everyone involved before I make live interviews, but you two seem to be busy people. I've no other choice than to make it short. Sully nods and uses her chiming voice to reassure the woman. We'll try our best to reduce any fears the human population might have. We enter a room with a large couch which circles around a small table. Various people are preparing equipment like cameras and microphones. I take the indicated seat and Sully sits down right next to me. Samantha takes the seat opposite from us. Forgive me, but you seem awfully young. Are you two vampires like Eva? I glance at the dark corner where Eva decided to hide during the interview. No. She hasn't told you who we are. Samantha spreads her hands. I am sorry. I was told almost nothing and I hate it. The supernatural community spoke to the local government and everything else happened in a rush. I practically got the order to interview you. It's either the biggest milestone in my career, or the end of the road. She tilts her head and squints her eyes at us. Do I know you? You look so familiar. Sully nods. Probably. We were all over the news when the Fae discredited the other supernaturals. You might have seen recordings of us in the report about old ones. Samantha's smile disappears. Great. It isn't just the end of the road. It's the last nail in my coffin. I clear my throat. That's why we are here. To clear up some misunderstandings about the world you live in. Samantha touches her forehead. It's not like I have any choice. So I'll have to improvise until the police recognizes you and storms this room. They won't come, I announce, still smiling. Samantha furrows her forehead. The army. I shake my head. At least none who are stationed in this federal state. Samantha forces herself to smile and uses her hand to fan some air towards her face. I am afraid that we are already a few seconds overdue. So we have to start the interview. She looks at the people who are managing the equipment. Ready. One of them nods and gives us a countdown. The reporter turns her attention back to us and puts on a dashing smile. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we come to you with a special interview. We have two representatives of our local supernatural community right here in our studio. These are Magnus Bathomus and his beautiful wife, Sully Bathomus. She waits for a long moment before I realize that she wants me to say something. All I come up with is a pretty lame, good evening. Samantha nods. We've heard a lot of bad things about supernaturals. Do you have anything to say to that? I sit up straighter. I've seen a lot of the reports. All I can say is that the Fae are trying to influence humanity into starting a war against supernaturals. They are trying to tip the balance in a cold war that has been going on for millennia. She nods. Could you explain what this cold war is about? Sully leans back in her seat. The Fae are the mutated offspring between old ones and humans. Our ancestors tried to mingle with their distant cousins, but the children of such couples were either twisted, or diminished. She continues with the official version and a detailed description of the Fae's breeding habits. Then I explain the reasons behind the enmity between Fae and other supernaturals. Samantha stopped smiling during that last part. They are using humans to breed. I shrug. Mostly, but they prefer any supernatural over a human. That's why they are hoping to stir up a war. The resulting chaos would be their chance to gain power. A lot of people would suffer if they succeed. Turning, I address the camera directly. The smartest thing to do would be to go on with our daily lives. We supernaturals have managed ourselves since the dawn of time. I understand that by now it's impossible to ignore our existence completely. Nonetheless, it's important for humanity not to tip the balance. The only ones who would suffer would be you. Samantha clears her throat. Yes. About that. A lot of people would say that humanity is already suffering because of supernaturals. There is a video of you yourself, killing innocent people at their working places. I turn back to Samantha. Yes, that video was taken when I stopped illegal research on supernaturals. I killed 87 people on that day. Samantha's left eye twitches. Why? Because they tried to crossbreed humans with old ones. I find it highly likely that the facility was sponsored by the Fae. Such experiments already brought us to the current situation. We old ones have a strict law against such research. I allowed everyone who was uninvolved to get away, but all the others were killed on the spot. I don't allow such practices in my territory. The reporter raises her eyebrow. Your territory? I sigh. Just why did Eva send me into this without explaining anything to these imbeciles? Yes. My family has been ruling this region for several thousand years. You could call me the ruler of the supernaturals in this region. When they have a problem, they come to me. Additionally, I own most of the big companies under various, different identities, and a large portion of the land is legally mine. 3/4 of the state's private money belong to me. Ha ha ha, it's hard to believe that a single person has that much. And several thousand years. I shrug. You are still making the mistake of thinking of me as a human. But now that I don't have to hide, I'll hire an army of lawyers to correct all my misleading identities. They'll organize all my belongings. Keeping so many fake identities alive is a real bother. In a way, I am glad that the Fae broke the status quo. Samantha's expression turns disturbed. But if that's true, then what about the humans? Sully makes a dismissive gesture. Don't worry. Nothing will change for you. It's not like we would suddenly treat you as if you are cattle. That's a fate that the Fae have in store for you. I nod. Yes. I won't lie to you. To us you are more like bees. We old ones profit from keeping your culture alive. We are similar enough to find amusement in your toys. If we didn't protect you, we wouldn't have all the comforts of modern society. We are much too individualistic to produce something as fancy as a car or a computer. Samantha's voice turns a little shaky. So to the Fae we are useless breeding machines, and you old ones keep us alive because we produce all the comfortable gimmicks which you like. I nod again. Yes. And we even protect you from the more rowdy supernats. I myself reassigned the Krampus as the local police force. Nowadays, they don't steal any children. I've a few human acquaintances and they all voiced their discomfort at the thought, so I abolished the tradition. The Krampus is real? And they took over the police force. I think she didn't know that, Sully mumbles. I sigh. I've a feeling this will be a really long interview. I want to go home. 34 Human relations. They grow old and die. We are the ones who continue onwards. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Samantha leans back on the sofa, visibly at a loss for words. We talked for at least 2 hours about the various supernatural races within the city. We explained about vampires, trolls, Krampus, the people of the lake and many others. The reporter blinks slowly at the end of my explanations, and then asks, then why is everyone so afraid of old ones? You two don't strike me as exceptionally terrible beings. In fact, you are quite amicable. I twirl a strand of my hair between my fingers and smile. That's because you haven't angered us. We old ones are the wizards and gods of your myths. We often lose to our temper and go on killing sprees for reasons which aren't justifiable to humans. That's why we prefer to live outside of humanity's social structure. But that's not what the other supernaturals are afraid of. They fear that they might anger us enough to work together. Individually, we are already more powerful than most other supernaturals because of our magic, but if we work together in a ritual, we can cause truly terrifying things. Magnus nods and continues, during the war with the Fae, our strongest leaders united their power in one big ritual. The Fae controlled large areas of northern Europe at that time and the war didn't develop as our ancestors wished it to. They devised a plan and caused the last ice age, or glacial period, which lasted until 12,000 years ago. The intent was to destroy the Fae's seat of power. Their forests froze over and they were forced to retreat to Fairy. That's where they stayed ever since. Samantha shakes her head. Don't get me wrong, but the last ice age? Didn't that take a few thousand years? I can't imagine that such a slow process can have an effect on a war. The war lasted for 1,000 years and we are immortal. If our lives aren't ended by force, there is no limit to our lifespan. We have the patience to plan a few thousand years ahead if there is a need. Our only problem is that we aren't very good at working together in large groups. We tend to fight among ourselves. The other supernaturals are afraid of our large-scale magic. They don't want to give us a reason to use it, Magnus explains. The reporter nods. So, I understand that you aren't friendly with the Fae. Do you have anything to say to the people who would rather believe in the Fae version of things? Magnus shakes his head. No. No. If they believe something they heard over a news channel, then it is because they want to believe it. I can't help such fools. If they would think for themselves, then they would realize that there is something fishy about the Fae. All I can say is that the Fae aren't welcome in my territory. There is a death sentence on their heads, as you've surely noticed. Every Fae who showed himself in public found a swift end soon afterwards. Samantha nods. So you admit that those incidents were manufactured by old ones? Magnus shrugs. There is no point in denying it. I take over. As we explained, the Fae should stay in Fairy, where they belong. We've showed them enough mercy. I reach into my pocket and smile. Then I place a USB keychain on the little table in front of us. If you feel up to it, you can show the world what really happened in that facility. This is the uncut version of what was going on in the lower levels, including research diaries. I'll keep the actual research data to myself. Samantha snatches the stick like the good little reporter she is, and hands it over to a guy from her crew. We'll have to go over the material before we can show any of this. I smile. Of course. I just hope that they don't start asking questions about Kath. But I gave them nothing that could connect her family to the facility. The researchers themselves weren't particularly interested in documenting their victims' identities. Now that I think about it, I totally forgot to check if she has any other relatives. That's something I have to remedy as soon as possible. Samantha claps her hands together. I am afraid that we are at the end of our time. I hope that you will be available for future interviews. I hope not, Magnus answers, smiling. I cuff him and step in. Of course we'll answer any questions, should they arise. Samantha turns to the camera. And that was it for today's special report. I hope that a lot of your questions were answered. Have a nice evening. As soon as the red light on the cameras switches off, the reporter visibly deflates. Eva returns from her hiding spot in the corner of the room. Her expression shows that she has mixed feelings about this interview. That went better than I hoped and worse than it had to. Did you have to be so blunt about everything? Magnus crosses his arms in front of his chest. Sorry. But it's better if the humans have no misunderstandings about their relationship with the supernatural world. I had to be blunt. The last thing I want is Faye in my territory. Now nobody will be surprised when I gouge out their hearts on camera. Note to myself, don't invite Faye and old ones to the same interview, Samantha mumbles. Magnus aims a finger at her. You won't invite any Faye. If you do, I'll level this building. Are we clear? Samantha nods. I take his hand and link arms with him. I don't think that the humans are used to being commanded around in such a fashion, dear. Samantha, thank you for the interview, but we really should go home before we break any human customs. It was a long day for us. Magnus mumbles his goodbyes and, together, we get to our feet. Corinthia. Kath. I hold the pen with my mind, it's floating above my hands in mid-air. Look. Look. I can control it. I am like Harry Potter. Just that I don't need a stupid wand to do it. This is so cool. Fiaker looks up from her documents and smiles. That's very good. Just keep concentrating and make sure to face away from people. I nod, all my concerns about this fairyland are forgotten. I can use magic. If Mom and Dad could see me now. The thought of my parents immediately makes me sad. How can I play around in this place when they aren't here anymore? Suddenly, the door to the living room opens and I get startled. The evil man steps into the room and I lose my concentration. The pen shoots away from my hands like an arrow and sinks into the man's thigh. I gasp. He looks down at the pen which is stuck in his leg. After a few moments I notice the spreading stain of blood. I did this. What will he do to me? Will I be kicked out? But I've no place to go. Will I have to go to a mad caretaker like in the movies? Ow. He hobbles to me and grabs my robe at the back of my neck, lifting me as if I weigh nothing. My father couldn't do that. I am too afraid to do anything, so I simply hang there. They gave me sturdy robes. Otherwise I think they would rip. Detention. Fiaker comes to my defense. Oh, come on, Magnus. It was just a little accident. Who told you to charge into the room while we were training? She didn't break a wall this time. He pulls the pen out of his thigh as if it doesn't hurt at all. She shot a pen into my leg. And that means that she goes back into the training room. But I was allowed to train outside just this morning, I sob. Too early. He shakes me. Sully enters the room and sighs upon seeing us. Kath, you don't have to be that afraid of us. We won't hurt you. I look up at the man. He always wears this grim expression. As if he is about to hit someone. And he never smiles at me. Sully forces him to let me down and hugs me. Magnus won't hurt you. You are one of us, Kath. Fiaker sighs. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. I should have told her to face the wall. I seem to be a bad teacher. I look at the floor. Isn't there a school for stuff like learning magic? All three of them look at me with blank expressions, so I try to explain. A school? Where children can play and learn together. I miss my school and my friends. Sully closes her eyes and rubs the bridge of her nose. I am sorry, Kath, but you can't go back to school. You could hurt the other children with your new ability. And there is no school for learning magic. But we promise that we'll do our best to help you. I sigh. So there is no way out of this? What about Auntie Olivia? Can I see her? We can go and see her right now, but you can't stay with her. It would be too dangerous. And we have to explain exactly what happened to you. Sully takes my hand and guides me to the door. Fiaker, how about joining us? Fiaker shakes her head. I am not that good with social stuff, you know that. I look at her, begging her with my eyes. At last, Fiaker sighs and gets to her feet. Fine. I guess that I spend the most time with her, so I should be present for this conversation. We leave the evil man behind and head for the doorway. He looked a little stunned that he was utterly ignored in this. But I don't care. I'll see Auntie. She was always nice to me. Not even half an hour later, we are at her house and I get to press the bell. When the door opens, it's indeed her. Auntie. I throw myself at her, hugging her waist. Oh my god. Kath. We thought you were dead. Where are your parents? I don't look up. I don't want to admit that Mom and Dad became monsters. Sully's voice is calm and warm like always. Mrs. Olivia. There is a lot we have to talk about. Auntie ushers me inside and I head directly towards the basket where Felix, Auntie's cat, always sleeps in. The old fellow is indeed in his basket and I play for at least 10 minutes with him. When I return to the adults with Felix in my arms, they are in the kitchen. Auntie's expression is grim and determined. Sully talks quietly, but her voice is insistent. I am sorry, but I don't know enough to revert her back to normal. After seeing the things down in that facility, I don't even want to try. We'll teach Kath to control her magic, but that won't happen overnight. She'll be at least 15 or 16 before we can even think about letting her go out alone. And if she turns out to be a genuine old one, she'll have to deal with other issues from then on. Fiacre nods. But you can visit her anytime. There is always someone ready to answer the door. Auntie comes over and hugs me, almost crushing Felix between the two of us. They've explained everything. I am so sorry, but I promise that I'll visit at least twice a week. 35 Never rest. Always make sure that you are the biggest fish in the pond. A memory of the old ones. Fairy. Gardener. Your campaign doesn't have the effect which we hoped for. Winter scratches his hair and circles a finger on a sheet of paper with some numbers and names. He is sitting on his personal throne of ice in the middle of my forest. Summer scowls and looks away. Even if we control a lot of people in key positions, it still takes time to get the humans to do anything. They aren't a boulder that can be moved with a single push. Humanity's governments are more like a pile of sand. We can push at it, but our hands just sink in. I hate to admit it, but we might have to do something more drastic. Autumn sighs and stretches himself on top of the old tree trunk which he chose as a seat. Then what do you propose? Shall we stage a massacre, committed by a supernatural race of your choosing? Then we can rush in and save the day to prove that we are the good guys. I roll my eyes and return to my intensive inspection of the group of mushrooms. Fairy was disconnected from the normal world for so long that it started to develop its own ecosystem. It's interesting to see what could have been, if the humans hadn't completely controlled their environment. This mushroom is so interesting because it catches insects with its sticky growths. It's also mobile and can move at a snail's pace. I wonder if it can still be called a mushroom. It's more like an animal by now. I am very sure that its ancestor was a genuine mushroom. Maybe the magic in this place is doing something to speed up its evolution? I sigh. It's proof that I stayed in this place for too long. Gardener. What do you think? Spring's voice forces me to return my attention to the four fools. About what? I ask. Winter urges me to answer quickly. Make a suggestion. We want to stage an incident to show the world that we are the good ones. Where would you perform such a scene? It has to be somewhere, where the world can watch. But not a place with enough old ones to interfere. It's so horrible when idiots are trying to be smart. I tilt my head and consider their idea. Then I consider everything I know about the human world. Whatever you do, I suggest you start small. Pick a territory where the old ones are easily overwhelmed. A clan that doesn't have ties to other clans and is low in numbers. How about a place like Corinthia? Autumn shakes his head. We just lost a research facility there. Summer raises a finger to show that she doesn't wish for interruptions. But the place was cleaned out by only 2 old ones. Seems like the clan there is small. Maybe we can even overwhelm them. The female in the video looked to be the right age. She licks her lips. They continue their discussion, but I return my attention to the snail mushroom thing. Once they've failed, I can always say that they were the ones who came up with the idea. Corinthia. Magnus. It feels like it has been weeks since I found the time to relax and play cards. After they left me behind, I packed all my things and joined this Friday's draft at the Diamond Mox. I even managed to assemble a pretty cool deck with a lot of card draw, removal and 4 strong creatures as finishers. But my actual winning condition are 2 artifacts which allow me to discard a card and return a creature from my graveyard to the battlefield, attacking, just to sacrifice it at the end of combat. All 4 of my finishers have strong enter the battlefield effects, so I gain something, even if they get blocked. So far my strategy worked perfectly and allowed me to overwhelm my opponents by discarding useless cards. My opponent plays a land and casts a spell to exile my graveyard. It is the second game, so he sideboarded the spell after seeing my strategy. I could play a counter spell, but I decide not to. Normally, losing the creatures in my graveyard would cost me the game because I rely on them. Though in this case it doesn't hurt me that badly. I still have one of my strong creatures on my hand and getting it into the graveyard is just a matter of discarding it with my artifact. So I decide to save the counterspell for something more dangerous. My opponent plays the color white, so he could have something like disenchant to destroy my artifact. That would hurt me much more in this situation. With 24 cards left in my deck, I would have to play more card draw and rely on finding the second artifact. If I am unlucky, I might mill my own deck and therefore lose the game because I am out of cards. Better to take this setback. My phone rings and I answer it while I put the stack which represents my graveyard onto the pile with the exiled cards. Yes. It's Eva. We need you at the Mundus Park. Some insane hobgoblins are running rampant here. They are attacking the humans and are trying to dig a new lair. Eva's voice sounds a little stressed. It's my turn. I draw a card and discard my creature to set my combo up for the next turn. I am sorry. Today is Friday evening. You know what that means. You have to help us. There are too many of them. This will hurt our image. I sigh. Who cares about a few hobgoblins? The most they can do, is to rape a few women before I am done here. The women can take the pill when I rescue them tomorrow. Faye. I glare at the ceiling. Eva is trying everything. What? I didn't hear you. I think the connection is bad. Faye. Get your ass over here, you good for nothing. Then the call disconnects. I return my attention to the game, but a few moments later I get a text message from Selly. Faye are up to something. Heading out. I slowly lower my forehead onto the table and take a long, deep breath with my eyes closed. LL Lord? This sounds very urgent. Are you sure that it has time? My human opponent asks. His voice sounds disturbed. Your eyes shone like red flashlights. Is that healthy? I sit up and stack all my cards onto a single pile. Tell the tournament manager that I concede. I shove the pile into my deck box and drop it into the backpack with my cards. Then I head outside to my SLK. On the way, I whistle a happy tune and try to think of all the good things that happened in my life. I reconnected with my aunt and got a really hot girlfriend. Now she is my woman and pregnant and rushes right into danger. No. Happy thoughts. There is no reason to be angry. None at all. I get to screw her every night and she is very open to sexual experiments. There is the little issue that she came with 1, now 2, attachments. And there is also the third attachment which appeared out of the blue. No. Happy thoughts. There is no reason to be angry. None at all. I chant the words like a mantra while I get into my car and start the motor. Then I abide by the traffic rules, making sure that I don't have an accident. The Mundus Park is just 10 minutes from here. The Mundus Park is close to the lake where the city canal ends. Its main attraction is a large exhibition of famous miniature buildings. None of them is larger than 3 meters. There are pieces like the pyramids, the White House or the Eiffel Tower. The whole thing is intended as a joke, but the models are really good. A group of 3 police cars speeds past and overtakes me, breaking the speed limit. Happy thoughts. There is no reason to be angry. None at all. I chant the mantra and search my pockets for some cigarettes. All I need is 1 joint. But sadly, Sully did a good job in finding and disposing of all my weed. At last, I arrive at the scene and stop the car. The Mundus Park is a battlefield. And not a simple one at that. On top, there are several newscopters circling above the area. It's a battle between 3 parties. Closer to me, holding the pyramids, are Sully, Fiaker and Cecilia, Eva, her vampires, and Adam with a whole bunch of his Krampus. Then there are the Fae, who are trying to fight the hobgoblins and our people at the same time. The Fae magicians took control of the White House and are using it as cover. They are much more numerous, but at the same time their reckless attempt at killing the hobgoblins brought them between our people and the hobgoblins. Since when have the Fae a problem with hobgoblins? I thought that they were buddies since hobgoblins can't be used as breeders. Finally there are the hobgoblins who are streaming out of a hole under the model of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I get out of the car and whistle. Then I walk into the chaos, approaching Sully in a straight line, who is roasting a Fae with her fire breath. Bullets and spells are flying everywhere while some people are fighting in close combat in the area between the 3 groups. And Sully is right among them. Bodies from all sides are everywhere. It looks like a war zone. To be on the safe side, I raise my wards and barriers. It proves useful, since a bullet ricochets off my shield a few moments later. A hobgoblin intercepts me in close combat, but the creature reaches just the height of my chest. Hobgoblins come in all sizes. Depends on how much human they have in their tree of ancestors. They are dark-skinned humanoids with large tusks. I catch the goblin's club and pull him closer. Then I grab his throat and channel power through my muscles to hurl him as a living projectile at the White House. The hobgoblin warriors aren't really a threat except for their numbers. Their shamans can be dangerous though. They know some powerful curses and can control golems. I whistle again and break up a fight between a Fae and a hobgoblin by casting Force Blade. They were so preoccupied with each other that they didn't even notice my magic until they were cut in half. Finally, I reach Selly, who is sitting on a Fae's back, bashing his head into the pavement. I whistle again and grab Selly at her hips to throw her over my shoulder. Let me down. We have to stop this. I turn around and carry her back towards our position where it seems less likely to be caught by the Fae or the hobgoblins. I whistle again. What are you doing? Why are you whistling? Let me down. I set Selly down next to Eva, who got an AWP from somewhere. She aims and presses the trigger. Over at the White House, a Fae's head disintegrates in a cloud of blood and gore. Fiaker and Cecilia are satisfied to hurl spells at our enemies. Selly is glaring at me, but luckily I don't have to explain myself. The loud noise of splashing water from the nearby canal draws everyone's attention. Then Lindworm's head comes into view, followed by the rest of her body. She breaks through the park's fence and flattens a row of cars, not even noticing them. Lindworm has a lot of similarities to a Chinese dragon, but her legs are longer and have huge claws to hold her prey. Wyrm may live in lakes, but in nature they hunt whales in the sea. I try to keep her at home by feeding her enough to travel quickly to their hunting grounds. Wyrm also have a set of large wings and natural magic to overcome the laws of physics. I whistle again and Lindworm notices me. Roaring, she presses her limbs to her sleek body to move quickly like a snake. On her way, she trashes the White House and flattens the Fae who weren't fast enough to evade, leaving them as red smears of blood. Several people change their aim towards the Wyrm. But at the size of a jumbo jet, Lindworm doesn't even notice bullets. Her smooth scales are thick plates of reinforced bone. Their structure is close to a biological version of carbon fiber and ceramics. Even spells don't pose a large threat to the magical creature since she can absorb energy. When nobody disturbs her, she drifts all day long close beneath the lake's surface and collects energy like a solar cell. In winter she stays inside my reality marble unless I call her. Lindworm coils around our position and places her head on the ground in front of me. I smile and pet her snout. She starts purring like a cat and the whole area vibrates. Well, a rather large cat. Look, Lindworm. I point at the Fae and hobgoblins. I brought you a lot of nice little tasties. Fetch. The huge, slitted eyes focus on the invaders and a split tongue licks over her snout. 36 Cleanup. During the war with the Fae, the battlefields were always clean. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Selly. She is playing with them. Like a cat with a mouse. I think this looks more like what happens when you lock a marten in a chicken coop. It is eating all the evidence. I listened to Eva's, Cecilia's, and Adam's stupefied comments. At least I had the advantage of knowing about Lindworm beforehand. Though I have to admit that I didn't realize that she is that big. The huge creature also moves much faster than I would expect of something of her size. She strikes out at a screaming Fae, slashing off one of his legs. Then she bites into the remaining one. She does it very carefully and slowly, almost as if she doesn't want to hurt him. Though the screams and his flailing arms tell a different story. Suddenly, Lindworm hurls him up into the air where he tumbles helplessly. At the same time her tail whips out and the spiked tip obliterates the last remaining group of hobgoblins. The huge Wyrm runs in a circle as if she is chasing her own tail. Then she catches the tumbling Fae in midair with her maw and swallows him with a single gulp. I can't help it. She looks so innocent and happy when she plays with them. It was the last remaining foe. A lot of them fled. The ones who decided to fight are now dead on the ground or got eaten by Lindworm. With no more play to ease around, Lindworm turns her attention to devouring the slain corpses. She searches and slurps them up as if her master dropped a bowl with pet goodies. After surveying the whole battlefield, I have no doubt that she'll eat her fill tonight. Luckily, the Krampus and vampires already started to collect their wounded and fallen. Somehow, I doubt that Lindworm has the brain capacity to differentiate between the dead bodies. Forcing her way through our hastily erected barriers, Samantha approaches us on high heels and with a cameraman in tow. Magnus groans at my side upon noticing the reporter. Lord Magnus. Can I ask a few questions? She calls out to us. I rub his back and put up a smile for the reporter. Of course. What happened here? And what's that? She points at the Wyrm. He shakes his head. I don't exactly know what happened here. We just ended the fight. A group of hobgoblins started attacking humans. They obviously tried to build a new lair. Then my people showed up, just to be interrupted by the Fae a few moments later. You know of the bad blood between us and the Fae. To be honest, I don't really care what the Fae and the hobgoblins were up to. They were causing trouble and interrupted my game night. Your game night? He grinds his teeth. Yes. It's Friday evening and interrupting me at Fridays is always a bad idea. To top it off, they attacked my pregnant girlfriend and... Selly, you are pregnant? Though it looked a lot like you were the one who was attacking them. Will we soon have a little lord in our midst? I look down at my blood-stained clothes and try to smile. My instincts may have gotten a little out of control. The thought of having a child with Faye that close to my home made me snap. I simply ignore the comment about me attacking. Yes, though I don't know if it will be a prince or a princess. I want it to be a surprise. Magnus gestures with his hand. Anyway. I already told you that Fae are outlawed in my territory. Anyone may kill them without repercussions. And now that the hobgoblins caused trouble, I am seriously thinking about banning them too. That sounds a lot like racism. It is. I've no problems with persecuting certain races if 99% of them consists of troublemakers. The Fae have their own realm. They should just stay there. I don't care about bullshit human morals and giving everyone a chance. The Fae and the hobgoblins are on my black list. Just make sure that the whole world knows it. He looks directly into the camera, addressing whoever is watching the report. Pull some shit like this again, and I'll find you. I'll take my pet for a ride in your front yard. Lindworm can eat 1 whale per month. That's a lot of light-weighted Fae and hobgoblins. A sudden commotion among the Krampus draws my attention. They were marking down some Fae and hobgoblin corpses as a crime scene. Lindworm simply shoved them aside to devour the bodies. Now Adam is raging and even changed to his true form. He screams and swings his fists at the WIRM, but Lindworm simply ignores him. She is even licking up the blood from the pavement, together with the chalk that was used to outline the positions of the bodies. Krampus are really sticklers to rules and procedures. Are you really sure that your pet is safe? Samantha asks. Lindworm turns her attention to Adam, who isn't impressed by the WIRM. Then she gives him a lick, slobbering his whole front side with bloody spit. She turns her attention to the hobgoblin lair and waddles over, pressing her whole head into the hole. In doing so, she causes the representation of the Leaning Tower of Pisa to topple over. Magnus returns his attention to Samantha. No? But that's the whole point of having a pet like her. You humans also have guard dogs. Don't worry. I've trained her not to eat stuff that I don't allow her to. He looks back at the WIRM, who is eyeing the helicopters above us. Hey. Lindworm. Not those. Do you remember the last time you ate the bus with the zombies? Not tasty. Dig out the hobgoblins. She yawns, but returns her attention to the hole in the ground. Digging, her whole body disappears in the earth, which is accompanied by muffled howls from underground. At last, only the tip of her tail pokes out, twirling in the air. Samantha eyes the scene, clearly wary of the beast. When will she go back? To wherever she came from. Magnus raises his eyebrows. Into the lake? Once she's eaten up, of course. But I think I'll allow her to stroll around a little. It's the first time in decades that she got to play outside. It was getting really hard to conceal her from the humans. Samantha is visibly paler than before when Adam stomps over to us, towering over Samantha. Lord! You have to stop your pet. The procedures clearly say that a scene of mass murder has to be closed off from the public until all the evidence is cited. He waves his hands, sprinkling the reporter with slimy saliva. Sorry, Samantha. I didn't intend to do that. Magnus shakes his head. I am sorry, but Lindworm doesn't react well to having her food taken away. Though I could show you where she does her business. If the evidence is that important you could dig through the waste. Now the Krampus looks genuinely appalled. Samantha forces herself to smile. It's okay, Mr. Adam. I am glad that the Krampus have things under control as the city's reliable police force. Then I suddenly have an idea. Adam, why don't we think of this area as a war zone? After all, the Fae were involved and we old ones are practically at war with them. It wouldn't be your responsibility to treat this as a murder case. Adam's grim expression immediately lights up. As far as a Krampus's face can show delight. That's a wonderful idea. He turns around and walks back to his men. Guys. Stop wasting your time here. Get out there and find the naughties who ran away. There is some mumbling among the other police officers, but hunting evildoers is more to their liking than doing boring police work. Eva also comes over to our group. I want you to find out what the Fae and hobgoblins were up to. Tonight I lost 11 of my people and I am not happy. Not happy at all. 3 were good friends. I win CE. I am sorry for your losses, but the old ones decided to do nothing offensive about the Fae. You know yourself that the only real solution to the Fae problem would be to wipe out Fairy. They had thousands of years to change their ways, but they didn't. I highly doubt that they'll now. Magnus snorts. I can tell you what they wanted to do. They tried to stage a PR event. Wouldn't it have been nice if they had solved the problem with the hobgoblins to become the heroes? They just didn't expect that this territory has several supernatural groups who are heavily invested in the city's affairs. I turn my attention to Samantha and the cameras. Maybe we should talk about such things in private. Samantha smiles dashingly. Please keep going. Don't mind us. I want to, but such discussions could easily lead into territory which we don't want to discuss in public. I am sorry, but since we are the representatives of the supernatural communities in this city, we'll have to talk to all groups before we decide on how to proceed. I excuse us and, together, we leave the reporter behind. 37 Uncomfortable. There isn't even a single secret that's kept with the intention to protect others. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. She ate that poor lady's dog. It's a public relations disaster. Eva complains. I roll my eyes. Really? Lindworm eats a single pet and you call it a disaster? What about the people we lost? Her face shows pained displeasure. That too. I dismiss the matter with a gesture. Be glad that she didn't eat one of those voyeurs who came to watch the aftermath of the carnage. I'll never understand why the humans like to watch the sights of accidents and violence. Lindworm gets her food on a rope. The dog's leash made her think that the woman was offering her a tasty treat. The woman is in the hospital because she had a heart attack. Eva goes on. I chuckle. That's hardly Lindworm's fault. I even told the people that Lindworm isn't just a pet. Listen, I'll explain everything when I see that stupid reporter the next time. Eva covers her eyes with both hands and groans. That's exactly what I am afraid of. I'll do that. Just make sure that it doesn't happen again. Sure. You are our woman who is in charge of public relations. Do whatever you deem necessary, I reassure her. Eva nods and leaves the room. I am sure that she'll find her way outside. If not, one of the spirit guardians is following her. As if I could promise that Lindworm wouldn't do what she wants. Lindworm isn't just any pet and certainly not an oversized dog which can be trained to do some stupid tricks. It may look as if I am the one who is giving her commands, but there is a lot of negotiating involved. In her own way, Lindworm is very smart. She has the intelligence of a small child, so she understands when I am telling her that something is bad for her health. Lindworm already ate the dog and nothing bad happened to her. If I go now and tell her that eating dogs is bad, then I'll lose credibility with her. She may not listen to me the next time when it's really important. The gawking human who came to watch the scene is at fault for standing there like a sheep. I lean back on the living room sofa and sigh. At least we are all back at home. Cecilia joins us in nothing more than a bathrobe. Her hair is still wet after washing off the grime and blood. That was refreshing. I already feared that the people of this time and age don't have any good fights. And I am proud of you, Sully. Your approach was a lot more hands-on than I am used to in battles, but you certainly stood your ground. That reminds me of why I interfered at all. I turn to Sully who is sitting on the sofa next to me. She looks a little embarrassed. Yes. Why did you join the battle? You are carrying our child. I came very close to completely losing it when I saw that. I am so glad that you weren't hurt. She crosses her arms in front of her chest and scowls. I am not even showing yet. Aside from a little morning sickness, I feel fine. You were late, so I decided to lend a helping hand. Fiacre follows Cecilia into the room. She also cleaned herself up, but at least she had the decency to put on some casual clothes. I suddenly feel very aware of the fact that I am in the same room as three beautiful women. Okay, two are a little older than me and one is my aunt, but once I thought about it, it's very disturbing. I focus on a spot on the wall. There must be something I can distract my mind with. Something like, let's talk about something else. Fiacre and Cecilia, you weren't there, but at the gathering I fought and killed Emile. You already gave us the short version, Cecilia urges me on. Yes. During the fight, I lost it and gave in to my rage. When I do that, my vision narrows down and my physical abilities are greatly enhanced. He is also enveloped by a red aura, Sully adds helpfully. As if I would forget to mention that. I am not doing it consciously and I am certainly not casting a spell. Tina thought that I was using a spell called Berserker. She also had the theory that I found a way to cast it instinctively, like wild magic. And that it might be dangerous if it goes wrong. Do you have any thoughts on that? Fiacre shakes her head. I've never heard about such a thing. I always thought you devised the body enhancement on your own. But if what you say is true, then you should have researched the matter long ago. We are talking about your body. I shrug. It only happens when I am angry. And to be honest, so far it has saved my ass in several life or death situations. The thought that it could be related to wild magic never crossed my mind. Cecilia tilts her head in thought. It's hard to say for sure without actually seeing it, but my sister might overreact. It could be a natural ability of yours, unlocked by the ordeal you had to go through when your cousin tortured you. Natural magic is quite different from wild magic. What we are afraid of, is magic in an uncontrolled state. Many don't realize the difference, but natural magic isn't uncontrolled. We could try to analyze it in the training room. I shift uncomfortably on the sofa. That might be a bad idea. I am not particularly reasonable when I am in that state. And what do you mean by a natural ability? I've never heard of such a thing. Her expression turns smug. Those are the benefits of having an old mummy like me around. It's extremely rare, but our kind is able to develop, or should I say unlock, certain abilities when we are exposed to extreme situations. I've known a guy who could read minds. He grew up with a clan of real savages while he himself was rather puny. Anticipating his opponent's thoughts and moves was his only chance to survive. The concept isn't that unreasonable. Take your WIRM as an example. A creature like her could never exist on land, let alone be able to take flight. If she wasn't constantly using gravity magic to counteract gravity, she would be crushed by her own weight. She is certainly not casting a traditional spell to do so. Her body found a natural way to channel magic in order to achieve a beneficial effect. That sounds better than the theory about wild magic and a lot more reasonable. If my ability had felt like wild magic, I would have done something about it. She continues, furthermore, how do you think we old ones developed magic and spells in the first place? We didn't just pop into existence and know all the spells that exist. The world forced us to study and observe in order to survive. We watched our prey and other creatures, noticing their impressive abilities. Especially magical creatures. We also developed the ability to read the energy patterns of those creatures. This ability was very useful to hunt in the dark, but the first spells weren't cast by an old one. By copying the energy patterns of other creatures, we learned their effects. After a long time of study and failure, we gained the knowledge and understanding of which patterns do what and how to combine them with each other. It was learning by doing. So if magical creatures can develop such natural magic, then why shouldn't we be able to? I furrow my forehead, still not completely trusting her explanation. So why aren't there more cases of people who develop such a natural magic, or an ability as you call it? And how can we discern such an ability from the dangerous version of natural magic, wild magic? Cecilia pouts. For the first question, I have no good answer. I wish it would be so simple as to beat a random person within an inch of his life to awaken an ability, but it isn't. Apparently, there is an inherent affinity for an ability and the situation that forces the ability to the surface has to match. The telepath I mentioned, he might have never developed his ability had he fallen into a lake and drowned. The person in question must be exposed to matching circumstances. But who wants to risk his life for such a purpose? Without knowing how to check one's own preposition, we have to blindly devise extreme situations. With the amount of possibilities to cause someone mental stress, gambling one's life again and again to maybe gain an ability doesn't strike me as a smart thing to do. She shakes her head and crosses her arms in front of her chest. There might also be other unknown factors. I am an old hag, even by our standards, and I've seen less than 50 people with a genuine ability in my entire life. I myself was in more than one life or death situation, and I don't have an ability. No old one ever dies a pleasant death, so that alone tells me that the requirements to gain an ability must be very situational. Sully tilts her head. But haven't you talked to those other people? Aren't there similarities in how they developed their natural magic? Cecilia smiles. It's not like they gave me a detailed story of their circumstances. Who would want others to gain the same power? I wouldn't be able to trust what they told me. For a moment she just stands there, considering her next words. On the other hand, discerning natural magic, or in other words an ability, from wild magic is fairly easy. We just have to get close to you while you are using it. If the spell matrix is contained within your body, then it's natural magic. If it's outside your body, then it's wild magic. She clears her throat. The important point about wild magic is that a functioning spell matrix is formed without any form of containment. Once it unravels in an uncontrolled manner, the effects are equally uncontrollable and unpredictable. That doesn't happen if the magic is contained within yourself, or within an object. I guess having an elder around isn't so bad after all. Though there is still the issue that I feel uncomfortable about testing my circumstances without someone who deserves my rage. When I lose control, I do it quite literally with a haze of red in front of my eyes. In particularly bad cases, I wake up afterwards and don't have any memory of what I did, I explain. Sully studies me for several long moments. Then she starts grinning and performs an obscene gesture with her hands. You mean like in our first encounter when you tore off my clothes and ravished me until my mind went blank? There might be a possibility to focus your energy on something other than killing and destruction. I quickly glance at Cecilia and then at my aunt. Both of them look at me as if I am to blame for something. I think we shouldn't risk your health over an unproven theory. Apart from that, I never before tried to forcefully activate my ability. There might be repercussions which we aren't aware of. Sully purses her lips and strokes her hair which is running down her shoulder. Then I'll keep your outstanding performance from that time in good memory. It takes me a long moment to put any meaning to her words. Do you want to say that I didn't manage to please you since? She shrugs. I raise a finger, but stop myself in time from saying something stupid. I know what you are trying to do, but it won't work. I point at the other two, especially not with them watching. Cecilia raises both eyebrows. But I would have to watch in order to confirm. No. She tries again, it's not like I am not well versed in the various techniques. No. Fiacre clears her throat. Theoretically she could even join the action. She isn't. No. Sully cries in outrage. I can watch his magic in the act. Finally we are on the same page. I hug Sully. Just to make it clear. That will never happen. Although, why not? It's not like Cecilia looks bad. There are plenty of clans which think of polygamy as normal. Just because it's a Bathomist tradition, it doesn't mean that it has to stay that way. Suddenly the door bursts open and Anya storms inside, holding hands with Kath. Have you seen the news? 38 Chaos. They are unlike any other species. Their mind says forward, while instinct tells them to run away. The leg twitches sideways while the arms fight for balance. Can nature really create such a nonsensical creature? A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Countries are under martial law. Like the USA and China. They were followed by France and several others, as you can see by the countries which are marked in red on the map. In those countries, the majority of high-ranking politicians is of the opinion that the only way to uphold our society is to regulate supernaturals. The opposition argues that proceeding in this direction would likely lead to a situation that resembles the witch hunts of old. That's awful. I turn my attention to the others. They are watching the report with the same concentrated attention as I do. What can we do to stop this? We weren't the only ones who got hit by massive attacks. This can be called the first real strike in a war that was fought in the shadows for a long time. The Fae instigated a massive campaign to discredit supernaturals as a whole. Our city wasn't the only one which was struck. While we stopped them here, they succeeded in enough other places to force a massive reaction from the humans. The reports of what happened in our rural area are drowning in the chaos of international information. Though some news channels are showing Lindworm, the impact drowns between all the other stuff that's going on. The world went chaotic overnight. Magnus doesn't seem concerned. He leans closer and places an arm around my shoulders. Don't worry. So far, only the ones who feel big and powerful declared martial law. We are in Austria. The politicians of this country are pussies. They wouldn't declare war, even if I held a sword to their throats. Fiacre shakes her head. It still could become very bad, very fast. What if the humans really start a witch hunt? They will destroy their own society if we don't stop them. Cecilia uses her sleeve to polish her nails. I've seen the witch hunts. The humans mostly caught other humans to burn them at the stake. It was very rare that they caught one of the weaker supernaturals. They made up some ridiculous nonsense about how to identify a magic practitioner. It never troubled me, but now that I think about it, they used the witch hunts mostly to burn those who think differently. Inventors, alchemists, philosophers, people who tried to change the system, they were the first ones who went up in flames. If it weren't for those dark times, humanity's wisdom would be at least 1,000 years ahead of today's knowledge. She thinks for a few moments. I wonder why they ever got the idea that they can restrain a being that's vastly more powerful than themselves. Fiacre is of a different opinion. I've also seen the hunts, but the humanity of today is vastly different from back then. Today, they have guns, explosives, and telecommunication. Maybe they can even find ways to quickly identify supernaturals. I try to consider all the implications. We should have foreseen it. Humans never, ever, are of the same opinion on something. They always split into two sides. Some countries were bound to do something stupid. The question is how the various clans within those countries will react to the humans. Will they start fighting among each other? Anya mumbles. I am a little baffled at the thought, not understanding Anya's reasoning. Why should they do that? I thought that the humans will most likely start working together. From their perspective, they are faced with a threat that concerns all of them, I reason. Anya raises both eyebrows. I think you are giving them too much credit. The countries who declared martial law will most likely turn on the countries which didn't. They will see them as a threat and suspect them of being influenced by supernaturals. They may perceive us as a threat that concerns all of them, but we aren't a clear opponent. We aren't some specific spot on the map which they can point their finger on. We are hiding right among them. Those countries which declared martial law are encouraging fear in their population. Once they are done with their internal problems, they have to focus the suspicions away from their government. Preferably on someone with a different ideology. Nothing is worse for a politician than a distrustful population. The outraged voice of the reporter draws my attention back to the television. Was struck by lightning. I repeat, France's president was struck by lightning on a clear, sunny day. When he left the Congress and crossed the parking area, a lightning bolt struck exactly at his position. Just mere minutes ago, he declared martial law to answer the supernatural threat and I wipe across my forehead. Great. The world went crazy overnight. Now we old ones resort to assassinate every human leader who isn't to our liking? Aren't the Fae protecting their puppets? There is no reasonable way to protect someone without magic from hostile magic. The Fae would have to stick to their charges like glue. It's not possible to hide such bodyguards permanently. If it gets out that a country's leaders are permanently shadowed by Fae, the people around them would come to their own conclusions. I think that the clans in those respective regions will handle the problem just fine. Magnus leans back and watches the news with a smug expression on his face. Fiaker shakes her head. I wouldn't call that just fine. It's about reigning by terror and fear, just when the humans were about to ascend beyond that. It took us a long time until we realized that the humans are better left alone. Influencing them led to a lot of sorrow. For us and for them. Magnus gestures at the screen. Are you serious? Look at what's going on. If we don't stop the Fae from manipulating the humans, things will get out of control completely. Then the humans will start a war for real. Martial law is just the first step. Broke his neck. I repeat, the Chinese president slipped and fell down the stairs. Now he is in a coma and being treated in a hospital. I lean forward and cover my face with both hands. The other clans are certainly quick to take action once one decided on how to deal with the matter. The Air Force One crashed with the president and his closest advisors. The USA is shocked too. They certainly are quick to suppress any form of organized resistance. Magnus shifts in his seat and gets up. I've to get some nachos and popcorn. This is better than the cinema. He hurries out of the room. Fiaker tunes down the volume of the TV. We have to look at the bright side of things. If our people take out the extremists now, then a real war with the humans might not become an issue. I admit that all these accidents directly after a declaration of martial law look very suspicious, but no old one killed a human representative on camera. We can still deny everything. Suddenly her mobile phone rings and she starts searching through her pockets. Magnus returns with nachos and popcorn. He sits down next to me and starts munching his snacks. Fiaker finds her mobile phone and answers the call. Yes? This is Fiaker Bathomus. Yes. Her expression turns sour. Yes. She listens for a few moments, then she nods. I understand. We'll be there. She ends the call and looks at us with a grave expression. That was one of the elders. They are calling for another gathering. Apparently the circumstances changed. Magnus raises a hand, waving a nacho. If they are still protecting the Fae, then I certainly won't waste my time with another gathering. Watching the news is much more interesting. I pat his back. I am fairly sure that this is about the escalating events. We should go and find out if any of it concerns us. 39 Old things. It's fortunate if some things stay locked away. A memory of the old ones. Atlantis. Magnus. Think that the assassination of human leaders is a clumsy way to stop further conflict. It might work for the moment, but it'll destabilize human society in the long run. The humans might even find ways to strike back. Let's not give them sufficient reason to do so. The elder ends the first part of his speech. He just looks up at the various clans, studying every leader before he goes on. But don't misunderstand. I think that even the most moderate ones under you must have realized that ignoring the Fae is no longer an option. By now, it is undeniable that the Fae are actively seeking conflict. The longer we allow them to believe that they are untouchable and fairy, the bolder their actions will get. Let's not wait until we are on the receiving end when one of their games succeeds completely. I belong to the faction which supports active pursuit of the Fae. Let us attack them wherever they hide. This shall be no longer a conflict of passive defense. I think the situation forces us to take whatever action is necessary to ensure our safety. For that purpose, I request to assemble an offensive task force. I let out a deep breath as the elder drifts off into rambling. He's made his point, so why does he have to spoil a good speech by boring everyone with details? Finally, this whole issue is going somewhere. Tina crosses her arms in front of her chest and smiles. She joined us in my pulpit soon after Sally and I sat down to wait for the first speaker. Fiaker and Cecilia stayed behind to watch the kids. Seeing that the elder doesn't have anything of interest to say, Tina turns her attention to us and smiles maliciously. I leave my sister for a few days and your territory gets attacked. I purse my lips and allow myself some time to think about the meaning of her words. It's not like I can anticipate what the Fae will do next. If the women hadn't charged headfirst into the whole situation, I could have called Lindworm to end the whole mess alone. It wasn't like the Fae, or the hobgoblins, brought anything to the field that could stop a WIRM. She squints her eyes at me. Yes, about that. How did you manage to tame a WIRM? I heard that they are quite intelligent and ferocious creatures, which makes it hard to tame them at all. I smile. There are ways. I certainly won't tell her that Lindworm isn't really tame in the sense of the word. Grandfather Hatlix was the first Bathomus who came to an agreement with her. The agreement is simple. We bring her food and don't get eaten. Of course, being the one who brings food means that she will protect us. Lindworm is a rather lazy creature, so she prefers being fed to having to hunt in the sea. Feeding an untamed WIRM without ending up on the menu is the tricky part. To be honest, I have no idea how Grandfather Hatlix did it. He took the secret to his grave. Lindworm likes me well enough by now, but I have no idea how to deal with a WIRM that had no prior training. I was introduced to Lindworm when I was little. But I don't want to advertise my lack of knowledge to the head of another clan. Speaking of information. How did it go with finding Gavin? It seems like the earth opened up and swallowed him whole, together with his goons. The corners of Tina's mouth curled downwards in displeasure. Nothing. He must have dug a really deep hole to hide in. We've interrogated everyone who was caught at the compound again and again, but they know nothing of value. They were useless pawns who were kept in the dark about what was really going on in their clan. They knew about the obvious things, but they didn't have the spine to do something about it. Gavin used them to cover his escape. While we were occupied with subduing everyone who was frightened into submission, he escaped with his loyalists. It's a shame that you kept none of the ones who invaded your territory alive. They might have known a little more. She raises an eyebrow, inquiringly. I've had time to think about your story. The one about your first encounter with Sully. I noticed that you rushed over the part where you caught her half-brother. I think his name was Tetruk? What did you do to him in the end? I shift in my seat, carefully avoiding Sully's eyes. I interrogated him, and he knew nothing of interest, so I disposed of him. Tina doesn't allow herself to get distracted by my answer. You've evaded the question again. How did you dispose of him? Did you interrogate him with the awareness that his mind could be influenced by one of Gavin's spells? Now that we know about his practices, we might find some form of mental blockade. Sully pokes my side. Come on. Tell us. I won't be mad either way. Surely you have realized by now that I don't give a shit about the ham inside of my family tree. I avoid their eyes. Tina starts smiling. So he is still alive. I shake my head. He may be alive in the strict sense of the word, but I doubt that he'll be of much use to you. I've made sure that he is no longer a threat. Sully clears her throat. What did you do him? Lobotomize him and store away his body? Why the heck would you do that? I shrug. I didn't exactly lobotomize him. I never bothered to learn the medical skills for that. Tina answers the second part of Sully's question. There are some spells and rituals which require a living, breathing body as a focus, or as a sacrifice. Depends on the spell. The two women needle me with questions while I watch the rest of the gathering, but I don't answer any of them. They'll see for themselves soon enough. In the end, the elders hold another vote. This time about whether we should actively seek ways to attack Fairy. There is a lot of snarling and screaming, as everyone tries to add their own opinion. At last, it's decided that once someone has found a way to effectively attack Fairy, we'll meet again to coordinate a real strike at the heart of the phase power. Even on the way home, I hold my mouth shut. By the time we arrive in my mansion's entrance hall, the two women are glaring at my back as if I am a villain. Tina. Cecilia calls out upon seeing her sister's return. She engages in a long hug with Tina. I didn't expect you to be back so soon. Tina smiles, but doesn't let her eyes off me. Finding Gavin is a little harder than I expected. So far, I have to admit that I haven't found a single clue on his whereabouts. I sigh and survey the room. Where are the others? Cecilia makes a dismissive gesture. Oh, Anya and Kath wanted to see the WIRM, so Fiaker took them down to the WIRM's pond. I was excluded because I didn't want to join the clan. Apparently it's a secret ritual of initiation. Besides, Hatlix already introduced me to his pet while he was still alive, so I excused myself from the event. Browsing Facebook and Wikipedia is much more interesting. Okay. I hope she doesn't evolve into a complete geek. I raise my voice to call out for a certain person. Oilel? Where are you? My call is answered immediately by the brownie. She appears in a blur of motion. To my surprise, she throws herself at me with tears in her eyes and hugs my waist. Master. They took Mumu and Snuffler. First Oink and now them too. I roll my eyes and uncomfortably pet Oilel's head. How many times did I tell you not to familiarize yourself with livestock? You know exactly why we are keeping the animals, yet you give them names. I can't help myself. They are so cute. Totally unlike that big WIRM. She shakes her head. I pat her back. There is simply no way to help the fool. Lindworm needs food like everyone else. Oilel, I need the iron key. She stops sniffling and steps away from me. Then she disappears in a flash of movement and returns with a red pillow. On top of it is an iron key. She always keeps it hidden for me. I take it and study the imbued security spell for any form of tampering. It would be bad if there is a problem with the key. It unlocks a sealed-off part of my reality marble. If the reality marble detects even the slightest attempt at gaining illegal access to that area, it will separate the entire area and disconnect it from space and time. It would be extraordinarily difficult to reconnect it to the rest of the marble. In fact, it's entirely possible that the sealed-off section might be lost forever, drifting through an endless sea of possibilities. I return to the doorway and push the key into the keyhole. The magic on the key interacts with the doorway and I feel the spatial magic shift as it rearranges the laws of reality. Then I open the door for the women and invite them into the dark corridor which is looming beyond the doorway. Welcome to the dungeon. Tina, Cecilia, and Sully enter after a short moment of hesitation and I close the door behind us, plunging us into complete darkness. I guide my magic and concentrate it between my fingers. Ensuring that the spell is stable, I summon a light globe and press past Sully and the others. The corridor is narrow, so it requires them to step aside. When I am in front, I lead the party to the first junction between 3 corridors and take the one which leads downwards. This part of the reality marble is very old. The mansion and the surface area were added later. My ancestors started out by shifting this underground complex out of reality. Reality marbles work by shifting space and time. They don't create or destroy, but it's entirely possible to lose access to the marble. This is a labyrinth, Sully mumbles. I nod. It makes it a little harder to get inside. Or out, Tina adds. I don't comment on her observation and continue to lead the way. After a few long minutes, we arrive at a slightly wider corridor with chests to the left and the right of the path. They look like small treasure chests, but each has a little hole at the top. A stalactite above each chest allows water to slowly trickle from above into the chests. The stalactites show how long some of the inmates have been here. One of the chests is almost completely enclosed in a stalagmite. Sooner or later I'll have to remove the lime. Otherwise it'll close the hole at the top of the chest. Upon moving past the 11th chest on the left side, it starts rattling, testing the heavy chains which are holding it in place. I always find that unsettling, so I kick the chest. Stop that. I've told you many times that I'll pour a bucket of oil inside and set you on fire if you make noise. The chest stops creating a ruckus and I continue onwards. Sully's disturbed voice echoes through the corridor. What, or who, is inside that chest? I shrug. Don't know. Don't care. That one was before my time. I am sure there was a good reason to do so. What's down here is either too dangerous to be used, or committed great offense against the Bathomus. We arrive at the 37th chest to the right and I kneel down to unlock the magical seal. Then I open the heavy oak wood lid and channel more energy to brighten the sphere of light in my hand. Hello, Tetruk. I broke his spine at his waist, then I neatly folded him over backwards to place him inside the chest. He is additionally secured with heavy bands of iron which siphon off his magical energy. His mouth is sealed with a metal muzzle. If he wants water, he has to drink through his nose. Seeing me, he starts rolling his eyes and wriggles like the worm he is. Cecilia raises an eyebrow. Kinky. Tina narrows hers and looks back down the corridor, counting chests. Sully places a hand in front of her mouth and looks at me accusingly. Was that really necessary? I huff and point at Tetruk. He tried to kill me with a rocket launcher and it fucking hurt. Then I point at the chest next to him. That one tried to take over my territory and blew up my first game store. I continue on with recounting the crimes of the various inmates, at least the ones which I imprisoned. When I am done, I turn around to listen to the reactions of the 3 women. Cecilia doesn't seem to be bothered at all, while Tina shrugs. At least you know how to hold a grudge. Sully looks defeated. Let's just take Tetruk and get out of here. 40 answers. We also have our maniacs. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Magnus clears his throat. Sully? Could you please explain what all these instruments are for? I thought that you were going to interrogate him, not dissect him. You said that you've spent a lot of time studying various techniques to influence someone's mind. This looks very different from what I expected. I did. I turn around to look at Cecilia, Tina, and Magnus. They look a little disturbed. Is there a problem? Tina circles her hand in an insecure gesture, pointing at the operating table. Oh, it's just that we got the impression that you were a little squeamish about the way Magnus is treating his prisoners. I am not sure why this is any different. I nod. Putting someone into a box for days is inhumane. They are alive and aware of themselves. As soon as we have time, we are going to clean up that hellhole down there. Cecilia clears her throat. You are about to cut someone's head open while he is awake. Isn't that a lot more cruel? There is no way that they can gain any moral ground in this matter. He is anestetized. That's completely different from being locked up in a dark chest for over a month. Tetruk will feel nothing while I work. Tetruk tries to scream, but all he gets out is a muffled moan. I gagged him before the operation. There is no point in listening to his excuses before I am sure that he is telling the truth. I flip the switch on the bone saw and it activates with a high-pitched whir. My half-brother's eyes widen and he struggles, but his head is secured by a metal strap and a few screws which are tight enough to hold his skull in place. I can't allow him to move even a fraction of a millimeter while I work on his brain. Magnus surveys the room. I am just amazed how you got all the medical equipment in here. I didn't get the impression that you were that adept at medical techniques. From our discussion about Kath's circumstances, I assumed that you don't have any medical background. Oilel helped a lot in setting up this room. And the experiments that led to Kath's transformation require deep knowledge of DNA sequencing and viral research. That's completely different from my studies. I already told you guys that my studies concentrated on the mind and various possibilities to influence it. Of course that requires high amounts of medical knowledge about the brain. I wave the bone saw in front of Tetrika's face. Hi, bro. Do you remember me? Don't worry. Your suffering is about to come to an end. I won't even hold it against you that you and your friends tried to rape me when I was 74. Or should I mention all the times you used your influence with Dad to isolate Anya and me from the rest of the clan? Carefully, I place the bone saw on his forehead and start cutting. A little blood and tissue spray to the side, but I spread out several sheets of plastic to make the cleanup easier. Tetrika's eyes roll helplessly in their sockets. I don't care. I have to concentrate. If I cut too deep, it might become a problem. I speak to Tetrika in order to make him feel at ease. I am glad that you are an old one. Doing this with you is so much easier than with humans. I don't even have to waste time with disinfecting everything. At last, I finish cutting in a full circle and put the bone saw aside. The top of his skull comes off easily and I drop it into one of the waiting bowls for biological waste. Next are the electrodes, which are long, fine needles. I wonder if I should start with 0.1, or 0.2 volts. The Germans stopped their research in this direction much too early. To have a better understanding of Tetrika's state of health, I undo his gag. You bitch. Once father is ready, he'll come and raise this place to the ground. He'll. I roll my eyes. Definitely 0.2 volts. I adjust the voltage source and carefully shove the first needle into his brain. Right where the speech center should be. We'll rape you for real. And then I'll find that little bitch whom you treat like a daughter and... His whole body starts twitching and trembling and his teeth chatter several times before I pull the needle back by 2 millimeters. His body immediately relaxes, but his mouth still opens and closes in an attempt to find the right words. It's just that Tetrika fails to pronounce his issues with me. I am so sorry. It's been a while since I've done this and if I am not absolutely exact, things like this will happen. Bastard. Maybe I should shove one needle into his pain center and stimulate it directly? No. Moral high ground. I am not like Magnus. I've to show that there is a different way of doing things. After placing 2 more needles in his frontal lobe and several others in important areas of the brain, he slowly starts looking like a hedgehog. Then I manipulate the various voltages and lower the one which stops him from speaking. Now that we are set up. I'll kill you. Not at all repentant. I sigh and make some adjustments. What's your name? His enraged expression slackens. Tetrika. Which color is the sky? Red. A little too much. Try again. Blue. We go through a whole series of test questions. At first I try to influence him to tell lies, then I adjust the settings so that he can only tell the truth. After a while of switching back and forth between the two states, I feel confident in getting some useful answers. What do you think about our father? He is a great man with a vision. More like a rapist and a maniac. Combined with immortality, such a combination has never a good ending. Did you always have that opinion? Ever since he told me about his plans to make the world ours. I raise both eyebrows. Tell me everything you know. He struggles for a few moments, but doesn't talk. I suppose he can still choose not to talk at all. His indoctrination must be rooted very deeply. Or one of the needles isn't exactly in the right spot. Maybe the one that I placed in his cerebellum? It's always hard to reach the exact depth. I lightly tap on it with my index finger, allowing it to sink in a little deeper. Just a fraction of a millimeter. I try to sound cheerful. As if we are playmates. Come on. This isn't real. It's just a dream. We can talk about everything here. After all, we are good friends. Don't you think so too? I raise the voltage that controls his sense of well-being. People who feel good are less suspicious. Tetrika smiles. Yes. I always wondered why we don't get along. You were always the strong one among his children. The only one who dared to defy father and made him mad. Why couldn't you be like us? He always vent his anger on us when he got mad. Now he is rambling like a drunkard, but that's good. We were talking about his plans. His grand vision. Do you remember? Tetrika licks over his lips. Yes, yes. He'll be our savior. Gavin will free us from all the other supernaturals. Earth will belong to us old ones alone. But a planet without a society which can be controlled isn't worth conquering. So we have to change the old ones first. We are much too individualistic as a race. We have to become more fertile and less aggressive towards our own kind. It took Gavin a lot of time and effort to tackle the first problem. But we had a big breakthrough when we started working together with the Fae. I try not to allow any emotion into my voice. The Fae. Yes. Gavin already devised a way to control our new society by influencing key individuals with his mind control spell. But we were at a total loss on how to increase our numbers to uphold the current level of technology. It was already tried with humans in the past, so we abolished that idea. Then Gavin managed to negotiate for help from the Fae. He supplied them with materials from time to time and, in exchange, they shared their knowledge on how to force a female old one to become fertile. When he has everything he needs, he'll surely retreat to our second base in order to build up his forces. He knows that the Fae are following their own agenda, so we have to allow them and the other old ones to weaken each other. There are also plans to use the humans in order to cause a nuclear winter. The Fae and many other supernatural races aren't as resistant to radiation as us. Once the world is clean of the weaklings, we can take it for ourselves. I draw in a sharp breath. So he is collaborating with the Fae. Tell me, what are those materials with which he is paying them? Over the years, we've given them body parts, and also some women from our servant clan. The Fae are quite happy with everything that's related to old ones. In return, we got the drugs that make old ones fertile. How do you think he got Cecilia pregnant twice within 200 years? That's a record for our species, always keeping in mind that we are immortal. We don't suffer losses from diseases or old age. With that birth rate, we can repopulate the world in a few generations. I pat his shoulder. I understand. What a grand plan. The others would never tolerate such ideas. They would destroy everything you have worked for. We have to flee. Where is his second base? We have to join his forces. Tetrick starts grinning. He surely retreated to ground zero to make sure that the backup plan works. Just in case that the humans won't use nuclear force. I bite my lower lip. Tetrick doesn't know that the Fae already went on the offensive. He was inside a chest for the last month. Gavin could have adjusted his plans. But the knowledge of what's going on in his brain will be helpful in any case. Yes. Gavin surely went to ground zero. Where is it? In America. The Yellowstone National Park. The base is exactly 100 miles south of the expected epicenter. Gavin is setting up a ritual to blow up the volcano beneath the park. The eruption will be so massive that it causes another ice age. The best thing is that the catastrophe will look like a natural event. Everyone will struggle to survive, and while the human population shrinks, Gavin can take over all the other clans with his superior numbers. It's even better than the plan with the nuclear war. Once he has control over our species, he can take out all the others. I adjust one of the needles to render Tetrick unconscious. Then I turn to Magnus and the others. I stand corrected. Your chest might indeed be the correct place for someone like Tetrick and Gavin. That doesn't mean that the others down there deserve such a fate. Cecilia is outraged after this gruesome reminder of her enslavement. Her hands are balled to fists and shaking. I'll kill him. I'll kill Gavin. Tina is also angry. We may have to annoy the elders with a third gathering. This is too big for us alone. One false step and this madness blows up in all our faces. Ahem. Magnus points at Tetric's open skull. You might want to close him up. We will need proof to claim something so outrageous in front of the elders. And I am not so sure if the chest isn't a better fate after all. I snort. You call me squeamish, but you can't take an open skull? He feels nothing. But let's stop arguing. We have to stop Gavin at all costs. Tina points at Tetric's loins where the bed sheets formed a small tent. You might want to stop that first. It's gross. I inspect the tent. Ah, yeah. Definitely too much stimulation. And he is smaller than Magnus. 41 Demonstration. There are certain behavioral differences between us and the others. A memory of the old ones. Atlantis. Magnus. I watch Tetrick as he recounts his story in front of the elder. It is the same elder who oversaw my duel, and he is looking at Tetrick with a mixed expression of curiosity and appalled shock. They are standing in the arena, while we are sitting up here in our pulpit. Tina decided to join us together with Cecilia. I feel a little uncomfortable leaving the children just to Fiacre, but it can't be helped. Then I notice the utter silence within the Colosseum. Apparently, Gavin's ideas are equally distasteful to all the other clan heads. I return my attention to Tetrick and notice the big battery pack which Selly screwed to his head. I shudder and lean closer to her. Did you have to leave the needles inside? He looks like a patchwork cyborg. Or a Borg. Have you seen Star Trek? Though I admit that the Borg never smiled. Tetrick seems to be comfortable enough with his new existence. The thought of having several needles inside my brain turns my stomach. Sully nods. Do you think he would be standing there and admitting his family's crimes if I hadn't done that? I shake my head. I still think that the chests are better. More humane. Your method is barbaric. Sully wants to go on, but the elder stops Tetrick's rambling with a gesture. We've heard enough. The elder turns to the assembled ranks. I think that we all agree that Gavin's operation has to be shut down immediately. Nobody wants to be turned into one of his slaves. The elder looks at the other elders who are waiting at their positions at the edge of the arena. I suggest that we go there ASAP and try to stop it before it is too late. They nod with grave expressions and the elder turns back to study the ranks of the clan heads. Then he points at someone in the south of the arena. You. Jasper Husaract. The Yellowstone Park is in your area of jurisdiction. A ritual like the one this worm described takes a lot of preparation. Why haven't you told anyone that the Hammonds are entering and leaving your vale as they please? The answer sounds a little puny and weak. Our vale doesn't extend to the indicated area. It's a neutral spot between us and our neighbors. The elder hisses and spits on the ground. We'll see about that. In any case, there is something going wrong in your territory if someone can set up such a ritual right in front of your nose. The elders will have to take a very scrutinizing look at what's going on in your household. Something that affects our entire race can't be ignored. But for the time being, you can show your cooperation by allowing us to use your doorway. It's the fastest way to Yellowstone. Jasper looks offended, but he nods and gets to his feet. The Husaract clan has nothing to hide. We aren't assisting the Hammonds. I invite everyone who wants to join this venture to freely use our doorway. I smile. That's the only thing Jasper can do to save his hide. It would look too suspicious if he denied us access. I think everyone knows that it isn't Jasper's fault. Few clans care about what's going on outside their vale. The elder simply picked someone who lives close to the area and made it look like he could be involved, just to gain access to his doorway. I like that guy. The elder nods and then all the elders use levitation magic to fly up to Jasper's pulpit. He nods and guides them out of the Colosseum, followed by other clan heads. I lean back in my seat and place both legs on the balustrade. Well, that was easy for a change. I already expected that we would have to argue for them to intervene. But they actually got to their feet completely on their own. Seems like the end of civilization and a madman who seeks world domination are enough of an argument. Cecilia jumps to her feet. I am going with them. Gavin is mine to kill. She rushes out of our pulpit and up the stairs. I take my feet off the balustrade and sit up straight. Wait. Look at how many people are out for Gavin's head. There is no need for us to risk our necks. Tina sighs and gets up. Sorry, Magnus. This is a matter of honor between the Rondu and the Hammonds. You don't have to risk your neck if you don't want to. She gestures for her 5 guards to follow and together they join the little army that was formed on a whim. Sully gets up and follows Tina. Wait. I want to see it when Gavin gets his ass kicked. That's something I wouldn't miss for anything in the universe. Sully, you are PR pregnant. You can't join a fight. I stand up, but she doesn't listen and I desperately try to find arguments. Then I notice Tetrick. He is still standing in the middle of the arena and smiles like a lobotomist idiot. I guess he is a lobotomist idiot. A forgotten, lobotomist idiot. What about your brother? I point at him. Let him stay there until he rots, she calls out without looking back. I look back and forth between her retreating figure and Tetrick. By now, the Colosseum is almost empty. I wonder if everyone is joining the elders, or if a large part of the people is simply going home. Arg. I shake my fists and follow Sully. The stupid wench is carrying our child but goes right into danger. I wonder if there is something wrong with her brain. I hurry to catch up to the others, leaving Tetrick all alone in the arena. We join a long procession to Jasper's doorway. It turns out that Jasper linked his door in Atlantis directly to a place at the border of his territory. It's almost funny to see a seemingly endless stream of people coming out of a small shop in a rural town. In absence of a better plan, I decide to stick to Sully. It seems like the elders took control of this little campaign and with just a few words, they drafted an army of over 1,000 old ones. I've never seen it happen before, so I am quite surprised at how much weight the words of the elders carry. But then I remember Grandfather Hatlix. I would have frowned if he told me to fight for something, but I guess that I would have done it because he is my grandfather. I guess we have more than enough fighting power to squash a little country, but how are we going to move everyone to Gavin's base? I ask. There are so many people that the street is being blocked. The humans are even beginning to ask if this is some sort of demonstration. The whole improvised character of this venture concerns me. But our means of transportation is clear when one of the elders takes over a public bus and throws out the humans. Within seconds the clan heads follow their example. The humans scream and protest when their vehicles are being taken. Some even try to fight and, of course, it does them no good. Sully huffs. Seems like the idea of presenting us from our good side went out of the window. Tina grumbles and walks over to an off-road car. I don't know the manufacturer, but it's one of those big, American dreadnoughts which have trouble fitting onto a road and waste insane amounts of gas. This looks just fine. Must belong to one of the local farmers. She breaks into the car with more skill than I expected her to have, and a few moments later the engine is running. What are you waiting for? Women inside, and the men can get the truck bed. I grumble and hurry to get up next to the male guards. With Sully, Cecilia, Tina and 2 female guards inside the car, the vehicle is already filled to the brim. Then Tina puts the pedal to the metal and I have to use magic in order to hold onto the vehicle just not to fall off. I highly doubt that your driving style is according to human traffic laws. One of the guards next to me chuckles. I doubt that stealing the car was legal in the first place. He points at a typical, fat American who just left a shop. He is running after us, screaming and waving his hands. As do many other humans who are now left without a means of transportation. I sigh inwardly as Tina joins the long convoy of private vehicles. I wonder what the humans will say in the news. 42 speed. Never let go once your opponent is off kilter. A memory of the old ones. Yellowstone National Park. Sully. I point at the rocky terrain of a small hill. I think that's where the secret entrance is supposed to be. Our convoy drove at a steady pace for about an hour. Tina got us a place close to the elders' leading bus so that we can see what's going on. According to Tetruk, there is a fairly large entrance to Gavin's second base in the side of a hill. We even got the exact coordinates. As we close in on our destination, the hill comes into view. The entrance is directly at the side of the road and camouflaged as a stone pit. A dirt road forks off from the main road and leads right up to a ledge. From such a short distance, I can feel the whole place brimming with magic, so the ledge must be a magically concealed entrance. By relying purely on my eyes instead of all of my senses, I wouldn't have suspected that there is something off in the area. Then I notice that the bus which was hijacked by the elders isn't stopping. Hey, aren't they going to stop? What are they doing? I watch in horror as the bus barrels over the dirt road and right into the ledge, where it disappears. Tina laughs. I think they don't want to take the risk of being betrayed. Tetrika's hearing was a very public business and Gavin must have his ways to get information about the rest of the world. They don't want to give him a single second to prepare. She puts the pedal to the metal and the car jumps forward, following the bus which is leading our army. I squeal and hold tightly onto the car's panic handle. This is madness. The tachometer rises quickly to over 80 miles per hour. You have no idea what's behind that concealed entrance. The elders wouldn't have done what they did if it poses a risk. Surely, one of them must have made sure that we don't drive into a wall. Cecilia joins her sister and together they laugh like 2 maniacs. That's what an elder is supposed to do. To boldly lead the younger generations to glory. More like to their doom. I call out and watch as other cars disappear inside the hill. Tina turns the wheel to take the dirt road and our car leaves the asphalt. The motor goes nuts and the car is sent airborne. Then we land hard on the road's grit. Someone on the truck bed screams and introduces me to a few new curses. A few moments later, we pass through the ledge and I brace myself for impact. But nothing happens. Instead, the ledge turns out to be a hallucination. We pass through a zone which seems like a maze of mirrors and then our view is replaced by a totally different scene. I already expected that, but I wasn't too sure on what we might find behind the concealed entrance. We drive into a huge hall. It is at least the size of a football field and the ceiling is 20 meters above us. There are 5 cornerstones which enclose a huge magical circle. Various people are tending to the ritual in small groups or alone. They look as if we've taken them by surprise since I can't identify any organized defense. The bus with the elders rams the first cornerstone of the large magic circle and I realize that the whole hall houses a single, large ritual. Even the walls are engraved with symbols. Several of Gavin's people run around the area like frightened chickens. One of them happens to be right in front of us, but instead of stepping onto the brake Tina accelerates further and hits the man. He is catapulted upwards and breaks my side of the front window before he passes over the car. I thought that we would watch Gavin's demise from afar instead of going to the front lines. There are hundreds of other people who can fight Gavin's puny clan. We are 1,000 people against less than 50. Noticing the opportunity, Tina spins the wheel and causes the whole car to drift sideways. We plow through a group of opponents and are stopped by crashing into one of the other 5 cornerstones, breaking it. I let out a sigh of relief and open the door, ready to fight. The first opponent tries to jump me before I can even get out of the car. He reaches out to grab me. A hand appears from above and its fingers dig into the man's eye sockets, holding directly onto his skull. Then he is whipped out of my field of view. Seeing that there are 3 more people getting back to their feet, I decide to cast directly from inside the car. Instead of getting out, I draw a deep breath and guide the magic up my throat. Then I breathe out and simultaneously gather energy between my hands. Blue flames shoot at our opponents. One of the three is set on fire, while the other two got up in time to erect their barriers. I shoot the fireball at the second enemy and erect my own shields to protect myself against the explosion. Most barriers are configured to absorb energy, so I always set my fireballs to explode before impact. The idea is to deal damage by blunt, physical force. My target, a woman, is sent flying by the explosion. The whole car rocks from the force of my spell. She lands more than 20 meters away, right between our arriving allies. I write her off and turn my attention to the third opponent who is readying a spell of his own. A horribly twisted body is flung at him from above me. The body impacts his barrier, but it does nothing more than to startle him. I recognize the body as the man who was so ungraciously yanked out of my field of view. Then the man's barrier shatters and Tina appears right behind him. Her hand sprouts from his chest, dyed in blood. He stares with wide eyes at the cause of his death. His own, erratically beating heart is held right in front of his eyes. Tina pulls her hand back out and he topples over. Magnus' angry face appears from above the car's roof. He looks at me accusingly. I thought we were supposed to watch. Not take down half of the enemies ourselves. His eyes wander to a spot behind me. Where is Cecilia? I turn around to find out that my mother is gone. Oh, no. She must have run off to catch Gavin by herself. Tina points at an inconspicuous door at the far end of the hall. She went that way. I get out of the car and search for more opponents, but there is nothing to do. Our people completely overwhelmed the enemy. There are still more cars coming through the entrance and the elders are already advancing toward the same door which Tina indicated. Without thinking, I follow Tina who is already pursuing my mother. Not again. Stop running towards the danger. Women. Magnus' enraged voice follows me, but I couldn't care less at the moment. I have the strange urge to be at my mother's side in her time of need. There are so many old ones with us that somebody should be able to take care of the ritual. Those things aren't my speciality anyway. I nonetheless have a strange feeling of dread about the entire situation. It's true that there is a lot of energy in this place. The air practically vibrates with power, but the circle on the floor doesn't seem to be active. Are we already too late? Tina shakes her head. I don't know. We reach the simple door and force our way into a long corridor. There are several rooms to the left and the right. I recognize the setup as the same basic design of the living area in the compound. I lived there most of my life, so it takes me just one glance to know where to go. Follow me. Gavin's private quarters must be in that direction. I overtake Tina and choose the left corridor upon reaching the first split. We encounter one of the elders who is watching over two beaten women and a child, but he seems to have things under control. Since there are others directly on our heels, I continue on. At last, I arrive in Gavin's private area. Like in the previous compound, he claimed several rooms for himself. I recognize the design and his peculiar taste in interior decorations. There are vases of all time periods and cultures everywhere. Screams alert me to a commotion in Gavin's study, so I rush to the door and step inside. Inside, I find utter chaos. The room is a mess and it doesn't take a genius to see that someone fought in here. I sigh in relief when I see that Cecilia is all right. Anya took a liking to our mother, so I doubt that she would have taken it well if something happened to her. Though, Mom most certainly had more dignified days in her life. She is screaming in rage and holding something bloody in her right hand. All I can see is a piece of flesh and cloth. What's making the situation so humiliating for her is that she is being restrained by 4 elders. One for each arm and each leg, and it still seems like they are having trouble holding her. Magnus enters the room. He surveys the scene until he notices Gavin. Holy shit! My attention wanders to Gavin. He is surrounded by 3 elders, but they don't have to do anything to restrain him. Seeing his wound, I also doubt that Gavin will be going anywhere anytime soon. He is lying on his side with both hands between his legs. Both knees are pulled up to his chest and there is a rather large puddle of blood spreading under him. I eye the magical circle on the room's floor with dread. It's clearly some sort of control matrix for the large one back in the hall. It also has no power. Gavin moans, "You are already too late. Whatever you do, you can't stop it. We completed the ritual hours ago." One of the elders kicks him. "We have you, and you will answer for your crimes against our people. Give him to me. That maniac deserves worse than you have in store for him." Cecilia screams and her eyes flash red. She is totally out of control. Tina rushes to her side and tries to calm her down, but that doesn't seem to be easy. "It's okay, sis. I am sure they'll allow you to rip off a few more pieces before they execute him." One of the elders snorts. "Execution is too nice. The best punishment might be to lock him in a room with her." His hands slip and Cecilia uses the chance to throw the bloody piece of flesh at Gavin. He is totally unresponsive when it flops against his forehead. His earlier self-confidence is suddenly gone when he gets a good look at Cecilia's projectile. He moans in pain and rolls over. I have to admit that Cecilia got him good when I recognize the meaty thing on the floor. That's when the ground suddenly starts shaking. Magnus grabs my shoulder. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be underground when Yellowstone blows up. 43 return. One leads. The others follow. A memory of the old ones. Yellowstone National Park. Magnus. The earthquake ebbs off and everyone draws a collective breath. Nobody was sure what to expect. Personally, I prepared myself for the ceiling to come down. Luckily, it seems like the park isn't going to blow up right this moment. Sully shakes her head. But shouldn't this facility be safe? I can't believe that Gavin didn't protect this base against earthquakes and other disasters. His intention was to wait out the end of the world. On top of everything, he intended to blow up Yellowstone right in front of his door. She looks around. Please tell me that someone knows a spell against erupting supervolcanoes. One of the elders snorts and points at the metal inlays on the ground. They form Gavin's control circuit. That's a very complicated spell to form a doorway between two places. Normally, such spells aren't a problem. But this one opens two connected doorways far away from the actual ritual. I guess that they opened one doorway under Yellowstone and another much deeper down inside the earth. The result is clear. The magma from deeper down towards the earth's core is hotter and under more pressure. It's pushed through the doorway and heats up the volcanic activities under Yellowstone. I am amazed at the more or less scientific explanation. The impression I had of the elders is shattered. For some reason I thought that they spend all their time in a cave and only come out to see their children play. Or to punish the naughty ones. Please don't tell me that this guy is over 12,000 and still has interest in the world. Does he spend all his time at the university? The elder shakes his head like a sad teacher who has bad news for his students. If it has been going on for months, then there is no way to reverse the damage overnight. If we repair the circle and open another doorway, we just add to the problem. And even if we create a doorway that allows the magma to flow into the ocean, we might destabilize the volcano and set it off much earlier. Tina stops her attempts at comforting Cecilia. Isn't it our duty to do our best in order to undo the damage? One of our own did this. What if this idiocy really causes another ice age? It would be the end of human society. And we would have to say goodbye to all the comfortable things which humans create. No, I am quite sure that I can store some humans away. If I wait out the ice age and release them afterwards, they'll repopulate the world like mice. I purse my lips and pull Sully towards the door. That's all well and good, but we damaged this place quite a bit with our battle. I don't trust this structure. Especially not if Gavin had the time to meddle with it before Cecilia reached him. Another elder grumbles, the young one is right. We have to set up a completely new circle anyway. Manipulating the existing circle is much too dangerous. We would never be sure that there aren't some booby traps against unauthorized use. Checking the whole circle would take more time than making a new one. If several clans pool their people who have sufficient skill, we can be done within a day. The ground rumbles again and this time I don't wait any longer. I shoulder Sully in a fireman's carry and hurry out of the door. Hey! She struggles, but I ignore it and walk quickly back towards the exit. The others join us. At least they don't think that I am overreacting. Let me down. I can walk by myself, Sully protests. I squeeze that nice ass of hers. Just if you promise me to walk away from danger. She slaps my back and I let her down. The earth shakes twice more before we are back at the car and outside of Gavin's facility. I am quite thankful that this didn't turn into a cliché last-second escape. Cecilia is still fuming, but at least the elders have released her. Gavin and his men are in shackles. They don't pose any danger right now, so we wait for the elders to give new instructions. Sully is still angry about my behavior when Tina returns with news from the elders. A few of us will stay here and dismantle the base. The clans which are living in this area are also doing their best to set up a second ritual in order to release some pressure from the magma chamber. It might not prevent the eruption because the volcano is already destabilized, but it might lessen the effects. Instead of a full-blown ice age, we might only face a few very hard winters. She further explains that Gavin's first and second wife were also rescued. One of the elders verified that they are also under mind control. They were handed over to their relatives. Sully reaches up and pulls at my cheek. Why are you grinning like an idiot? We are facing the possible end of human civilization. I clear my throat. I just thought about how wonderful it would be to have a colder climate. She coughs. Isn't your territory cold enough? Actually, it's not. It has become steadily warmer and has snowed less and less within the last 3 decades. 30 years ago, I never had to worry about a ski run with deep snow. Nowadays, I've to go really high up into the mountains to have perfect snow conditions. You own your personal ski resort on a damn glacier, she complains, but the earth shakes again and I steady her by holding onto her arms. Seems like she isn't very experienced with force magic. At least she isn't using it to compensate for the earthquakes. Cecilia is still moody, but her curiosity gets the better of her. What's skiing? Tina makes a dismissive gesture. Oh, that's a fairly new sport. Do you remember the mad mountain men who went on pilgrimages despite seasons? They walked through the snow on large, wooden boards. Nowadays, people do that for fun. Cecilia nods. Of course I remember. They said that it would bring them closer to their god. I never objected it. Some broke their necks on such a tour, they came indeed closer to their god. I snort and try to get into our stolen car, but Tina beats me to the driver's wheel. Women get the... I know, I interrupt her and take the truck bed. Tina's guards join me soon afterwards. The elders take the bus with their prisoners and Gavin. I notice Cecilia's longing gaze. Seems like she is fixated on taking her revenge. I am sure that Tina will arrange some private minutes with Gavin for her sister. It takes our little army a while to return to where we started from. Once there, we are greeted by the army. The humans might react slowly, but our little parade caused enough attention. Then I remember that the USA are under martial law and just recently lost their president in a tragic accident. So I shouldn't be surprised that the town with our doorway back home is under siege. The military brought everything. Helicopters, jets, tanks, soldiers. I already want to suggest to glamour ourselves and go in on foot, but the elders seem to have other ideas. Their bus brightens with a white barrier and they plow right through a tank which was blocking the road. The vehicle is pushed aside like a toy. Are they serious? What about a good relationship with the humans? I call out and hurry to help the guards raising a barrier around our car. It's not surprising that the human soldiers are pissed off. Bullets impact our shield a few moments later. One of the guards laughs. I think the elders are more concerned about Gavin's dealings with the Fae, than with being delayed by humans. We follow the elders who do a good job in freeing the road of any obstacles. Armored vehicles are simply pushed aside or flipped over as soon as they get into view. The elders don't believe in half measures. I feel my heart skip a beat when a fighter jet comes in low and shoots a rocket at the convoy. Someone deflects the rocket while force magic lashes out at the jet. From a human perspective, the jet was brought down by invisible forces. Afterwards, the military commanders decide that an organized retreat is the best option. The civilians already know us, so they wisely hide in their houses when the convoy stops in front of the small shop. In the end, we return to Atlantis in the same way in which we appeared. Quickly and without a trace. Well, except for a lot of damaged cars and destroyed military equipment. I hope that the pilot got out in time. Not that I care about his life, but killing humans would be hard to explain in a press conference at home. I am quite glad when we approach my house in Atlantis, though my ecstasy about returning home is quickly diminished when we step through the thick underbrush. 11 people are making camp in front of my house. 5 women, 6 men, and 1 boy who looks like he is 14. I scowl at their sight and prepare myself for a fight. Sully stiffens at my side when one of the men approaches us. He surprises me by throwing himself onto his hands and knees. Lord Magnus? We offer our loyalty to the clan Bathomus. I am so baffled that I only stare at him. What's wrong with these guys? Who would just leave their own clan and family to join another clan? Especially a black box like the Bathomus. Where is the camera? I am sure that this is some sort of sham. Sully clears her throat and tugs at my sleeve. They are former Hammonds. No. I answer without hesitation. The man prostrates himself even further. Please. We have no other place to go. Tina steps forward and regards the people in front of us with displeasure. Didn't we distribute you among the other clans? We had a good reason for doing that. One of the women speaks up, please. We tried to do as we were told, but the other clans are shunning us. It's hard to live with the stigma of being a former Hammon. Instead of living our lives under the scorn of others, we retreated to Atlantis and are biding our time in this dreadful place. Then we heard that Gavin was caught, so we hurried to come here. We thought that there might be a chance for a new start if someone like you accepts us. I snort. Then you should have stood up for your clan. A family is always what its members make of it. Looking away doesn't exempt you from responsibility. They look a little hurt, but I couldn't care less. It's Sully who speaks next. Ahem, do you remember about the time when I told you that not all Hammonds are bad people? I remember them. They are cowards, but not evil. So you are saying that I should take in the bottom feeders? I raise both eyebrows and turn to face Sully. Do you want to tell me that you forgive them? That I should take them in? No. I point at Cecilia and Tina. It's bad enough that they are coming and going as they please. Sully raises a finger. But the fact remains that our clan has only 3 adult members. With them, we would be up to 14. That's still a small clan, but at least it can be called a proper clan. Tina joins her. I think she has a point. I glare at the other clan head until she decides to take 2 steps backwards. Then Tina takes a third one to make sure that she is out of my arm's reach. The other woman also goes to her knees. Please. Rotting away in this dead city is the worst. We would do everything to join the Bathomus. Your clan has always taken in the clanless since long ago. I hiss. She is trying to play me with my clan's own traditions. But that can be done in two directions. And I know of a way to make sure that they don't even think about joining me. There is one thing I can ask of them to make sure that they turn around and run the other way. And look where it brought my clan. If you want to join the Bathomus, then you have to take a blood oath to Selly and me. The man who is prostrating himself looks up. That's nothing short of what Gavin did to his women. I smile. Nobody is forcing you to take the oath. I point at the path which leads to the street. There is your way out. But the woman surprises me. She is a brunette with a few freckles on her face. Unlike the man, she uses a fingernail to slice her own palm without hesitation. Then I sense her forcing her own magic to form the oath. I, Leela, swear loyalty to Magnus and Selly Bathomus. I'll give my life to protect the Bathomus. I think that I never looked so baffled in my entire life. But that woman really swore a blood oath to me, someone who has to be at least a few hundred years younger than herself. I could order her to commit suicide and she would have to do it. How stupid can someone be? She doesn't even know me. The others mumble between themselves, but they also slice their palms and take the same oath. Even the man who isn't happy with the situation. I shake my head, still not understanding. Just why the fuck did you do that? I could be a worse monster than Gavin for all you know. The woman points at Selly. Because you took her in and she seems to be happy enough. At least her little sister is praising the Bathomus on Twitter. Anya is doing a lot of advertising for you. It must be better than this. She spreads her hands, indicating all of Atlantis and the black sky. I must admit that I would also be depressed if I had to live here for an extended period of time. Leela points at the man who talked first. That's my uncle, Thomas. Just call him Tom. She turns around and indicates two men and a woman. The Rerecht family, Rudolph, Sandra, and their son Alex. She continues introducing people. As if I would care about their names. What it comes down to, are two couples with a child, though Alex is already an adult. Then one couple and one man and one woman who are solo. According to them, the two singles lost their relatives in the battle which finished the Hammonds as a clan. The lone boy is an orphan, but the Rerechts are taking care of him. Selly clears her throat and pats my back. Don't worry. Fiaker and I will take care of all the complicated stuff. I am too shell-shocked to answer. Why would anyone take a blood oath? And worst of all, a blood oath to me. Does that mean that I am responsible for them? 44 Ride. Those who own many things don't share a lot. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Selly. I step through the doorway and gesture for the others to follow. Magnus doesn't even try to hide his sour expression. Our new clan members are smart enough not to comment on the situation. They silently enter the entrance hall. Some even sigh in relief when they see the sky and the garden through the window. That makes me wonder how it must be to spend a few weeks in Atlantis. There is vegetation and light, but no real sun. The sun's light doesn't reach the bottom of the ocean, so the big air bubble around Atlantis makes it seem like the sky is an eternal black nothingness. I study the 11 people who are looking at me for further instructions. For some reason they avoid eye contact with Magnus. I study him and notice the red glow in his eyes. It doesn't seem like he is in the mood to introduce them to their new surroundings. Seems like I am the one who has to deal with them. It's only fair, since I was the one who spoke in their favor. I quickly return my attention to my new charges. Don't you have any belongings to bring with you? Leela shakes her head and answers with a voice that sounds entirely too cheerful. All our belongings were confiscated when the Hammonds fell. We carry everything we own on our bodies. Magnus rolls his eyes. Bottom feeder and broke. Leela is the only one who doesn't allow her head to droop. She is strangely unconcerned by the loss of her belongings. Maybe the simple fact that she got out of Atlantis is enough for her? A loud crash and screams from outside draw my attention. I walk to the main entrance and open the door to find out where the noise is coming from. The pretty garden area in front of the mansion is a mess and there is Lindworm, doing her best to trample everything in sight. She is running around, hunting Oilel. Fiaker chases them with a desperate expression on her face. Not the roses. Not the roses. Arg. That box tree was 90 years old. It almost looks as if they are playing. Anya and Kath are sitting on Lindworm's massive head and are squealing in delight about being able to ride on the WIRM. They don't look like they are aware of the destruction which their little ride is causing. Magnus walks past me and I notice that his eyes are glowing bright red. He strolls at a leisurely pace right onto Lindworm's playground and into the WIRM's path. Oilel uses the chance to hide behind Magnus and Lindworm comes to a sudden stop when she notices him. Fiaker uses the chance to climb up the WIRM's foreleg. Then she runs across the neck to where Anya and Kath are sitting. She yanks them to their feet. Magnus points at the three of them. Grounded. 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 Fiaker gasps. Why me? You were supposed to have an eye on them. He looks at Lindworm and points down the hill to where a large forest aisle was ripped into the underbrush. Pond. The WIRM snorts and lets her head droop, but complies and slithers back to her pond. Fiaker quickly takes Anya and Kath under her arms and jumps off the huge creature. I approach them and watch as Lindworm disappears between the trees. I didn't know that she allows people to ride on her. Neither did I. Fiaker twists my sister's ear, which causes loud complaints. That's why I was too slow to react when they suddenly got the idea to climb up. WIRM are horrible pets. She tried to eat me. Oilel complains. Magnus closes his eyes and rubs his temples with slow circular movements. My wheat field. Only then, I noticed the small grove with crushed plants. It was well hidden, just a few meters into the forest. I thought that my quest to get rid of the stuff was a complete success. Apparently it was not. Magnus turns around and heads back to the mansion. I am going to play cards. You guys know what that means. Leela and Tom approach me and give Magnus a wide berth on his way back into the mansion. The other new additions to our clan stay close to the mansion and are eyeing the forest with wary expressions. Leela bows to Fiaker. I think we haven't been introduced. Ah, yeah, I turn around. Anya, Kath, Fiaker, and Oilel. These two are Leela and her uncle Tom. Their group will join our clan. I indicate the rest of the newcomers. Fiaker and the kids look nothing more than surprised, but Oilel's expression is a really strange mixture of bliss and terror. I've never before seen something like it in my entire life. Is there a problem, Oilel? I ask. The brownie tries to nod and shake her head at the same time. It's so wonderful that there are finally more people. They will feed my friends to the snake. I can already feel my power increasing. That cursed initiation ritual. Her words make little sense, but I can guess what she is trying to say. I pat the brownie's shoulder. I am sure that we can simply buy some animals to which you don't have an emotional attachment. Fairy. Gardener. I watch as Winter has another one of his raging fits. Why won't these humans go to war? How can spineless creatures like them be so numerous? What else do we have to do? He reaches for a tree's branch and it is immediately covered in ice. I wince and resolve myself to repair the damage once the maniac is gone. There is nothing worse than people who don't have their emotions under control. Maybe I can find a way to make him go away before he ruins my grove. But they are already fighting. Haven't several countries declared martial law? Some are even trying to force every supernatural to register themselves. That's already very close to prosecution. He shakes his head. That's not enough. We need more chaos. A situation which allows us to attack openly. I am so tired of all our lurking in the shadows. We Fae are living like rats in a hole and only come out to snatch a few humans here and an unwary supernatural there. It's beneath our dignity. I nod, even though I don't understand what he is talking about. That's right. We Fae deserve better. Why should they be allowed to live according to their nature, while we are not? We have to hide our traditions and they can do as they please. It's not like we haven't been on this earth for long enough to deserve our place in their midst. Maybe even a place at the top. Winter nods feverishly. Exactly. Exactly. So why aren't the humans acting according to our plans? I sigh inwardly. How can someone like him have such high status? It's their nature. That's how they survive despite their weakness. Even if some do something stupid and die, others survive because they didn't follow their fellows. It's a basic survival strategy. Then I try to reason with him. We already accomplished a lot by turning the general opinion of several of the biggest countries against supernaturals. Our goal is almost accomplished. All we have to do, is to take action. He turns to look at me. The others said that it isn't time. We have to wait. I shrug. What do the others know? They are too unimaginative. Though I am sure that you already saw a possible solution. He furrows his forehead. Solution. I snort to show that I don't believe him. Oh, come on. I noticed that you are already bringing your people into position. A bird sang a little song to me. Winter will be the first to grab the power for himself. The power that drove us into Fairy. Reaching up, I scratch my chin as if a sudden idea formed just now in my mind. But then again, the one who has it should have enough power to change the status quo. Even among the Fae. Maybe if we strike early and grab it before the old ones get their wits together. Winter bites into his lower lip. Yes. Why should we wait? Once they go to war for real, they'll surely protect it even better. Our best chance to get to it is right now. But I'll need more preparations for such an endeavor. There is absolutely no room for failure. He turns around and leaves. I walk to the damaged tree and run my hand over the bark, soothing it with my magic. Idiot. 45 Enchanter. One last spell to end it. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. Sully takes a peek into my workroom. Magnus? Why don't you come out of your room? The others are all waiting at the table. Oilel roasted a really tasty beef fillet. It's the first time that she visited me in here. It's located in the mansion's basement where I can conduct my work in peace. Half of the room is a large storage area with long rows of storage racks. They are filled with countless items. All of them enchanted. It's a given that, as someone who fights with magical tools, I'd need a large reserve of my consumables. Many people choose to fight with only their own power. There is value in being strong without having to rely on proper equipment. But my cards and dices have often won a fight which I should have lost without them. So I'll never give up on enchanted items. I grunt. Just allow me to finish this card. When she realizes that I am working on new enchanted items, she enters the room to take a look around. Whoa, you have quite a lot of equipment for enchanting. Don't tell me that it's your speciality. After I saw you fight, I thought that you specialize in force magic. She studies the shelves with enchanted items. Boxes, cards, cubes. Most of them are items which people come across every day. I shrug and add some glue to the upper side of the magic card. The card is a common shock spell and I found it funny to turn it into reality. I am not bad at force magic. Placing an enchantment on an item needs a lot of control, which is an aspect of force magic. Most people who are good at force magic are also good enchanters. The required talents for both traits are very similar. She picks up a little box. Chewing gum? Seriously? I draw in a sharp breath. Please put that down. Those can blow up the whole mansion. Sully furrows her forehead and very carefully places the chewing gum back on the shelf. Why would you enchant chewing gum with an explosion spell? I clear my throat. Because nobody expects it. The last time I used them, I fed one to a fae and sent her back to fairy. That's devious. She nods, appreciating the idea. I concentrate on my work. Before Sully entered the room, I had detached the cards front and backside from each other. Then I'd used a special technique to add a little magical circle to the inside of the card. All I have to do now, is to attach the two halves to each other and place the correct enchantment on it. Sully halts in mid-step and studies the device on the table next to me. Are you serious? You are using a 3D printer to print magical circuits into your cards. Don't laugh. It's a special technique. If I add enough metal to the filament, it becomes conductive and carries enchantments much easier. The spell doesn't dissolve with time like it would normally. I press the two halves together, satisfied that there is no excess glue on the edges. Then I weigh down the card with a heavy tome which serves no other purpose than to weigh down my cards while the glue dries. I smile at Sully. Enchanting items isn't only about creating the most powerful weapons. The strongest trait of an enchanter is that he can turn anything into a weapon. Unless my opponents know me well, they would never expect that a thrown dice could spell their doom. The same goes for the doormat over there. Sully tilts her head and studies the item. What will happen if I step on it? You will most likely lose your foot. The mat is enchanted with a powerful disintegration spell. I advise not to test it. My eyes wander to Sully's belly. She is showing now. Not much, but anyone with an eye for detail can see her pregnancy by now. Are you sure that you don't want to check on it? If we know the gender, we can choose a name. She snorts. I want it to be a surprise. And as for the name, we can choose that anyway. What do you think of Helmet if it's a boy, and Kaya if it's a girl? Maybe Hatlix if it's a boy, Eleanor if it's a girl. I suggest. I am not really into this hypothetical approach. My only reason for mentioning the names was a small hope to learn the child's gender. I don't understand why Sully wants it to be a surprise. Eleanor is acceptable, but using your grandfather's name is just bad taste. She turns around and heads for the door. Come on. Oilel can't keep the food warm forever. On her way out, her eyes stay stuck to a small pedestal. On top of it lies an orb, pulsing with a faint light. Is that the orb from our banner? What's it doing here? I thought you would protect something so important better. I get up and walk over to the pedestal. Depends on how you see it. The real thing is hidden deep down in the mansion's dungeon. This one is a weak copy which I made. I wanted something like a personal power stone, small enough to carry it around. The real one emits so much magic that it's hard to wield. Certainly not an item for practical purposes. More like a doomsday device. The power output of this one is much easier to wield, but I never managed to hide the stray energy emissions. Inside the reality marble it's no big deal, since the whole area is saturated with magic. In the real world, it's a very different matter. It's as if you're carrying around a damn foghorn, combined with a flashlight. Every supernatural in the territory who can sense magic will know that something is on. Until I've solved that issue, I don't want to use it. Sully's expression turns into a broad grin. It would still be a very useful item if you don't care about announcing your presence. Then she notices the Horus on my table. What did you do? I look at the disassembled artifact. I studied the magical circle inside it. The circuit was cast in gold, so I had to scrape off the surface. I must admit that the enchantment is very tricky. It won't be easy to ward my veil against it. It was a priceless artifact. I raise an eyebrow. The cost of the materials lies somewhere around €200 and it takes about an hour to make a new one. I doubt that it's priceless. Sully gapes at me. You can make a new one? But you said that it will be hard to protect your veil against it. What about the other items with which we paid you? I smile about her obvious shock at discovering a new side of my talents. Seems like she isn't the only one who learned a few things in her long life. I said that it will be hard to secure my veil against it. It's not hard to replicate the enchantment. I didn't take your payment because the items have any real worth to me. It's just interesting to take apart the work of other enchanters. Sometimes, I come across an unconventional solution to a problem and learn something new. Like with the Horus. 46 Surprise. Your opponent's greatest weapon can be turned against him. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Magnus and I enter the dining room and find everyone's eyes fixed to the TV screen. The commentator's voice booms through the room, announcing the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano. He describes the evacuation methods which the humans are using. Some of the shown scenes look like they are directly from one of those end-of-the-world movies. How bad is it? Magnus asks from behind me. Fiaker shakes her head. They don't know, but several scientists are already prophesying that it's bad. We've to expect at least a climate change or a small ice age. The elders haven't announced their own position on the new situation. Tina sighs. I guess we have to anticipate yet another gathering soon. Magnus points at the other clan head. You. Why are you even here again? I thought that you went back to your clan. Can you leave them without leadership for that long? She smiles and doesn't look troubled by Magnus' rude questions. Fiaker helped me to connect your reality marble to mine. It's literally just a 5-minute walk if I want to come here. I intend to make full use of it and spend as much time as possible with my sister and my nieces. I take Magnus' hand and guide him to the head of the table. There, I urge him to sit down. I think Tina has proven that she is an ally. I am sure that by now she could have caused us harm many times if she wanted to. Magnus doesn't look pleased, but he sits down. I offer him some of the excellent food. Oilel is indeed an exceptional cook. We've seen to it that our new clan members got suitable areas around the mansion for their own use. The singles live in Fiaker's former house for the time being. The others are staying in the mansion's upper floors. Once they get the materials, they'll build their own homes inside the reality marble. Fiaker takes a sip from her wine. That's something I wanted to talk about. Do they really have to live in my house? I know that I've moved out, but the place is of sentimental value to me. I nod. The mansion is big, but not big enough to have people who we don't know living so close to us. Yes, they swore a blood oath, but that still doesn't mean that we should trust them blindly with all our secrets. I am just trying to establish a working relationship while we keep our cards close to our chest. I take my own seat at the dining table. After I realized that Magnus doesn't intend to do anything about our new additions, I took control of the situation and tried to sort out how Leela and the others can serve the clan. Magnus, I've made a character sheet for everyone. If you have the time, I would like to speak with you about their skills. Since I've absolutely no idea about your finances and holdings, I can't allocate any meaningful tasks to them. Magnus chews on a piece of Oilel's marvelous beef fillet and swallows. Are you sure that we should give them any task that's related to our finances or our safety? I clear my throat. I didn't mean that we have to go that far. Though I think that Leela and the others need something to do. We can't have them lie on their backs and wait until something happens. It's better for people to have responsibilities. Otherwise they have too much time on their hands to think. And then they get stupid ideas. The corner of his mouth tugs upwards. I understand. We'll take our time to find some tasks which are loosely related to holding the territory. That doesn't give them immediate power, but it should occupy them. Oilel nods. She looks like she is very pleased about the development. That's very good. You guys have no idea how complicated it is to keep track of all of Magnus' worldly affairs. That's when an explosion rocks the mansion. Magnus is up and out of his seat before I can react. Though I have to admit that my speed slowed down drastically since the pregnancy started to affect me. I sigh and forfeit the food to find out what's going on. We follow Magnus to the entrance hall. As soon as Magnus peeks around the hallway's corner, he is greeted by a hail of gunfire and spells. I didn't see what's going on, but it's bad enough for Magnus to pull a fist with dice from his pocket. He tosses them into the entrance hall, which is followed by a set of explosions. What's happening? Anya calls out from next to me. She is holding Kath, who looks more than frightened. Faye. Magnus answers with grim determination. He pulls a card from his pocket and crushes it in his hand. There is a flash of light and suddenly he is holding a Gatling gun. He steps around the corner and I cover my ears. This time he answers the gunfire with a storm of bullets. I hear screams, but they quickly fade away while the opponent's bullets are repelled by his shield. I pull Anya and Kath away from the battle. Fiaker. Get them down to Lindworm's Pond. Tina and Cecilia had already thrown themselves at whatever is waiting in the entrance hall, so I follow them without a second thought. The entrance hall is a battlefield and there is a large hole in the ground. Several Fae are trying to enter the reality marble through the doorway. They are doing their best to shield themselves against Magnus' suppressing firepower. For every Fae who manages to get into the entrance hall, there are 2 whose shields fail. Once that happens, the bullets literally tear them apart. Several Fae jump down into the hole, but 3 try to evade our counterattack by going up the stairway. They throw spells at us and I have to duck out of a fireball's path. Magnus, take down the doorway. Stop them from getting more people through. A Fae jumps at me, but I pour magic into my muscles and drive my open palm into his chin. There is a satisfying crack and he goes down. He tries to get back to his feet, but I already placed my hands in a praying position to cast a spell. 5 flaming strings of fire appear between my fingers when I pull them apart. I loop the strings around his neck and place a foot on his chest. Then I pull with all my might to tighten the loop. The fire strings sear through his flesh and his head departs from his body. Then I use the strings as a whip to lash out at another opponent who came too close. My fire whip lights up his shields, but it doesn't harm him. Cecilia takes him down with a lance of violet light which leaves red spots in my vision. The Fae's shield doesn't even react to the ray of light as it cuts a hole into his chest and the wall behind him. Apparently, his shield recognized only physical attacks. Magnus grunts and steps in front of me, but he swings his gun slightly to the left, aiming at the doorway's door frame. Splinters fly as the wood is torn apart and reveals the shining metal of hidden runes. In the apartment behind the doorway are dozens of Fae, but when the next one tries to get through, his body simply comes apart. It's as if some pieces of his body tried to go forward while others went sideways. A crack appears in the air and my view of the apartment shatters like a mirror. What's left behind is a wall with a door frame. Magnus loosens his finger around the Gatling gun's trigger and silence descends upon the hall. The whole attack didn't take more than 20 seconds, though it felt like an eternity to me. I point up the stairway. 3 escaped upwards. We have to warn. My good intentions prove unnecessary as one of the 3 Fae breaks through the wooden balustrade on the first floor. Leela follows him with an Amazonian warcry on her lips. She is holding a spear of blue energy in her hands and drives it through the Fae's chest even as they fall. She lands on her feet, pinning the Fae to the ground. There is a sizzling sound and his body twitches in erratic spasms. Finally, he lies still. Are you all right? What about the others? I ask. Tom appears at the upper end of the stairway, holding a Fae at the neck. The Fae is bent sideways in an unhealthy angle and his head is caved in. Don't insult us by taking us too lightly. 3 Fae against 10 old ones isn't even a mentionable battle. Leela pulls her energy spear out of her dead opponent. How did they even get in? Are there more? Magnus closes his eyes as if he is listening to something. There are 21 of them in the basement. They just broke down the door to the dungeon. I can sense no others within my domain. I pull a grimace. I don't understand. They didn't even try to take prisoners. Though that could have been the job of those who are still waiting in the apartment. They aren't waiting. If anything at all, then they are busy collecting their pieces. I rigged the apartment to self-destruct if the doorway gets compromised. There is also the issue of how they managed to activate the doorway. I thought it was completely safe. Magnus grumbles and carefully approaches the hole in the floor. He aims his Gatling gun downwards, wielding the weapon easily like no human could. Normally, the humans attach those things to their vehicles, but Magnus seems to think that it's meant to be carried around. Tina also approaches the hole. It's dangerous to underestimate someone who is after your hide. Magnus looks up to Tom. Get your non-combatants and the child. Order them to follow Fiaker into the woods. Northeast of here is a pond. Meet her there while we wipe out the vermin. Sully, you go with them. Like hell I will. I answer quickly. Don't you remember our promise? He rolls his eyes and jumps down into the hole. We follow and are joined by Leela, Tom, and 3 others. Together with Tina and Cecilia, that makes 9 people. Our group quickly advances down a narrow corridor which has a lot of similarities to the badly maintained passageways in Magnus' labyrinth. Layla's voice reaches us from the rear of the group. Why did they go down here? With 21 people, they would have had a better chance at taking us by surprise. Instead they wasted their initial advantage to get a head start at raiding the mansion's cellar. Magnus shakes his head. I can't think of any logical reason. Suddenly Oilel appears in front of us. They are trying to get to the orb. She disappeared during the fight, but it seems like she spent the time doing reconnaissance. Magnus' expression turns confused. Why would they want that old thing? I quicken my steps. During my free time I did some research about the Bathomus. It shamed me when I knew nothing about my new clan, so I corrected that little problem. Why? Because it was used to cause the last ice age during the war with the Fae. They want to use it as a weapon against us. 47 Thieves. The smart thief doesn't grab the first thing that catches his eye. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. I increase my speed to catch up with Sully. That idea is hilarious. I start laughing, but nobody else joins in. After a few moments I stop and check their faces. Oh, come on. Don't you find that hilarious? All of them show grim determination. Tina shakes her head. I don't think that it would be hilarious if the Fae get their hands on the orb. It's a power source with incredible potential. Our people used it to put Northern Europe under a layer of ice which was over a kilometer thick. Who knows what else it can be used for? I snort. Oh, come on. It has been collecting dust in my basement for several thousand years. The thing is outdated. The Fae pull off this whole foray, just to steal the orb? They go for Greek fire instead of modern napalm? It's like breaking into a high-security facility, just to steal the power generator when they could take the nuke instead. They stare at me for several long moments. Then Cecilia steps closer. Do you want to tell me, that you have stuff down there which is more dangerous than the orb? Why do you even have such things? I shake my head. Of course not. The dangerous stuff is inside the high-security safe in my workroom. And as for the why, I had to defend my territory on my own. What would I've done if another clan invaded my territory? I needed some weapons of sufficient power to repel such attacks. Tina curses and turns to Sully. Do you believe him? He is teasing us. Sully purses her lips. I am afraid that he isn't joking. According to him, the enchanted chewing gum in his workroom could blow up the mansion. I wonder what else he has lying around. I roll my eyes and continue down the corridor. Come on. It would be inconvenient if those fuckers really steal the orb. It's still powering my veil and the reality marble. We reach the entrance to the dungeon, where I step over a puddle on the floor. Those guys are really determined. They broke down the door to the dungeon. Sully huffs. I thought that this part of the reality marble is protected. I point at the puddle on the floor. Nobody said that they didn't have to pay a price. Tom raises his foot and curls down the corners of his mouth, showing his displeasure. He stepped into the puddle. Upon closer inspection, the substance on his boot turns out to be red. What the fuck happened to him? I shrug and continue walking. The door had several magical traps which could be responsible for such a result. Going by the puddle, I suppose that he either triggered the gravity magic, or the disintegration spell. I guide them through the labyrinth as quickly as possible. We are slowed down by the fact that the Fae triggered almost all of my traps. Each time, they paid the toll in lives to learn their lesson. Most of my traps are limited to a one-time activation, but some I've to deactivate. Otherwise I would risk my comrades triggering them by accident. Telling them that they have to step dance down a corridor in a certain rhythm doesn't mean that they can perform the feat correctly on their first try. I guess that takes us down to 11 thieves. I step over the corpse of yet another Fae who was cleanly sliced in two. It reminds me of that human song. 10 Little Indians. That's it. Nobody can say that the humans don't know dark humor. I think they would call that song racism nowadays, Leela adds. Oh, please. Back then, nobody even knew what racism was. They can be so irrational. Did you know that they even changed this country's national song because it wasn't gender sensitive? Now it doesn't even rhyme. A great cultural achievement. Simply change the texts of history if you don't like them. I rant and peek around the corner of another tunnel. There is no guarantee that the Fae didn't leave some presents behind. I would do exactly that if I were in their place. Tom grunts. Their short lifespans allow them to lie to future generations. All they have to do, is to change their recorded history. I wonder if we should allow them access to our historical texts. They already know of us, so how bad can it be? Tina almost trips. Are you insane? They would freak out. I am not an expert on human psychology, but self-denial seems to be an important part of their psyche. There is no way to tell what would happen if we told them the truth. Approving murmurs from the others quickly stop Tom from spinning his idea even further. It doesn't matter, since we've reached our goal. We are in the deepest part of the dungeon. The long corridor with chests stretches out in front of us. Something feels strange about it. I don't know the exact reason for my hunch, but it's surely good to stay on high alert. Why did it take so long to get here? The last time you brought us here we were a lot faster and you didn't have to disarm traps, Sully asks from behind me. I slowly advance down the tunnel. We used the doorway to enter the dungeon directly. It also automatically disarmed any traps in our path. This time, we entered through the normal entrance. A long, keening howl startles me and I stop my advance to aim the Gatling gun down the tunnel. When there is no more noise, I continue onwards until I reach a certain chest. It's open. The 11th chest on the left side. They released the rattler. Fools. Another howl causes me to twitch and I aim at the end of the tunnel. Layla's eyes widen. What's a rattler? Is it dangerous? How should I know? All I know is that this special chest always freaked me out. I felt that someone powerful is in there, so I never dared to look inside it. Most of the things down here are locked away for a reason. My people aren't of the squeamish sort, so if they lock something away then I won't question their decision. Another terrified scream sounds down the corridor. I curse and start running. On my way, I jump over the corpse of yet another Fae. I notice his wounds and quickly come to the conclusion that he was simply ripped apart. Very much like a child would rip out the legs of an insect. I reach the large chamber which holds the orb. It's still embedded in the wall at the far end of the chamber and a large Fae is trying to pry it loose. It isn't an easy task, since the orb is connected to the mansion's energy grid. Energy and light pulses from the 4 power lines which are attached to the orb. 4 Fae are trying to hold something at bay. They drove it into a dark corridor to the left side of the room. Another 5 aim their weapons at me. I abandon the Gatling gun, fearing that I could hit the orb. I howl and charge into the room, summoning all the power at my disposal. The male Fae at the orb doubles his efforts. He has white hair and his skin is almost white. His guards form a wall to block me. I flick my wrist to shake another card out of my sleeve. Concentrating my power, I channel everything I have into the card and slap it onto my chest. The world around me immediately slows down, but I know that it's just a subjective effect. The spell simply gave me a boost of speed. I weave left and right, dodging spells while I simply take the non-lethal bullets. The space between me and my enemies was so full of spells that I saw no other way to get through. A bullet tears painfully through my thigh, but I go on. I can take a little lead. The Fae have the entrance to the chamber well covered, so the others would have to pay a heavy price to get inside. The Fae with the submachine gun is still firing when I reach him and grab his hand. Pulling, I redirect his aim onto the other 4. The bullets punch right through the first victim and shred the 3 behind him. A voice in my head howls quadra kill, as the Fae go down. I kick my opponent's knee and bring him down while I twist the weapon out his hands. Flipping the weapon around, I empty the rest of the magazine into the Fae's head. The voice inside my head calls out pentakill. I really have to stop playing those games. Turning, I attempt to go for the boss, but he managed to free the orb. Laughing triumphantly, he tosses a small seed to the ground and casts a spell in my direction. A ball of pure energy is the result. If I hadn't been on steroids, I wouldn't have reacted in time. I reach into my pockets and toss all my inhibition dice into the spell's way. Without a better idea at hand, I place my hands in front of my face and my chest. It's like I was hit by a ball of pure lightning. The power of the blast throws me backwards into a wall and I land hard. Shut down. Shut up. Stupid voice. The others slowly storm the room and go for the orb. They easily overwhelm the Fae who guard the other corridor and have their backs to us. I realize that my people aren't slow at all. My spell is still active. Something in my chest cracks and I slide to the ground as the time returns to its normal speed. Ow, why always the ribs? I complain and try to get up, but before I can do anything, the male Fae with the orb steps over the small seedling which grew from the seed. He dissolves inside a green rift of light which opened for him. The seedling itself immediately dries up and dies afterwards. Then Sully is at my side. What happened? You look like a giant stepped onto you. They took the orb. Tina calls out. I cough up blood and get back to my feet. Careful. Corridor. I point at the dark corridor which the Fae covered until my people came over them. Something. In there. Tom bends down and picks up my Gatling gun. Then he aims it at the indicated corridor. Is there another way out of that corridor? I shake my head. Dead end. Just a machine room. That's when energy pipes at the wall stop pulsing and go dark. Without the source of light, the whole room is suddenly pitch black. Sully's voice is right at my ear. Don't tell me that the reality marble will collapse. I don't have to answer, since the backup kicks in. Energy returns to the pipes and the room is lit up with a soft, blue light. A large orb starts glowing above us, turning everyone's attention to the ceiling. It's 2 meters in diameter and its runes look very similar to the ones on the original. No need. I installed a backup long ago, I explain. Sully helps me to my feet, but there is no time for any further discussions. A figure steps out of the dark corridor and I draw in a sharp breath. The man is pale and as thin as a twig. His beard and his hair are long enough to touch the ground and disappear in the darkness behind him. He is holding a leg and munching on it like it's the tastiest thing he's had in centuries. His mad expression isn't reassuring. Tom aims the gun at the horrifying figure, but Cecilia pushes the barrel down so that it aims at the ground. Magnus? You are so pale. Who is that? Sully asks. I recognize the tattoos on his chest. Hatlix. It's Grandpa. Though he looks more like a ghoul. Then I realize that he must have been the one inside the chest. Without a second thought I pick up Sully in a bridle carry and start running. Run. We run away, followed by the rest of our group, and the screams of a madman close behind us. 48 Trust. Trust is a complicated thing. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. I can't believe that I am allowing you to do to this. It's Grandpa Hatlix. Magnus walks from the left side of my operating room to the right and turns around to repeat the exercise. He is so nervous that he can't stand still. It's as if I was about to give birth. I wave the bone saw at Hatlix's head. If you don't want to, we can wait for nature to fix him the natural way. I've no problem with that. It's just that I can help him to recover much faster, and maybe I can even solve his language issues. You mentioned that he has a problem with learning new languages. After we escaped to the dungeon's entrance, we sealed Hatlix inside the labyrinth. Afterwards we devised a plan to catch him. It was clear that Hatlix went completely insane during his time inside the chest. It wasn't easy, especially since we didn't want any casualties, but collapsing a tunnel ceiling did the trick. It crushed his legs, but that's nothing to an old one. When we finally had him inside a net, he just screamed and tried to bite us. My eyes wander from Fiaker to Cecilia and then to Tina. None of them seems comfortable with my suggestion to speed up Hatlix's recovery. Have you checked for any other Bathomas who might be locked inside a chest? Magnus pales. Fiaker nods frantically. Of course. They haven't locked anyone else inside a chest. At least nobody who doesn't deserve it. I don't want to know what she means by that. Magnus gestures at his grandfather. Why was he even inside that chest? I can't believe that the traitors put him in there. They always talked as if you and I were the last survivors. He glares at Fiaker and I can see the old animosity returning. Fiaker raises both her hands to deflect the unspoken accusation. Do you really think that I knew? He is my father. Had I known, I would have gotten him out long ago. I use the bone saw to gesture at Hatlix's head. The answer is in there. We just have to help him in his recovery. The choice is yours. I gesture at the screen with the X-ray of Hatlix's brain. And I don't think that the arrowhead in his frontal lobe is healthy. Surely it's responsible for his inability to speak properly. Tina winces. That's something I don't understand. Don't our bodies push out any foreign object when we heal? I've seen it many times. Why is that arrowhead still in there? It looks like it was made in the Stone Age. That's what normally happens, but this arrowhead is lodged inside the bone of his skull. I've seen such cases before. Our bodies push out foreign objects by encapsulating them in a layer of tissue and fluids. Then they are forced out of the wound channel as the wound heals from the inside outwards. When the object in question is lodged in place, for example in a piece of bone, then it can happen that the wound closes around it. I finish the explanation. Tina nods appreciatively. It's rare that one of our kind cares for medical problems. Fiaker sighs. Just do it. Right now he is just a danger to everyone around him. It would be great to have Dad back. And even better if he can talk normally. Finally. I switch on the bone saw and start cutting. Hatlix is already drugged and in a state halfway between awake and his dreams. We had to do that since he acted like a rabid dog when he was conscious. Magnus leaves the room when I start fixing Hatlix. Before I start the real operation, I have to map his brain. I show him various pictures and judge his brain's reactions. When something doesn't work as it should, I try to correct it. It takes a long time to map his brain's functions, but the result is acceptable. I wonder if the others appreciate my special skills. First of all, I remove the arrowhead. Then I try to identify the sections which are responsible for his memories. The work is tedious and time-consuming, but in the end I feel fairly certain that Hatlix won't be able to remember most of his time inside the chest. 2 hours later, I close him up and loosen the screws which are holding his head. The others left the room when it became clear that they can't help me by watching me work. I leave his restraints on and roll his bed into a neighboring room. Anya and Kath intercept me on the way there. My little sister studies Hatlix with interest. Now that his beard is off, he looks like a slightly older version of Magnus. If I were a human, I would probably think that he is his brother. Will he be fine? Anya asks. I smile. Maybe. But you shouldn't take off his restraints. I don't know if he'll be violent when he wakes up. Kath stretches to poke his cheek with a finger. Then we'll wait here and explain everything once he wakes up. Do you think that he knows many stories? I furrow my forehead. I guess so. Why is that important? Because Anya said that he is a very old grandpa, and grandpas always know a lot of stories. Kath explains and nods, as if everything of importance was said. I realize that she is searching for yet another person who reads her a bedtime story. Something she learned from her human parents. She already conscripted Fiaker, Tina, and me for the task, and it looks like Leela is turning into her fourth victim. Hatlix would be her first male conquest. Just make sure to inform us when he wakes up. I turn and leave the room. 2 minutes later, I join the others in the living room. It'll take a while for the anesthetic to wear off, but I hope that Hatlix will be better when he wakes up. I should remind you that he won't be able to speak right away. He might understand us, but he'll have to relearn the correct pronunciation. Tina nods and looks at all of us with a grave expression on her face. We might as well use the time to talk about our next steps. The elders won't be happy when we tell them that the Fae have the orb. And there is also the issue that the orb wasn't taken by just any Fae. I would recognize the white hair anywhere. It was Winter himself. Magnus furrows his forehead. The king of the Winter Court himself? I suppose that explains why he was able to escape me. What a nuisance. I'll have to take my property back before the elders can complain about its loss. Though it's a Bathomus relic. There should be no reason to hold us accountable for anything the Fae decide to do with the artifact. Fiaker covers her face with both hands. We are so screwed. Earth faces an ice age, the Fae try to use the humans to wage war against the supernaturals, and now they even have the orb. And we have no way to invade Fairy. Magnus raises a finger. That's not entirely correct. I look at him as if he is nuts. You have a way to get to Fairy? Are you nuts? The elders instructed everyone to search for ways to attack Fairy. If it comes out that we not only lost the orb, but also withheld information, then we are fucked. I use both hands to make an obscene gesture. And I mean not just fucked, I mean royally fucked. Like Hammond fucked. Magnus shakes his head. I don't think so. They said that they want a way to launch a large-scale attack on Fairy. I can't do that. But what I can do, is to get a limited number of people in and out of Fairy. Do you remember the Horus? Fairy's protection relies on a similar mechanism as our veil. The Fae found a way to copy our veils and they are using it to protect their trees. All we have to do, is use Sully's amulet. I can make some copies. The only thing we need is a Fairy tree which is connected to Fairy. I groan. And then what? We storm Fairy with a handful of people. I had a commando operation in mind. 1 or 2 people go in and try to get the orb back. Of course, everything under stealth. We can even gather information and bring it back to the elders. It would be the first time for an old one to see what's going on in Fairy. I mean, we have our theories, but nothing concrete. Kath enters the room. Hatlix woke up. I reach for my forehead and touch it with my fingertips. I think I might get my first migraine. Fiaker jumps to her feet. Already? That was fast. You are a genius, Sully. Not even Tetrick recovered that fast. Cecilia touches her chin with 2 fingers. Come to think of it. Where is Tetrick? Magnus opens his mouth, then he closes it again, thinking hard. It's possible that we forgot him in Atlantis. That was more than a week ago, I mumble. Yab. The migraine is coming. 49 Doodle. All children are the same. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. I enter the room in which Sully left Hatlix to give him time to wake up. What I find is an equal amount stunning and outrageous. Hatlix is on the operating table, still restrained, and Anya is trying to clean him. Someone used a permanent marker to scribble a red heart on his cheek and a flower on his forehead. Anya's attempts at undoing the deed aren't exceptionally successful. Fiaker's gasp alerts her to our presence. She turns around and freezes upon seeing us. Then she glares at Kath. Kath. I told you to wait. Her attention returns to us. I am so sorry. I just went to refresh myself and when I returned, Kath was doodling all over his face. Then I tried to clean him up and he opened his eyes. I turned to catch Kath and bring down some righteous punishment on her, but the little minx is gone. She is nowhere to be seen in the otherwise empty room. When I take a look outside, I can't find her in the corridor either, so I return to the room. Damn. She is learning fast. Maybe she'll become a real old one after all. Hatlix tries to get free from his restraints. MMMW. HMMMW. HYYYYY. Anya points at his mouth. Why does he need the leather gag? Because he was trying to bite us and because it stops him from biting his own tongue. Sully walks over to Hatlix and opens the knot which is holding the gag in place. She is very careful not to be bitten, should he try it. Hatlix spits out the gag. HYYY. Oh, great. Now the guessing starts. I am sorry, Grandpa. I don't understand. Fiaker steps to his bed and places her hand reassuringly on his forehead. Don't worry, Dad. You were in a bad place for a long time. That's all over now. We found you and there is no reason to go back. How did you even get into that cursed chest? He shakes his head. Hey Rugmi. UTIOTOYNIDNSI da ESTO8IL bet. Apidli LUT in oct. News ER listed as me. I raise an eyebrow. Can anyone translate? Fiaker nods. They drugged him like everyone else at the party, but he could still move and escaped into the dungeon. There, he hid himself inside the chest to wait until the drug wears off. When the lid fell shut, it locked automatically. He recognized Magnus' aura, but Magnus never realized that it was him in the chest. I pull a grimace, cursing my own incompetence. If I hadn't been so dense, my grandfather wouldn't have sat for over 100 years in a stupid chest. There's. Hatlix asks with hope in his voice. Fiaker pulls a grimace and gives Hatlix the short version of our family's downfall. Grandpa listens to everything with a sad expression on his face. In the end, Fiaker tries to cheer him up with a few silver linings on the horizon. But we are recovering. I think you already met Anya and Kath. She points at Sully. This is Sully. She bonded with Magnus and we expect yet another child. And there are others who joined the clan. I'll introduce you to them later. Hatlix nods and looks at his restraints. Bin. We free him and Sully provides a bottle with acetone to clean Hatlix's face. Oilel shows up with food and water. Hatlix eats with tears in his eyes. Sully said that she deleted most of his memories of being inside the chest, but it looks like he still remembers the hunger. Oilel pats Hatlix's shoulder. You surely want to clean yourself after such an ordeal. I gave you a basic makeover after they caught you in the dungeons, but there is nothing better than doing it yourself. She leaves in a blur of motion. He nods. Heyu. Then he hugs Fiaker and Sully. Having expressed his thanks to them, he hugs me, which feels a little awkward. After all, I did my best to keep the chest with him inside closed. Thanks, Grandpa. I am sorry that I didn't recognize you. We part and suddenly Hatlix recognizes Cecilia. Cecil. You live. He rushes over and crushes her to his chest, whirling her around. She endures the intimate greeting with stoic ease. I am also glad that you didn't bite the dust, old bone. To be honest, I was a little disappointed when I heard about your demise. Seems like I should never write you off. It's like in that TV show. Never assume that the character is dead, unless you've seen the corpse. I sigh in relief when I realize that Hatlix doesn't seem to be permanently damaged by his imprisonment. It could be far worse without Sully. I turn to her and smile. Then I hug her. Thank you for restoring him. He is almost like his former self. And if it's true that he can even learn proper speech if he is given enough time, then I've to thank you even more. She hugs me back. Thanks, but that was the least I could do. Cecilia links arms with Hatlix. I know what we'll do. We go out and have some fun. The world has changed a lot in the recent years. You have to see it. Anya's eyes bulge and she hurries to their side and tries to stop Cecilia. You can't. Do you remember the disaster when the two of us went out for the first time? We need to prepare him. Cecilia makes a dismissive gesture. Don't worry. I'll be there to help. Then she guides Grandpa out of the room. I purse my lips and point at their backs. Aren't they a little too familiar with each other? I also want to have some time in order to catch up with Hatlix. He is the one who taught me enchanting. I admit that he was a horrible teacher. I had to copy his every move and figure out the details by myself, but that's what made me really good in the end. Tina shrugs. A few years ago, they were an item. Must have been 1000 BC. Their relationship lasted a few hundred years until they parted ways. Fiaker also looks shocked. It didn't look like they parted ways with bad blood between them. What about mother and dad? Did she get between them? Tina rolls her eyes. Back then we didn't have the whole, she gestures with her fingers, one partner thing going on. We simply fucked whoever was attractive, and when a woman got pregnant, the father had to provide. When Hatlix hit the jackpot with your mother, Cecilia decided not to butt in and stopped seeing him. I turn my attention to Tina. Really? Why did we stop? Free partnerships seem a lot more convenient. Watch it. Sully elbows me in the guts. She doesn't hold back and I swear that she aimed for the broken rib on purpose. I bend over and gasp. I didn't mean it like that. You'll always be the only one for me. Sully huffs. I won't share. Don't tell me that you would allow me to see another man. No. I wring my hands around an imaginary neck. I would squeeze his throat until his eyes pop out. Tina sighs. Marriage is something the elders decided to copy from the humans. The whole freedom thing was a lot of fun while it lasted, but some old ones are very possessive about their partners. 9 of 10 life or death duels were fought to get rid of romance competition. Male and female alike. I admit that we have had a lot less deaths since the elders used all their influence to change the system. Oh, I assume the evolutionary stress on our species was a lot higher back in those days. I see. Let's return to the important things. Do you really intend to steal back the orb? I admit that I would rather alert the elders. Our latest chance to do so, would be during our next gathering. The elders already scheduled one in 4 days because of Yellowstone. It will be already hard to explain why we waited for 4 days. If the gathering passes and we still haven't informed them, then we are in deep shit, Tina voices her opinion. I grind my teeth and focus on the ceiling. Being reminded of that stupid orb is something I don't like at all. There is so much going on that the orb seems insignificant to me. Haven't they seen my improved version in the basement? I guess that I'll simply have to go and get it back. It's not like I have a choice if I want to keep my territory. Sully nods. Good. When will we go? I turn to her and look at her belly. I don't think that I want you anywhere near the Fae. Sully crosses her arms in front of her chest. I'll not allow you to throw your life away. Either we go down together, or you don't go at all. Two have a better chance than one person alone. Actually, I don't think that's true when the whole mission is about going in under stealth and escaping undetected. If we are caught inside Fairy, it doesn't matter if there is 1 or 100 of us. Unfortunately, it seems like Sully isn't exactly reasonable in this matter. It's one of those arguments between man and woman where the guy is right, yet he isn't. I look at Tina and seek eye contact with her. After a few seconds, I take a meaningful glance at the operating table, focusing my attention on the restraints. Tina gets what I intend to do and nods. I know that there will be hell to pay when I come back. Taking up permanent residence in Fairy might be a good idea. 50 off. Some things exist even though we can't see them. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. I howl in frustration and rattle at the magical restraints which bind me. Tina and Magnus are so dead. And by dead, I mean dead. But first I have to get free. After they restrained me, Magnus rushed off to invade Fairy while Tina stayed and tried to calm me down. Traitorous bitch. She even rolled the operating table onto the veranda to allow me a nice view of the reality marble. Say, ah. Oilel tries to feed me another spoon of her handmade ice cream, but I don't oblige. Instead, I strain my muscles and try to burst open the restraints. Oilel's expression turns worried. Please stop doing that. It could hurt the baby. Free me and I'll stop. I try to turn my head to Tina, but the restraints hamper my movements. My aunt is sitting in a chair next to me. She is reading a book and seems unperturbed by my situation. You'll pay for this. She shrugs. If it keeps you and the baby out of Fairy, then I'll happily endure your wrath. You can stop struggling, by the way. You can't follow him at this point. He surely left the veil by now and he locked you inside. I fume. He promised that he would never throw his life away just like this. That he would always take me with him if he had to go into a dangerous situation. Master would never allow you to risk your life in your state, Oilel points out. I turn my frustration against the brownie. You aren't any better. You are doing nothing to help me. Oilel clicks with her tongue. I am not only a bad fighter, I am also a pacifist. There is no way that I can free you while Tina is standing guard. Aren't you supposed to serve the Bathomus? You are somehow leeching on our power and you can't even undo a few restraints? No wonder that Hatlix had to rot inside a chest. I spit the words out. Oilel's expression turns sour. It's not like the Blood Pact is a direct link to each and every member of the clan. Yes, I sensed your child, but that's because I was touching you. The power which I receive through the ancient pact doesn't come with a head count. Each person provides a different amount of power. Additionally, that amount rises and falls with your ability to share your power. I only get what would be excess to you. There are times when I feel nothing from a particular clan member. She allows her head to droop. Hatlix was sealed in a magical chest and needed all his power for himself in order to survive. I felt nothing from him. I didn't even know that he was alive until we found him inside the dungeon. The brownie looks heartbroken. Tina? Why is my daughter bound to that table? Cecilia's voice gives me new hope. Mom? Help me. Tina and Magnus did this to me. Tina doesn't even look up from her book. We did it so that Sully can't follow him to Fairy. Sully is the type who would risk her child in order to protect her partner. Even though she isn't of much help in her condition. I am a big help. I can take on a Fae anytime. I complain loudly. Tina lowers the book. It doesn't matter how many Fae you can take. His whole plan stands and falls with the ability to stay undetected. Once they become aware of you, you are against the entire damned race. You may be a match for a few Fae, but in your current condition you are definitely slower and clumsier than you would be in your prime. It makes detection much more likely. Therefore you are a risk which Magnus can't take. His whole reason for doing this is to preserve the clan's reputation and therefore your home. Newsoid of AE. Hatlix asks. Cecilia's voice turns soft. Don't worry. Magnus has held this territory alone for over a century. I am sure that he can survive a few Fae. Especially since he doesn't intend to fight them. Then Mom steps into my field of vision and pets my head. I am sorry, but I've to take Tina's side. You are much safer where you are right now. Hungry. Magnus. I watch the little meadow from afar. In the last hour I observed several Fae coming and leaving through the fairy tree. So far, I haven't noticed a pattern. I reach up and touch the newly made amulet around my neck. My idea is so bold that it might work, or it fails horribly and I die a very embarrassing death. There are 4 permanent guards. It doesn't seem like a lot, but since every fairy tree has its own little veil, it should be enough. If the tree gets attacked, the veil should buy enough time for the guards to retreat back to fairy and shut down the doorway. It would leave the attackers with nothing more than an oak tree. They can only destroy the tree in order to ensure that the Fae don't reopen the connection. That's it. It wasn't very hard to find this place, which tells me a lot. I knew that a tree must be close to my territory, so I checked all the neutral zones for magical disturbances. Admittedly, this meadow is in a neutral zone between my territory and a neighboring clan, so the Fae aren't completely obvious about their operation. Though they aren't as careful in staying undetected as they were 100 years ago. They are definitely past the point where hiding themselves is an important point in their plans. I wave a hand in front of my face to make sure that my stealth enchantment works. I attached it to my armor. The idea to bend the light around me came from the female assassin who I fought some time ago. She knew a spell which made her almost completely undetectable. Since she wasn't an enchantress, she had no artifact for me to study. But like with physics, the knowledge that something is possible is often enough to reverse engineer the principles behind it. The nuclear explosion is a perfect example. As soon as the Americans revealed it to the world, the other nations knew that it is possible. Their scientists used their heads and a short time later every mentionable nation on the planet had nukes. When the assassin used her invisibility against me, I simply needed to have that skill. But the only thing I knew about it, was that I couldn't see her. In the end I studied which approaches the humans would take to become invisible. Their most promising approach was to bend light with a mirror, and to guide the light rays around an object. When I thought about ways to use magic for such a feat, I immediately realized that bending energy and space is a very basic ability. In fact, it's one of the basic concepts of a reality marble. The ability is so natural that most old ones don't even think about it. Like humans breathe, we are able to manipulate energy since we were born. What the assassin realized, was that she doesn't have to bend the energy around her so completely that she also folds space and creates a reality marble. She only had to redirect all radiation of a certain frequency around her. That still left her with the ability to attack. After working out the details, I enchanted my combat suit with a similar spell. The energy drain is about as strong as it would take to power a flashlight. At this level, I can keep the spell going for quite some time. I shudder at the thought of fighting the assassin under different conditions. She had to fight me in snow. Had she walked around, I would have found her because of her footprints. So she had to levitate, which takes a lot of energy. She had a mana stone, but her time was still limited. She tried to end it quickly by using all of her power to attack while using levitation at the same time. In a situation in which she hadn't been forced to levitate, she would have had a much better chance at defeating me. With the confirmation that my spell is working, I step onto the meadow and approach the fairy tree. If I was completely paranoid, I would levitate all the way there. But I want to conserve my strength. I also recharged the assassin's power stone. It can store a lot of power, but the enchantment is still a good one. There are almost no emissions coming from it. I guess using the orb would defeat the purpose of having invisibility. My orb is obvious to every magic user in the vicinity. The assassin's power stone is the perfect boost for someone who wants to be stealthy. The final test comes when I reach the fairy tree. I reach out and touch the veil. First, my hand passes through, and then I am inside. The Fae didn't even look in my direction. 51 Fairy. It's hard to close your eyes with it in front of you. A memory of the old ones. Fairy. Magnus. I don't bother to deal with the guards. They don't even realize that I am right among them. A quick glance reassures me that they are still watching their surroundings, so I walk up to the tree and study the magic which was imbued into it. After a minute without finding any malicious traps, I decide to go for it. I stop chewing on the gum in my mouth and take it out. Then I press it against the bark until it sticks. This one won't explode immediately. The magic on it is delayed and will only trigger when the gum starts drying out, which should give me about a day. There is also the option to set it off manually. I salute the guards, even though they don't see me, and walk around the tree. Goodbye bitches. As I walk, I adjust the GoPro which I am carrying on my chest. If I survive this, I want to have a record of this adventure. It would be so freakishly good to show a video of my deeds at the next gathering. With incontestable proof of my actions, I'll become a hero overnight. Not to mention the deterrent effect it will have on anyone who wants to mess with me. The world shifts around me and it feels as if I am covering hundreds of miles with each step. Then I reach the other side and find myself in a forest. There are no guards on this end. All that points towards intelligent beings inhabiting this place, is a trail which leads into the woods. I shrug and follow the path while I stretch out my senses. I know the orb's magic as if it were my own, so it doesn't take long to sense its power. It feels like it's far away, but I expected that. Fairy must be large, and Winter created his own doorway to escape my reality marble. There was no reason that I find an access point which is anywhere close to Winter's domain. That's why I brought the power stone. Reaching into my pocket, I retrieve the power stone and start channeling its power. Leaving the trail, I start running straight towards the orb's energy emissions. That's why I never took the orb out of my reality marble. It draws too much attention. I am sure that it's hundreds of kilometers away. With an average speed of about 70 kilometers per hour, I leap through the air, avoiding the forest's thick underbrush. Several times I sense Fae, but each time I avoid them. Their society seems to be widely spread out among this endless forest. From time to time I come across an empty hut. The owners aren't present, which is the only reason that I come even close to the buildings. I still avoid them, fearing that there are some sort of security enchantments to deter other Fae. I've no idea how they protect their property. There seem to be cities, so I have to ask myself how large Fairy is. After 2 hours of running I've to sit down and rest. I also use the pause to recharge the power stone, which is no problem at all. Fairy is saturated with nature magic and I've no qualms about damaging the environment or destabilizing the entire reality marble. I simply rip the power out of my surroundings. It's unlikely that I'll manage to destabilize Fairy as a whole. Though the Fae will sense that something is amiss. I plan to be long gone by the point at which they realize that something is wrong. As soon as I am rested, I go on. The only things which interrupt my journey are small meadows and ponds. There are no mountains. It's a flat, endless forest. In the afternoon, the forest changes. So far, I traveled through genuine, old forest. Like it would grow if nobody takes care of it. This place is definitely taken care of. There is no underbrush or dead wood. I slow down and stretch out my senses to make sure that I don't run into guards. What I feel makes me tense up. There are dozens of people close by, but their auras are somehow muted. It's as if they are sleeping. I decide to investigate. I avoided contact with the Fae, but this is something out of the ordinary. Maybe it can be used against them. The closer I come, the more I feel uncomfortable. There is still no sign of civilization. So what are those people doing out here? Relying on my invisibility, I take care to walk as silently as possible and close in on a nearby aura. I am quite surprised when it turns out to be a large oak. I study the tree from afar. Normally, plants don't have such a strong aura, but this one radiates like a large animal. The oak is old and large. Its trunk is at least 2 meters in diameter. Something that's almost non-existent on Earth nowadays. I slowly walk around the tree until I reach the other side. What I find turns my stomach. There is a woman attached to its bark. She somehow fused with the tree. Her arms and legs disappear inside it. What's worse, is that she seems to be alive and pregnant. Closing in, I study her. She seems to be asleep. Considering my options, I try to push a finger into the space where she is attached to the plant. But it doesn't look like her body can be removed without killing her. Is that what the Fae do with those who get abducted? I reach into my pocket and retrieve a whole pack of chewing gums. There is no actual need to chew them, so I simply shove one of the gums into her mouth. Making sure that the camera is recording, I invest an hour in traveling this farm. The thought that Sully or anyone of my clan could be here makes me sick. Searching my memory, I try to remember if there are any Bathomas who were abducted or disappeared. There are none, but I am relatively young. Hatlix might know someone who found her and in such a place. After 2 hours, I run out of chewing gum, but there are still so much more. There isn't much which is important to my people. If there is something that's treated with care, then it's children and pregnant women. When my people see this video it'll cause a war. I am sure of that. I inspect yet another woman with all my senses. She seems to be a recent addition to this horror farm, so I try to pull her out of the tree. It doesn't work as I expected and she wakes up. Her mouth opens to scream, but I crush her throat before she can do so. She is an elemental, so I don't have the same inhibitions I would have with a pregnant old one. Using all my strength, I pull. She comes loose in a mess of blood and gore. The tree didn't just fuse with her skin. It replaced big parts of her innards. Whoever created this spell, he didn't think of a possibility to detach the victim from the plant. A wave of rage engulfs me and I rip the fetus out of her belly to ensure that it also dies. The Fae are nothing more than parasites. The elders should have wiped them out of existence all those years ago. I've lost enough time with this and the video proves that retrieving the victims is most likely outside our capabilities. Most other supernaturals don't have our regenerative abilities, even though they can take a lot. I am not sure that an old one can be restored after fusing with the tree, even if we remove her as carefully as possible. Turning around, I head in the direction of the orb. I really hope that I'll find Winter there. What I find, is a genuine castle. A castle in a tree. A tree castle? The area around the enormous structure is covered in snow and ice, as is befitting of a Fey Lord who claims winter as his domain. I shake my head and cross the empty ice field which is separating the castle from the forest. I study the heavily guarded stairway which leads up the tree's sturdy trunk. The whole thing is at least 200 meters in height and 100 meters in width. There is no reason to try my luck with the guards, so I circle around the structure and climb up the trunk. The bark is so rough that it's almost like climbing up a cliff. A cliff with very sharp rocks, capable of cutting anyone who tries to climb it. There is also the fact that the surface is so cold that any normal person would simply freeze to the trunk. A little magic from my side solves both of those problems. I have to rely on the power stone, but I make good progress until I reach a set of windows in the upper half of the castle's central tower. They lead into a large corridor. Thankfully the windows aren't especially secured, so can easily open one of them and enter the empty corridor. The Fae don't seem to expect any attacks inside their domain. Well, Fairy was a safe haven for thousands of years. I also became complacent inside my own reality marble. That's the only reason why they managed to steal the orb in the first place. The orb's energy emissions feel like the source is very close and I angle myself towards the large door from where I sense it. I approach and press an ear to the wood. Have to bow to my power. I'll be the sole ruler of the Fae. A deep and icy voice says. Winter, you really think that it is wise to reach for more power? At a time like this, dividing our people could spell the end. Another voice. I think he lost it. The artifact was made for old ones and they only used it in a large group. I don't think that a single person can wield so much power. A third, high voice. The deep voice again. Don't question me. Do you even know how powerful I can get by mastering this artifact? I'll rule everything. Now get out. I have to prepare the ritual. Don't enter this room, whatever noises you hear. Don't enter. As you wish. I wish you luck, Winter. The third voice. The door opens and I jump backwards, pressing myself to the wall. 5 guards leave the room and stomp down the corridor, followed by 3 Fae in fine clothes. Then a horrible creature appears, twirling around as if it is dancing. It looks like a collection of every disfiguration that's humanly possible. Everything cramped into one being. I fight the urge to lunge forward and end this thing's existence. But that would reveal my presence and I can't have that happen. The creature stops at the entrance and holds the door open. It blinks and searches the corridor with its huge eyes. Turning, it addresses someone inside the room. Are you sure that you want to do this? Leave, gardener. The creature rolls its eyes and for a short moment it looks as if it's making eye contact with me. It looks around, searching the corridor. Then it shrugs and whistles. It departs by doing cartwheels down the corridor. I quickly enter the room before the huge door falls shut. The freak seemed like he sensed my presence. I check on my invisibility, but it works perfectly fine. It's improbable that the freak intentionally held the door open for me. There is no way to know for certain without following it, so I turn and survey the large throne room. The freak isn't the reason why I am here. 52 Departure. A magical war isn't about personally fighting the enemy. It's very different from fighting a duel. A memory of the old ones. Fairy. Magnus. The throne room is largely empty and there is only one entrance. The left wall is a large glass front which allows for plenty of light. The wall to my right is covered by a large picture. It shows a gory battlefield between Fae and other supernaturals. Not only old ones, but every supernatural species I know of. What's strange about the depiction, is that the old ones are staying in the background while the others are fighting. I'll have to ask Grandpa about it. On the other side of the room is a large, wooden throne with Winter sitting on it. He holds the orb in his hands and studies it with a mad expression on his face. The entire scene reminds me a lot of Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Just that this Fae isn't a weak, little halfling. I slowly approach the throne, taking great care in being as quiet as possible. Winter raises the orb above his head and blue sparks flicker along his arms into his body. I'll use this to create an army like nobody has ever seen. They will have no choice but to bow in front of me. I don't understand why the old ones allow something like this to rot in their basement. I've never felt so much raw power. Yep, he's totally lost it. Drunk on magic. I wonder why nobody taught him that channeling so much power fucks up the brain. But then again, maybe he simply doesn't care at his age. Maybe he is willing to gamble everything on one last spell? From one moment to the next, Winter's demeanor changes. He pulls the orb to his chest, cradling it like the most important item in the world. His eyes search the room. Who is disrespecting my orders? Show yourself. Now. His wandering eyes tell me that he might sense my presence, but he doesn't know where I am. Winter shakes his head and raises a hand, pointing his palm at me. A large icicle shoots out and I dive to the side. The icicle digs itself into the wall and I get to all fours, propelling myself forward. I do everything I can to keep moving. Winter peppers the entire area with icicles. It's clear that he has a rough idea of my location. I don't know how he is doing it, but he is good. Enough. Winter jumps to his feet and a wave of power emanates from the orb, throwing me backwards. I land hard and try my best not to grunt. I stay completely silent and concentrate on controlling my body. There must be something that sets Winter off. He can't see me, so is it sound? Or smell? If it's the latter, I can't do anything about it. Closing my eyes, I concentrate on my heartbeat. Ever so slowly, it slows down. My heart stops pumping with its typical, erratic beats. Instead, it starts a slow, continuous rhythm. This is less effective, but it's also less loud. I lie absolutely still and imagine myself as nothing more than a speck of dust. Winter gets to his feet and sneers loudly. I know that you are in here. Tell me who sent you and I might let you live. Was it Summer? The bitch wants to stand at the top. She always sends small birds or critters to spy on me. But not with Winter. He slowly walks to the point where he shot at me. But I admit that invisible fae are a big leap, even for her. How did you do it? He turns around, searching. I stay absolutely still. There are several different methods of hunting. One of them is to lurk undetected, allowing the prey to approach on its own. It's an effective technique with skittish animals which have good senses. Winter surveys the room and takes a step forward. You can't hide. He turns around and shoots an icicle through one of the windows, giving away that he has no idea where I am. I carefully reach into my pocket and throw one of my dice at the throne. It clinks and Winter jumps away from the sound, firing another hailstorm of icicles. The spell shreds a large part of the throne and damages the wall behind it. The last jump brought him into my reach. I open my eyes and draw my karambit from its shoulder holster. Then I grab his ankle and stab the blade into the back of his knee. He screams and whirls around, tearing the knife free. He fires another spell, but the loss of balance causes his shot to go wide. I bring my leg up and kick the orb out of his hands. Instead of trying to retrieve the orb, he does the smart thing and blasts me with everything he has. At least, he blasts the area where he assumed me to be. I changed positions as soon as I had his leg disabled. The ground and walls immediately ice over and the water in the air condenses into a thick mist of ice crystals. The room's temperature drops by several degrees, creating an Arctic atmosphere. Greetings, Winter. I breath into his ear and he whirls around, giving my knife the opportunity to cut deep into his throat. I draw my second knife and stab it into the left side of his belly, then I open him up like an animal. His guts spill out and immediately freeze upon touching the layer of ice which he created. He raises his hands to blast me with ice, but I punch him in the face. Oh, that feels better than I expected. You have to train your instinctive reflexes. Punching is always faster than spellcasting in such close proximity. After a short moment of consideration I drop the invisibility and add, but do that in your next life. I think you are at the end of the road. Winter tries to get back to his feet, showing what a tenacious bastard he is. With one hand he tries to stop the blood from his throat, while with the other, he attempts to stuff his guts back into his belly. He looks at me and his eyes widen. His mouth opens and blood comes out. I smile and punch him again, sending him back to the ground. Whistling, I clean my second knife and place it back in its sheath. Winter's wounds are already healing, so I use my karambit to carve him up a bit more. I need more time. Not so different from butchering chickens, I mumble as I sever the tendons of Winter's arms and legs. It reminds me of the times when I trained myself to feel nothing about killing living things. Though I'll never get used to the smell. Why does everyone shit into their pants when it ends? I grab Winter at his clothes and pull him over to his throne, creating a long trail of blood and guts. A kick rids me of the wooden throne. I want to create a fitting scene to celebrate Winter's end. A gesture towards the orb sends it flying into my hand. The second I touch it, power floods through my entire being. I frown and study the artifact for damage. There is none as far as I can tell. Just a few scratches on its surface, but I made those myself a long time ago. Hatlix always insisted on putting instructions on his artifacts. I wriggle the orb at Winter so that he can see it. Makes me glad that I scratched them off. I prop Winter up against the stone wall. Let me show you how to use the orb. You wanted an army. I'll allow you to be its first soldier. Winter shakes his head, but I don't care. I hold the orb tightly in my left hand and channel its power into Winter's body, forming a very unique spell matrix. It's very similar to the fusion spell which I encountered at the farm. I don't know enough about biology to make it work with living matter. But my knowledge about death magic is clearly above average. There was a short period after my parents' death when I went over the edge. I studied the necromantic arts and used them to punish my uncle and his cronies. Somewhere deep inside me, I hoped to find a way to resurrect my people. Luckily, I realized the folly of such dreams after a while. Winter's eyes widen as his body fuses with the wall and thorny shackles secure him in place. His eyes start emitting a green light and he bucks in vain. I press my hand into his belly to cover it in blood, then I start writing runic script onto his body. After a while, I step back and admire my work. Oh, camera. I quickly check on the device. Phew. It was recording. It would have been such a bust if I didn't have the boss fight recorded. Then I step away from the spreading corruption which has Winter as its center. Turning around, I channel the orb's power and form a new spell matrix, ripping apart Fairy's reality and opening a rift of blue energy in front of me. I curl the corners of my mouth downwards when I realize that I am not entirely on target. Wielding the orb's power is never easy. That will hurt. I step through the rift. Fairy. Gardener. I tap dance along the corridor. I am happy, yet I am not. Someone blew up some trees in my forest. That's bad. The women are also dead. That's good. He also blew up one of the fairy trees. The invader could have been a little nicer and caused less collateral damage. I guess that seeing what the Fae do to the women of other races wasn't taken well by the old one. At least the old ones decided to take a look at what the Fae are doing in Fairy. I step around one of the zombified Fae. It should be dead, but it still twitches. I wonder if this corruption is Winter's fault, or if the old one decided to leave a little gift in Fairy. I hop over one of the Fae soldiers who fell to retake the castle. It was quite a surprise when we lost contact with Winter. Overnight, his castle turned into a breeding ground for all sorts of corrupted beings. It took the combined efforts of summer, autumn, and spring to force back the spreading corruption. We had to find a spell which was able to counter the enchantment that was turning Fae into undead monsters. Though, turning a Fae into a monster? Did the old one intend to pull a joke on them? I reach Winter's throne room and find summer, autumn, and spring inside. They are standing in front of Winter who is fused to the wall and squirming like a wild animal. There is blood and guts everywhere and Winter's belly is an empty cavern. Ew. I take care to avoid the biggest mess and join them. Winter doesn't look healthy. So grey and oozy. I don't think we can salvage him. They look at me with what's probably meant to be grave expressions. Spring gestures her delicate hand at Winter in the wall. He is already dead. We just wanted to know what you think of the message. On the wall is indeed a message written in Winter's blood. I tilt my head to the side until it stands at an impossible angle and the others have to look away. Whatever they might say, they aren't comfortable with my anatomy. I paid you Fae a visit to get my property back. I've seen what you are doing to the abducted women and decided to turn Winter into a little experiment. Stay in Fairy and don't come out. Otherwise we'll show you some real magic. This is just a little warm-up to remind you of what a magical war looks like. 53 Home. One of many. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Come on, Sully. You can't be mad at him forever. Give him at least a day. He needs a chance before we launch a stupid rescue mission. I turn around and point at Tina. He isn't here, so I haven't even started to get mad. And don't think that you'll be forgiven so easily. You helped him to escape. He wouldn't have been able to subdue me on his own. Tina rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. Think about the child. Don't you realize that you are being just a tad bit irresponsible? I am protecting you from yourself and your child from you. Aren't you happy that you get a chance at being a mother? Most old ones never have children and despite the circumstances I am glad that my sister has two. I scowl. Of course I am happy. It's just that I don't want to lose Magnus. Being a single mom would suck after I finally found a guy who I love. If I could, I would stay with him inside this reality marble for at least 100 years. The rest of the world can die. She said the L word. Kath snickers. She is sitting with Cecilia, Fiaker, and Anya at the table. They are eating supper in the garden. I on the other hand can't eat anything while I have to worry about Magnus. I am not the type of girl who leans back and waits until she gets the message that her husband died in battle. Hatlix is also there, but he is using a tablet to train his pronunciation. It's frightening how fast he is learning. Though, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Cecilia is helping him a lot. From Magnus' description I got the idea that Hatlix is some kind of caveman, but that's definitely not the case. His brain's language center was damaged, but that doesn't mean that he is an idiot. He is a smart guy who was simply unable to express himself with words. He understands the language perfectly well. Hatlix just has to get his tongue under control and there will be no problem. Suddenly, I feel powerful magic at work. There is a loud crack from the sky and I feel powerful magical interferences. Turning around, I watch in horror as a blue rift opens above the mansion. Tina and Cecilia are at my side and pull me away from the phenomenon. Is that another attack by the Fae? Fiaker shakes her head. Someone with access to our reality marble created a rudimentary doorway between us and somewhere else. The only one who is outside is Magnus. It has to be him. A figure tumbles out of the rift and starts falling. Normally, I would expect him to cast a spell to mitigate the impact of the fall, but the rift's interferences make that impossible. He hits the mansion's roof and bounces off. Sliding down the roof, he falls another 10 meters onto the veranda's roof. Sliding off like a dead piece of meat. He falls the last 3 meters to the ground and lands in front of us. The rift closes and the magical interference stops. I hear the others call out in surprise and a window in the mansion's upper floor opens. Tom looks outside. What was that? Another attack. I wave Tom off and rush to Magnus' side. He is alive. Magnus groans and rolls onto his back. In his hands is the orb which Winter stole. My first impulse is to kick him for frightening me, but I decide to give in to the second impulse. I bent down and strangle Magnus. Just how could you walk off into danger and leave me behind? I think you should let go. You are choking him, Tina says. Her voice sounds more concerned than Magnus deserves. He is turning red. I let go and allow Magnus to breathe. He takes a few deep breaths and cups my hands in his. Then he places a kiss on each of them. I am so sorry, but I didn't see any other way. There was no time to enchant 2 suits with invisibility and I had a hard time sneaking around as it was, he babbles on, giving me various reasons why he had to go alone. I squint my eyes at him. Seems like you used the time to think about excuses. And look at yourself. You are hurt. He grins. Just the fall. I didn't manage to aim the improvised doorway very well. And hey, I didn't break a rib this time. I think that I am getting better at avoiding injuries. Oh, gee. I grumble and punch him. Not hard. Just hard enough to put a little strain on the rib which he always breaks. That's for chaining me up. He wheezes and nods. I think I deserved that. Though I liked you in chains. I don't comment on that last one and help him back to his feet. Then he tells us about his adventure and the situation in Ferry. As soon as he mentions the video, Anya runs off and returns with a big laptop. I call for the rest of the clan, so that everyone in our community can see what's happening in Ferry. We hook the laptop to the camera and Anya starts skipping through the recorded information. Magnus already prepared us for the scene with what he calls a farm, but it's so much worse. And according to him, there must be countless more who are still being used as breeding chambers. Those poor people. Bile rises up in my throat when I imagine myself in their place. Magnus didn't find any old ones, but that doesn't mean that they aren't there. I remember my own determination when Anya and I fled from the Fae. I am sure that an old one would rather fight to the death than be caught by the Fae. So it's unlikely that there are that many old ones among those women. Maybe the Fae are even keeping them in a separate area, given how rarely they catch us alive. Leela raises her voice when the scene shows how Magnus tries to pull an elemental out of a tree. It's clear that he is outraged when he defiles her body to get to the fetus. We have to show this to the elders. The Fae have to be wiped out. I know that the elders are saying that anyone who gets caught by the Fae doesn't deserve to live. That it's natural selection. But that's not natural selection anymore. Do we really want to be selected by those who can escape the Fae? That's turning us into prey. They should be the ones who have to hide. The others grumble their consent and I have to admit that she has a point. It's clear that the Fae are evil little bastards. We knew that from the beginning. Our whole race decided to lock the Fae into a jar and then we forgot about its contents. Magnus was the first one who decided to take the lid off the jar and take a look inside. I nod. I think so too. They won't be able to close their eyes when we show this at the gathering tomorrow. Most of the older people in our community look sickened. Especially Hatlix, who is being comforted by Cecilia. I bend over to Magnus. Does Hatlix know someone who was taken by the Fae? Magnus shakes his head. I don't know, but I never learned how my grandmother died. Hatlix never talked about it. Maybe she was taken. I grimace and pull Magnus away from the crowd. They are now watching Winter's final moments. Are you sure that we can't do anything for those people? What about old ones? We can heal from a lot. Magnus shrugs and gestures at the screen. I am no doctor, but I know that I won't heal from having my inner organs replaced by a tree. The spell fused their bodies with the plant. It would be a matter of dissolving the magic and removing them at the same time. Most of them were so deep inside the tree that I am not even sure if their brain is intact. It sucks to say this, but I see no chance unless an elder knows some sort of ultimate regrowth spell. I am sure that such a handy spell would be widely known. I nod and we watch the end of the recording. I think you went a little overboard with punishing Winter. Yes, he deserved worse, but turning him into a lich who creates zombies. Magnus shrugs. I wanted to try out the spell and Winter was available. It is very similar to an enchantment. I copied it and added my own touch. I am not good with living things. A wicked grin appears on his face. Unless it's you. He embraces me and we kiss. I melt into his arms and hug him. At last, we part and I rest my head under his chin. Just don't go alone into enemy territory. I almost went insane with fear when you left me alone. Magnus hums and ends the embrace. So I am forgiven. I study his dirty and disheveled outfit. Not until you've had a bath and pleasured me. This time it's me who smiles wickedly. Preferably with your face between my legs. He raises an eyebrow, then he sweeps me off my feet and carries me to our private quarters. 2 hours later, we head to the living room in order to watch the human news. There are also some things which I want to talk about with Tina and Cecilia. We walk with linked arms. Magnus looks quite satisfied. He pulls me closer. That was the best punishment I've ever had. And now I want to use the time to talk with my grandfather. There are some things I want to ask him about the orb. He made the damn thing after all. I look up at Magnus. He made the orb? Hatlix made the orb. Magnus nods. He taught me enchanting. And now he can finally explain some things which were never quite clear to me. And I want to know if there are any Bathomas who might be held in Fairy. It's understandable that he wants to know, but I don't think that he should have too much hope. I am sorry to say it, but after seeing the video I wonder if any prisoners of the Fae would rather be dead than alive. Especially if freedom means that they are eternally fused to a tree. He chews on his inner lip, mulling over the thought. After a few moments he relents. You are right. It was a stupid thought. Better to assume the worst, then we can't be disappointed. We reach the living room and I open the door. At least I try to open it. That's strange. I think it's stuck. I try harder, but the door doesn't budge. Let me try. Magnus reaches for the door and tries to open it. I think there is some kind of spell on the door. He jounces the doorknob and suddenly there is a click. The door swings open. Ah. 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 Harder. Cecilia is on all fours on the living room's carpet. She is naked and her ample breasts jiggle back and forth with each of Hatlix's thrusts who kneels behind her. I notice that his body recovered quite nicely from his ordeal. They are in a real moment of passion and not aware of us. I step forward and close the door. Do we agree that we saw nothing? Magnus runs his fingers over his chin as if he has a goatee. I am conflicted. One part of me wants to jump in there and question Hatlix about what he is doing with someone who doesn't even want to join the clan. The other part wants to congratulate him on the catch. Your mother has some nice. I glare at him. Jiggling mountains? Not that yours aren't at least as good. You are definitely her daughter. I think yours even grew since. Yeah, I'll shut up. We saw nothing. He looks away. That's when Tina turns around the corridor's corner. Ah. There you are. That's good. I was searching for you. There are some things we have to talk about with everyone. Is my sister in the living room? I step in front of the door, barring Tina's path. Yes, she is. With Hatlix. They are indisposed, Magnus adds helpfully. Tina raises her eyebrows, surprised at my strange behavior. She studies our expressions until the gears inside her head put meaning to our words. Oh. I nod to confirm her suspicions. Oh ho ho ho. Magnus grunts. Stop that. It's childish. 54 Hatlix. The older they get. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. Hatlix is sitting on the living room's couch with his arm around Cecilia. Sully's mother seems to be very satisfied. At least she is smiling and hugging Hatlix from the side. I am so happy. Hatlix scratches his crotch, ignoring the fact that women are present. To my surprise, I understand him perfectly well. He is drawing out the consonants, but that's fine. It sounds like he has an odd accent. By my balls, grandson. It feels good to be out of that box and alive. I am also happy when I get to screw Sully. I clear my throat, surprised at how fluent his speech is. You can talk normally. You learned fast. Of course I can talk normally. Though I admit that Cecilia and Anya's learning program helped a lot to speed things up. Oh, I have to thank your wonderful wife. Thanks, Sully. That arrowhead was starting to itch. Then he sighs and a sad expression appears on his face. I still can't believe that we lost so many of our family to that stupid asshole. I should have put my foot down and stopped Fiaker from marrying him. It gave the idiot too much influence within the clan and he was always power hungry. Fiaker looks at the floor. It was my fault. I didn't see his plans until it was too late. I also wasn't able to stop my children from going down the same path. I failed as a wife and as a mother. Hatlix raises his hand to stop Fiaker. Don't blame yourself. You've a big heart and were blinded by love and your instincts. The blame lies with all of those who realized that bastard's true nature. Let's not mention his name. At least I should have tried to open your eyes, but even I wasn't prepared for the scale of deceit which struck our family. I nod. I don't want to be reminded of that day, so I try to change the subject. Yes, but there is also the problem with the Fae. Maybe we can find a solution. There are still some things about the orb which I don't understand. I have questions, Hatlix. I was asking myself if we are able to use the orb to destroy fairy? It seems to be a normal reality marble. At least that was the impression I got when I was inside it. The Fae just use strange doorways. Hatlix purses his lips. I don't think that would be wise. When the Fae created their reality marble, they shifted a sizable part of Northern Europe into another dimension. If we destabilize their reality marble, that huge landmass would return all at once. Imagine what would happen if our reality marble collapses. We shifted a huge part of this valley into our marble. The same part which now forms the lake next to the city. When the marble collapses, all that mass has to go somewhere. I bite my lower lip, dreading the thought. When we created the reality marble, we removed a part of the land, leaving behind a large hole in the ground. Over the centuries, that hole filled with water and created the lake. If I had to put a location to the reality marble, then I would say that it is beneath the lake, because the anchor point to reality is located there. It would push aside all the water which is now forming the lake. The entire area would be flooded. Hatlix nods. And now imagine a huge landmass between Norway and Britain, pushing aside the ocean. The resulting tsunami wouldn't be just huge, it would be gigantic. He shifts in his seat. No, I am afraid that we have to find a way to wipe out the Fae while keeping fairy intact. We can slowly shrink it once we've taken control of it. I devised the orb to use its power in order to change the weather pattern. The plan was to freeze the Fae to death without having to fight them. They avoided their fate by using tribal magic to create fairy. Little buggers. Afterwards, we didn't have the means to attack them without risking massive damage to the planet. Nobody knows what might happen if the taken land returns. Tribal magic? Sully asks. You are aware that the Fae aren't using magic the same way we do. Unlike the elementals, their magic is based on belief. They are able to influence reality by using illusions. It's weak and strong at the same time. Convince yourself that the fireball which they throw at you isn't there and poof, it isn't. He raises a hand. No, don't. I know what you are going to ask next. You are going to ask if we can simply cancel all their magic by not believing in it. That's the troublesome part and the reason why they can copy our magic. If there are enough observers to their magic, it becomes real. Every person who believes what he sees turns the spell more real. That's why I call it a tribal magic. The magic is affected by the amount of people who cast or witness the spell. I nod slowly. One last question. In Winter's throne room was a large picture of the battle between Fae and other supernaturals. I noticed that those who I assumed to be old ones weren't depicted as combatants. They stood back and watched the battle. Hatlix tilts his head and presses his lips together. The picture probably showed the early days of the war. The early days? Sully asks. Hatlix shrugs. I assume that you know the generally known story. But how do you think the Fae got so numerous when they were just a small breeding experiment in the beginning? The ones who conducted the experiments allowed their creations to roam the earth freely after the experiments were deemed a failure. The Fae had several centuries to grow in numbers. The other supernatural races started fighting them when they connected the abductions to the Fae. The Fae thought that our neutrality meant that we don't care what they do to the other supernaturals. We only joined the battle when it became clear that the Fae are a menace which can't be left unchecked. The Fae had largely wiped out the Neanderthals by that point, so we decided that they are threatening the world's ecosystem. Now that's a disturbing piece of information, Sully mumbles. Hatlix claps his hands together. But that's not important. We have to find a way to end the Fae. I heard that the humans advanced quite a lot while I was boxed. Maybe we can use some of their ideas to solve the Fae problem. We need something like this marvelous bug spray. Bug spray? I ask. He nods. Yes. Best invention ever. No more mosquitoes. No more fleas. And soon, no more Fae. Okay, maybe his brain did suffer just a tiny bit. Tina raises her hand. Before you disappear inside the laboratory, we need you at the gathering. I heard that you know many of the elders personally. Your voice would be a great help in influencing the decision. My grandfather squints his eyes at Tina. Isn't the video enough? Did those old farts get so complacent that they still prefer neutrality? Tina shakes her head. I think the video is enough to sway their opinion. They already demanded of everyone to search for a way to attack Fairy. What I am concerned about, is that they won't act unless there is an elegant solution. We have to attack the Fae in every way we can. Now. We have to use the humans, the supernaturals, everything. You just told us how huge Fairy is. Now imagine how many Fae there must be when you think about the farm. Cecilia runs a hand over her hair, making sure that it's straight. There must be countless Fae. Maybe as many as there are humans. She turns to Hatlix. I am sure that a little visit to stir the flames of war won't cost much time. One last question, I interrupt. Hatlix, do you know of any Bathomas who were taken by the Fae? We might. Hatlix shakes his head. I am sorry. There aren't any Bathomas who were taken. But I know others who got caught over the centuries. That's why seeing your record affected me. I seriously hope that they are dead. Being caught inside a tree can't be a pleasant experience. 55 One voice. A long time ago, I made a certain thing. It was round and everyone wanted to have it, so I made more. A memory of the old ones. Atlantis. Silly. We enter the Colosseum. For once, the whole leading gang of our little community is visiting the gathering together. Even Anya joined us, though we left Kath with Leela and Tom. Magnus didn't want to leave the others alone in the reality marble. But there are the spirit guardians and Lindworm. On top, they swore a blood oath to us, so even if they are up to no good I doubt that they can pull off something dangerous. Hatlix surveys the area as we walk to our pulpit. He doesn't look pleased. Look at it. Over 100 years and everything is the same. This is ridiculous. They could have at least changed the chair cushions. Magnus tries to calm Hatlix down. Grandpa, I think they did. Otherwise the cushions would have already rotted away. I know that. What I meant is the color. It's simply not acceptable. They are always using purple. Why purple? I hate the color. Cecilia clears her throat. Since ancient times, purple is the most vibrant natural color. The purple dye, which was harvested from rock snails, was expensive to create. Being able to afford large amounts of purple was a symbol of status, power, and wealth. Come on. We are late and the elders are already down there. Everyone is looking at us. Tina shoos us forward and we enter our pulpit. We are indeed the last ones who show up, mainly because Hatlix didn't see the need to hurry. Hatlix points down at the elders and waves at them. There they are. Hey, guys. Long time no see. I was hoping to see some familiar faces. Hatlix points at a red-haired guy on the left side of the group. Larry. Larn? What was your name? Doesn't matter. I never forget a face. You still owe me, dude. Never forget that. Several heads turn and all the attention lands on the indicated elder. The man's eyes widen when he recognizes Hatlix. Then the elder visibly pales. The elders who are next to him step back as a yellowish puddle starts forming under the man's feet. It takes a few seconds, but finally the man overcomes his shock and waddles out of the arena with a strange, duck-like gait. If I were him, I would crawl under a rock and stay there for the next 1,000 years, Magnus comments with awe in his voice. I turn to Hatlix who looks very pleased with himself. Just what do you have on that man to warrant such a reaction? He'll never live that down. Well, maybe he will. But it'll take at least 100 years until people stop talking about it. I am sorry, but that's a secret between the two of us. Let's just say that I created some very valuable artifacts for him. He probably thought that I am dead and that he would never have to pay me. Hatlix sits down, choosing a chair at random. Cecilia takes the seat next to him. They are sitting with Tina in the second row, so I take the front seats with Magnus and Fiaker. Anya also sits down, watching everything with interest. I understand her. The first time I visited Atlantis I was also fascinated. But after a few visits I realized how gloomy and hopeless the place truly is. It's just a monument which resisted the flow of time. A relic from the ancient past. The elders start the gathering and we wait patiently for our chance to disclose our information about the Fae. In the meantime, various clans make proposals on how to attack Fairy. The ideas are multifarious and range from stuff like using nukes, to very unorthodox approaches. My personal favorite is the plan to capture a fairy tree and using it to find Fairy's anchor point to the real world. Then we would simply disconnect Fairy from Earth. Problem solved. Sadly, Magnus and Hatlix give us various reasons why this plan isn't just stupid, but outright dangerous. Fairy might not affect Earth directly, but affecting space and time on such a huge scale might have unexpected effects. Not to mention that Fairy's anchor must be hidden somewhere under the sea. While not impossible, it would surely pose a huge problem to locate the anchor. An anchor is a fixed point in space and time. This anchor point is the same in the real world as in the marble. A permanent doorway. It ensures that a reality marble stays connected to reality and doesn't turn into its own miniature universe. To explain it, Hatlix produces a large sausage balloon from his pocket. I have no idea why he has one. He balloons it up and puts a knot on the open end. Look at this. This is our universe. Or in this case, Earth. The human world. And now we play with the space-time continuum. He twists the balloon's end until he has a small bubble at the end of the sausage. And this cute little thing is now a reality marble. The twisted connection between the two parts is the anchor point. Taking the twisted section between his thumb and forefinger, he rips off the smaller bubble. Do you see a problem? I shake my head. No? Fairy is gone, is it not? And we still have the rest of Earth. Hatlix sighs and lets go of the section which he held with his fingers. The balloon farts and flaps until it's completely deflated. And that's how you create a black hole. The universe at large wouldn't be affected, but it would certainly spell goodbye for planet Earth before the space-time continuum repairs itself. Back in the days when we started playing with reality marbles, we popped a small one. My own dad was a pioneer in that field of research. He mentioned that the dinosaurs didn't take it that well. Magnus raises an eyebrow. I like the part where Fairy goes pop. I elbow him. We'll definitely vote against that idea. The day continues until we get our chance. Magnus gets to his feet and addresses the elders, apologizing that he doesn't have a final solution for the Fae. But I went to Fairy and took a little walk. You know. Just looking around in hope of finding something useful. I even made a video. The whole Colosseum is as silent as a theater before the grand finale. The elder in the arena coughs. He is the same one who always oversees the gathering. Could we see it? Of course. Anya hands Magnus a USB keychain and he throws it down to the elder. The elder studies it. Then he turns around, gesturing for someone who I didn't notice before. He was at the edge of the arena, using a broom to swipe the ground. Tetrick drops his broom and runs over to the elder. With a happy expression on his face, he takes the keychain and receives a few whispered instructions. Following his commands, Tetrick runs over to a computer system at the edge of the arena and fiddles with the controls. I knew that we forgot him. Again. Magnus mumbles. Fiaker leans over to me and whispers. How is that possible? Shouldn't he be back to normal? Are the elders using him as their servant? I shake my head. I don't know. Someone must have switched his batteries. How would they figure that out? Tina asks. Magnus spreads his hands. It's a normal 9-volt cell and hard to overlook if you open the lid in his box. So switching it isn't an ingenious task. Anya voices her own concerns. Should we complain about it? He is our half-brother after all. Maybe we should just take him with us when the gathering is over. I ask, rhetorically. Magnus crosses his arms in front of his chest. He doesn't look convinced. You mean if we don't forget about him? Again. PSST. Hatlix gestures at the screen. The video is starting. We watch the video with everyone else. The reactions range from disinterest and surprise when Magnus passes through to Fairy. Then the audience turns gravely silent during the part with the farm. At the end there are some cries of outrage, which the elders have to silence. Winter's fate satisfies some of those who started calling for blood and murder. Old ones aren't exactly known for benevolent solutions if we have issues with someone. We have to answer a few further questions, but nothing we didn't expect. Of course they wish to know how we passed through to Fairy without being noticed. So we have to explain about the amulet. There is no way around it. The orb poses another problem, but that's when Hatlix jumps in. He spins a story in which the Fae got hold of an old, forgotten prototype to distract our listeners from the fact that the Fae attacked us and stole the orb from under our noses. That's an embarrassing little piece of information which we don't want anyone to know about. Afterwards, we present our theory of how numerous the Fae must be, pointing out that a full-force campaign against them is the right thing to do. Some of the elders are against it, exactly as Tina predicted. They vote among themselves, which turns out to be a very close affair. By giving the issue a thumbs up, or a thumbs down, they show their approval or disapproval of war. With a vote of less than 30 or more than 70%, the vote would become a public one. As it stands, a little less than 7 out of 10 elders are for all-out war. It means that the clan heads get to vote. That could be a good, or even a bad thing. We've no idea how the various clan heads think about the issue. This whole affair is very touchy. We have no guarantee that everyone will follow their respective elders. That's when a certain elder returns into the arena. He put on a fresh robe and his face regained a little color. It's clear that he has no idea what's going on, but he realizes that everyone expects him to give his vote. He raises his hand, the thumb sideways to show his indecision. His eyes roam the Colosseum, emphasizing the fact that he has no clue what he is voting for. He looks a lot like one of those kids from the movies. Those who were caught sleeping by their teachers. Hatlix shakes his head and waves his arms at the elder, not caring that he is doing it in plain sight of everyone. The elder furrows his forehead, not understanding. Hatlix holds out his hand, thumbs up. The elder gulps and tilts his thumb upwards, deciding the vote in favor of war. 56 Visitor. Fighting fairly is a stupid thing to do. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. It's horrible. How could you release the video just like that? You could have warned the other supernaturals. Us. Don't you have any empathy? The humans are outraged, supernaturals and humans. Now we have to keep an eye on our own people too. Otherwise they will do something stupid to get revenge on the Fae. A little warning would have been nice. Eva waves her hands in a dramatic gesture. The beautiful vampire stormed our mansion soon after we returned from the gathering. Now she is striding up and down our living room, complaining. I try to calm her down. It's not like I care for her problems, I've my own after all. But she is an important link to the supernatural community inside my territory. And people who aren't overtaken by their emotions are generally easier to work with. I am very sorry, but the chain of events left me no choice. We had to go to the gathering right after my return and the elders rushed the decision in making the video public. It's not like we had anything to say after they decided that we go to war. Eva stops walking and pales. War? Don't tell me that you people are going to cause another ice age. Please tell me that you are not going to cause another ice age. Great. Now she is hysteric. We are not going to cause another ice age. Happy. Sully, who is sitting on the couch next to me, clears her throat. It's not like another ice age isn't already on its way. Oh, you are right. Damn. How am I going to protect my neophytes if the whole world goes to hell? The Fae are trying to take over, the humans fight between themselves while they hunt for supernaturals. Another ice age. And the old ones go to war with the Fae. I've studied my people's history books. They were very clear on what the old ones are capable of. Eva sits down on the floor, hugging her knees. She even starts rocking back and forth. Her instincts as a vampire force her to protect her bloodline, so having no secure place sends her into a small emotional dilemma. I sigh. I don't think that helped. My eyes wander to Eva's skirt. She always wears those tight and short ones. Her current position caused it to ride up. Sully pinches me hard and shakes her head. Wisely, I take control of my eyes and look away. Sully returns her attention to Eva. Eva, don't worry. Everything will be fine. We'll do our best to keep this territory safe. Our best heads are working on the issue with the Ice Age. How about telling us how it's going with the mundane world? Eva rubs her face with both hands and gets back to her feet. To my disappointment she corrects her attire. The humans are obviously outraged and the Fae have lost their popularity among those who believe that the video isn't a fake. Though the Fae claim that the video is fake. Once experts start verifying the video, the Fae's popularity will drop even more. I don't think that it will change anything in the countries which are already against supernaturals. Those countries will surely simply add the Fae to their list of things to kill. She takes a deep breath. The various supernatural races are trying to take offensive measures against any Fae. Even if we find one of their hideouts, Fairy makes it very easy for them to retreat. So far, the Fae only show themselves for short visits to their human puppets. They also immediately return into hiding after showing themselves in public. Your people are very effective in picking them off as soon as they show themselves. She clears her throat. Which doesn't mean that other supernatural didn't take their own shots. So far, this whole conflict is a series of assassination attempts with a few big skirmishes. But I don't think that it will stay that way after your little video. I've heard from further up the vampire hierarchy, that many human nations ask to see a representative of the old ones. Most supernatural races are currently trying to get legal representation within human society. Though there is no way to tell if there is any point in achieving legal status. After having Yellowstone blow up under their ass, the USA are still in a state of national emergency. The other countries are also trying to prepare for the future, but that doesn't mean that they can stop people from doing irrational stuff. Like trying to store food for the coming apocalypse. We've seen an increase of violence on the streets. Everything is as tight as a string. Things aren't completely out of control, but any more horror news and we might have to deal with a situation of civil unrest. Suddenly her eyes brighten. I was thinking that you might be willing to take another interview? Just to reassure the humans that everything will be okay. Sully nods. Sure. We can do that. Though it might be a lie. We think that the Fae will resort to open warfare. They have no other choice. If taking control of Earth is their final goal, then further manipulations and creation of discord won't be as effective as it has been up until now. The video will soon destroy any good reputation they might have had left with the humans. What we are afraid of, is that there must be a lot of Fae. Eva focuses on Sully. A lot of Fae. I wave my hand through the air to gain Eva's attention. Fae can't regenerate as fast as old ones or vampires, but they are immortal. Just think of how many of them there must be. They were breeding for thousands of years in those farms. Every Fae they add to their number stays alive. Humans also breed like rabbits, but at least they die off as fast as they reproduce. Without their limited lifespan, we would suffocate under their numbers. I finish my explanation with a final thought. Maybe an ice age isn't so bad for the planet. Eva pales and Sully pinches me again. Don't worry, Eva. We are working hard on a final solution for the Fae problem. Our vampiric guest shakes both her fists in a beseeching gesture. That's what I am worried about. That's what everyone is worried about. Please tell me that you old ones aren't going to blow up the planet. We discussed it at the gathering, I admit. Eva covers her face with both hands. We've to dig up that old bunker which remains from the Cold War. Maybe our neophytes will be safe there. You have a nuclear bunker? Sully asks surprised. Of course we have. Who wouldn't have one when the humans are about to press the button? Eva sounds like it's perfectly reasonable to have such a thing. Like most people regard it as normal to have a bottle of milk in their fridge. I like her attitude. Sully gets up and takes her hand. It goes without question that we'll give another interview to our locals. There is no point in creating a panic. We'll do our best to calm them down. Eva clears her throat. There are just two little things which I would like to suggest. She plays with her fingers, nervous. Is she afraid that her next words might offend us? At last, she says it. I would like for Sully to do the interview alone. She looks away, avoiding eye contact with me. Magnus is, well, he is Magnus. I smile at Eva. No. Yes. Sully adds. I take her hand. You are pregnant. You are going nowhere alone. Not even to an interview. What if there is an attack? Sully rolls her eyes. I'll take someone with me. Maybe Cecilia or Leela. I heard that they are both good at holding back when it comes to dealing with humans. She holds up a hand to stop me from replying. So what is the second request, Eva? It solves Magnus' issue with leaving you without protection. Allow them to do the interview inside your reality marble, Eva answers. No. This time I call out. Certainly not. It's bad enough that I allow you to visit. This is the heart of my domain. Nobody who isn't of my clan should be allowed access. Especially not humans. Please. Eva gestures at our surroundings. This place is marvelous. Don't you see how you can influence the humans positively? When they see how powerful you are, then there is much less chance of civil unrest. It's winter, yet this reality marble is in the middle of summer. You can grow food in here, even if there is a full-blown ice age. My eyes must have flashed red, because Eva flinches. I'll not turn my home into a glass house for humans. Eva raises her hand. Nobody said that you have to. But you can create more reality marbles if the situation becomes dire. Am I right? You can offer them hope. If you sell yourselves like that, then there is no chance that they do something stupid. Of course, you would have to clean up the mess in the apartment and the entrance hall. I wondered what happened. Sully shrugs. The Fae attacked us and stole a device which might end the world. Eva's eyes widen and she freezes. The video was given to the humans without a lot explanation. The elders just gave the reporters certain scenes. They simply wanted to show them what's going on in Fairy. So it's no surprise that Eva doesn't know everything. Probably she doesn't even know that I am the one who made the video. I raise my hand to gain her attention. Don't worry. I went to Fairy and got it back. I also killed Winter for stealing it. Eva gapes at me, searching for words. She has to try several times, but no coherent sentence comes out. You made that cursed video, you killed Winter? He is one of the 4 goddamned Fae Lords. One of the oldest and strongest Fae. I think it's better if you take a seat. Sully helps Eva into one of the chairs. The vampire straightens her skirt and glares at us. Will this have any repercussions for us? Like hordes of invading Fae? Sully shakes her head. If they invade, there should be more important targets than us. No reason to waste their forces on us. Eva glares at her. There is something that's called revenge. I have no idea how the Fae regard each other, but I am sure that they won't be pleased about losing one of their legendary leaders. I scratch my chest. He didn't seem so legendary when I gutted him. Sully lets out a deep sigh. Just invite the reporter. I am sure that Oilel is already hard at work to fix the damage. If nothing else, mentioning that we'll get a guest will do the trick. She is a brownie after all. I've to hire a few people to fix the damage. Using Oilel's nature against her, that's just mean. 57 convinced. Polar opposites are often the best partners. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. We are alone in the living room. The repairs on the mansion and the apartment are almost done. Magnus hired a horde of gnolls for the apartment, while Oilel dealt with the entrance hall on her own. Sadly, Magnus is still a problem. He doesn't like the idea of having a human in his home. Not at all. It took Eva and me some time in order to convince him to at least consider the idea. I still don't think that this is a good idea. Magnus complains yet again about inviting the reporter into our reality marble. I sigh. He really needs to chill a little. First, it's not okay that I do the interview at the news station. Then we can't allow the reporter to visit our reality marble. Then make up your mind. Where can I do the interview? If I can't do it here, where it's perfectly safe, and I can't do it at the news station, then where can I give the interview? He mulls over that thought for several long moments, certainly weighing my personal security against the security of the reality marble. In the end, he comes to a decision. You could give the interview in our restored apartment. I tilt my head. And what would be the point in doing so? The apartment, shiny as it is now, doesn't exactly convey an aura of overwhelming superiority. We want the humans to believe in our ability to handle things. We have to give them a show. They need to know that they aren't just dealing with yet another overconfident politician. We have to back up our claims. The easiest way would be to show them the reality marble. And while we are at it, we do a little magic to impress them. He licks over his lips, but doesn't consent. So I push a little further. I am sure that you have a way to make sure that they aren't a risk. Of course they aren't a risk. They are just some humans without any weapons. What I am worried about is that they'll carry important information to the outside. Magnus crosses his arms in front of his chest and stares defiantly at me. I nod. Okay, fine. Then how about this? The interview won't be live like the last one. We can request to edit or blur important information. I heard that human media are doing that all the time. They must be very good at it. We just have to give them a reason. Like security issues. We can walk them to areas where they are allowed to record. He grunts, but it looks like he can live with the idea. Fine. Just make sure that they don't record the runes on the inside of our new doorway. I've changed out the whole security enchantment to ensure that the Fae won't have it so easy a second time. I would hate it if I have to do it all over again. And I still don't know for sure how they managed to open the doorway. I nod. It certainly won't be a problem to make such a request. Thanks. I kiss his cheek and hug him. Are you sure that we don't want to know its gender? He asks with a hopeful voice. If he asks like that, I feel horrible to deny him, but I really want it to be a surprise. I take his hand and place it on my belly. Fine. Cast a divination spell. But if you tell me the result, I'll behead you. He presses his lips into a thin line. You know perfectly well that I wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut. I am so happy about the child that I would brag about it to everyone. I furrow my forehead. That's something I wanted to clarify since a while ago. Why are you so happy about the child? When we first met, you nearly had a stroke when I mentioned the possibility. You even asked if I had taken preventive measures. I was perfectly happy about the opportunity from the start. But you practically changed your mind overnight. He huffs and takes his hand away, not casting the divination spell. That was before I fell for you. You were a stranger. For all I knew, you could have been a person whom I absolutely hate. Yet, it would have been my responsibility to take care of you and the child. I had a bad relationship with Fiaker and Oilel. You changed all of that. I didn't realize it, but being completely alone was really depressing. I did well enough, but now that I have you, I don't want to go back to my old ways. I smile and hug him. I also don't want to go back. Magnus leans back on the sofa and pulls me on top of him. We spend the next 10 minutes making out by kissing each other. After the fiasco with walking in on Hatlix and Cecilia, I am inclined to conduct any further activities in our private quarters. Are you trying to eat him? My sister's voice destroys the moment, proving to me that this house isn't the same place which it was when we first arrived. I end the kiss, but I refuse to leave my place on top of such a nice body pillow. You'll understand once you find a guy for yourself. Anya pulls a face, showing me her tongue. I am not even considered an adult and my body has barely matured. By looking at me, most people would assume that my age is 16. I've no interest in physical relationships at the moment. But that's not why I am here. I just wanted to inform you guys that dinner is ready. She studies Magnus with a quick glance. Then she smirks. And who says that I have to search for a guy? It would mean that I have to go to another clan. Won't you share him? I gasp and point at the door. Out. She raises her hands. Okay. It was just a joke. Don't flash the evil eyes at me. That boy who came with our new addition seems way more interesting anyway. Not that much of an age difference, she mumbles and leaves the room. Magnus raises an eyebrow. Aren't you overreacting? She's just a child. Her instincts haven't even awakened. I slide off of him and get to my feet. Yet. But better not to allow such thoughts to take root and blossom. I raised her. I held her in my hands when she was a baby. The thought of me and her and you is just. Ew. He nods. I understand. Though I am glad that at least one of us knows how to deal with children. Is he for real? I think that you aren't doing a bad job with Kath. You are stricter than I would ever be and your punishments are a little too harsh, but she is listening to you. Kath started to get her powers under control. Individually, we didn't have a lot of time for her, but between Fiaker, Cecilia, Magnus and me, we always found someone to supervise the child. Anya can also help out and now we have our new clan members to jump in. No, Kath certainly doesn't lack adult attention. Together with Serge Edge, the boy whom Anya mentioned, we even have an unusual amount of adolescent ones in our clan. Dinner turns into a pleasantly uneventful affair. Well, that's until Tina clears her throat and drops a bomb at the end of it. Since Frika helped her to create a direct connection between her own reality marble and ours, she spends a lot of time here. Tina puts down her fork and smiles at Magnus and me. I hope you two are ready for the weekend. I smile back at her. Weekend. I quickly glance at Magnus, but he doesn't seem to know what's going on either. Yes. Did you two forget completely? I guess it can't be helped. A lot happened and one urgency followed the next. Make sure that nothing else comes up, because this weekend you are going to have your wedding ceremony. I already prepared everything back at my place. Everyone is invited. Tina smiles from ear to ear. I clear my throat. I would love to have a real ceremony, but isn't it a little too late for that? Magnus stops me by taking my hand. I am more worried about the wild magic on you. What will it do if we perform another ceremony on top of the existing one? I guess we could give our vows without magic like the humans do. I fall silent. In the recent months I completely forgot about my little curse. Having Magnus meant that it didn't matter any longer. Yes. A marriage between old ones is a magical ritual in which both partners are supposed to open their hearts to each other. At our core we are extremely egoistical creatures. Normally, a couple would want to confirm their feelings for each other. This didn't happen between Magnus and me. He is so dedicated to this relationship that questioning his motives never occurred to me. If anything, he is overprotective. The last incident in which he restrained me with Tina's help is proof. Though I haven't forgiven him completely for doing that. The magic on me shouldn't react to mere words. If you are alright with doing it just with words? I am fairly certain that it won't affect the curse if we do just that. A real ceremony would most likely be interfered with by the magic which lies on me. Magnus grunts. I would never do something that has the potential to kill you. Wild magic should be left alone. I am still not comfortable that such a spell lies on you, even if it seems to be dormant. Tina raises both eyebrows. So you really aren't opposed to the late party? I thought that at least Magnus would have something against it. The person in question lets out a deep sigh and bends over to claim the half-empty bowl with salad for himself. Tina had countless chances to pull a trick on us, so I guess it's fine to visit her reality marble for a party. Time passes and I manage to give the human reporter a fairly decent interview. We even showed off with a little magical light show and some other tricks. There was just a minor issue when Hatlix and Magnus explained about the reality marbles and veils. We even reassured them that the old ones could help out with food production in a worst-case scenario. I am just glad that nobody mentioned black holes and exploding worlds. We wisely instructed our two geniuses to keep their mouths shut about such possibilities. 58 Beach. 2 is more than 1. A memory of the old ones. Spain. Magnus. I step through the doorway and follow Tina into her domain. Sully is right next to me, dressed in a white gown which looks simply stunning on her. If it was up to me, I would never let go of her. What awaits us is quite surprising. There is no glamorous mansion, no huge castle, not even a villa. I am standing on a seemingly endless beach with an ocean to my left and, a generous distance away from the beach, several houses to my right. On the beach are about 24 old ones who are busy preparing a grill party, while more are having fun with decorating the paved plaza which is located between the houses and the beach. I raise my eyebrows, asking myself if it was worth the effort to dress myself up like a penguin. Maybe I should have chosen the swimming trunks? By the way, nice effect with the ocean and the beach. Are you folding the borders of your reality marble? Tina smiles, but doesn't answer. Hatlix follows me through the doorway and pats my back. Cool effect, is it not? I fiddled with the details for over a year. The mathematical quirks of the spell are really complicated. But the end result was definitely worth it. Sully raises both eyebrows. You created this reality marble for the Rondu. What do you mean? I created it for Cecilia and her family, who I am very fond of. He grins and waves his hand at one of the old ones on the beach. Hey, Jen. I see that you are still alive. How is it going with your husband? The person in question squints her eyes and starts a tirade. I heard that you didn't kick the bucket, but I didn't want to believe it. The thought of you resting peacefully under 2 meters of earth is much more comfortable. She keeps bickering, but I stop listening when it becomes clear that she isn't hostile. Despite her words, her tone isn't threatening. The others follow us through the doorway and Cecilia hurries to catch up to Hatlix. Lately, they are spending a lot of time together. It's too bad that Eva declined when I invited her to our wedding. She acted as if I wanted to bring her to her own funeral, Sully mumbles, clearly disappointed. I sigh. Our people have a certain reputation for violence. It's no wonder that she doesn't want to risk walking among more than 50 old ones. She trusts us not to harm her in a fit of rage, but she clearly doesn't extend her trust to another clan. Oilel appears in front of us, a plate with spare ribs in her hand. She is just a chicken. Look at me. I am not an old one, but I am perfectly fine with walking among you. Thief. An old one at the grill party shouts. He picks up a large skewer and runs towards us. Oops. Looks like my presence wasn't announced. I'll excuse myself, master. Oilel blurs and a trail of footprints appears, leading down the beach. Sully clears her throat. Her ability astonishes me every time, no matter how often I see it. At such speeds I would expect displaced air or something similar. But look, she didn't even throw up sand. It's as if she can completely defy physics. I clear my throat. I don't think that it's as easy as that. She isn't just moving at incredible speed. Oilel clearly activates some kind of magic when she accelerates. Unfortunately, she never told me her secret, but I have the suspicion that she is somehow accelerating her own time by creating a miniature space-time bubble around her. It's related to the reality marbles, just a different application. One could say that she has her own version of a warp drive. The bubble is the reason why she blurs when she starts moving. I thought that Oilel is our family's servant. Can't you just order her to tell you the trick? Anya asks from behind us. I grin. She may be a servant, but she isn't a slave. The contract clearly allows her enough freedom to have her own secrets and make her own decisions. Oilel evades every question about her abilities or the whereabouts of her race. I also think that she can terminate her relationship with my family anytime she wishes. The enraged old one with the skewer reaches our group and gets intercepted by Tina. We leave it to her to inform her clan members of Oilel's presence. Meanwhile, Cecilia continues to introduce us to everyone. It quickly becomes clear that Hatlix is a well-known character among the Rondu. They treat him like an honored guest. We follow them and spend the rest of the day with traversing back and forth between the beach party and the plaza. There is beer, wine, and food, so I eat like a horse and try to forget about all our worries. Once there are a few silent moments, I search for Grandpa and ask him what's the deal with the Rondu. Grandpa, why do you know them so well? I never heard of you having such good connections to other clans. Hatlix sighs and turns his attention to me. He was engaged in devouring a plate of seafood. That's all a bit complicated and goes back to the time when your grandma was alive. There is no way around it, so instead of boring you with every little detail, I'll give you the short version. I wasn't always a Bathomus. He stays silent for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. A long time ago, I was more like a free spirit. I wandered a lot and researched the art of enchanting, gathering artifacts all over the world. It was a nice, and most importantly, free life. On one of my adventures, I met Cecilia and Juliet. They were searching for a legendary artifact, so since we shared the same goal, we joined forces. Clearing his throat, he continues, one thing led to another and I hooked up with both of them. They were both pretty, nice, and I loved them. If someone had asked me to choose one, I couldn't have done so. We traveled a lot and did all sorts of things together. Like creating this reality marble. For a very long time everything seemed okay, since Cecilia and Juliet were very good friends. But in the end Juliet couldn't cope with a relationship between three people. I guess that someone always has to get the short stick. In our case, that was Juliet and she couldn't handle it. Juliet grew ever more jealous and when she got pregnant Cecilia decided to step aside. I suspect that they made a deal of whoever would get knocked up first could have me. He sighs. Cecilia returned to her clan, the Rondu. I stayed with Juliet because I had to take responsibility for the child. So I became a Bathomus. But don't think that I didn't love your grandmother. It broke my heart when she got killed in a skirmish with the Fae. It was one of those stupid battles long after the war was over. I also got wounded by that arrow. I mourned her for years. Cecilia visited often, but we never returned to the old times. He waves his hand in a helpless gesture. I wasn't quite myself with that thing inside my brain. And Cecilia became the head of her clan, so she had her own troubles and responsibilities. I just hope that she doesn't return to her old duties. Having her around is quite pleasurable, if you know what I mean. I smirk. Everyone knows. Hey, why don't you ask her to marry you and then we can have a double wedding? That's an excellent idea. I'll go and ask her right now. He gets up from his seat, forsaking his food, and walks away in search of Cecilia. Wait. What? Stop. I meant that as a joke. I try to follow Hatlix, but a certain someone holds onto my clothes. Let him go. It's his own choice whether he asks her or not. I turn to Sully. How did you guess my thoughts? And I didn't mean it. She shakes her head and links arms with me. They want to start the ceremony. Hatlix and Cecilia are adults, so leave them to their shenanigans. Sully guides me back to the plaza where the others are waiting. Tina is standing in front of the magical circle, which we agreed we wouldn't activate. I try not to ruin the moment by saying something stupid, so I simply follow Sully and step onto the circle with her. As the clan head of the bride, Tina is the one who performs the ritual. She starts reciting the ancient words in the guttural tones of the first language. I already dread the moment when I have to perform such a ceremony. A cheat slip wouldn't be such a bad idea. My mind starts wandering while Tina talks about eternal love and the merging of two hearts. As if I would need such proof. Sully is already my perfect partner. I don't need magic to make sure of that. What felt like an eternity passes before Tina finally finishes her speech. Returning to normal Akkadian, she asks me, "Do you wish to protect each other until death?" Of course, I answer and Sully replies with, "Yes." It feels unbelievably satisfying to be done with this ceremony. Even more so now that addressing Sully as my wife is finally a proper thing to do. I don't really listen to Tina when I turn to Sully and kiss her, hugging her. She plays with my lips and wraps her arms around my head. When our tongues touch, there is a sudden jolt of electricity and I feel magical energies curling around us, through us. The logical part of my brain tells me that we should stop kissing and find out what's happening, but the animalistic side doesn't want to let go of my wife. Time seems to come a creeping halt and the moment stretches out forever. She is mine. He is mine. No, Sully is a she. Magnus is a he. What's wrong with my thoughts? I didn't think that. Shut up, my curse did something. Oh, yes. The curse. Sully? Magnus? Wait, no, did the curse activate? That's bad. I think it latched onto you, Magnus. Heck, no. Don't worry. I think it's actually a good thing. I finally managed to discern my own thoughts from Sully's. I concentrate. Why is that a good thing? Because that's what the marriage bond is supposed to do. Maybe I'll be free at last, her thoughts echo through my mind. So what do I have to do? I ask. Just don't interfere with the wild magic and kiss me, she suggests. That's something she doesn't have to tell me twice, so I am actually disappointed when the wild magic disperses as if it had never existed. Our lips part and I look up to find out that the other guests of the party had fled in all directions. The pavement is glowing red in a radius of 2 meters around us. It's hot like hell and I feel as if I am inside an oven. I curse when I realize that the soles of my shoes are melting. I pick Sully up and hurry away from the area. What happened? I ask, studying the small zone which was burned to a crisp. I think that my curse recognized you as my husband. Otherwise you would be a pile of ash. Sully giggles happily. Do you feel the magic between us? I think the curse transformed into a blessing. I gulp and try to investigate my own magic. I just feel like something changed. I feel more powerful. As do I. And I feel like doing something else. Sully kisses my neck, which really doesn't feel so bad. Are you two okay? Tina asks. She and the others returned to our side when it became clear that we are no longer magical volcanoes. I put Sully down on the ground and shrug. She answers for me. I don't know what happened, but I feel better than ever. Maybe it would help if you tell us what you saw. Tina spreads her hands. I don't know. You kissed and wild magic wrapped around both of you. The power erupted outwards and it became unbearable to stay in your vicinity. You two should definitely try to find out what's wrong with your magic. I nod. Of course. We'll do that right after solving all our other problems. Tina snorts and sighs upon seeing the damage which we dealt to the magical circle. Hatlix, Cecilia, what do you two think about an old-fashioned marriage on the beach? We can use the sand to cast an improvised circle. Oh? So they'll marry too? One of the Ronda raises his hand. We have a lot of tin in the warehouse. I'll go and get it. He runs off towards the houses. We look around and search for the second couple, but they are nowhere to be found. Tina curses. Where are they? In a blur of colors, Oilel appears next to Tina, pointing a skewer with a piece of meat at a few trees. I would check over there. The bushes are moving strangely. 59 Conclusion. Who needs a house if one can sleep under the stars? A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. Get up. The party is over. Oilel's voice wakes me up. I groan and rub my eyes, but I don't open them. Instead, I nestle against the warm chest which is acting as my pillow. Tired. I don't want to. Let us sleep a little longer. Oilel doesn't give up. Most of the others already went back home. And in an hour the humans will telecast your interview. Don't you want to see what Samantha made of the 3 hours in which she spoke to you? I sigh and get up. Magnus and I partied until late at night. At some point, we simply went to sleep on the warm sand at the beach. He is lying spread-eagled on his back and snoring loudly. Surveying the area, I find several other people who didn't bother to go back to their homes. We really had a night after we made that makeshift circle for Hatlix and Cecilia. Where are those two? Oilel shrugs. Don't know, but I am sure that they found a quiet spot. I try to straighten my hair, but it's just one huge knot at this point. What a mess. And there is sand in it. It will be a pain to clean myself up. Yab. We definitely had a long night. You are too loud. Magnus covers his eyes with his arm. They are going to telecast the interview. Don't you want to see? I ask and get to my feet. Standing, I am faced with a new problem. When did I change into a bikini? I don't remember that. Oilel clears her throat. That was me. I had to save the gown from destruction. It looks so nice on you that it would be a shame to get it full of sand. Magnus risks a peek. I like your choice, Oilel. Black and white two pieces really suit Sully. I frown at him, study the outfit. It makes my pregnancy much too obvious. Geez, soon, I am going to look like a whale. The brownie bows to us. It's my pleasure, master. I point at Magnus. Why didn't you strip him too? As much as I would like to see him in pants, he still wears his suit. There are plenty of suits, but just one bridal gown. Oilel raises an eyebrow. Have you ever heard of handing down the husband's suit? I shake my head, giving up the argument. I clearly lost this one. After orienting myself, I head back to the doorway. Magnus and Oilel follow on my heels. The others on the beach are still out cold, so I don't bother with saying my goodbyes. We return home where I can finally refresh myself. Even with Oilel's help, it takes next to an hour to get my hair back under control. The brownie is still trying to untangle the knots when I make myself comfortable on the living room sofa. Magnus and the others are also there to watch the show. And it is really a show. Magnus and Hatlix did their best to turn the reporter's trip into an excursion to Wonderland. Everything starts with a few words of introduction from Samantha, the same reporter who took our first interview. She greets me at the entrance of the apartment complex, which looks rather plain and ordinary. Then I lead her inside and up to our apartment. The hired Knowles did an excellent job in repairing everything. The apartment looks better than before with its neat interior design. The furniture is held in cedar and fits perfectly. But it's still just that. An apartment like any human could have it. The real surprise comes when I open the door to the closet and walk inside, inviting the reporters to follow me. We emerge into the new entrance hall. Hatlix and Magnus did their best to reshape the entire hall into a maze of stairs with a huge chandelier floating freely in the center of the large room. They used force magic to accomplish that. Samantha stumbles when I follow the spiraling path out into the garden. She doesn't fall, but it's clear that the strange interior confuses her and her cameraman. Magnus decided to use gravity magic to confuse enemies who try to charge into the hall. Therefore he turned the entrance hall into a gravimetric maze of opposing forces. Anybody who doesn't expect it stumbles around for at least a few seconds before he gets used to the new situation. Such a defensive measure would have helped a lot when the Fae invaded us. I lead them out into the garden, where I explain about reality marbles and veils. After giving them the basic theory behind it, I point out that we could make many such marbles to act as glass houses if there is really an ice age. Anya was of the opinion that we should have added a few pompous effects like endless hallways or spiraling waterfalls. I have no doubt that Magnus and Hatlix are capable of such a feat, but it wasn't like we had limitless time at our hands. In the end, we didn't do it and invested all our time in the entrance hall. I think that our reality marble is beautiful enough as it is. Oilel and Fiaker put real effort into the garden around the mansion. There is the area which was damaged by lindworm, but Fiaker cleaned it up a while ago. Then there are the ponds and the little forest around the hill on which the mansion is standing. It's impressive enough to be thrown into such a scenery, knowing that it's winter outside. We debated for a long time if we should let them see the graveyard with the thorns. Listening to Eva, we decided against it. We want to make a positive impression on the humans, not one of dangerous beings. What blows Samantha's mind away is the offer I make at the end of the interview. Magnus pointed out that the humans' technology is based on energy like electricity or oil. Using the orb, we can offer them a completely clean energy source. One that's under our control. If the humans take the bait, we can make them dependent on us, as we are the only ones who can make the orbs. Hatlix pointed out that the humans might be able to produce basic magical effects by using electromagnetic fields. Though he is sure that the orb will be beyond their capabilities for a long time. We still have to keep the secret of the orbs to ourselves, just to be sure. In the end, I release the dazed reporters through a secondary doorway in the city center, far away from our apartment. Cecilia thought that it would be a nice finishing touch to show them that we are capable of a lot more than they expect. Leaving them no chance to inquire about their sudden change in location also adds a little mystery to us. I have to admit that it went well. 60 New World. The first old ones didn't know how to count their enemies. They had words for 1 to 7 opponents, so they invented a ranking system with 7 ranks. For the first rank, a youth had to kill 7 enemies to become an adult. He had to kill 7 to the power of 2 foes to become a warrior. At rank 3 one was seen as a mage. For the last rank they had to defeat 7 to the power of 7 enemies. A feat that could only be achieved by slaughtering Fae, as no other race was so numerous. A memory of the old ones. Fairy. Gardener. Wood and bark. The humans should be hunting them, not us. Summer complains. She is outraged since an old one sneaked into Fairy and assassinated Winter. It took the 3 remaining leaders of Fairy 3 weeks to clean up the infestation of necromantic magic. I must admit that the spell which turned Winter into a lich intrigued me. It reminded everyone of why the old ones are feared throughout the world. None of the long-lived races dare to forget the danger of gaining the attention of a creature which can manipulate magic like clay. The spell on Winter is the perfect example, since it was originally a creation of the fairy lords before it was altered, and was never used outside the realms. The old one encountered the spell for the first time. He took a look at it and warped it into something entirely different. What took us centuries to figure out, he warped and redefined it within a day. Most likely he didn't even know what he was doing and simply decided to experiment. I sigh. And the fairy lords intend to fight such beings. They certainly haven't learned anything from the last war. Or is it simply fatalism? Are they so tired of hiding in Fairy that they intentionally forgot why they are here in the first place? My finger wanders over the bark of the large tree. I planted it myself in the center of this small glade. Reluctantly, I return my attention to summer, autumn, and spring. The 3 of them are enraged about the demise of their fellow Fey Lord. Apparently, it doesn't matter that he was about to take over all of Fey, his equals included. I guess it's simply a matter of principle, I whisper. Spring spreads her hands. I never expected this stupid plan to work. In all honesty, I am surprised that it created as much discord as it did. So what will we do now? Is the wedge which we drove between the humans and supernaturals large enough to warrant an all-out war? Or do we prefer to continue on in hiding? Autumn snorts and shakes his head. As if we have another choice. Now that the old ones have released a video of our practices, the humans will turn against us sooner or later. Even those who don't believe that the video is real. And who says that the old ones can't get another spy into Fairy? For millennia, we believed ourselves safe, just to find out that the old ones can walk into our safe haven as they please. And we still don't know how they did it. Summer hisses. While Spring and Autumn were talking, she took delicious delight in crushing the delicate flowers which grow in irregular patches all over the glade. Winter's death affected her the most. Among the Fey Lords, he was the closest thing to an ally as she would ever get. Spring and Autumn are more of the moderate and careful kind. It's possible that they'll cancel the entire campaign. Maybe a few wise words are necessary. It took them a while, but they showed us that even Fairy isn't impenetrable. With a little more time, they might even find a way to attack Fairy, or wipe us out entirely. So you are saying that we have to go through with the war? Spring's expression turns ugly. She clearly isn't pleased. The whole affair was started by Summer and Winter. Now that Winter is gone, the moderate faction has the upper hand among the Fae. Yet it seems like they are powerless to change their course of action. Anything else would mean that they have to admit that they are in the wrong. And who likes to admit to himself that he is wrong? What a pity. Corinthia. Magnus. Anya bursts into the living room and runs over to the TV. They are doing it. She switches it on and hammers her finger onto the buttons to select the news channel. They are doing what? I ask. Just a moment ago, I was enjoying my married life by lying on the couch with my pregnant wife at my side. Having someone to cuddle with is the best thing in the whole world. It was quiet, and for a short time it seemed like we didn't have a single problem. They are invading Earth. It's like in that movie, the one in which the Martians attacked, Anya proclaims as the TV comes to life. Invade what? Sully looks up and squints her eyes at the screen. A reporter is frantically trying to describe the recent events. Sprouted huge trees in every capital city. A seemingly endless amount of troops is spilling forth from these portals. They are all Fae and they are killing everyone who stands in their way. Civilians are advised to flee to the country. All able-bodied people have to join forces with the military in an attempt to take back the cities. The reporter continues to rant about moral atrocities and crimes of war. I listen in quiet silence for a few more seconds until it seems like all other information isn't of immediate value. So they are doing this the hard way? Are they operating anywhere other than in major cities? Anya shakes her head. I haven't listened to a lot of it before I hurried to alert you, but so far they didn't mention anything else besides the capitals. Seems like the Fae want to strike down the human governments and weaken their industrial capabilities. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and wave for Anya. Go and fetch the others. There is a lot to discuss. Mainly how to defend our territory if the conflict starts spreading beyond the capitals. Sully looks at me with a grim determination in her eyes. Do you really think that the conflict will spread? Isn't it a good sign that they limited their attack to the capitals? Surely, it means that they don't have nearly as much troops as we feared. I shrug and turn down the volume of the television. I don't like to shout when there is no need for it. Who knows? I think we should expect the worst. The fact that they are only attacking the capital so far could also mean that their ability to create portals is limited. They decided to attack major population centers first. Makes me glad that my territory is kind of insignificant. Sully runs a hand through her hair and we listen to the human news channels for a while, switching from one to the other. After a while, it becomes clear that none of them has any more information to offer. We wait for the other family members to join us, but one thing quickly becomes clear to me. They are completely ignoring rural areas. And stick to the big cities. A few well-placed nukes would solve the problem. My wife gasps. The humans would never do that. And who says that the Fae haven't taken precautions? Their whole tactics remind me of a blitzkrieg. They want to take over without destroying major resources. Such a coordinated attack clearly demands a lot of thought and planning. They didn't do this on a whim, or because your assassination of Winter provoked a reaction. It certainly forced them to move their plans forward. I allow myself a few moments of silence to gather my thoughts. You are probably right that they wouldn't present themselves as openly if they didn't have something as simple as a nuke covered. I still think that I should strengthen my veil to the point that only humans are let through. Closing my eyes, I concentrate and give the necessary instructions. The veil only interferes with beings who hold a certain level of magical power. Anything else is let through without causing problems. As the creator of the veil, I can adjust the settings. It certainly won't stop someone determined from pushing his way through, but it will at least alert me to the fact that someone entered my territory. Sadly, this won't protect me from a fairy tree which opens a portal directly in my territory. I sigh and get to my feet. Talk with the others about necessary steps to defend ourselves. I have to go to Hatlix. We have to finish that thing and activate it earlier than I expected. A few more weeks of testing would have been more to my liking, but fate seems to have other plans. 61 Priorities. Everyone has his own, little, problems. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Sully. It has been a week since the Fae decided on open warfare against us and the world is falling apart bit by ugly bit. Millions died in the first night and the casualties are piling up. It doesn't matter that most humans had a sudden change of heart and are now working together with the supernaturals. The various clans are also lending a hand. In some cases, our people even took charge of the resistance, which was openly encouraged by our elders. It won't change the fact that the world will never be the same as it was when this is over. According to a rough estimation, the dead must number in the millions. Oh, I've no doubt that we can at least hold the Fae back for a little while longer. Our people are very crafty when it comes to unorthodox warfare. The average Fae, at least a regular soldier, isn't much more powerful than a human when it comes to magic. It seems like their breeding methods diminished the magical potential of their offspring with each generation. Maybe that's the reason why they are so desperate. Though their magic is weak, they are numerous and quicker and stronger than the average human. They also have the advantage of healing faster than any human could ever hope to. In addition, they can resist most of the nasty stuff which is used in chemical warfare. Lastly, they are armed with modern weapons, which makes them superior to any human army. Someone among the clans quickly realized that and devised an alteration to his veil, giving it the ability to cast a focused area spell, which tries to ignite combustibles. It isn't perfect and ignites only 1 of 10 shells, but that's enough. Cast it on an army which relies heavily on guns, and the effect is pretty devastating. The spell is crude, hard to aim and very chaotic. But that's the reason why it's so good. What's chaotic, is hard to counter. Having 1 of 10 shells explode doesn't mean that the Fae troops will be suddenly without their weapons. But it certainly gets all the magazines. And no matter how fast and strong the Fae are, being reduced to rifles with only a single shot makes all the difference when your enemy has access to automatic weapons. It's also not very reassuring to carry a weapon which could fire at any moment without your consent. All the clans relished the idea and I am pretty sure that by now, all the veils around the world have such a function. Together with a few more nasty surprises. I heard that one clan found a way to pressurize the city's sewer system, pumping all the ugly stuff into the area with the fairy tree, flooding it. They are now waiting for its roots to rot. I hope it works and doesn't just fertilize the damned thing. But it doesn't change the fact that the Fae are a relentless wave, spilling forth from the large trees with sprouted in every capital. For every Fae who gets killed, there are 2 more to take up his weapon. In some regions, they even bring heavy weapons like tanks and artillery to bear. Or they use the ones which they captured from the humans. I am not entirely sure of that. What I am sure of, is that this is just the first step in a much larger campaign. So far, all they have been doing is to establish bridgeheads. At some point they will have to move out in order to conquer the rest of the world. In some places, the situation is so dire that the remaining government officials authorized the use of dirty weapons. China and the USA even resorted to nuking their capitals. Magnus suggested that from the start, but he also doesn't care much for human lives. As long as he can test the Fae's defenses to rule out certain weapons, it's all the same to him. I have no illusions about my dear partner's character. Of course, the nukes failed. The Fae found a way to create really strong shields, which they used to defend their portals. Admittedly, the nukes bought a little time by wiping out a large number of Fae around the portals, but those were easily replaced by even more soldiers. Now the human soldiers face the problem of radiation while the Fae are fairly unconcerned by it. They inherited that trait and their long lifespans from us. I sigh heavily while I listen to the hastily assembled war council of our territory. It consists of Eva, Paul, and Adam. So far, they did a fairly good job in keeping the humans from panicking. I also admit that taking control of the local news transmitter had a lot to do with it. We censor everything that even hints at this territory being in danger. At first, Eva wasn't exactly thrilled by the idea of informational warfare, but she quickly admitted defeat when she saw how badly countries like France are dealing with the situation. The huge amounts of refugees who try to flee from one war zone to another aren't exactly helpful in keeping law and order. At this point, France is pretty much non-existent as a nation. Is there anything else we can do? I asked the others. We could try to close off the veil completely. If you think that total isolation is a good choice. I am fairly certain that we won't hear anything helpful from this country's government. Their military pretty much abandoned this area when they were ordered to move against the capital. Not that this country had any mentionable forces to begin with. They will have a hard time holding the Fae back. It's just good that the clan which is holding Vienna is an old and large one. From what I heard, the town is a pile of rubbish by now, but I am sure that the old ones who own the territory won't give up their home so easily. Eva shakes her head and Adam doesn't have more than a few reassuring words to add. I ordered all the Krampus to uphold the law. We even conscripted some humans as assistants. They are more than enough to deal with their own kind. Paul nods and gurgles. The little man and his people are one of my hidden trump cards in our defense. The lake is ready. We are ready to change the weather at any time. Should anyone decide to move against this territory, they will have to deal with rain, storm, and drown in a flood of water. Thank you. If there is nothing else, you should take care of your duties. I'll talk to Fiaker about the veil. She mentioned that she might be able to adapt some new changes. At the moment, the elders are making everything that could be helpful public knowledge. I am interrupted by the opening of the door to the conference room, which grants me sight of my little sister. Anya's eyes are red and there are tears on her cheeks. For a short moment, I see her eyes flash with red light. But it's gone in the blink of an eye, leaving me with the question of whether what I saw really happened, or if I imagined it. Anya storms into the room and hugs me. They did it. They really did it. Oh, by the gods. What did the Fae do now? It must be horrible for Anya to be affected. I educated her to be a tough woman who can take care of herself. Nothing short of the end of the world should make her cry. SHH, honey. There is no need to cry. What happened? Tell me. They took down the internet. Her sorrowful sobs are the only noise in the otherwise silent room. I try to understand Anya's problem, but I fail to see the issue. I am sorry. They took down the internet. I turn her answer into a question, hoping for her to elaborate. Those bastards blew up the intercontinental data highways. I only have access to small parts of Europe. That's all. How could anyone do something so horrible? The internet is holy, a vast well of information and entertainment. I reply with a hug. There is nothing else I can do. Seriously? Anya is that affected by losing some technological gimmick? I lived a large part of my life without computers, and she gets a mental breakdown because she doesn't have access to the net? I am sure that it can be repaired. Wheel. Anya pushes herself away from me and her eyes flash red. They have to be punished. I'll go down to the lab and help Hatlix and Magnus with whatever they are doing. We'll wipe them out to the last cell. Then she storms out of the room, the same way in which she entered. Well. I clear my throat, force myself to smile. Then I turn my attention back to my 3 supernatural attendants. It's hard when they reach puberty. All those unwanted emotions. The rage and frustration simply drives one crazy. My clan had to arrest me for a week before I stopped bashing in random heads. What's better than a good round of genocide to focus all those emotions on something productive? All 3 of them look at me with pale faces. I can tell that they want to be somewhere else. 62 it. We like new toys. That's why we like the humans. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. So that's it. Hatlix raises the small bubble of glass and inspects the surface for damage. It's nothing more than a small marble with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Inside it is nothing more than air and its surface is littered with delicate runes which hold the enchantments in place. It took the 2 of us 3 weeks to produce just one of these little wonders. Grandpa shakes his head in wonder. I admit that we wouldn't have solved the problem so fast without your help, Anya. What do you call it? Coding? It's certainly an interesting approach at placing enchantments on top of each other. Do you want to learn the craft from us? I think you could become an excellent enchanter. I raise my eyebrow and turn my attention to the gloomy teenager who poured all her energy into assisting us. She clearly played a role in the creation of this artifact. At first, we tried to achieve our goal with a single, complicated enchantment. It never worked out and we had to trash a lot of failed attempts. It was Anya who suggested to stack several small enchantments on top of each other, each of them aimed at creating the spell matrix which we desired. I always did my enchanting like Hatlix taught me to, and he was caught inside the same thinking processes. Sometimes, it takes someone to take a look from outside the box in order to find the solution. But once the idea was on the table, we solved the problem of creating a stable spell matrix quickly. It took just a few failed attempts. Anya shrugs, not realizing what great honor it is to be taught by Hatlix. I assume that he already forgot more about enchanting and artifacts than I'll learn in 1,000 years. If you want to teach me? I am not someone who would deny knowledge. And this enchanting thing seems very similar to programming. I can apply what I've learned about computer languages. Her eyes turn to the small bubble of glass. The delicate threads of silver and gold which form the runes on its surface seem like they could come off with a single rough touch. So when will we use it? Right here and now. I clear my throat. Do we dare to use it? Don't misunderstand me. After weeks of work, I would smash that little wonder just for the heck of it. At the very least it'll spell the end of all Fae, but it could also doom us all. Just a little mistake in the spell matrix is enough. If this turns into a spell of wild magic, only the gods might know what will happen. If they exist. Hatlix clears his throat. We could demand a gathering and allow everyone to decide? Then using this little marble can't be blamed entirely on us. Anya sighs. Do you really think that it would make any difference? If the spell goes wrong, those who created it will be blamed, no matter what. I nod. I am more worried about the other races. What will they do if we show them what our magic is capable of? Our people are already feared enough, not that it's a bad thing. With this, the others will freak out. Hatlix scratches his chin and sets the marble down onto a red cushion. It's enchanted to hover the sphere 1 centimeter above it to make sure that our weapon doesn't get damaged under any circumstances. We can say that we could have done this any time we wanted to. It would make us look like very patient. Genocidal. Anya inserts her own 2 cents. Godlike. I add absent-mindedly. The imaginary little gamer me who is sitting on my left shoulder is already rubbing his little hands. I wonder if there is a game which announces a kill count after godlike? In terms of MTG, this little marble is the personification of a wrath of God. And restrained beings. Hatlix finishes his sentence. I roll my eyes. I seriously doubt that there will be any way to save our reputation once we let this genie out of the bottle. I gesture at the little marble. Hadn't I created it myself, I wouldn't believe that it's a weapon of mass destruction. But then again, my chewing gums aren't exactly safe to eat either. Anya takes the cushion with the marble on top of it. Let's go and see the others. They can add their own opinion as to whether we should use it, or think of something else. Together, we take the stairway from the basement. I call for Oilel and the brownie appears dutifully in front of us. A few instructions later, she disappears to call everyone into the garden. This is a grave matter, and I want everyone in our community to give their opinion. At least we can share the blame if something goes wrong. A few minutes later, all the old ones and Oilel are assembled. I can see on their faces that they are eagerly expecting a solution to their problem. And we are the ones who are supposed to give it to them. They are waiting in a half circle in front of us. I give Sully a wink before Hatlix presents our creation. Hatlix clears his throat and takes the cushion from Anya. This is he stops, realizing something of importance. How should we call it? Something like this needs a name. Wrath of God. I suggest in a questioning manner. Okay, I admit that I am not very imaginative. The last device. Anya calls out and claps her hands together. Hatlix furrows his forehead and eyes the marble. Let's name it the end. Sully steps forward and shakes her fist at us. Just tell us what it does. You 3 were holed up in the basement for 4 weeks, while we did our best to delay the Fae. The siege on Vienna and several other cities was about to be broken several times. The various supernatural races even moved in to help the humans in holding the Fae at bay. Really? I was so concerned with our project that I didn't pay any attention to the war. Hatlix clears his throat. Fine. This little marble has a set of enchantments on it. Once the marble is broken, the spell will activate and wipe out the Fae. But it could also be that the spell wipes out other races too. Or everyone. You want to say that you don't know? Fiaker shrieks and is joined by Cecilia. Old fool. Didn't you make that thing? Why can't you say what will happen? Leela raises her hand. Can't we test it in a safe environment? Hatlix shrugs. Yes and no. We obviously know what it should do. And we can't test it, because we designed it to circumvent any known defense or containment. The spell is incredibly complicated and we didn't dare to run a test. The enchantments on this marble are designed to create a spell matrix, which creates another smaller spell matrix and so forth until we end up with an incredibly small, self-replicating enchantment. The enchantment will continue to reproduce as long as there is enough energy available. Its nature should allow it to bypass most magical defenses. We took the human idea of nanomachines and adapted it to nanomagic. The spell spreads like a living organism and should reach every notch and hole all around the world and beyond. As long as there is an open doorway, it will even reach fairy. The various enchantments also interact with each other and check their surroundings for certain types of organisms. They recognize them by their magical signature, which is very distinct for every race. Once a certain threshold is reached, the various enchantments activate and release a little, localized disintegration spell. Any affected fae should turn to ash in the blink of an eye, or anything that is touched by their magic. The problem lies in guaranteeing that the spell doesn't change or mutate while it copies itself again and again. We tried to keep it as simple as possible, to reduce the chance of mistakes. We also tried to foresee various mutations which could change the spell's intention or turn it into wild magic. We think that it will work. Anya adds helpfully. Hatlix huffs. We think that the risk is minimal, but this is a new field of magic. Much like when we realized that E equals MC superscript 2. I look at their faces and try to make eye contact with everyone. The question is, do we want to use it? Hell, yes. I want to use it and go back to playing cards. 63 Question. One can't plan for everything. A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Selly. I stare at the small sphere which could be our end, or our salvation. The last 4 weeks were a single, relentless attack by the Fae. We weren't directly involved in the fighting, but what we heard makes it clear that we have to do everything we can to prepare. I don't claim that I know all the details, but I've heard enough. This isn't a pitiful modern war which hardly deserves being called a war. Nowadays, soldiers shoot at each other and if there are 5 casualties it's seen as major losses. The Fae reintroduced World War I methods to the battlefield. They simply charge at enemy positions and ignore their losses. I've seen some of the reports. Most clans who are involved directly in the battles don't hold back any information. It's only to their benefit if someone finds a solution for the Fae. I chew on my inner cheek. Why didn't you just create something simple? Like a magical nuke can destroy the fairy trees and shut down their doorways. Hatlix shakes his head. What would stop them from creating new doorways? And attacking doorways directly is a generally bad idea. Do you remember the example with the balloon? He creates an audible pop with his lips. I wince and return my attention to the sphere. Let's give it to the elders. They can decide what to do with it. The others around me nod in agreement. It's clear that everyone wants to shift the responsibility for using such a weapon to someone else. But how can we avoid responsibility if our clan created the damned thing in the first place? I see no easy way out of this. Cecilia clears her throat. I don't think that there should be an easy way out. Our people made a mistake when we created the Fae. Maybe it's time to pay the bill? What a bummer. And I wanted to share some happy news once it's dinner time and everyone is present. I raise an eyebrow. Happy news? Those would be indeed welcome. Why don't you share it now? I would like it to hear something positive for a change. My mother grins and walks over to Hatlix. She grasps his hand and smiles like an idiot. I am pregnant. Hatlix's expression falters and he drops the cushion with the sphere. Hadn't Oilel caught it with her freakish speed, it would have shattered. Oi! Easy there. Don't drop biological weapons of mass destruction. Haven't you seen Resident Evil? Cecilia looks around. Why is everyone so silent? Aren't you happy for me? Of course. I hurry to reassure her that everything is okay. I was just a little stunned. That's all. I'll get a half-sister. No big deal. I nod. Magnus furrows his forehead. His eyes wander from Cecilia's belly to Hatlix and back. He clears his throat. I've just a little trouble to sort out the new family relations. Will that child be my uncle? Half-uncle? Is there even a proper term for this? Leela raises her hand. I think it would be easiest to call yourselves simply relatives. Who cares for the exact lineage? I rub the bridge of my nose while Hatlix is still too stunned to say anything. I think we should return to the matter at hand and bring the sphere to the gathering. Cecilia pouts. If I had known that my pregnancy is taken so poorly, then I would have waited with the announcement. Sorry, Mom. There are simply more pressing matters than your or my pregnancy. Hamoilel inspects the marble and taps her chin. That's interesting. What is it? I ask. Did she notice a problem with the marble? If so, then I don't want to be anywhere near that thing. She shrugs. Oh, it's just the fact that both Hatlix and Magnus spent a few decades away from any female company of their own race. Hatlix spent the time in a box and Magnus didn't exactly, wallow in female company. I was starting to think that he was gay. And then they happened to knock up the first woman they sleep with. Coincidence? Maybe old ones could breed a lot faster if they simply put their men into isolation for a few years before they do the deed? Or is it simply the fact that they didn't have a lot of sex? I noticed that Leela and several other women shift their attention to their respective and potential partners. At the same time, several Adam's apples bob up and down as the men in question swallow their saliva. There is a distinct chance that they have a hard time ahead of them. Fairy. Gardener. Goodbye, Gardener. It was nice knowing you. I stopped fawning over the small sprout of a fairy tree. Creating those takes a lot of time and energy. Normally, I would never adjourn my time with the sprouts. They need a lot of care and it's absolutely crucial to tune the fine web of magical energies around them. Otherwise the doorway which they are providing would become unstable and useless. But today, Spring surprised me by visiting me unannounced in my forest. She surprised me even further by starting the conversation by saying her goodbyes. For once, I am taken by surprise. This is coming out of nowhere. I tap my chin, thinking. I don't understand. Are you going somewhere? She smiles. In a manner of speaking, yes. And I'll take the most loyal of my subjects with me. Summer and autumn can have my soldiers. I don't need them and I can't take them with me anyway. I spread my fingers and show her my open palms to indicate that I am at a total loss for words. For the first time in a few hundred years, one of the Fae managed to surprise me. Could you please start at the beginning? What do you intend to do and why? What led to this decision? Spring laughs, her voice as clear as a bell. I am surprised myself, Gardener. Do you really want to say that all my preparations stayed a secret, even to you? I guess that I really chose the right persons to join me on my endeavor. There are just so many stupid Fae who brag to you. It's hard to keep anything a secret. If one being knows all there is to know about Fairy, then it's Gardener. They must be really afraid to keep their mouths shut so tightly. I study her, more than a little baffled. At last, she decides to explain. I know how this will end, Gardener. I sneak my hand a little closer to the small shovel which I always use to clean up the area around the sprouts. It's a poor weapon, especially against a Fey Lord, but I am quite fast if I want to be. Spring huffs and chooses the trunk of a fallen tree to sit down. It's one of the trees which were destroyed by the old one who killed Winter. Don't worry, Gardener. I have no animosity towards you, even if you ended up working against us. In front of Summer and Autumn I even pretended to be upset about Winter's death. In fact, it's amusing to have you around. You are very smart and wise. The only problem is that you tend to underestimate others just a little from time to time. During these last months, all your comments and suggestions were meant to encourage war. That's a drastic change in your policy. Ever since Fairy was created, you tried to influence everyone in order to ensure our survival. Oh, of course, you were very careful about every word you said, but your ultimate goal is still as clear as day to those who pay attention. And don't worry, Summer will never suspect you. She is a fanatic. I guess that Autumn could piece it together if he got a hint, but he is too preoccupied with saving Fairy. I shake my head. I am truly a fool for underestimating her. It'll never happen again. But why haven't you said anything? Spring twirls her smooth hair around her little finger and squints her eyes at me. What difference would it have made? Let's assume that I had snitched on you and we hadn't gone to war? Look around you. Fairy is overpopulated. We lock our minor offspring in camps, so that forests like this one can be preserved. In a few more centuries we would have gone to war anyway. Simply because we would have been forced to do it. That's why I am leaving with my people. We'll isolate our part of Fairy from the rest and fold it into its own reality marble. My researches invested millennia in perfecting the process without causing damage to the space-time continuum. You'll be glad to hear that we won't take anything for reproduction with us. We'll find another way of existence, somewhere else. It's clear that we were never meant to be. At least not on this planet. I clear my throat. Isn't that dangerous? And why are you running away? It looks like we are winning. We already did it. All I have to do, is to take the last portal and go. She shrugs and smiles knowingly at me. The original plan said that we would take Earth in 3 weeks. Now we are in the 5th. I am not so foolish as to believe that we can still win this war. Last time, it was the same. We held most of Northern Europe and we had the old ones and their allies against a wall. Then they unleashed all kinds of magical horrors on us and we had to flee to Fairy. I've had a long life. If I learn something, then it's not to corner an old one. If you fight one, then you have to kill him in one clean swipe. Give him time to think of an answer and you are dead meat. Spring leans forward. Soon, they will stop playing around. So far, they only assisted the humans with a little magic that was meant to delay us. I don't want to be here once they decide to use something offensive. She gets to her feet and throws a small seed on the ground. Goodbye, gardener. Then she steps through the green portal which sprung into existence. Goodbye, I answer as the portal closes. I seriously didn't see this coming. It's shocking. So what if she did something I didn't expect from her? It just means that I am not as perfect as I thought. That's a good thing. Right? 64 Torch. A burning ring of fire. A memory of the old ones. Atlantis. Magnus. There is a chance that this spell might have unexpected consequences. We just want that everyone is aware of the risk. It exists, but we deem it to be small. Hatlix finishes his speech and the entire Colosseum turns loud with voices. Everyone wants to discuss the implications of the new weapon. After an hour of answering questions about the marble, Hatlix looks at least as tired as I am. We had to explain almost every detail of the marble's creation. The elders were very thorough in their task of gaining as much information as possible. At least nobody can say that we didn't warn them. Everyone who paid attention to the discussion is past the point of claiming innocence. The elders didn't exactly jump at our idea. I can understand that. It would have been stupid of them to take the chance without second thoughts. Once the marble is used, there is no way back. And who wants to be labeled a mass murderer who caused the extinction of an entire race? Once the Fae are gone, we'll eternally wonder if we made the right choice. What if there are good and innocent people among the victims? Every newborn is innocent, is it not? I ponder over the thought. Yeah, maybe not. Did you say something? Sully turns to me. She is sitting next to me and paid a lot of attention during our explanations. Fiaker and Cecilia also joined us at the gathering. So far, the presentation of our solution went well. At least nobody jumped up and accused us of being insane. I count that as a win. I shrug. Sorry, I was talking to myself. I just thought about the moral issues of using the marble. Sully clears her throat. Excuse me? You made the damned thing. And now you consider the moral consequences? Isn't that something you should think about before you create a weapon of mass destruction? I try to defend myself. It was a creative process. We need something that is powerful enough to end the Fae once and for all. Not something that holds them back for another millennium. And I doubt that the creators of the first nuke wasted any thought on the morality of using their weapon. Not that I would have any nightmares about using the marble. After what I witnessed in that forest, I am perfectly fine with using it. The Fae had it coming. Their breeding farm just shows how sick they are. None of them should be allowed to live. My dark thoughts are interrupted by the elder who is leading the gathering. He gestures for everyone to be silent and, after a few seconds, he deems the Colosseum as silent enough to speak. I think that everyone got an understanding of what the new spell is supposed to do. He pauses. And of what can go wrong. He allows for his words to sink in, making sure that everyone understands the implications. The question is, can we postpone its use? This weapon strikes me as a measure of last resort. Has anyone another solution in mind, or is close to finding one? If someone can come up with something within the week, we might not have to use it. The elder looks around, obviously hoping for an answer. Then I guess there is the question of how long we are able to repel the Fae. Or if we are willing to fight this war to its bloody end. Is there anyone who deems his territory indefensible if the Fae break our containment? Someone to our left raises his hand. I recognize the symbol of his clan. He is from the Tsar, the clan which holds Moscow. We are holding out and reinforcements are coming in from the surrounding country, but the Fae might break our siege of their fairy tree at any time. They made several attempts to drive us off, not successful, but each counterattack is stronger than the last one. We clearly can't move our troops as fast as they come through their doorway. He growls. So far, we've abstained from using nukes. Though we have them ready if we need to buy a little more time. The general consensus is that using a nuke would do more harm than good at this point. The Fae are immune to radiation, while humans are not. It would rob us of the possibility to use human troops within the hot zone. The USA are still the only country which used those weapons against people. We would like to keep it that way. I propose that we use the weapon right now to avoid further casualties on our side. Postponing the inevitable if there are no other options in sight just forces us to pay for the time and blood. Tina pats my shoulder from the seat behind us. He is a sly one. Did you notice how he mentioned the USA, instead of the clan Lipreach, who were behind the government at the time? He accused them without actually accusing them. I shrug. At the moment I could care less for political maneuvers. We've larger problems than clan politics. The elder continues to wait, but nobody else decides to add his problems. At last, he sighs and raises the marble. I guess that makes the decision easy. Who wants to do us the honor? You mean, who wants to take the blame? Sully grumbles. I raise my hand like a little child in class. I'll do it. Actually, it's best if we crush it right here and now. The doorways in Atlantis lead to all parts of the world. The spell will spread the quickest if we activate it at this nexus point. My words die away and I realize that I am the only one who is so enthusiastic about breaking the marble. Sully leans forward and covers her face with both hands. I'll never be able to live that down. Cecilia pats her back. Don't worry. In a few hundred years nobody will remember it, given that the marble works as intended. The elder sighs and stretches out his hand, indicating that I should come down to his side. Of course, I don't waste any time and jump over the balustrade into the Colosseum. Then I walk over to his side and take the marble from him. Don't be surprised. There should be something like a wave front of blue energy. Something like a distortion. It's a spell which keeps on replicating itself. Normally, it should use only energy with a phase signature, but there is enough background radiation which fulfills the criteria to allow it to spread even without targets. And that's it. Without further ado, I throw the marble onto the ground. It breaks. A growing bubble of blue energy starts spreading out. At first it grows slowly, but it keeps taking up speed. Then it bursts outwards and passes through me. A prickling sensation runs through my whole body as the little spell formations passes through. It's as if I was sitting for far too long on my leg, just that my whole body is affected. Everything prickles as if there are 1,000 ants under my skin. I wriggle to shake off the uncomfortable experience and stay focused on what's happening. As the wave front spreads, it lights up a strange web of energy. It looks like roots, or a brain synapse network. Other people are overtaken by the spell. It's clear that they find it equally uncomfortable. The spell's wave front spreads until it's so large that I can't see the fringe anymore. The sky is filled with the strange network and I watch in awe as the illuminated root system slowly fades away. What was that? I certainly didn't expect it to look so strange. Quickly shutting my mouth, I clear my throat and nod sagely. Don't worry. I should have expected the sensation. Even if we aren't Fae, the spell comes in contact with the skin and scans us as a possible target. The elder glares at me, but says nothing. He danced a weird dance alongside everyone else when the magic passed over him. He gestures at the large screen which the elders use to display information for everyone. Show us the largest capitals. The screen comes to live and shows us several large cities. A large ring of fire starts blooming inside one of them. The same network of roots blooms with the wave front and I file that little detail away for later. The network isn't unique to Atlantis. The city still had a direct connection to Atlantis, so the spell started to spread from within. Another city is now approached by the wave front. At first, it passes through without noticeable change, but then the streets light up with fire as every bit of Fey magic is turned into fuel for the disintegration spell. I cough upon seeing the damage it does to the infrastructure. The Fey soldiers might be comparably weak, but each one still has enough power to blow up a small house if he uses all his energy at once. Holy shit, the cities will be utter ruins, regardless of whether there was heavy fighting or not. I just hope that nobody demands reparations. Slowly, I sneak away from the elder, who is watching the scene in awe. When I realize that everyone is focused on the destruction, I jump up to our pulpit and sit down as if nothing is wrong. Maybe they'll forget about the damage to property. Unnoticed by everyone, a man with a box attached to his head heads over to the place where I crushed the marble. He has a broom and a dust shovel in his hands. Dutifully, he cleans up the shards of glass and heads back to his place at the edge of the arena. There, he sits down and turns into an unmoving statue, waiting for his next assignment. Fairy. Gardener. One last push and we can break Moscow. Why don't you agree? We have the troops. Summer screams at Autumn. Summer was furious ever since she learned that Spring ran away with her entire entourage. At least Spring left Summer her soldiers, otherwise Summer would have exploded. Autumn shakes his head and raises a hand to stop Summer. We have to keep the pressure up on all fronts. Otherwise they might invade Fairy. Summer ruffles her beautiful hair. We have the barriers around the fairy trees. Let them sit in front of closed doors while we take one city after the other. We just need one decisive victory to get a foothold on Earth. Autumn doesn't waver and crosses his arms in front of his chest. If we allow them close to our version of the veil, they might come up with a solution to deal with it. It's better not to give them the chance to investigate. It's not as if our veil is perfect, or did you forget about the assassin? They continue to bicker while I turn my attention to the tree in the center of the glade. They'll never learn. Why can't they just shut up and work together? Both of them are committed to the war, yet they can't find a common ground on how to fight it. Is this tendency to disagree on everything something which the Fae inherited from the humans? The sudden thought makes me laugh. It's a joke. The Fae took the worst and the best parts about being human. They reproduce without meter and bounds, unable and unwilling to control their numbers. Exactly like humans. They also fight each other over the smallest thing. Again, exactly like humans. I scratch my bald head and try to remember. Yes, back then, I was the one who talked everyone into creating fairy. They never would have worked together on their own. Mistress. Lord. A scream distracts me and I look up. One of Summer's generals arrived with a message. He is far away from us on the other side of the glade. I recognize that the man looks as if he just ran a marathon. My eyes are good. Better than most. Run, mistress. The enemy has unleashed a terrible weapon. Run as far and as fast as you can. Wildlife breaks through the underbrush. Deer, bunnies, foxes, all running towards us and away from something. The general stumbles forward, but the roaring from behind him is much more interesting at the moment. Sounds like a wildfire, something that should be impossible in fairy. Then I see what he was running from, a wall of flames which is churning through the forest. It is consuming everything. My brain kicks into overdrive as I try to cope with the new situation. To me, it seems like time slowed down. I watch the magic in awe and fascination as tree, grass, and animals are turned to ash by the unnatural fire. My pupils widen and focus as I watch all the little spell formations which are using fairy's own magic to cast duplicates of themselves. Then they dissolve into a miniature disintegration spell. Summer and Autumn stop their heated discussion and look at the general who is running towards us. He is overtaken by the wall of flames and blue magic. As he runs, his skin shears off and he crumbles to ash before his remains hit the ground. The scream never left his mouth. His own magic ignited even the air in his lungs. The two Fey Lords look at each other. Then they turn and run. I just stand there and wait. I know that there is no running from this. The old ones clearly outsmarted us with this spell. It spreads faster than anyone could come up with a counterspell. The only thing someone can do, is to proudly stand his ground. I always thought that I would find some way to escape their wrath. Whatever form it would take. The last time, they caused an ice age, but this is simply overkill. I decide to do the only thing that's smart. I cover my eyes with both hands, then I let out a girlish scream like the human women do in the movies. 65 Life. So let's start from scratch. A memory of the old ones. Fairy. Gardener. I am still screaming and jumping from one foot to the other as the fire burns my skin. It's so hot that my skin blisters. From all the possible deaths which I envisioned for myself, I never expected that I would burn to ash. What a horrible way to die, but I guess it's better than drowning. It was over pretty quickly for Summer's general. Oh, and not to forget being caught by an old one and used as a lab rat. Winter surely didn't have a nice time while he was pinned to the wall. And speaking of a quick death, shouldn't I be dead by now? Why is this taking so long? I stop screaming when I realize that it isn't so hot anymore. Prying apart my index and middle fingers, I take a peek at the world. The flames are gone. And I am alive. How did that happen? I pull my hands away from my face, which results in an awful, sucking sound, then I inspect myself. I look like a fried sausage. Ow. Ow. A totally new experience. This is what it must feel like to be skinned alive. I scratch myself despite the pain. My regrowing skin itches like hell. I am so glad that I inherited my regenerative abilities from the old ones. So why wasn't I turned to ash? I look around and take in my surroundings, then I slowly raise my arms and cover my mouth with both hands. The trees, the grass, the animals, everything is a layer of ash on the ground. The entire ecosystem was obliterated. I press a single tear out of the corner of my left eye. And what about the Fae? I turn around and look into the direction in which Summer and Autumn ran off to. There is no sign of them. I start walking, but then I realize that I am walking through an ankle-deep layer of ash. I guess it's pointless to search for bodies. Deep in thought about the meaning of life, I scratch the dead skin off of my palms. Beneath it, I reveal fresh, baby pink skin. When I have no idea of what to do next, I always make a handstand. Seeing the world from a different perspective gives me inspiration. Maybe I should write a book about it. I noticed that most other beings don't value different points of view. So I was spared because the spell only targeted Fae? But why did it also burn the trees and animals? Ah, I see. It was only aimed at Fae magic. What a devious solution. The ecosystem was obliterated because the Fae manipulated everything in fairy. Their magic was everywhere. Only someone who sees the Fae as nothing more than vermin would come up with such a plan. So I guess this proves once and for all that I am not a Fae. Like the elementals, I am something else. No wonder, I never had the right ears to be a Fae. More to the point, I have no ears. Something which was sticking to my hip comes loose and falls to the ground in front of my face. It's the leather pouch which I use to store my meager personal possessions. I return to my feet and pick up the charred item. Digging through the contents, I recover a single seed which survived the hellfire. I took it years ago when I made one of my sparse and short expeditions out of fairy. It's the nut of a perfectly normal acorn tree. Surveying the landscape, I slowly get an idea of what I could do for the next few hundred years. I skip over to the small streamlet which supplied the former glade with water. Most of the water evaporated because of the heat, but I am sure that it will return in time. I poke my middle finger into the ash, then I drop the acorn nut into the hole and cover it by swiping more ash on top of it. Perfect fertilizer. Corinthia. Silly. So lucky that nobody thought about charging us for the damage. I stop abruptly and Magnus runs into me from behind. Then I turn around and smile up at him. Why should they press any charges? He scratches his chest. Well, the spell wasn't exactly intended to burn everything to a crisp. Pure disintegration is different from disintegration, the version where heat is involved. They were supposed to dissolve into their molecular components. I guess we switched the two runes by mistake. Hatlix appears from the doorway behind us. Don't worry, grandson. All worked out in the end. The Fae are gone and our troops are invading Fairy, searching for any survivors. I turn my attention to Hatlix. There could be survivors. I ask, alarmed. He shakes his head and winks at me. Unlikely, but we should make sure. He turns around and intercepts Cecilia as she steps through the doorway. Sugar. Do you remember our little bet? You said that you would do a lot of pleasurable things if we made it through this alive. Cecilia clears her throat. I did say that, honey bear, but... Perfect. Hatlix shoulders Cecilia as if it is the most normal thing in the world, then he walks off in direction of their private quarters with my squealing mother on his shoulders. I watch them until they turn around the corner, but before Magnus can say something, I raise a finger to stop him. You can't carry me like that. It would put pressure on my belly. He studies me with raised eyebrows. Then maybe a princess carry. I allow him to pick me up and we head to the living room, where we find Leela, Tom, and Tina who are already watching the news. We should have gone to our own rooms, Magnus grumbles. Tina notices us and pats the sofa next to her, gesturing for us to sit down. Oh, the hero. Come here and take a look at this. Someone recorded you when you activated the spell. The video was leaked to the news. Everyone knows that the Demon Lord ended the war. Demon Lord? I ask. Isn't that Magnus' nickname among the local supernaturals? Magnus growls and rushes into the room. The TV shows him as he crushes the marble with a gleeful expression on his face. Simultaneously, the reporter declares the sudden end of the war by the hands of the Demon Lord, an old one. The reporter continues to explain how everything would become better from now on. With most of the old governments crushed, society has to be rebuilt. Of course. Everyone knows that this is a big pile of bullshit. But as long as it stops the masses from pillaging and looting, everything goes, I guess. I watch the report for a few more moments, then I kiss Magnus on the cheek. I guess it's cute that they changed your nickname from Demon Lord to Hero. It fits your actions much better. I am not a bloody hero. They should fear me. This report makes it sound like I unleashed the marble in order to save the world. Magnus complains with a shrill voice. I pout and tick off his actions with my fingers. But you saved me, took in a group of strays without a home, you stopped an evil maniac who was out for world domination, and you ended the threat of the Fae. Sounds like something a hero would do. He stomps his foot onto the ground. I am not a hero. I took you by force, collaborated with the elders to keep my possessions, forced some weaklings into a blood oath, took out someone who threatened my territory and wiped out an entire race. I am not a hero. It's all a matter of perspective, Tina mumbles. Whatever. Someone must have leaked all this to the media. Who? He glares at Tina. The other clan head raises her hands. I certainly didn't do it. But aren't you glad about your new reputation? Now that everything you did is seen in a positive light, much more people will try to join your clan. They might even forget about your territory's bad reputation as a death trap. He grunts. It has to be someone who has an interest in making the Bathomus famous. There is only one person who wants the clan to be as big as possible. Oilel. I think it was wise of Oilel that she didn't show her face that day. And the next. 66 Prologue. Bad things happen. Do you know that it's really hard to come up with fitting intro lines? A memory of the old ones. Corinthia. Magnus. And that's how your daddy vanquished the evil Fae and saved the world. I close Sully's diary, which helped me to retell the events from all those years ago. And then Mommy and I lived happily ever after. Or so I guess. It's been 8 years since we used the marble and we didn't find a single Fae since then. Time sure flies by like nothing when there are no enemies to fight. Not that it matters. I've had more than enough of it. Little Stephen, Cecilia's son, and my daughter, Veronica furrow their brows in silent disbelief. I swear that they are too smart for their age. Whatever Gavin did to Cecilia and Sully in order to raise their fertility had unexpected side effects. I wonder if that's the reason why Sully and Anya are so talented in their respective fields of interest. But why are the kids so unhappy with my story? Maybe I shouldn't have censored the sexy parts? Sully and I can get pretty rough when we are going for it. The two of them are smart, but I am not entirely sure that I should introduce them to all the things a man and a woman can do with each other. The two little buggers are still watching me as if my skills at storytelling are seriously lacking. I sigh. Okay, out with it. Point out all the plot holes and other issues you have with my skills as a storyteller. Veronica huffs and sucks in her cheeks. You never explained about Kath. Is she now an old one, or is she not? I fiddle with the diary in my hands, debating the issue about our practically adopted daughter. Children can be very mean when they find out that someone is different. Being a former human and all that. Of course she is an old one. And a member of the Bathomus. No question about that. Stephen raises his hand. You never explained why there wasn't an ice age. I puff out my chest. That's because we are using Fairy's mass to adjust the climate. We turned Fairy into a rainforest and are funneling air through several large doorways in order to clean the atmosphere of sulfur and carbon. Gardner is helping us with the magically enhanced forest. Admittedly, the freaky creature didn't seem entirely trustworthy when our people caught it in Fairy. I remembered it from my visit to Winter's throne room. But since Gardner obviously isn't a fae, and never did something offensive as far as we know, we decided to leave it be. As long as it stays in Fairy and is happy with using its green thumb to take care of the greenery. I wouldn't be all too pleased if it left its habitat. I shudder at the memory of him. And it's Veronica's turn. Why didn't we take control of the humans? After the war it would have been easy to take over. I smile. That's something I can answer. Because we aren't human. Why should we bother with governing anyone else but ourselves? It's not like we need anything from them which we can't simply buy. Seriously? Why bother? We are immortal. All it takes is a little patience to get our hands on more than enough human wealth. There is no need to control their entire society. They are rebuilding on their own. All we old ones have to do, is to provide them with a suitable environment to prosper. Sounds like they are nothing more than pets. Stephen shakes his head. And I found that the end of the story was lacking. There should have been more battles. And a final boss. A story needs a final boss. I glare at him. You asked me how Sully and I met. And that's how the real world works. The one with the nuke wins. And who says that the story is over? It's still going on. Ha. He gapes at me, not understanding. Do I look dead to you? As long as I am alive, the story continues, I proclaim proudly. I fully intend to live a long and prosperous life with my family. Veronica tilts her head and sighs. She looks so cute when she does that. With her mother's beautiful eyes and my hair, there is no doubt that she is ours. And what about that strange energy network which you discovered? I keep smiling. There is no reason to show them my frustration about that little aspect. Even after years of research, Hatlix and I didn't come close to explaining the phenomenon. The marble lit it up like a Christmas tree and further experiments showed that we can make it visible as we please. We just have to stimulate certain energy wavelengths. But I don't know what it is, nor why it exits. Maybe we've to develop an entirely different branch of magic and physics to come even close to an understanding. It just shows that the universe still holds surprises. We are working on that. Veronica crosses her stubby arms in front of her chest. If you don't solve the puzzle, then I'll do it when I am big. I am sure you will do just that. I pull 3 decks of cards out of my pockets and wriggle them in front of the 2 rascals. Why don't we do something else for a change? I've 3 decks of MTG cards. Stephen coughs and Veronica shakes her head. Ted. Isn't that a little too childish? Mom said that, at your age, you should really play with other things. Oh? I have no idea what she could have in mind. I am utterly clueless on what the nymph would have me rather play with. I let my head droop. Why, oh why? The entire point of having a child is to play with them. It's the uppermost excuse for an adult to waste time and play around. I get down to the floor next to them and unpack the cards. It's my firm belief that even with an intellect as high as yours, it would be a shame to waste your childhoods. And magic is not just a simple game that requires luck. It also demands strategy, awareness, and a nimble mind. I take Veronica's hand and give her one of the decks. You either play the game with me, or I'll ration your supply of cookies. Her eyes bulge. You wouldn't do that. Watch me. And to top it off, I'll run you 2 through a hellish training course to get your magic under control. Ask Kath, she's already been through it. Stephen draws in a sharp breath. She didn't lie. He looks down at the cards. What were the rules again?